After a lifetime of striving, Liu Yang ultimately found himself unable to afford a home. In a fleeting moment, he seemed to recall the scene from many years ago, when his girlfriend's mother presented him with a 2 million yuan check, demanding that he leave her daughter. At that time, being youthful and naive, he believed that love was priceless and resolutely rejected the offer. However, this time, not only did he accept the check, but he also declared, "Shanshan is my true love. Auntie, I have shed blood for Shanshan. You ought to increase the sum." Chapter 1. A breakup is acceptable, but the price must rise. In Zhonghai, within an elegantly decorated restaurant, owning a house is non-negotiable. My daughter's name must be added. As for the betrothal gift, 300,000 will suffice. I shall not burden you further. Liu Yang gazed at his prospective match, and her mother seated across from him, feeling a sense of disorientation. A woman in her 30s, demanding a price higher than that of a girl in her 20s. However, he refrained from voicing any objections, silently diverting his gaze to the glass of water in his hand. Recognizing the mismatch, he deemed it unnecessary to waste further words. Liu Yang rose and stated, "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, the loquacious matriarch of the female party erupted in fury. "You young man, is this how one conducts a blind date? No wonder you are nearing 40 and still unmarried." Liu Yang, disinterested in further engagement, strode out of the restaurant. As night descended, the streets bustled with traffic, yet he walked alone, feeling a touch of melancholy. Reflecting on nearly 2 decades since his university graduation, Liu Yang felt a heaviness in his heart. He graduated from Zhonghai's premier university school of economics, a true prodigy of his era. Yet, fate dictated otherwise, leaving little to individual agency. After graduating in 2008, he found himself amidst the onset of the financial crisis, and the foreign investment banking offer he had secured was rescinded. At that time, not only new hires like him, but even seasoned employees were being laid off in droves. It was a coveted position with a salary of 500,000. Had he begun his career smoothly, his destiny might have been transformed. One must have a job, after all. With this conviction, Liu Yang embarked on his first job, a real estate salesperson, a graduate from one of the nation's top universities, now selling properties. During that period, real estate sales yielded substantial income, and with Liu Yang's exceptional capabilities, he amassed nearly $1 million in savings within 2 to 3 years. However, he was not one to settle for mediocrity. It was precisely for this reason that, in 2010, leveraging the connections he had cultivated in the real estate sector, Liu Yang made a bold move to acquire 4 investment properties. To secure the down payments for these properties, he invested all his savings and even incurred additional debt. To Liu Yang's dismay, mere months after his acquisitions, regulatory policies were enacted. Not only did the value of his investment properties plummet, but his personal income also dwindled. A few months later, unable to meet his mortgage obligations, Liu Yang was compelled to liquidate all his investment properties. Consequently, not only did his earnings over the years evaporate, but he was also left with hundreds of thousands in debt. What troubled Liu Yang further was that after he sold the properties, real estate prices began to rebound. In no time, they returned to the levels at which he had purchased them, and subsequently, they soared to new heights. By the time Liu Yang cleared his debts at the age of 30, property prices in Zhonghai had doubled, with core areas experiencing even steeper increases. Thus, he found himself passing by a fortune worth millions, having sacrificed 7 or 8 years of his life. What a damned life. As Liu Yang crossed the crosswalk, a sports car sped towards him, striking him with great force. As he soared through the air, his final thought was, "The compensation should suffice for my parents' retirement. Liu Yang, take this 2 million as a reward for saving Shanshan. You two are not suited for each other. Parting ways is for the best." Liu Yang gazed at the well-preserved middle-aged woman seated across from him, disbelief etched across his features. Hadn't he just been struck by a car? How is this possible here? This scene had played out in Liu Yang's mind countless times before. The woman before him was none other than the mother of his current girlfriend, Susan. Liu Yang's acquaintance with Susan began under extraordinary circumstances. Just prior to the winter break last year, he had encountered a criminal incident while jogging on campus at night. 3 thugs from outside the school had taken a girl hostage. That girl was Susan. In that moment, Liu Yang acted without hesitation, charging forward. The outcome was that he rescued the girl, but sustained 5 stab wounds in the process. The most perilous wound narrowly missed his lung, a truly life-threatening situation. Had it not been for the timely arrival of fellow students who scared off the assailants, Liu Yang might not have survived. The subsequent narrative became rather cliched, a tale of heroism leading to romance. Susan's family is quite affluent, and even in Shanghai, they could be regarded as a moderately renowned wealthy family. In stark contrast, Liu Yang's parents are merely ordinary workers, rendering any comparison with the Su family utterly futile. Liu Yang vividly recalls that it was merely half a year after his discharge from the hospital when Susan's mother approached him. "Liu Yang, are you even listening?" The woman across from him, noticing Liu Yang's distracted demeanor, could not help but feel a twinge of irritation. Yes, I am listening. Could it be that he had been reborn? Lu Yang suppressed the tumultuous waves within his heart and focused his gaze on Susan's mother seated opposite him. Since fate has granted him a second chance, he must strive to live a life of substance this time. Lu Yang, you are a good boy. You and Susan are truly incompatible. Even if you refuse this money, your relationship cannot endure. I am Susan's mother, and I know her well. As Lu Yang listened to the woman eloquently speak, he was inevitably reminded of the decisions he made in his previous life. Without a shred of hesitation, he had once rejected the 2 million yuan check. As for his love with Susan, it had indeed ended before even 6 months, just as her mother had suggested. Thank you, Auntie. I agree to break up with Susan. Looking at Susan's mother, elegantly adorned in the latest Chanel ensemble and resembling a dignified matron, Lu Yang suppressed his inner tumult and spoke earnestly. Given the opportunity to start anew, how could he possibly repeat the foolishness of his past life? Moreover, this sum of money was rightfully his, earned through the sacrifice of his very existence. Good, as long as you agree. Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, Susan's mother momentarily found it hard to believe, but soon a look of delight spread across her face. However, Auntie, feel free to speak your mind. There's no need to hold back. I will certainly assist in any way possible. Even after your breakup, you can still come to our home. If you cannot be lovers, you may still remain friends. Observing Lu Yang's hesitance, Susan's mother directly addressed him. In truth, she had always held a favorable impression of Lu Yang. In terms of appearance, physique, and education, he was indeed exceptional. Yet, his family background was undeniably poor. Susan is my beloved. Auntie, I have shed blood for Susan. The price must be increased, Lu Yang declared with righteous fervor, his eyes resolute as if he were making a solemn pledge. Chapter 2. The first windfall after bidding farewell to Susan's mother, Lu Yang could not help but smile as he gazed at the 3 million yuan check in his hand. To secure that additional 1 million, he had endured a scolding from Susan's mother that lasted over 20 minutes, during which she sternly forbade him from seeing Susan again. Consequently, Lu Yang's reputation in Susan's mother's eyes had plummeted to an all-time low. Nonetheless, every moment of that reprimand was worth it. After all, one should never forsake wealth for the sake of pride. Trading 20 minutes of chastisement for 1 million was indeed a lucrative business deal. As for Susan, even if Lu Yang chose not to break up with her this time, she would have initiated the split before the summer vacation. You cried and told me that fairy tales are all lies. I can never be your prince. The recently released ballad had swept across the country. Emerging from the cafe, Lu Yang, enveloped in the melodies buried deep within his memory, felt a smile creep upon his face. How delightful! Relying on the recollections in his mind, Lu Yang successfully located his bank branch and converted the check into digits in his account. He was aware that in a few months, the property prices in Shanghai would reach their lowest point in recent years. By then, if he could transform this 3 million into real estate before 2007, his worth would effortlessly surpass 10 million. This was precisely why he had urged Susan's mother to increase the amount. The first bucket of gold is never easily earned. Leveraging connections is undoubtedly the best approach. After all, that 1 million today could very well become 10 million or even 100 million in the future. As he walked through the campus, Lu Yang gazed at the scenes that were both familiar and foreign, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. In his previous life, his most glorious moment was rescuing Susan from a gang, an act that garnered him television coverage and a commendation as a model student. During his recovery, he received visits from several leaders, including those from the city. Furthermore, he amassed numerous awards, with prizes totaling over 100,000. He also entered into a romantic relationship with Susan. Perhaps life, much like the stock market, experiences its highs and lows. Following the breakup with Susan, Lu Yang fell into despair. As he reminisced about the past, his phone rang. Lu Yang's mobile was a Nokia 6170, a gift from Susan. Upon answering, he heard her voice. Lu Yang, let us go eat at that new Western restaurant off campus for lunch. My friend says the food there is delightful. You go ahead. I want to join you. Also, let us break up. There was a brief pause on the line before Susan responded. What did you say? Let us break up. Lu Yang reiterated firmly before decisively hanging up the phone. In the realm of financial exchanges, Lu Yang displayed a commendable sense of professionalism. Subsequently, using the memories etched in his mind, he returned to his dormitory. This year's students were fortunate. Upon their arrival at the university, they were assigned to a newly constructed dormitory. Upon entering, a clean and orderly room greeted Lu Yang's eyes. Compared to the other boys' dorms, his was nothing short of paradise. Yangzi, you're back, called Qin Fei, a local from Shanghai, who hailed from an affluent family and had a mild obsession with cleanliness. The immaculate state of their dormitory was largely attributable to Qin Fei's fastidious nature. After all, one could hardly afford to be untidy in the presence of a cleanliness enthusiast. After graduation, Liu Yang and Qin Fei had kept in touch less frequently, eventually losing contact entirely. However, according to some classmates, Qin Fei went to the United States for his doctoral studies and decided to remain there. Where are the others? Liu Yang inquired. Their dorm housed 4 individuals. One of them had a particularly close relationship with Liu Yang, a person he felt deeply remorseful toward. They've gone out to eat. Only then did Liu Yang remember it was mealtime. With that thought, he secured the check and headed to the cafeteria. The cafeteria at Zhonghai University was quite impressive, befitting one of the country's prestigious institutions. Barbecue rice, rice noodles, knife-sliced noodles. Each stall he passed evoked memories of his time spent there. After hastily selecting a few items, Liu Yang found a secluded corner to sit in. Along the way, he encountered many who greeted him warmly. Given the recent events, Liu Yang's popularity among the students was exceptionally high. In this era, a person who had risked their life for a noble cause commanded considerable respect from their peers. As he dined, Liu Yang contemplated his future. Having been impoverished in his previous life, he was now solely focused on amassing wealth. Romance was a pursuit he deemed unnecessary. Just as he was pondering how to expand his capital for a property purchase in the coming months, a hand suddenly slapped down on his table. Turning slightly, he focused on the elegantly pale hand, its slender fingers suggesting the owner was undoubtedly a beauty. Liu Yang. A furious voice rang out, startling him. Nearby students turned their attention to the commotion. That guy is Liu Yang, the one who acted heroically last year. Some whispered, their curiosity piqued. What's wrong? You startled me, Liu Yang replied, glancing up at Susan, who stood nearby. You need to explain yourself. Why are we breaking up? On what grounds? She shouted, her temper flaring. As the only daughter in her family, Susan had grown up surrounded by affection, which had fostered her fiery temperament, far from the demeanor typically expected of someone from the South. After careful consideration, I believe we are not suited for one another, so let us part ways, Liu Yang stated coldly. He had anticipated Susan's arrival, knowing her personality would not tolerate any slight. Fine, if we're breaking up, don't come to regret it, Susan retorted, her heart heavy as she absorbed Liu Yang's indifferent expression. She could not fathom how, just yesterday, they had been inseparable, and today they had reached this point. However, she was not the type to cling desperately. She left with a bitter remark before turning away. Wow, Liu Yang actually dumped the stunning Susan. Impressive. Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Has he lost his mind? Susan is so beautiful and comes from wealth. How could he bear to break up with her? Did he suffer a concussion recently? Not so exaggerated. Liu Yang isn't bad-looking himself, others countered, ignoring the surrounding gossip. Liu Yang finished his meal and returned directly to his dorm. At the Su household, Susan lay on her bed, her eyes red and streaked with tears, evidence of her prolonged crying. That insufferable Liu Yang, breaking up like it's no big deal, she muttered between sobs, her anger palpable. If this scene were witnessed by the admirers at school, they would undoubtedly wish to tear Liu Yang apart. Su Shanshan enjoys considerable popularity within the institution, not only due to her exceptional beauty, but also her affluent background. Securing her affection would undeniably reduce a man's striving by 2 decades. Chapter 3. The Roommate. Upon Liu Yang's return to the dormitory, all the occupants had already gathered. Old air, long time no see. As Liu Yang entered, he spotted a tall, robust man and excitedly approached him, giving a hearty pat on his shoulder. This towering figure, known as Su Chu, held the second position in the dormitory hierarchy, and everyone fondly referred to him as Old Air. It is rather peculiar. Although the dormitory members were arranged by age, they seldom addressed one another by their ordinal titles, except for Su Chu, who was habitually called Old Air. The reason behind this is well understood among them. What do you mean long time? I've been right here. Su Chu, engrossed in a game, turned his head to glance at Liu Yang and remarked. Recently, Liu Yang had been in the throes of a passionate romance with Su Shanshan, dining luxuriously almost every day. Within a mere 2 months, Liu Yang had squandered tens of thousands, spending money as if it were water. Su Chu was the closest friend among Liu Yang's university peers and had suffered the most due to Liu Yang's past decisions. When Liu Yang was accumulating funds to buy a house, Su Chu had advised him against leveraging himself so heavily, citing the substantial risks involved. However, Liu Yang, fixated on achieving success and wealth, had disregarded Su Chu's counsel. Naturally, Su Chu did not lend Liu Yang any money. Later, after Liu Yang reluctantly sold his house to settle debts, he found himself in dire straits, unable to procure any funds. It was during this desperate time that Su Chu reached out to Liu Yang, transferring 400,000 into his bank account to help him clear his debts. It is worth noting that Su Chu's financial situation was not superior to Liu Yang's. Although he had a decent job, his salary was modest. This 400,000 represented nearly all of Su Chu's savings since graduation, intended for his own future home. At that time, Lu Yang was in a severe predicament, laboring to repay debts over a span of 3 to 4 years before finally settling what he owed Su Chu. During that period, housing prices had surged, and the money that was once adequate for a substantial down payment could now barely cover a small one. Despite everything, Su Chu never held a grudge against Lu Yang, stating that lending him money was his own decision, and Lu Yang had not deceived him. "My good brother, I will ensure you have a grand house in this lifetime." Lu Yang silently vowed to himself, given the chance to relive this life. He not only intended to alter his own fate, but also to uplift the friends and family who had assisted him in his previous life. Climbing onto his bed, Lu Yang had scarcely settled in when a startled exclamation erupted in the dormitory. "Yangzi, have you broken up with Su Shanshan?" The speaker was Chuniba, a native of Jin province, rumored to come from a family with a small coal mine, and his demeanor exuded a certain brotherly authority. Being the eldest among Lu Yang's peers, he had always viewed himself as the elder brother of the dormitory. In Lu Yang's previous life, he was riding high on success and had little patience for Chuniba's antics, resulting in a strained relationship. However, reflecting on it now, Chuniba, aside from his tendency to boast, had no significant flaws. He consistently prioritized the welfare of his dormitory brothers. It was Lu Yang's own lack of tact that often embarrassed Chuniba. "Is it true?" Qin Fei, who had been reading nearby, turned to Lu Yang upon hearing Chun Iba's words. Even Su Chu, who was immersed in his game, turned to focus his gaze on Lu Yang. "God of melons. It seems we are in for an entertaining show today. I read about it on the school forum. Is it true?" Chun Iba inquired, directing his attention to Lu Yang. "It is indeed true. I simply feel that Su Shanshan and I are not suited for each other, and thus I have decided to part ways." Observing the eager expressions of his roommates, Lu Yang realized that unless he clarified the situation, he would be hounded incessantly. Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, the others exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. They had all seen Su Shanshan, and in terms of appearance, she was undoubtedly among the finest in Zhonghai University. Coupled with her affluent background, it was no wonder that countless suitors pursued her. "Yangzi, have you lost your mind?" Chun Iba exclaimed, unable to restrain himself. After all, they believed that had Lu Yang not heroically saved Su Shanshan, he would never have had the chance to win her affection. Now, it was unfathomable that Lu Yang himself would initiate a breakup. If it is not meant to be, there is no need to force it. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to both parties, Lu Yang replied. "Your perspective, Yangzi, is truly refreshing." Chun Iba seemed poised to offer further counsel, but ultimately chose to remain silent. As he lay on his bed, Lu Yang contemplated the tasks ahead. Seizing every opportunity to multiply his wealth was paramount. All other matters could be set aside for later. At Su Shanshan's residence, her family had been prosperous for several years, residing in the most sought-after villa district of Zhonghai, a favorite among the city's elite. This year, property prices in the area had soared to 60 or 70,000 per square meter. A single house now demanded tens of millions, a testament to the Su family's formidable financial standing. Having just vented about Lu Yang to her close friends, Su Shanshan's mother returned home. Upon noticing the butler's troubled expression, she sensed that something was amiss. "I saw Miss return in tears. Perhaps you should go check on her," the butler suggested cautiously. "Very well, I shall see to it," Su's mother replied. Lu Yang must have already broken up with Shanshan, she thought to herself, realizing that he was indeed a man of his word. A few $100,000 was not a substantial sum for her, but if Lu Yang accepted the money and continued to pursue Shanshan, it would create an awkward situation. After all, Lu Yang had saved Su Shanshan, and she was keen to avoid any unpleasantness. Parting ways like this would be for the best for everyone involved. Shanshan, Mama is home," her mother called as she approached Su Shanshan's door, gently knocking. "Mom." Su Shanshan opened the door and fell into her mother's embrace. Gazing at her tear-streaked daughter, Su's mother found herself silently blaming Lu Yang. Breaking up was one thing, but why did he have to make her daughter cry? What happened? "Shanshan, who upset you?" her mother asked softly, gently patting her daughter's back. Lu Yang wants to break up with me," Su Shanshan sobbed, her voice laced with bitterness. For Su Shanshan, the notion of breaking up was not particularly difficult to accept. What truly pained her was the fact that it was Lu Yang who had initiated the separation. For a young lady of her standing, it was only natural to feel that she was above him. "If you look down upon me, then you are indeed irredeemable. If we are to part ways, then let it be. We are certainly above him." As Su's mother gently patted Su Shanshan's back, she spoke up. However, the smile on Su's mother's face suggested her approval of Lu Yang's actions. At least the money spent was not in vain. Lu Yang truly delivers when compensated. Unlike certain individuals domestically, Lu Yang received his payment in the morning and ended the relationship by noon. By afternoon, Su Shanshan returned in tears. Now that the breakup has occurred, she could also introduce Su Shanshan to potential suitors. Shanshan, do you remember Su Bobo's second son? Su's mother casually inquired. Observing Su Shanshan's expression, the Su family is an old acquaintance of the Su family, yet they possess greater strength. Su Jiajun, the second son of the Su family, is reportedly returning soon from studying in America. Are you referring to Su Jiajun? I don't recall him well. It seems I haven't seen him in many years. Su Jiajun could indeed be considered Su Shanshan's childhood friend, but he went abroad for university when she was in middle school, and their correspondence dwindled thereafter. Yes, that's him. He is completing his graduate studies at Columbia University in the United States and will soon graduate. When he returns, would you like to meet him? It would certainly make Lu Yang aware that our Su family has many admirers. In her previous life, Su's mother had broached this subject with Su Shanshan. But during that time, Su Shanshan was infatuated with Lu Yang and had unequivocally rejected the notion. However, Su Jiajun is not an ordinary individual. Although the Su family is significantly stronger than the Su family, he is the second son with an elder brother above him. The Su family, on the other hand, has only one daughter. Once Su Jiajun successfully courts Su Shanshan, the acquisition of the Su family would not be far behind. This was information Lu Yang had gleaned from well-informed sources in his past life. Consequently, Su Jiajun invested considerable resources and efforts in pursuing Su Shanshan. Moreover, being in Zhonghai, a place where Su's mother resided, Su Jiajun, an elite graduate from Columbia University, certainly appealed to her sensibilities. Under such pressure, how long could Su Shanshan continue to resist? From the moment Su Jiajun returned to pursue Su Shanshan until her breakup with Lu Yang, merely 2 months elapsed. The transition from Su Shanshan's breakup to officially establishing a relationship with Su Jiajun took only 10 days. This is the swift pace of the so-called sea turtles of this era, particularly those returning from studies in America. From then on, Lu Yang understood a crucial truth. Where there is bread, there will be women. In his past life, Lu Yang had not been afforded such an opportunity. However, this time is different. As a graduate from the economics department of Zhonghai University, Lu Yang is well acquainted with the myriad opportunities available both domestically and internationally over the years. In no time, the Su family and the Su family would hold little significance in his eyes. No way. Su Shanshan retorted angrily upon hearing her mother's words. Even now, she has yet to grasp the reasons behind her breakup with Lu Yang. How could she possibly be willing to go on a blind date? Although Su's mother did not explicitly state it, Su Shanshan could discern the underlying implication. It's not that you must go on a blind date. It's just to let others know that our Shanshan has plenty of suitors. Isn't this merely restoring your dignity? If you don't want to go, then so be it. Su's mother feigned anger, turning her face away. Witnessing this scene, Su Shanshan turned to console her mother. All right, I will meet him. But just this once. Su Sansan. In her previous life, she had said the same to Lu Yang, and the outcome need not be reiterated. Perhaps due to the novelty of being young again, Lu Yang enjoyed an exceptionally restful sleep. Around 7 o'clock, he awoke naturally. Last night, he conceived a method to swiftly elevate his assets. The 2005 National Reserve Copper Incident, a momentous event destined to be etched in the annals of Chinese financial history, albeit not for any commendable reasons. Even during Lu Yang's reincarnation, China's finances remain in a state of disarray. Yet, this life is different. Since Lu Yang has been granted a second chance, he aspires to leave his mark on the global financial market. With his foresight, this endeavor poses no challenge for him. Yangzi up so early? Chen Yibao remarked upon hearing Lu Yang stirring. Just going for a jog. Should I bring breakfast back for you? Lu Yang replied as he dressed and prepared to leave. Aren't you bringing any for Shanshan? Su Chu interjected with a hint of skepticism. A few days prior, Lu Yang would rise early, motivated by Su Shanshan's presence. Throughout their relationship, he consistently brought her breakfast, undeterred by the weather. What's the point now? We've broken up. Lu Yang scoffed, knowing that his roommates still believed he and Su Shanshan were merely experiencing minor disagreements, unaware of the true nature of their separation. Just grab something. We're not picky. Chen Yibao waved his hand, retreating under the covers to catch some more sleep. Feeling the boundless vitality of his youthful body, Lu Yang truly embraced the sensation of rebirth. While running and pondering how to maximize his profits from the National Reserve Copper Incident, a girl with a ponytail dashed ahead of him, her lustrous black hair glistening like satin in the sunlight. What captivated Lu Yang's attention most were her long, perfectly proportioned legs. The segment of her calves exposed beneath her cropped pants resembled exquisite jade, making it difficult for Lu Yang to divert his gaze. Mu Zichen, a name surfaced from Lu Yang's memories. At Zhonghai University, Mu Zichen is also renowned as a stunning beauty, boasting popularity that eclipses even Su Shanshan's. Unlike Su Sansan, who hails from a wealthy family, Mu Zichin comes from modest means yet excels academically. She is known for her politeness and remarkable self-discipline. According to some classmates familiar with her, Mu Zichin not only adheres to a routine of early rising and early sleeping, but also engages in morning runs whenever the weather permits. For 4 years, countless suitors have attempted to win over this elusive flower of Zhonghai University, yet none have succeeded. In the face of relentless pursuit from numerous young men, Mu Zichin has remained impervious, never accepting any gifts or invitations. Throughout her entire university tenure, no rumors involving her and any male student have surfaced. However, what astonished everyone was that upon her graduation in her senior year, Mu Zichin, standing at 1.7 meters tall, appeared blissfully linked with a similarly tall, portly man, a middle-aged gentleman. Later, Chun Yi-Ba remarked that the man was a steel tycoon from Jin province, worth no less than 3 to 4 billion. However, as per his knowledge, the man should have been married long ago. In other words, Mu Zichin, the beloved of countless students at Zhonghai University, has become the mistress of that portly fellow. Chapter 5. No worries, I am merely admiring your legs. Good girls should not be taken for granted, and bad girls should not be squandered. Gazing at that captivating calf, Lu Yang recalled a phrase he had heard in his previous life. The portly fellow had his turn in the last life. Now it is my turn, Lu Yang mused inwardly. At that moment, a voice pierced the air beside him. Classmate, is there something you need? Unbeknownst to him, Mu Zichin had halted her stride. Yet, Lu Yang's eyes remained fixated on her slender calf. Uncomfortable under the weight of his intrusive gaze, Mu Zichin spoke up. Nothing, I was just admiring my legs. No, I'm actually running. Had Lu Yang still been the ordinary college student he was just a day prior, he would have been thoroughly embarrassed. However, the Lu Yang standing before Mu Zichin now, having undergone years of tempering, was not to be easily swayed by such trivialities. Indeed, I am admiring your legs. They are exquisite, and I relish the sight. With those words, Lu Yang resumed his run. Upon hearing his declaration, a crimson hue spread across Mu Zichin's stunning visage, leaving one to wonder if it was from embarrassment or indignation. At Zhonghai University, this was the first time Mu Zichin had encountered someone like Lu Yang. In classrooms, libraries, or the cafeteria, she was always the center of attention, yet those gazes never dared to engage with her. Whenever she glanced their way, the eyes that had been fixed upon her would hastily divert elsewhere. Lu Yang was the first rogue she had ever encountered, unbeknownst to either Lu Yang or Mu Zichin. 2 individuals on the adjacent lawn were observing their exchange, and Lu Yang's words had reached their ears. Who is this guy so bold? Remarked a tall, slender man, admiration creeping into his voice. That is Mu Zichin, the dream girl of countless boys at Zhonghai University. Can you believe he dares to speak to her like that? You don't know? That guy is Lu Yang. He was the one who acted bravely last year and nearly got stabbed by a thug, replied a short, stout man, his beady eyes darting with intrigue. Let us go, he concluded, beckoning the tall man to leave the playground. Lu Yang paid no heed to the brief interlude. After completing 10 laps, he finally felt a hint of fatigue. His body not only felt rejuvenated, but also seemed to have been enhanced. After all, the former Lu Yang would have never had the stamina to run 10 laps in the early morning. It's time to eat. Glancing at the time, Lu Yang made his way to the cafeteria. Zhonghai University boasts several dining halls, each distinctly categorized by price. In his previous life, Lu Yang's breakfast typically consisted of 2 meat buns and a bowl of wontons, costing him a mere $1.50. Such fare was already considered quite decent at Zhonghai University, given Lu Yang's reasonably comfortable background. Many students would make do with a single steamed bun accompanied by complimentary soup and pickled vegetables brought from home. However, the present Lu Yang was different. The meat buns that once seemed appealing now appeared somewhat lackluster. This time, he chose not to visit his usual cafeteria, but instead opted for the most expensive establishment on campus known for its pan-fried buns, reputed to have a century-old legacy. 4 pan-fried buns and a bowl of wontons set him back $6, quadrupling his usual expenditure. Yet, Lu Yang was unconcerned by such trivialities. After packing breakfast for his roommate, he meandered back to the dormitory, just as the others were rising from their slumber. Today marked an early start at 8 o'clock. Pan-fried buns. Are you treating us, Yanga? In their dormitory, the breakfast custom typically consisted of meat buns at a moderate price. However, this tradition was primarily applicable to the other 3 members aside from Chun Yi-Ba. Compared to the others, Chun Yi-Ba's living expenses overshadowed theirs entirely. Even the combined allowances of the 3 did not equal his. Thus, when Chun Yi-Ba was the early riser, he often returned with pan-fried buns without asking for their money, leading them to assume Lu Yang was treating them upon seeing his bounty. I want to be going to the 8 o'clock class. Brothers, please cover for me. Lu Yang indicated that he had indeed lost interest in university courses and planned to attend fewer classes in the future, necessitating his roommate's assistance at times. Sure, Chen Yiba replied nonchalantly. As a minor mine owner from Jin province, his ample living expenses afforded him considerable social leverage among classmates. Assisting with attendance was a trivial matter in his eyes. Yangzi, you aren't going to see Susan, are you? Su Chu, freshly groomed and seated, raised a brow at Lu Yang, who had donned formal attire. He had never seen Lu Yang so dressed up. Yes, I'm planning to propose to Susan, Lu Yang responded casually. Chen Yiba mid-sip sprayed water from his nostrils upon hearing Lu Yang's words. You must be joking. Are you planning to apologize to Susan? Just a jest. I have an appointment with a senior to handle some business, Lu Yang clarified. He had arranged to meet with a senior who was interning at a futures company. Since Lu Yang had resolved to engage in a National Copper Reserve incident, he needed to set up a futures account. While such matters could be directly handled at the futures company, Lu Yang understood that familiarity could offer various conveniences. Additionally, to maximize the efficacy of his funds, the support of the futures company was indispensable. After all, opening an account and purchasing futures required not only a margin for the exchange, but also a margin demanded by the futures company, the amount of which would depend on negotiations. Furthermore, transaction fees had to be discussed with the company. Having a connection made the process much smoother. After bidding farewell to his roommates, Lu Yang departed the campus. Chapter Enam, Lu Yang, Ascoundrel. Just as Lu Yang exited the campus, a post quietly emerged on the school forum, titled Is it a breakup or a change of heart? The unusual life of Lu Yang. The content revealed that this morning, Lu Yang had arranged to run with Mu Zichen on the playground, praising her legs and expressing his fondness for them. Subsequently, Mu Zichen, her face flushed with embarrassment, left. In light of the news from yesterday's forum regarding Lu Yang and Susan's breakup, the once valiant young man had vanished, replaced by a callous philanderer. Given Lu Yang's notoriety on the school forum, his acts of bravery and subsequent relationship with Susan, followed by their split, garnered tremendous attention. Thus, upon the post's release, it swiftly claimed the top spot on the forum's trending list. You can't possibly stop him from pursuing someone better than you. A sarcastic remark echoed. A man, having been toyed with by girls too many times, began to morph into a comedic figure. Ah, no wonder Lu Yang and Susan broke up. May the scoundrel perish. One girl lamented. What a role model for us. Who has Lu Yang's contact information? I wish to become his disciple. A generous reward awaits upon success. This sentiment stemmed from envy over Lu Yang's practical abilities. Stay tuned for updates. I doubt Mu Zichen could ever fall for someone like Lu Yang. Another voice chimed in. How could Mu Zichen possibly like a guy like him? A devoted admirer of Mu Zichen protested. Exactly. What is Lu Yang? That he should even be associated with our Zichen? Echoed another. The storyteller deserves the worst. Zichen told me she wouldn't date during college. Lamented a veteran admirer who had faced multiple rejections from Mu Zichen. I must go comfort Susan properly, exclaimed an infatuated admirer, blinded by affection. How can my dear Susan ever fancy someone like him? Another indignantly asserted, defending Susan's honor. I am willing to pay a high price for Susan's QQ number, added a tongue-in-cheek admirer, lamenting the lack of affection directed at Susan. At that moment, Mu Zichen was in her dormitory practicing yoga, stretching after a morning run, which greatly aided in maintaining her physique. Zichen, you've gone viral on a campus forum. A sudden voice rang out in their dorm. What's the fuss? Zichen has always been popular on the forum. Another roommate replied dismissively. No, Zichen, you must see this. There's a post claiming you and Lu Yang went for a morning run together, and you blushed afterward. Zichen, are you truly dating Lu Yang? Hearing her roommate's outrageous account, Mu Zichen abandoned her yoga practice, hurriedly rising to see what the forum was proclaiming. Mu Zichen had decided against pursuing a romantic relationship during her college years, as she felt her peers did not meet her standards. The entrepreneurial ventures of those opening bubble tea shops or hot pot restaurants were trivial. They were merely small-time business owners with no significant prospects. Even the wealth of the privileged students was quite limited, as most still relied on monthly allowances from their families. Thus, Mu Zichen had publicly declared her intention to avoid romantic entanglements during college, in order to establish a pristine reputation. This way, when she encountered influential figures in the future, she would have some leverage. Should Lu Yang shatter this reputation, it would be a substantial loss for her. Upon observing the wildly popular post on the campus forum, Mu Zichen felt a surge of anger. What is this nonsense? Meeting for a run. And my legs look good? Shanshan, may I borrow your computer to respond? After reading the post, Mu Zichen realized she needed to address the situation. Otherwise, the rumors would spread like wildfire, and what began as mere speculation would devolve into scandal. Sure, go ahead, Shanshan replied, yielding her spot upon hearing Mu Zichen's request. In the current college environment, computers were not yet ubiquitous, particularly in female dormitories, where few were available. Coming from a modest background, Mu Zichen certainly did not own one. Hello, everyone. This is Mu Zichen, and I do not know Lu Yang. Please refrain from spreading these baseless rumors. Thank you. Meanwhile, Lu Yang, having just departed from school, remained oblivious to the commotion on the campus forum. Lu Yang Sr., whom he met during his injury recovery, was the vice president of the student council and had been tasked with visiting Lu Yang by several school officials. This led to a burgeoning acquaintance between them. The senior, now in his 4th year, was on the verge of graduation and had secured a position at a futures company, already beginning to familiarize himself with the work. Hailing a taxi, Lu Yang promptly made his way to his destination, the Guotai Futures Company in the East New District. As a key area for development in Zhonghai City, and even recognized nationally, the East New District had begun to resemble a financial hub, a stark contrast to the dilapidated surroundings of the school. Soon, Lu Yang arrived at his destination. Good day, sir. What services may I assist you with today? As Lu Yang entered the lobby of the Futures Company, a well-groomed staff member in uniform approached him. For the sales representatives at a futures company, every client was invaluable, which had cultivated a commendable service ethos. No need to worry about me. I have an appointment, Lu Yang replied, prompting the staff member to retreat awkwardly, having initially thought there might be business to discuss. Just as Lu Yang was about to call Shanshan, a tall man in uniform, with a slightly darker complexion, approached him. This was Shanshan, the vice president of the student council at Zhonghai University, a prominent figure on campus. Junior, you've arrived, Shanshan exclaimed upon seeing Lu Yang in formal attire, his eyes reflecting a momentary surprise, quickly replaced by composure. He had intended to step outside for a look, yet was surprised to see Lu Yang enter. Yes, just arrived. As Lu Yang regarded the tall man with a slightly darker skin tone, memories from his previous life flooded back. During Lu Yang's period of despondency, following his breakup with Susan, Shanshan, already graduated, had made a special trip to the school to offer him encouragement. At that time, however, Lu Yang had been utterly indifferent, wallowing in his own despair. For over a year, Lu Yang had barely attended any classes, teetering on the brink of academic dismissal. Fortunately, buoyed by his heroic reputation, he managed to graduate after making amends with the principal, thanks to the latter's intervention. However, many school leaders who had once held Lu Yang in high regard abandoned him as he spiraled downward. Otherwise, Lu Yang could have graduated and remained at the university to develop his career, especially since his act of bravery coincided with the preparations for the university's centenary celebrations. Countless leaders who had emerged from Zhonghai University were closely monitoring the institution, aware that any scandal could have dire consequences. It was uncertain how many of the current school leaders could securely retain their positions. This was the reason behind the abundance of condolences Lu Yang received from the school officials, as he had truly risked his life to safeguard their careers. It is only natural for them to extend their condolences to Lu Yang. Chapter 7. Opening an account subsequently, Shanshan led Lu Yang into a conference room. Junior, what has prompted you to suddenly consider opening a futures account? Trading futures is not a trivial endeavor, Shanshan remarked while pouring a glass of water for Lu Yang. Both Shanshan and Lu Yang were students of the School of Economics, and he was certain that Lu Yang was well aware of the inherent risks associated with futures trading. Since we are students of the School of Economics, it is only fitting that we dip our toes into the financial markets, Lu Yang replied, displaying a sense of ambition. Following this, Shanshan began the process of opening the account for Lu Yang. Normally, there would be a review period for futures account openings, but with Shanshan's assistance, these formalities were rendered unnecessary. Junior, do you wish to transfer funds into your futures account now? Currently, deposits can only be made at banks or futures companies, which is far more cumbersome than in later years. Please transfer 3 million, Lu Yang said, handing over his pre-prepared bank card. Having ended his relationship with Shanshan early, he still had a substantial amount of prize money from his act of bravery, ensuring his financial comfort. Thus, Lu Yang decided to transfer the entire 3 million into his futures account. 300? That won't facilitate much trading, Shanshan casually remarked as he accepted Lu Yang's card. Lu Yang's account opening was already helping boost Shanshan's work performance. Whether or not trading occurred was of little concern to him. Senior, it's 3 million. Lu Yang corrected him with a wry smile. Understanding Lu Yang's family background, Shanshan did not dwell on the 3 million. What, 3 million? Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, Shanshan nearly leapt in astonishment. Senior, just transfer the funds, and you will see, Lu Yang replied. Shanshan tentatively used Lu Yang's bank card to transfer 3 million to the futures company's account. It has been successful, Junior. Initially, Shanshan intended to inquire about the source of Lu Yang's funds. as he had some understanding of Liu Yang's family circumstances and knew that this money could not have come from him. However, he hesitated to pursue the matter further, recognizing that discussions involving money were particularly sensitive. Upon hearing Hong Shan's abrupt stop, Liu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He understood what Hong Shan was curious about, but felt somewhat embarrassed to outright mention it as a parting gift. Fortunately, Hong Shan did not press on. Junior, you seem prepared for a significant endeavor. However, I must advise you to exercise caution, as the futures market is fraught with risks. Hong Shan said after a moment of contemplation. I am aware, Liu Yang replied, fully cognizant of Hong Shan's concerns. However, for someone like him, who had been reborn, the futures market posed little threat. Senior, what is the margin requirement at your company? Liu Yang inquired after the transfer was completed. He understood that many futures companies set a certain margin ratio to safeguard their funds from being adversely affected by clients' accounts being liquidated. Yet, to maximize his profits, Liu Yang needed to minimize this margin requirement. To his knowledge, there were futures companies during this era that, in order to retain major clients, did not impose additional margins beyond what was required by the futures exchange. Liu Yang was uncertain whether Guotai Futures Company had such a policy. For typical newcomers, we charge an additional 5 margin. However, since you are considered a significant client, we can negotiate, Hong Shan replied. Please wait here while I consult with the manager. It should be possible to reduce it. With that, Hong Shan rose and made his way to the manager's office. After knocking on the door and hearing an invitation to enter, he stepped inside. Hong Shan, what brings you here? A stern-faced, middle-aged man inquired upon seeing him. Manager Yang, I have a junior who just opened a futures account. He wishes to request a reduction in the margin requirement. What would be a suitable amount? Hong Shan articulated. By the way, he has deposited 3 million into the account, he added casually, knowing that this detail would bolster his request. Initially, Manager Yang seemed indifferent, but upon hearing the mention of 3 million, he was taken aback. After all, according to Hong Shan, the account holder was merely a student. Yet here was someone capable of investing such a substantial sum in futures, indicating a wealthy background. Let's apply the lowest standard of 2 for him. Manager Yang suggested after some deliberation. In the East District, 3 million was not particularly remarkable, but when combined with the identity of a student, it garnered Manager Yang's attention. Manager, I have heard that some futures companies are now implementing a zero-margin policy for select major clients. Shall we consider this as well? Hong Shan proposed, aiming to secure further benefits for Liu Yang. Regarding that, Manager Yang mused, eventually acquiescing. Let be a gesture of goodwill. Besides, the zero-margin policy should soon be rolled out at Guotai Company. As the manager of a futures company in the East District, Manager Yang held significant influence within Guotai. Very well, I concur. Let your junior be the first client in our Guotai East District Futures branch to enjoy a zero-margin policy. Thank you, Manager. Upon hearing Manager Yang's agreement, Hong Shan expressed his gratitude, pleasantly surprised by the support he received. This was indeed invigorating for someone on the brink of entering the workforce. Junior, our manager has approved it. Your account will not incur any additional margin requirements during trading, Hong Shan announced. And Liu Yang could not help but smile at the news. A zero margin meant that he could significantly increase his holding capacity, translating to greater profits. May I utilize your trading room? Of course, Junior. Are you prepared to place your orders? Hong Shan inquired as he guided Liu Yang to the trading room, which was only necessary during trading sessions. I have been ready. Otherwise, why would I rush to open an account? Liu Yang retorted, adeptly logging into his account on the computer. His target was, of course, copper futures. Chapter 8. Full investment in copper futures upon opening the futures software. Liu Yang immediately selected copper futures. Today marked the first day of June, and copper futures had plummeted by 3 points, causing a stir among traders. At present, those engaged in copper futures remain oblivious to the impending surge in Shanghai copper prices. However, Liu Yang, endowed with memories from past life, is acutely aware that starting tomorrow, the price of Shanghai copper will soar for several consecutive days. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Liu Yang boldly invested his entire capital at an average price of 29,900, leaving no funds uncommitted. Were outsiders to witness Liu Yang's audacious maneuver, they would undoubtedly deem him mad, for the exchange requires only a 10% margin. The price at which Liu Yang purchased was 14,950 per contract, and after deducting transaction fees, he secured a substantial 200 contracts of Shanghai copper futures. Presently, no one can fathom the frenzy that is about to unfold in the copper market. Currently, the price for one contract of Shanghai copper stands at 29,800, while projections for May of next year suggest a peak price of 85,550, representing a staggering increase of 187, with minimal retracement in between. Only those versed in futures trading comprehend the magnitude of the profit this entails. How do you find our trading room? Upon ushering Lu Yang into the trading room, Shanshan turned to pour him a cup of tea, thus missing Lu Yang's astonishing trading activity. It is quite satisfactory, indeed, Lu Yang replied. If the trading room of a futures company in the East District were subpar, where else in the country could one find an acceptable environment? Here, enjoy some tea, Shanshan said, offering the cup while subconsciously glancing at Lu Yang's trading interface. As Lu Yang reached for the tea, preparing to take a sip, Shanshan's exclamation pierced the air. Junior, have you lost your mind? He gawked at Lu Yang's trading screen, unable to contain his shock. Others in the trading room, drawn by Shanshan's outburst, turned their attention toward Lu Yang, some internally berating the reckless youth for his lack of prudence. Realizing he had disturbed the others, Shanshan hastily apologized, before returning to Lu Yang. Junior, have you not yet studied the principles of futures trading? Observing Lu Yang's bold molfes. Even Shanshan felt a headache coming on. Despite his own lengthy internship at the futures company, he had never witnessed someone so audaciously commit all their capital to a single asset, particularly with no funds left to cushion against potential losses. If the price of Shanghai copper were to drop by 2 or 3 points, the company's risk control would mandate that Lu Yang increase his margin. Should he be unable to provide sufficient funds, the company would liquidate a portion of his position, transforming unrealized losses into tangible ones. The future's course seems to be yet to come, Shanshan mused, though he deemed this irrelevant. What are your thoughts on the future trajectory of Shanghai copper? Although Lu Yang's account was of no concern to him, Shanshan found himself sweating with anxiety. He regretted bringing this junior to open an account. Fearing the potential disaster of a margin call, 3 million was at stake. In contrast, Lu Yang sipped his tea, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Shanshan, seemingly unperturbed by the gravity of the situation. Junior, how can you still be smiling? Shanshan thought to himself, feeling akin to an anxious courtier fretting over the emperor's calm demeanor. Very well, let the chips fall where they may, he resolved. Lu Yang was an adult and must take responsibility for his actions. You have a strong conviction in Shanghai copper, I see, Shanshan quailed. Only to realize the folly of his question. Lu Yang's full investment implied a robust belief in the asset's upward movement. Indeed, I foresee a magnificent surge in Shanghai copper, Lu Yang declared, recalling the tumultuous National Reserve copper incident from his previous life, which had indeed been remarkable, albeit costly for the state. With a sigh, Lu Yang's exhalation caused Shanshan's complexion to pale. Junior, your sigh instills me with no confidence. Fear not, Lu Yang reassured him. If you trust my judgment, you might consider dabbling in a few contracts of Shanghai copper. The returns could be quite favorable. Lu Yang held Shanshan in high regard, which was why he had chosen to open an account with him. Let it be. I have no funds to invest. Shanshan replied sincerely. The earnings of ordinary employees at the futures company were modest, and as an intern, Shanshan was even more financially constrained. Each contract of Shanghai copper approached 15,000 yuan, rendering it impossible for him to purchase even a single contract without family assistance. Even with familial support, he could scarcely afford more than a couple of contracts, as his family, despite his father's leadership position, was merely a working-class household with limited income. You have missed a golden opportunity, Lu Yang jested lightly before preparing to depart. Having already invested in Shanghai copper, he felt no need to linger over subsequent developments, as he was well aware of the forthcoming price trends and could afford to check in occasionally. Are you leaving, Junior? Shanshan asked as he noticed Lu Yang getting up. Yes, I must return to school. There are matters to attend to, Lu Yang responded. In truth, there was little of significance awaiting him at school, but it was far preferable to the smoky confines of the trading room. Since he had no need to monitor the market, he would not waste time in such an environment. Very well, allow me to see you out, Shanshan offered, rising to escort Lu Yang to the exit of the trading hall. Had Lu Yang not declined, Shanshan would have insisted on arranging a taxi for him. Regardless, with Lu Yang's 3 million investment, Shanshan's performance for the month was secure, making his desire to express gratitude quite reasonable. Upon returning to the trading hall, Shanshan found himself surrounded by curious colleagues. After all, a 3 million yuan order was a rarity, particularly when its youthful proprietor was a strikingly handsome young man. This stirred excitement among the employees of the futures company, prompting several young women who had previously overlooked Shanshan to approach him, eager to glean insights about Lu Yang. Though Lu Yang preferred to keep his information private, such discretion was impractical in this era. The protection of client information at futures companies was far inferior to that of later years, and even in those times, confidentiality was often elusive. Chapter 9. Susan's Breakdown. Lu Yang remained blissfully unaware of the commotion surrounding Shanshan. He had already settled into a taxi heading back to school. It must be said, taxi fares this year are exorbitantly high, with the prices of Shanghai taxis bearing little difference from those of the future. However, the current prices of houses have diverged from those of the future by more than tenfold. This stark contrast highlights the exorbitance of taxi fares today, akin to the inflated costs of housing in the future. Yangzi, you're back. By the time Lu Yang returned to the dormitory, it was already noon. His dorm mates were sprawled on their beds, resting. Yet upon hearing the sound of the door opening, all three of their gazes instantly converged on Lu Yang. What is the matter? Lu Yang was somewhat bewildered by his roommate's unusual behavior. Did something happen during class this morning? This was the only possibility that came to his mind. Although attendance was often taken casually, allowing others to sign in for one another, there were instances when the teacher was quite serious about it. In such cases, his roommates would be powerless to assist. It's all right. There was no roll call in class today, Su Chu interjected upon hearing Lu Yang's words. However, despite this reassurance, the trio's eyes remained fixated on Lu Yang. What is it that you're all so concerned about? Sensing the peculiar demeanor of his three roommates, Lu Yang, a man who had lived over 60 years across 2 lifetimes, felt a twinge of anxiety. Yangzi, you must have broken up with Susan, right? The self-proclaimed elder brother of the dorm, Chun Yibo, was the first to broach the topic of gossip. Yes, that's correct. Didn't I tell you all yesterday? Lu Yang replied, somewhat perplexed by Chun Yibo's inquiry. Could be that Susan had come by. However, recalling Susan's personality, he found that unlikely. You went for a run on the playground this morning, didn't you? Ignoring Lu Yang's confusion, Chun Yibo continued questioning. Yes, I did go for a morning jog. I even brought you all lunch. Lu Yang was increasingly baffled. Was Mu Zichin with you during your morning run? Chun Yibo pressed on. Mu Zichin. Well, sort of. I followed her for a while. Lu Yang recalled the exquisite calves he had seen earlier that morning, inevitably picturing Mu Zichin's stunning face. See? I told you Yangzi wouldn't break up with Susan for no reason. It turns out he has a new target. Chun Yibo exclaimed to the other two. After class that morning, they had learned about a post on the campus forum. Qin Fei and Su Chu believed that Lu Yang was not that kind of person. Although he had broken up with Susan, the reason surely had nothing to do with Mu Zichin. Conversely, Chun Yibo posited that Lu Yang must have a new romantic interest to have ended things with Susan. After all, in terms of looks and physique, Mu Zichin certainly surpassed Susan. However, when considering family background, Susan was far superior to Mu Zichin. Is that true? Su Chu regarded Lu Yang with skepticism, feeling that he was not that sort of person. When Su Chu had just started attending university, he had struggled to adapt, and Lu Yang had helped him immensely. Coupled with Lu Yang's heroic deeds, Su Chu had always held his character in high regard. Could it be that Lu Yang truly was a scoundrel? Su Chu found it hard to believe. What on earth are you all talking about? Lu Yang was incensed at his roommate's antics. There was a post on the school forum this morning stating that you jogged with Mu Zichin and even praised her legs. Some people claim to have seen you touch her. Qin Fei explained, his bewilderment evident. This is getting ridiculous. I did see Mu Zichin this morning, but that was pure coincidence. Jogging together? I know Mu Zichin, but she certainly doesn't know me, Lu Yang retorted, unable to contain his frustration. In truth, if Lu Yang had made this statement before that day, it would have been entirely uncontroversial. At that time, Mu Zichin had indeed not known him. Although she was aware of a heroic figure at the school who had been severely injured, she had no knowledge of his identity, name, or appearance. However, the situation had changed. With the forum post gaining traction, Mu Zichin had begun to form a preliminary understanding of the audacious man she had encountered that morning. Subsequently, Lu Yang logged into the school forum, eager to uncover the truth behind the uproar. Although Mu Zichin had already issued a denial that morning, her words were elegantly disregarded by their peers. The topic had evolved from Lu Yang and Mu Zichin's alleged morning jog to claims of Lu Yang touching her leg, culminating in the assertion that he had broken up with Susan for Mu Zichin. The discussion now pivoted to the question of whom one would choose between Susan and Mu Zichin. Both women had their own factions of supporters at the school, and neither side was willing to concede defeat. Look at the face, the legs, the figure. Which choice isn't obvious? Declared Mu Zichin supporters. Yet, this was not without merit. Mu Zichin had always possessed commendable attributes, and to maintain her physique and beauty, she adhered to a nearly stringent regimen. This included morning runs, yoga, sun protection, a light diet, and early bedtimes. Thanks to her dedication, Mu Zichin's natural attributes were indeed outstanding. While Susan was also attractive, she lacked Mu Zichin's determination. Late nights were a norm for her, and she had never engaged in morning runs or yoga. As a result, her upkeep paled in comparison to Mu Zichin's. Regardless of the time, Mu Zichin consistently presented her best self. TSK. To me, Mu Zichin seems like a programmed robot. What fun could there be in being with someone like that? Susan is far more suitable, opined one of Susan's supporters. Brother, if you're interested in Susan's family background, just say so, What s with this nonsense about life being fun? Remarked another supporter of Mu Zichin, showcasing their formidable argumentative prowess. In just a single morning, the post had garnered over 1,000 replies, underscoring the strength of both Susan and Mu Zichin support groups. While Lu Yang, the subject of the gossip, scrolled through the forum with amusement, the other two parties involved were seething with resentment. Due to the recent breakup, Susan was in a foul mood and had opted not to attend school that day. Nevertheless, as the forum buzzed with activity, she learned about the post from her peers. Upon seeing comments that suggested Lu Yang had ended things with her because of Mu Zichin, Susan's fair complexion flushed red with anger. So it's you, Lu Yang. No wonder you want to break up with me. How could you do this? Auntie speak to you again. Having been abruptly cast aside by Lu Yang the previous day, Susan finally pinpointed the reason behind their breakup. The mere thought that Lu Yang had ended their relationship for another woman caused tears to stream down Shanshan's cheeks. In her heart, Lu Yang still remained the boy who had once risked his life to save her. How could she possibly not feel heartbroken? At that moment, her mother entered the room, calling out for Shanshan to come to dinner. What are you doing? I called you several times for dinner, and you didn't even hear me? Sue's mother grumbled as she stepped inside. Upon entering, she noticed her daughter's reddened eyes. Oh dear, why are you crying again? Seeing her daughter in such distress made Sue's mother feel a pang of regret for having sought Lu Yang out the previous day to urge him to break up with Shanshan. That Lu Yang, did you really have to agree to the breakup just because I told you to? Could you not have been more resolute? Children from poor families simply cannot resist temptation. If you had truly committed to Shanshan, what would 3 million be worth? Sue's mother inwardly lamented. However, she maintained a facade of comfort, assuring Shanshan that she would help her find someone better. Lu Yang doesn't want me anymore. He has fallen for someone else. No wonder he broke up with me. Mommy, could you help me find Lu Yang? I don't want to break up with him. Shanshan sobbed as she pointed to a post on the computer. Sue's mother approached the screen and casually skimmed through the post, feeling a surge of anger. No wonder Lu Yang had so readily agreed to the breakup when she had asked. It turned out there was someone else involved. Some people are inherently contradictory. Despite having persuaded Lu Yang to end things with Shanshan, Sue's mother was now displeased. It was truly unreasonable. Furthermore, upon seeing numerous comments on the forum asserting that Mu Zichin was more beautiful than Shanshan, her anger intensified. One comment read, "Brothers, stop being delusional. What is there to compare? The outcome is already apparent. Can you surpass Lu Yang's authority? Since he chose Mu Zichin, isn't the winner clear?" Upon reading this, Sue's mother could no longer contain herself. Her daughter was no less than anyone else. Mom, is Mu Zichin really better than me in every way? Observing Shanshan's tear-streaked face, Sue's mother realized that her daughter was still unable to let go of Lu Yang. Given the circumstances, Sue's mother decided to reveal to Shanshan what she had said to Lu Yang the previous day. Originally, Sue's mother intended to keep her interference in her daughter's life a secret, hoping that Shanshan would move on quickly and that she could bury yesterday's events in her heart for a lifetime. After all, this was her first time intervening so forcefully in her daughter's life, and she did not wish for Shanshan to know of her involvement. However, in order to help Shanshan see Lu Yang's true nature and encourage her to abandon the scoundrel, Sue's mother ultimately decided to speak up. Are you saying that you gave Lu Yang 3 million, and that is why he broke up with me? Shanshan asked incredulously upon hearing her mother's words. She could hardly believe that a mere 3 million could reduce their relationship to ashes. After all, 3 million was no small fortune. A person like Lu Yang might never earn such an amount in his lifetime. Shanshan, I must say, you need to reassess your judgment in choosing such a person. Someone who has never encountered wealth will inevitably be obsessed with money. If you had chosen Su Jiejun, do you think he would give you up for 3 million? Chapter 10. The Dream of the Chubby One, the Uncrowned King of Campus. Sue's mother departed, leaving Shanshan alone in her room. Lu Yang, he hate you. With her eyes ablaze, Shanshan shouted, evidently consumed by rage. In her view, Lu Yang's abandonment for financial reasons was far more detestable than his infatuation with Mu Zichin. Little did Shanshan know, Lu Yang was completely oblivious to her feelings. Even if he were aware, it would not affect him. To Lu Yang, Shanshan was no longer the beloved girlfriend of his youth, but merely an ex-girlfriend who had discarded him over 2 decades ago. What feelings could possibly remain? The following morning, Lu Yang awoke early once again, just as he had the previous day. The weather in Zhonghai had grown quite warm, yet the temperature during his morning run was pleasantly suitable. Upon arriving at the playground, Lu Yang sensed that something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint what it was. Dismissing the feeling, he continued his run as usual. At that moment, on the lawn in the center of the playground, 2 individuals were whispering and pointing at Lu Yang. Why on earth did you drag me along this early? The tall, slender man remarked with a hint of exasperation at the enthusiastic chubby one beside him. Did you see? My post on the campus forum has garnered over 8,000 views and nearly 3,000 comments. This is the power of gossip. If I had gotten up early, how could I secure this first-hand information? The show is about to begin, the chubby one exclaimed, gesturing towards the entrance of the playground. Not only did he arrive early, but he also brought 2 cameras, one for each of them. You keep an eye on Lu Yang, and I'll watch Mu Zichin. The moment they interact, we capture it. The chubby one asserted, eager to obtain the first scoop of gossip and become the pioneer of no photo, no truth at Zhonghai University. As Mu Zichin entered the playground, the tall, slender man followed the chubby one's gaze toward the entrance. Wearing a light yellow t-shirt and black shorts, Mu Zichin's long, elegant legs appeared exceptionally fair against the dark fabric. Her legs were straight and proportionate, her slender ankles exuding strength, and her every step seemed to carry a unique rhythm that captivated onlookers. In the face of such beauty, both men felt their eyes nearly pop out. Upon stepping into the playground, Mu Zichin sensed a discomfort, as if someone were observing her. Instinctively, she glanced toward the lawn in the center, where the tall, slender man and the chubby one were stationed. As soon as their eyes met, both men hurriedly averted their gazes, feigning nonchalance. Men, the small gestures of the tall, slender man and the chubby one could hardly escape Mu Zichin's notice. Having grown up under the gaze of countless admirers, she regarded those two who dared not even look her in the eye as mere novices. Ignoring them, Mu Zichin warmed up slightly before beginning her run. Generally indifferent to the attention of others, she even found some enjoyment in it. However, after just a few steps, she spotted someone she wished to avoid, Lu Yang. The name, which she had seen on the forum, brought back memories she would rather forget. Merely recalling the uproarious forum from yesterday, Mu Zichin couldn't help but feel a throbbing headache. It was all due to that post on the campus forum. Several boys from her entourage of admirers had approached her, inquiring whether the rumors circulating were indeed true. This band of foolish sycophants was truly exasperating. What did it matter to them whether it was true or not? Did they genuinely believe that being a sycophant could lead to a promotion? What a jest. Even the odds of a cat or dog earning a permanent position far exceeded that of a sycophant. As Mu Zichin jogged, she pondered the unfortunate events of the previous day. Lost in thought, she inadvertently twisted her ankle, nearly toppling over. Fortunately, at that very moment, she spotted Lu Yang running alongside her and instinctively reached out for him. Lu Yang, engrossed in contemplating the day's copper market trends while jogging on the track, was oblivious to his surroundings. Suddenly, a delicate, fair hand reached out towards him. Acting on instinct, he dodged. Thud! Ouch! Just as Lu Yang was relieved to have evaded the unexpected assault, he noticed Mu Zichin had fallen beside him. Are you all right? Do you need assistance? He asked, instinctively stepping back, sensing her displeasure. Mu Zichin was on the verge of exploding. It was absurd. She could have avoided falling if Lu Yang hadn't dodged her. In her 20 years, she had never encountered such an outrageous situation where a man would actually recoil from her. Moreover, after her fall, Lu Yang had the audacity to take a step back while speaking. Was she truly that terrifying? Thankfully, she had managed to brace herself with her hands during the fall, leaving only minor abrasions on her palms, while her exquisitely smooth legs remained unharmed. That was the only bit of good news. Ignoring Lu Yang's inquiry, Mu Zichin stubbornly rose to her feet. However, feeling the pain radiating from her left ankle, she realized she couldn't walk for the time being. Casting a glance around, Mu Zichin reluctantly turned her gaze back to Lu Yang. Lu Yang, do you have a phone? She asked, somewhat embarrassed. She intended to call her roommate for assistance on the track. However, in this era, mobile phones were not inexpensive, and for someone from a modest background like Mu Zichin, it felt somewhat extravagant. Therefore, she typically used the landline in her dormitory when needing to make a call. Yes, here you go, Lu Yang replied, feeling a twinge of guilt for his earlier actions, and handed his phone to Mu Zichin. Did you get all on camera? Asked the chubby boy beside the tall, slender one. He had a premonition that this was going to be another sensational story. Once he posted it on the campus forum, the views and replies would surely skyrocket. At that moment, he mused about who could rival him as the unacknowledged king of Zhonghai University, feeling a surge of excitement as his flesh quivered. I'll capture the tall, slender boy said, handing over the camera. His photography skills were commendable, as both he and the chubby boy were members of the school's photography club. Chapter 11, The Mentor of Dreams. After lending his phone to Mu Zichin, Lu Yang resumed his run. It wasn't that he lacked interest in her. He simply understood that the moment was not right. Mu Zichin was not one of those naive girls. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone through 4 years of university without a single romantic entanglement, not even a rumor. Her prowess was on a level that few could match. Watching Lu Yang jog away, Mu Zichen couldn't help but feel a mix of curiosity and annoyance. This rogue had praised her legs just yesterday, yet today, he had the audacity to leave her behind. What kind of person was he? Gazing at her swollen ankle, Mu Zichen felt a sense of weariness. When would a billionaire come to rescue her from his plight? She silently prayed. Before long, her roommate arrived at the track to help her back. Manuele Lu Yang, after completing his morning run, habitually brought breakfast for his roommates. Today, he had no intention of leaving the campus. Instead, he planned to immerse himself in the classroom, which he had long missed. Zhongai University Forum. A post had quietly gone viral. Was it a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? Once a hero saving the damsel, now merely a bystander. The undeniable connection between Lu Yang and Mu Zichen. Below the post were several photos taken by the tall, slender boy and the chubby boy that morning. These images were carefully selected from their morning shots. For instance, one depicted Lu Yang and Mu Zichen jogging side by side. Of course, they were not actually side by side. It was merely a matter of perspective. Another captured the moment Mu Zichen fell towards Lu Yang. Again, it was a perspective issue, making it appear as though she lunged at him, only for Lu Yang to evade. The last photo showed Mu Zichen sprawled on the track while Lu Yang instinctively stepped back. Judging solely by these images, the chubby boy's photography skills were indeed impressive. In a few years, he could easily become an editor-in-chief at UC. As soon as the chubby boy posted it, students idly browsing online began to notice. Sofa. A passerby chimed in. Upvote. Another onlooker queried. Oh, my goddess, it hurts. A member of Mu Zichen's fanbase lamented, seemingly a wannabe admirer. This is all fabricated. I asked Zichen yesterday, and she claims she doesn't know any Lu Yang. Declared a seasoned admirer from Mu Zichen's entourage. If he could connect with Mu Zichen, it indicated his family had some financial means. Even if he didn't possess billions, tens of millions were certainly within reach. This individual was already among the lower tier of Mu Zichen's admirers. For example, Lu Yang's roommate, Chun Yibo, would rank lowly in Mu Zichen's admiration hierarchy. Some admirers were quite skilled at deceiving themselves. If this was considered inconsequential, then were the students sneaking into the woods merely ordinary classmates? Perhaps it was a rationalist disguised as a supporter of Susan, especially since Susan had evidently fared poorly in the previous confrontation. Compared to Mu Zichen, Susan's campus fanbase was noticeably smaller. Besides the disparities in personal attributes, a significant factor was that Susan had not established a support group. Mu Zichen, on the other hand, had a formidable backing composed of her admirers, making her fighting force exceptionally strong. Seeking Lu Yang's contact information, wishing to become a mentee, the mentorship fee is negotiable. This was evidently hitting the nail on the head. In this world, one must learn a craft. Otherwise, one would be relegated to mere manual labor. Seeking a mentor. Seeking a mentor. Seeking a mentor. Upon discovering this method of apprenticeship, many idle souls on the school forum were suddenly roused from their slumber. If they could learn even a trick or two from Lu Yang, perhaps they would no longer need to spend their days aimlessly surfing the web, and could instead venture out into the world. Of course, at this moment, Lu Yang remained blissfully unaware that he had once again become the star of the campus forum, a sought-after mentor for countless surfing enthusiasts. He was currently gazing at the teacher at the podium, his eyes devoid of focus. After nearly 20 years away from the classroom, returning was evidently no simple task. Each character on the blackboard felt familiar, yet when pieced together, they created a sense of confusion for Lu Yang. How could it be that he, once a diligent student, found himself in such a predicament? Lu Yang felt a twinge of indignation. It was worth noting that his admission to Zhonghai University from an ordinary county had already proven his capabilities. Thankfully, grades held little significance now. How could he allow such trivial matters to affect his mood in this second chance at life? With a flicker of thought, he felt a sense of liberation. Lu Yang surrendered to the moment. While Lu Yang squandered time in class, Shanshan was left astounded by the surging copper futures market today. Junior, today's copper futures are looking splendid. It seems you are poised to make a profit. The copper futures have risen by 0.5. Are you considering closing part of your position? A 0.5 rise in copper futures indicated that Lu Yang's 3 million had already garnered a profit of 150,000. To Shanshan, this was an impressive trade. Junior, it's insane. Copper is soaring. It jumped 1 at the opening. Junior, it's at 1.5. Your unrealized gains have reached 450,000. Should you lock in some profits? Junior, 2. My heavens, it's 600,000. Are you still in class? Please respond. Junior, please reply quickly. Although the surge is robust, the risk of a pullback is significant. I await your command. I'm here at the trading room, keeping a close watch. Observing the towering red candlestick, Hongshan's admiration for Lu Yang overflowed. He had not anticipated that such a casual purchase yesterday would yield such substantial profits. Yet, seeing Liu Yang's impassive demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. What if Liu Yang was preoccupied with other matters and the copper prices fell before he could react? Naturally, Liu Yang was oblivious to Hong Shan's chaotic thoughts. Since the lecture felt like an incomprehensible scripture, he had already succumbed to sleep at his desk. His phone had also been set to silent before class, so he remained unaware of the messages and calls from Hong Shan. However, even if he had known, it would not have concerned him. The rise in copper futures was a foregone conclusion, unworthy of excessive contemplation. There was still ample time before he needed to close any positions. Chapter 12. Unrealized Gains and Increased Positions. Liu Yang was awakened by the ringing of the class dismissal bell. Rubbing his somewhat numb arms, he raised his head to glance at the teacher packing up their lesson plans and the classmates around him gathering their belongings and conversing in hushed tones. The classroom, familiar yet strange after a 20-year absence, stirred a sense of youthful exuberance within Liu Yang that brought a smile to his lips. He retrieved his Nokia phone, and as the screen illuminated, it was instantly inundated with notifications of unread messages and missed calls, all from Hong Shan. He opened Hong Shan's messages, a barrage of exclamation marks and numbers bombarding him. Junior, it's insane. Copper is soaring. It jumped 1 at the opening. Junior, it's at 1. 5. Your unrealized gains have reached 450,000. Should you lock in some profits? Junior, 2. My heavens, it's 600,000. Are you still in class? Please respond. Junior, see this message and reply quickly. Although the momentum is fierce, the risk of a pullback is significant. I await your orders. I'm here in the trading room, keeping a close eye on things. The last message was dated 10 minutes prior. Liu Yang raised an eyebrow and swiftly typed on his keyboard. Brother Hong, remain calm. This is merely the beginning. Everything is proceeding as anticipated. Hold steady. I will drop by before the market closes this afternoon. Thank you for your vigilance. With 3 million in capital and nearly 600,000 in unrealized gains. This was merely the outset. The tumultuous wave of the National Copper Reserve incident had only just begun to surface, far from reaching its most turbulent moment. With this thought, a surge of confidence in his ability to control his destiny welled up within Liu Yang. Was this the sensation of tackling problems after knowing the answers? Exhilarating. Yangzi, let us go eat. What are you so busy with? Don't tell me you're in touch with Susan. After class, Chun Yi-Ba and a few others exited the classroom, only to return upon discovering Liu Yang's absence. Seeing Liu Yang furiously tapping away at his phone keyboard, they couldn't help but tease him. Not all. I merely opened an account at the futures company yesterday, preparing to dip my toes into trading futures. Liu Yang had not concealed his intentions regarding futures trading from them. In fact, he hoped they would help spread word of his achievements across campus. As an economics student, having the title of a futures expert would undoubtedly facilitate various endeavors at school. What? His 3 roommates exclaimed in unison. They had not anticipated that Liu Yang, merely a freshman, was already preparing to enter the market, particularly the high-risk realm of futures trading. Yangzi, look over here. Chun Yi-Ba called out to Liu Yang. When Liu Yang turned his gaze in his direction, Chun Yi-Ba gave him a thumbs up. Yangzi, you're doing great. The other 2 joined in, praising Liu Yang enthusiastically. However, they showed no interest in how much Liu Yang had invested or what types of futures he was trading, nor whether he was gaining or losing. Perhaps they assumed Liu Yang was merely experimenting with the market. After all, they were in the economics department, and many students dabbled in stocks and futures. However, most of these individuals were upperclassmen who had completed their financial courses, making Liu Yang's foray as a freshman rather uncommon. Let us go, let us eat. With that, the group playfully bantered their way to the cafeteria. After lunch, Liu Yang chose not to return to the dormitory, but instead took a taxi directly to the Guitai Futures branch in the East New District. Today, Liu Yang didn't require Hong Shan to pick him up. Having just opened an account and deposited 3 million, Liu Yang left a profound impression on many of the sales representatives at Guitai Futures. Some of the self-proclaimed attractive representatives even attempted to flirt with him. Ignoring them, Liu Yang made his way straight to the trading room. Upon entering the trading room, Liu Yang immediately sensed an extraordinary atmosphere. Hong Shan was seated in the very spot Liu Yang occupied yesterday, fixated on the screen, his expression a mixture of excitement and tension. Several other traders occasionally glanced his way, their eyes filled with curiosity and intrigue. Junior, you finally arrived, Hong Shan exclaimed upon seeing him, as if he had spotted a savior, gesturing to the screen, displaying the still rising red candlestick. Look, it's still climbing, although the pace is slower than in the morning. The trend is incredibly stable. Your insight is remarkable, Hong Shan remarked in a lowered voice. The floating profit has already exceeded 700,000. The major players are buzzing about it, eager to uncover the identity of Boss Liu. Your true status should be hard to conceal now. I saw many people coming to open accounts yesterday. Although our company has been emphasizing confidentiality, the actual results have been rather dismal. Lu Yong calmly settled into his chair, casting a glance at the market trends. The leading futures contract for copper was steadfastly positioned above 30,700, surpassing his purchase price from the previous day by over 800 points. He smiled slightly. It matters not. If they know, they know. Senior brother, stay composed. This is merely the beginning. Could you pour me a cup of tea? Shanshan hurriedly obliged, his face brimming with admiration. Having interned for some time, he had encountered numerous significant clients, yet none exhibited the calmness, decisiveness, and terrifying accuracy of judgment that Lu Yong displayed. What was even more astonishing was Lu Yong's youth. Lu Yong logged into his account, gazing at the exhilarating figures, yet his heart remained serene. This was the dividend of rebirth, and it was merely the commencement. He retrieved his account information, tapping a few keys on the keyboard. As Shanshan returned with the tea, he happened to glimpse Lu Yong's operational interface, his eyes widening in astonishment. Junior, what are you doing? Lu Yong had just executed a substantial operation on the enormous floating profit, reinvesting his entire capital into copper futures at the current price. He was amplifying his gains through increased leverage. Taking the tea from Shanshan, he sipped it nonchalantly, speaking as if discussing the pleasant weather. The momentum in copper futures has yet to dissipate. A pullback signifies a prime opportunity to add to positions. Shanshan gasped in disbelief. While others hastily sought to secure their profits, this junior boldly reinvested his gains as principal. Such audacity and confidence were simply extraordinary. But the risks? Shanshan's voice trembled slightly. Reinvesting floating profits can lead to total loss. This is an age-old adage in futures trading. Shanshan had not anticipated that his seemingly reserved junior possessed such a fervent spirit. The risks are manageable, Lu Yong interjected, his gaze sharp. Trust in me. And in the market, the appetite of international traders is far from modest. He pointed to a recently displayed LME copper price chart and analysis report. Observing Lu Yang's unwavering conviction and then glancing at the data he could comprehend but would never dare to interpret or wager upon, Shanshan ultimately swallowed his words of caution. He had a vague sense that he was witnessing the emergence of a legend. Lu Yong remained at the futures company until the afternoon close. The copper futures ultimately rose by 38 points, and his account equity, principal plus floating profit, approached 420,000. The additional positions had also yielded considerable floating profits. He did not close his positions. Instead, he continued to use the profits to increase his stakes. In Shanshan's eyes, Lu Yong was nothing short of insane. As he departed the futures company, the setting sun bathed the towering buildings of the East New District in a golden hue. Lu Yong stood by the roadside, feeling the reassuring weight of the substantial figures in his bank and futures accounts. His first step in this rebirth had been remarkably smooth. Chapter 13. Lu Yang's reputation in ruins. Noticing the time was getting late, Lu Yong hailed a cab back to campus. The moment he stepped through the dormitory door, 3 pairs of eyes locked onto him. Instinctively, Lu Yong took a step back and checked the door number. What is wrong with you all? You nearly startled me, he exclaimed, looking at his roommates. Yangzi, you're incredible. The forum has exploded. You've truly become the campus pariah, Su Chu exclaimed, slapping Lu Yong on the back. His expression somewhat complex. Huh? What happened now? Lu Yong asked, momentarily confused. Breaking news. Mu Zichen has twisted her ankle. It's swollen like a bun, and her roommates had to help her back to the dorm. The forum is buzzing with accusations that you were heartless and did nothing to help her. They're calling you a scoundrel. Chun Yibo grinned as he explained, unable to contain his amusement. Upon hearing Chun Yibo's words, Lu Yong recalled the events of the morning. Is this really making it to the forum? Aren't they a bit idle? He then opened his computer and logged into the school forum. The top post was from the chubby guy that morning, and the second was from the day before. His wish to dominate the forum was soon to be fulfilled. Lu Yong clicked on the first post, and a sensational title along with the carefully chosen photos caught his eye. He saw the moment in the photo where he coldly turned away, leading to Mu Zichen's unfortunate fall. It seems my reputation is indeed in tatters, Lu Yong murmured. Having experienced the information explosion of the modern age, Lu Yong was well aware of the impact such photos could have. He glanced at the comments below. To his surprise, in addition to the critiques against him and the supportive remarks for Mu Zichen, one comment kept resurfacing. Seeking to be a disciple. Lu Yong had not expected that. Even before achieving financial freedom in his rebirth, he would be labeled as the archetypal scoundrel. I haven't done anything yet. He felt a sense of injustice. I must make amends. I can't be unjustly labeled a scoundrel, he resolved internally. As he perused the barrage of negative comments directed at him, Lu Yong remained largely unperturbed. In fact, he even smiled at some amusing remarks. How can you still be smiling? I heard Mu Zichin is on the verge of a meltdown. She has posted several clarifications about your relationship, insisting that you two have nothing to do with each other and that she merely twisted her ankle this morning. However, it seems the posts have sunk without a trace. And aside from her few devoted followers, hardly anyone is paying her any attention. Apparently, her devotees are threatening to deal with you. Suju Wen. That is fine. If they want to confront me on campus, they must not wish to continue their studies, Lu Yang replied, unfazed. After all, he had established a solid reputation with the school authorities. Anyone daring to confront him on campus would be courting disaster. Lu Yang, do you need me to contact the forum admin to delete or clarify the posts? I know someone in the student council's publicity department. If these posts remain up, it could tarnish your reputation. Qin Fei, appearing more composed, adjusted his glasses and suggested, thanks, Lao Qin, but there is no need. Deleting them will only make it seem like I'm guilty. Let the bullets fly for a while. Lu Yang waved his hand dismissively. This way, it could add a bit of amusement to his campus life. Zhonghai University. In dormitory 307 of Building 6 for girls, Mu Zichin leaned against the headboard, flipping through a book. Her injured left ankle was wrapped in bandages and propped up high, still throbbing with pain. Her delicate face bore little expression. The only sound that betrayed her emotions was the rustling of pages. Her face remained composed. She absolutely loathed the individual who had made the post. Although it had somewhat tarnished Lu Yang's reputation, it was of little consequence to her. What truly mattered was that once her classmates began associating her with Lu Yang, the carefully crafted persona she had built within the school would be rendered obsolete. Fortunately, someone from her circle of admirers had stepped forward, promising to assist in deleting the post. For now, she could only place her hopes there. As for her own explanation posted on the school forum, it had garnered no attention whatsoever. In this era, as well as in the future, people were indifferent to the truth. They only cared for entertainment. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the dormitory window, casting its first rays upon Lu Yang's face. As he opened his eyes, he felt the vitality surging within his youthful body, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. Habitually, he reached for his Nokia beside the pillow, only to find the illuminated screen inundated with unread messages. Almost all were from Shanshan, timestamped from last night's trading session up until just a few minutes ago. Junior, the night session copper has risen by 0.8. It has stabilized at 31,000. It's insane, truly insane. Junior, my unrealized gains have surpassed 400,000. Have you considered reducing your position to lock in some profits? The risk is too great. Junior, are you there? Reply when you see this. The market sentiment is extremely exuberant, but the technical indicators are somewhat overbought. Junior, the morning session has gapped up again. It's at 31,100. Unrealized gains are approaching 500,000. My goodness, are you still asleep? Lu Yang read the barrage of messages filled with exclamation marks and anxiety, chuckling to himself. He could easily picture Shanshan sitting in the trading room, eyes glued to the screen, finger hovering over the call button, torn between the urge to call and the fear of disturbing him. Taking his time, Lu Yang composed a response. Senior, remain calm. Everything is under control. The Feast of Copper has only just begun. This minor fluctuation is nothing to fear. Hold your position, as our goals remain far from achieved. I appreciate your vigilance. I will come by around noon. Recalling from memory, Lu Yang knew that copper prices would experience a correction in a few days. There was no need to contemplate anything else at this stage. Simply let the profits run. After sending the message, Lu Yang rose to freshen up. The 3 other occupants of the dormitory were still sound asleep. Clad in athletic wear, he quietly slipped out the door. Lu Yang had seemingly grown accustomed to morning runs since his rebirth, and he found it to be an excellent opportunity to clarify his thoughts. However, the atmosphere on the playground today felt somewhat peculiar. As Lu Yang stepped onto the track, he distinctly sensed more eyes upon him than the previous day. Whispers drifted through the air. Look, it's him, Lu Yang, the one from the forum? He dumped Su Shanshan and then abandoned Mu Zicheng. TSK. He looked rather dapper, but seems quite despicable. Keep your voice down. Don't let him hear you. I've heard he is quite formidable, willing to confront thugs. People on the forum claim they want to apprentice under him. They could form a battalion. Is that true? Lu Yang's brow furrowed slightly, but he did not pause his stride. Evidently, the incident from the playground yesterday had escalated on the forum, its impact surpassing his expectations. Yet, to a soul who had lived 2 lifetimes, this level of public scrutiny felt like a mere breeze against his skin. He adjusted his breathing, focusing on the rhythm of his feet and the plans swirling in his mind for future actions. After completing less than 2 laps, Lu Yang sensed 2 particularly focused gazes from the center of the field. A quick glance revealed a tall, slender man and a stout fellow, both wielding cameras. Lu Yang recalled that these two had been present on the lawn during the previous day's incident, seemingly equipped with their cameras at that time. Considering the photographs of him and Mu Ziqing posted on the forum, Lu Yang began to conjecture. Chapter 14. The Presentation Meeting. As Lu Yang approached the tall, slender man and the stout fellow, he overheard them arguing. "What are you still doing here today? Mu Ziqing is injured. She definitely won't be joining the morning run." The slender man and the stout fellow complained. "I was planning to sleep in this morning, but I was dragged out of bed early by you. Who knows? Besides, even if Mu Ziqing doesn't come, there's still Lu Yang, right? We can gather more material." The stout fellow was thrilled by the explosive popularity of the post on the school forum. The forum moderator had even sought his opinion, mentioning that some individuals were willing to pay him to delete the post, which he had declined. Generally, moderators do not consult others before deleting posts, let alone ask for opinions. But he was different. Without his nod, the moderator wouldn't dare delete his post. As for money, in 2005, he was already equipped with a plethora of cameras for photography. How could he possibly be short on cash? Then, the stout fellow raised his camera and looked back at the track. Suddenly, an exaggerated, mocking face filled his lens, startling him to the point where he nearly dropped the camera. Lu Yang came to a halt before them, his breathing steady, a hint of intimidation in his gaze. "Fellow students, commendable dedication this early in the morning. Are you satisfied with your shots? Do you require my cooperation for a pose?" The forum posts have certainly generated quite the buzz. I hadn't realized you two possessed a certain flair for fabricating tales. At Lu Yang's words, the stout fellow and the slender man's faces flushed crimson, the embarrassment of being caught red-handed leaving them desperate to find a hole to crawl into. "And no, we were just capturing some morning exercise material," the stout fellow stammered, though his tone lacked any conviction. Lu Yang, disinterested in further conversation, let his smile fade, his voice turning into an undeniable warning. "Material? You two shouldn't waste my time with nonsense. 2 posts are sufficient. You need to fixate on me. From today onward, if I see any more imaginative posts, I won't hesitate to approach the security office regarding your cover photography." I believe they would take such matters seriously. The stout fellow and the slender man felt a chill at his gaze. Lu Yang exuded a calmness forged through experiences of life and death, and the deliberate coldness he projected was far from the demeanor of a mere freshman. They had no doubt of Lu Yang's resolve. Particularly, the stout fellow was acutely aware that Lu Yang had gained considerable favor with the school authorities due to his acts of valor. Confronting Lu Yang, even with connections among the school leaders, would be quite troublesome. "Understood, Lu Yang. There won't be a next time," the stout fellow quickly pledged, dragging the still bewildered slender man away as they hurriedly gathered their equipment and fled. Watching their hasty retreat, Lu Yang shook his head. The minor inconvenience had been temporarily resolved, yet the ripples from the forum would evidently not dissipate so swiftly. However, it mattered little. Such matters arrived quickly and departed just as rapidly. In a few days, no one would care about these events. He continued to complete the remaining laps, brought breakfast for his roommates from the cafeteria, and then returned to the dormitory. After distributing the breakfast, Lu Yang intended to gather his belongings for class. Just then, his Nokia rang, a call from an unfamiliar number. "Julius, Lu Yang answered. Hello, this is Lu Yang." "Is this Lu Yang, a first-year student from the School of Economics?" "This is Lin Yu, the student council president." A crisp, assertive voice with a hint of composure emanated from the phone. "Lin Yu?" Lu Yang swiftly summoned memories associated with that name. Lin Yu, a fourth-year student from the School of Management, is exceptionally capable and operates with remarkable efficiency, making her a prominent figure in the university. It is rumored that she has already secured a recommendation for graduate studies at the institution. But why would she be reaching out to him? "Hello, President Lin, this is Lu Yang," he responded politely. "Lu Yang, the school's leadership is keenly interested in your act of bravery, hoping to establish a positive example. The student council plans to hold a themed seminar on campus safety and responsibility next Tuesday, and we would like to invite you as the core guest to share your experience and insights. Would that be convenient for you? A seminar? Share my experience?" Lu Yang was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed unexpected. In his past life, although he had participated in interviews and received condolences after his injury, he had never been the focal point of such a formal event. It seemed he had not encountered anything of this nature before. Suddenly, a recollection struck him. At this time in his previous life, he had been vacationing in the capital with Susan. Perhaps Lin Yu had not contacted him then because he was not on campus. This is an opportunity, Lu Yang instantly realized. This was a chance to enhance his visibility and solidify his standing in the eyes of the school leadership. Without hesitation, he replied, "I am grateful for the trust from the school leadership and the student council. It would be my honor." I have no scheduling conflicts and will fully cooperate with your efforts, President Lin. For Lu Yang, while he could amass substantial profits from the financial market in a short time, such gains would not elevate his social standing. According to his plans, he intended not only to thrive in the financial sector, but to also venture into real industry. Once he entered the realm of industry, the support from Zhonghai University, one of the top 3 universities in the country, would be immensely beneficial. Excellent. Lin Yu's voice conveyed a hint of satisfaction. I will have the publicity department contact you shortly with specific details, including the framework for your speech and rehearsal times. I hope you will prepare diligently to convey positive energy. Goodbye. All right, President Lin, goodbye. After hanging up, Lu Yang felt a renewed clarity. Gaining the school's support would bolster his confidence in his forthcoming endeavors in industry. Chapter 15, A Greenhorn. As Lu Yang set down the phone, the gazes of his 3 roommates converged upon him, as if he were radiating brilliance. Lin Yu, the student council president personally called you? Yangzi, you're destined for greatness. Chun Yibo was the first to exclaim, forgetting to chew the soup dumpling in his mouth. Su Chu leaned in, his expression one of disbelief. A seminar? And you're the core guest? Goodness, that is quite a high honor. Last year's commendation meeting for acts of bravery only awarded you the title of outstanding student, right? Qin Fei adjusted his glasses, calmly analyzing. This is quite normal. Given the sensational nature of the previous incident, the school naturally wishes to highlight you as a role model. Yangzi, this is indeed a good thing for you. You must prepare well. If you excel in this, it will be significant capital for your reputation within the school. Future evaluations, recommendations for further studies, and even potential employment here. Hearing his roommate's praises, Lu Yang smiled lightly. I understand. I will prepare thoroughly. His tone was nonchalant, as if he had merely received an ordinary notification. I'm off to class now. He gathered his books. Look at that attitude. He has moved on from Susan, charmed Mu Zichen, and now has the esteemed President Lin personally selecting him. Yangzi is destined to ascend. Chen Yibo remarked, watching Lu Yang's composed figure depart. Su Chu nodded in agreement. Indeed, he seems to have changed significantly lately. Qin Fei remained silent, simply observing Lu Yang's retreating form, his expression contemplative behind his glasses. The morning classes remained tedious, yet Lu Yang's mindset had shifted. He was no longer troubled by whether he could comprehend the lessons. In the future, with the title of futures expert, coupled with his act of bravery, the school would undoubtedly be lenient regarding his academic pursuits. During the break, he found a quiet corner and connected with Shanshan over the phone. Junior, you finally picked up. You're incredible. Copper prices are still rising. It's at 31,400 now. Your account equity is nearing 5 million. My heavens, I stayed up all night watching the market. Everyone in the trading room is eager to know who this Lu boss is. Some seasoned traders even want to treat you to a meal for advice. Shanshan's voice was hoarse from lack of sleep, yet it brimmed with excitement. He spoke rapidly, delivering a barrage of updates. Lu Yang's calm operations and astonishing profits had thoroughly transformed Shan's perception of him. Steady, senior. This is just the beginning. I will find time to come by this afternoon. Lu Yang's voice remained even, tinged with a hint of amusement. Great. I'll be waiting for you in the trading room. Shan responded eagerly. After hanging up, Lu Yang leaned against the corridor wall, gazing out the window. The sunlight was just right, and the campus radiated youthful vitality. After the morning classes concluded, Lu Yang, having had lunch, hailed a taxi straight to the Dongxin District Guitai Futures branch. As for the afternoon classes, they would have to be skipped. Fortunately, since his relationship with Susan began, missing classes had become a habit, and even his roommates no longer questioned it. They might still think he was caught up in that ambiguous situation with Susan. Pushing open the door to the trading room, he was greeted by melons of smoke, coffee, and a palpable sense of excitement. The price of the main copper futures contract flickered on the large screens, a vibrant red bar shooting upwards, almost blinding. Several well-dressed yet disheveled traders stood or sat, their eyes glued to the screen, whispering to each other, expressions rife with greed and tension. Shan rushed over, his eyes bloodshot yet brimming with exhilaration. A few traders regarded Lu Yang with curiosity as he approached. They had heard of a young man named Lu who had entered the market with 3 million, directly trading copper futures. They were well aware of the recent trends in copper futures. To make significant profits upon entry was no small feat. This young man was certainly extraordinary. Junior, you're here. Look, it's at 31,100. It's starting to pull back. Should we close the position? Shan pointed at the screen, his finger trembling slightly. Lu Yang glanced at the market. After initially breaking through 31,400, the copper price had retreated to around 31,100. His account equity was now nearly 480,000. In just 2 days, Liu Yang's initial 3 million had ballooned to 480,000. This was the allure of the financial market. Yes, I see it. No rush. Liu Yang nodded, his expression unperturbed, as if it were merely an ordinary figure. He took his seat, effortlessly logging into his account. Then Liu Yang navigated to the trading interface, observing the 40,000 in unrealized gains for the day. And his fingers began to dance swiftly across the keyboard. Shanshan stood by, his heart racing. He observed Liu Yang, who chose not to close his position for safety, but rather opted to make another move. Utilizing the day's unrealized profits as margin, he once again increased his holdings in copper futures. Junior, you're adding more. Shanshan's voice trembled with disbelief. The market had already surged significantly, and the technical indicators were long overdue for a correction, with immense downward pressure looming. To increase one's position at this juncture was akin to dancing on the edge of a knife. Moreover, the weekend was approaching. Should any adverse news arise over the weekend, it could lead to a steep drop and potential liquidation by Monday. Many futures traders adhere to the principle of not holding positions overnight, opting instead to clear their holdings before the market closes to avert the risk of sudden announcements that could render them unable to react in time. Yet, Liu Yang audaciously dared to hold positions over the weekend. Was he exceptionally skilled, or merely a naive newcomer unafraid of danger? Opportunities like this are rare. The ambitions of international speculators extend far beyond this, and the domestic following has only just ignited. The true frenzy has yet to reach its pinnacle. This is merely the beginning. Without lifting his gaze, Liu Yang spoke with unwavering conviction. The seasoned traders nearby exchanged glances, astonished by Liu Yang's audacity. They were veterans of the futures market, having frequently encountered individuals who, after a minor gain, became reckless. They had initially assumed he was a seasoned expert, only to discover he was merely a novice. A slightly balding middle-aged man remarked to his acquaintances, his tone rife with disdain for Liu Yang. He believed the recent surge in copper futures was already substantial, and a pullback was anticipated. Coupled with the impending weekend, the risks were too great. For Liu Yang to hold a full position over the weekend, calling him a novice was a compliment. He was, in truth, a fool. What a fool indeed. Another middle-aged man chimed in, chuckling at the balding man's words. Liu Yang, however, paid little mind to the seasoned traders around him. After completing his transactions, he bid farewell to Shanshan and departed from the trading room. Chapter 16. The first date with Mu Zicheng that evening. Liu Yang received a text message from Lin Yu, the president of the student council. Liu Yang, I have passed your contact information to a member of our student council's publicity department. She will reach out to you shortly. By the way, her name is Mu Zicheng. As Liu Yang read the freshly received message, a faint smile graced his lips. He was not oblivious to the playful undertone in Lin Yu's words. Mu Zicheng. It seemed that our student council president not only kept abreast of foreign gossip, but also possessed a rather mischievous sense of humor, he mused. Just as he set his phone down, it rang, a local number he did not recognize. However, Liu Yang noticed a record of communication with this number on his phone. It must belong to Mu Zicheng's roommate. The voice on the other end was likely that of Mu Zicheng herself. Hello, Liu Yang answered, after a brief silence. A cool, slightly irritable female voice emerged, laced with reluctance. Is this Liu Yang? I am Mu Zicheng, a member of the student council's publicity department. President Lin asked me to coordinate with you regarding the upcoming seminar on campus safety and responsibility. She must have mentioned it to you? Mu Zicheng's voice was melodious, akin to a clear stream cascading over jade, yet it carried an unmistakable chill. She had contemplated declining the task assigned by Lin Yu multiple times, but ultimately decided to accept it. After all, Lin Yu had supported her when she joined the student council, and refusing such a minor task would be too much of a slight. Besides, Mu Zicheng hoped to use the student council as a means to connect with some of the university's distinguished alumni, many of whom still appeared on Forbes lists. In previous years, these alumni would return for significant events at the university. Hello, Mu Zicheng. Thank you for your efforts. How shall we discuss this seminar? Would you prefer to meet in person or talk over the phone? Liu Yang replied calmly, infusing his tone with a touch of formal courtesy. However, he was acutely aware that Mu Zicheng would likely prefer not to converse over the phone, as call expenses could be a burden, and it was unlikely she would want to continuously rely on her classmates. Clearly caught off guard by Liu Yang's unexpectedly straightforward demeanor, devoid of the anticipated flattery or arrogance, Mu Zicheng hesitated, weighing her options. Ultimately, she responded with a tone of resignation. We need to discuss the framework of the presentation and some procedural details. President Lin wants a draft as soon as possible. Are you available this weekend? Mu Zicheng spoke rapidly, as though eager to conclude the call. This weekend? Are you referring to Saturday or Sunday? Or would you like to discuss the seminar, Mu Zicheng? Lu Yong feigned ignorance of her urgency, maintaining his unhurried demeanor. Would Saturday at 2:30 work for you? Yes, 2:30 is fine. Where shall we meet? Though Zhonghai University had offices designated for student organizations, for just the two of them, it seemed unnecessary. Let us meet at the campus cafe. Time to stay. After a moment's contemplation, Mu Ziqing opted against the larger classrooms under the Student Council S banner. The weekend might draw a crowd, and she preferred to avoid any unwanted attention from persistent admirers. Thus, she chose the cafe, a favored spot among students for discussions. Lu Yang réadili agreed. After hanging up, Lu Yang imagined Mu Ziqing frowning, her expression a blend of reluctance and helplessness. The recent uproar on the forums had yet to die down, and with her foot injury still unhealed, she was now compelled to collaborate with him. It was likely that Mu Ziqing's mood was far from pleasant. I quite enjoy this dynamic where you cannot stand me, yet are unable to do away with me. Lu Yang mused internally, feeling a flicker of anticipation for their Saturday meeting. After all, Mu Ziqing was undeniably one of the most beautiful girls at the university. On Saturday, at 2:25 in the afternoon, Lu Yang arrived punctually at the cafe entrance. Scanning the surroundings, he did not spot Mu Ziqing's figure and proceeded inside. Soon enough, he noticed her waving at him. Mu Ziqing was seated at a table by the window. Spread out before her were notebooks and several documents. Her left ankle remained wrapped in bandages. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her, accentuating the exquisite contours of her profile and neck, exuding an air of approachability reminiscent of the girl next door. In this setting, the other cafe patrons began to take note of Mu Ziqing and Lu Yang. After all, they were both well-known figures at the university, especially following the recent forum incident. They were in the spotlight, and some patrons were already contemplating posting about them upon returning home. Hello, Mu Ziqing. Lu Yang approached, pulling out a chair and settling opposite Mu Ziqing. This singular gesture struck a chord in the hearts of Mu Ziqing's admirers hidden within the cafe, as if an arrow had pierced their chests. How could he sit across from my goddess? The sycophants feigned nonchalance while stirring their coffee, yet their teeth were nearly ground to dust with frustration. Why not me? They silently lamented. Unbeknownst to Lu Yang, he was oblivious to the thoughts of Mu Ziqing's admirers, greeting her with a warm smile. Has your injury improved, classmate Mu? He inquired, glancing at her ankle wrapped in bandages. It's getting better, Mu Ziqing replied dismissively. She lifted her gaze to meet Lu Yang's, her expression calm and indifferent, as if assessing a mundane, slightly bothersome object. Here is the preliminary plan for the presentation and Chairman Lin's requirements for the course speakers. She slid a document across the table towards him. The emphasis is on sharing your genuine thoughts and experiences from last year's act of bravery, as well as how it has influenced your sense of responsibility and values. It must be authentic, impactful, and capable of resonating with the audience. While steering clear of empty platitudes, Lu Yang picked up the document and quickly skimmed through it. The key points were clear. He was to be portrayed as a shining example of Zhonghai University. No problem. I can draft my personal experience section myself. Is there a deadline? He asked, placing the document down and looking at Mu Ziqing. I've heard that key school officials will attend the presentation, so time management is crucial. The entire event will be capped at 90 minutes, with your speaking time currently slated for 15 to 20 minutes. Does that work for you? Mu Ziqing seemed to exhale with relief. Lu Yang's businesslike demeanor alleviated her stress. Chapter 17, Draft Exchange. After verifying the details of the presentation with Lu Yang, Mu Ziqing closed her notebook and neatly stacked the documents in her backpack. Her movements exuded a deliberate sense of detachment, as if their conversation had merely been a task to complete. Please send me the draft as soon as possible, by next Monday morning at the latest. She stood up, her left ankle injury causing her to hesitate briefly, but she quickly regained her composure, maintaining her cool expression. I will refine it according to Chairman Lin's requirements and the overall flow. Feel free to contact me at this number if you have any questions. She provided a phone number, the same one Lu Yang had seen before. All right, no problem. Thank you for your hard work, classmate Mu. Lu Yang also rose, wearing a perfectly measured smile that was neither overly warm nor too cold. His gaze swept over Mu Ziqing's injured foot. Do you need help? It seems difficult for you to walk. No, thank you. Mu Ziqing replied curtly, without a hint of hesitation. She nodded slightly as a farewell and turned to leave, trying to maintain a steady pace despite her limp, exiting the cafe. The sunlight cast a stubborn shadow behind her. Lu Yang watched her retreating figure, rising to follow her out of the cafe. This aloof beauty certainly lived up to her reputation. However, he was in no rush. Having been granted a second chance at life, he possessed ample time and patience, whether it be for making money or other pursuits. Approaching the front desk to pay for his coffee, Lu Yang was informed that Mu Ziqing had already covered the bill. What a considerate person, he mused. Clearly, Mu Zichen's past success, having once captured the heart of a provincial tycoon, was not solely reliant on her looks and figure. Subsequently, Lu Yang exited the cafe, stepping into the leisurely atmosphere of the campus on a weekend. Upon returning to his dormitory, he found only Qin Fei engrossed in a book, while Chun Yibo and Su Chu were nowhere to be seen. You're back? How did your conversation with the beautiful Mu go? Qin Fei lifted his gaze from the pages, a glint of mischief in his eyes behind his glasses. Business as usual. I need to submit a draft for the presentation by next Monday morning. Lu Yang succinctly replied, moving to his desk to power up his computer. Wow. The buzz on the forum about you two hasn't died down yet. Your business as usual approach is bound to be misinterpreted again. Qin Fei shook his head. Let them interpret as they wish. Lu Yang shrugged nonchalantly. As anticipated, by Saturday afternoon, news of Lu Yang and Mu Zichen's rendezvous at the cafe circulated on the school forum, though some of Mu Zichen's admirers expressed disbelief. The numerous witnesses present at the cafe corroborated the event, lending it undeniable authenticity. Even in the absence of photographs, the community accepted the truth of the occurrence. This incident reignited the rivalry between the factions of Zichen and Shanshan, each side hurling accusations and taunts at the other. One claimed, "Your Shanshan has already been played and discarded by Lu Yang." The opposing faction retorted, "Exactly. After playing Shanshan, he must be onto your Mu Zichen next." Lu Yang found himself unfairly burdened with a hefty share of blame, having done nothing to warrant such accusations. Even Mu Zichen's attempts to clarify the situation bore little fruit. While Shanshan remained silent, her actions shrouded in mystery. During the weekend, Lu Yang completed the initial outline for the presentation speech. On Sunday evening, he sought to meet with Mu Zichen again to hand over the finished draft. However, Mu Zichen had other commitments and rescheduled their meeting to Monday morning. It wasn't that she truly had pressing matters. Mu Zichen was acutely aware of the forum's influence. If she were to accept the speech draft from Lu Yang in front of the girls' dormitory tonight, the implications could be unpredictable. She had no desire to entangle herself in any ambiguous relationship with him. Monday arrived swiftly. Lu Yang and Mu Zichen had arranged to discuss the presentation draft that morning, prompting Lu Yang to decline several of Hong Shan's invitations. Hong Shan had continuously urged Lu Yang to spend Monday in the trading room, given that Lu Yang had substantial funds there, and any fluctuations in the market could be deftly managed if he were present. However, Lu Yang was utterly unconcerned. He anticipated that the copper futures would display a significant upward trend today, even more substantial than the previous 2 trading days. This was precisely why he preferred to discuss the presentation with Mu Zichen rather than head to the trading company's room. Perhaps due to the buzz surrounding their previous meeting at the cafe, Mu Zichen chose to meet Lu Yang in the student union's large activity room this time, anticipating that the classroom would be sparsely populated on a Monday morning. Sunlight streamed through the tall glass windows of the spacious activity room, slicing through the air and illuminating the fine specks of dust. Mu Zichen was correct. The large activity room was indeed empty on Monday morning. The vast space was occupied only by Lu Yang and Mu Zichen, the soft rustle of paper echoing in the silence. Mu Zichen sat at the long table, her back perfectly straight. She frowned slightly as she meticulously read through the draft Lu Yang had just submitted. Lu Yang's writing exceeded her expectations, and by the end of the draft, she only had a few minor questions to raise. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Mu Zichen was about to engage with Lu Yang regarding several queries, his phone began to vibrate. Lu Yang glanced at the caller ID and promptly dismissed the call. "No matter. Let us continue," he said, directing his gaze back to Mu Zichen. As Mu Zichen prepared to speak, the phone buzzed once more. Feeling a tad embarrassed, Lu Yang rejected Hong Shan's call again. "Look here, perhaps we should change this." Mu Zichen continued to discuss her perspectives on the draft in hand. The phone buzzed again. "If it's something important, you should answer it. What if it's urgent?" Mu Zichen rolled her eyes dramatically at Lu Yang. "My apologies," Lu Yang said, helplessly picking up his phone and retreating to a corner of the spacious activity room to take Hong Shan's call. The moment he answered, Hong Shan's exuberant voice exploded from the receiver. "Junior, you finally picked up. It's insane. Copper prices have skyrocketed by 2 points at the open and are still surging. It's already 3 points now. My goodness. Your account has surpassed a floating profit of 1 million today. Shall we liquidate part of it?" "Huh." Hong Shan's words tumbled out rapidly, like bullets from a machine gun. Even without speakerphone, his excitement echoed clearly in the otherwise tranquil student council activity room. Mu Zichen, who had been casually flipping through the draft, instinctively froze, clearly having heard Hong Shan's exclamations. "Understood. As per our original plan, we shall continue to hold," Lu Yang responded, his tone steady and devoid of any tremor, even tinged with a hint of annoyance at the interruption. In the vast activity room, his voice resonated distinctly. Huh? Still holding? Hong Shan's surprise was palpable, his voice rising. Yes, we will continue to hold. I will come by this afternoon. We can discuss it then. Goodbye. Lu Yang firmly interrupted him, his tone leaving no room for debate. He swiftly ended the call and redirected his attention to Mu Zichen. The room fell silent once again. Mu Zichen remained engrossed in her draft, though internally she was awash with tumultuous thoughts. While she and T comprehended every detail of Hong Shan's dialogue, certain key phrases had certainly caught her ear. Copper prices, a floating profit exceeding 1 million. Lu Yang, oblivious to her unease, returned to his seat. Shall we continue? Classmate Mu. He indicated toward the draft she held. Lu Yang, Mu Zichen inhaled deeply, forcing herself to quell her swirling thoughts. Subsequently, she and Lu Yang successfully resolved several issues within the presentation script. Thank you, classmate Mu. Lu Yang stood, addressing her, unencumbered by Hong Shan's phone interruptions. Their efficiency had soared, resolving all matters within merely half an hour. It's nothing. This is my duty, Mu Zichen replied, also rising. However, as she stood, a slight furrow appeared on her brow. Although her ankle had been healing well over the past few days, it still ached somewhat. Soon after, Lu Yang and Mu Zichen parted ways. In the afternoon, Lu Yang arrived early at the Guitai Futures branch in the East New District. Upon entering the trading room, he was greeted by an atmosphere even more charged and fervent than last Friday. The colossal screen displayed the price of the copper futures contract, fluctuating wildly. Opening high, 31,700. Junior, it shot up to 31,700 right at the open. Your account equity has now surpassed 5 million. Hong Shan's voice was hoarse with excitement. Upon seeing Lu Yang, he rushed over, his eyes bloodshot yet brimming with energy. The other prominent traders in the room cast complex glances toward Lu Yang, a mixture of envy, jealousy, and profound curiosity in their expressions. The balding middle-aged man, staring at the glaring red numbers on the screen, glanced between the figures and Lu Yang's calm demeanor. The disdain he once harbored had vanished, replaced by a serious incredulity. The man who had previously dismissed Lu Yang now sealed his lips tightly. Lu Yang took his seat, ignoring the scrutiny around him, and swiftly logged into his account. The market indicated that after a brief spike to 31,950 following the opening, copper prices faced a wave of profit-taking, rapidly retreating to around 31,600, with intense contention between bulls and bears and a dramatic surge in trading volume. A pullback. The pressure is immense. Hong Shan, anxiously observing, felt sweat bead on his palms. Junior, should we liquidate part of it? Lock in some profits? It looks like copper prices are retreating. Lu Yang wore a faint smile, disregarding Hong Shan's concerns. The next moment, he decisively invested all of today's floating profits into copper futures. Lu Yang was acutely aware that a temporary high point would arise today. Though it was still some distance away, the profits could continue to run. Witnessing Lu Yang's actions, Hong Shan gasped in astonishment. He anticipated Lu Yang's audacity to add to his position under such circumstances. After Lu Yang's additional investment, copper prices dipped nearly a point. Within just over 10 minutes since Lu Yang's augmentation, his futures account was already staring down a floating loss of nearly 500,000. Such is the peril of futures trading. Just as Hong Shan was about to urge Lu Yang to liquidate some positions to safeguard profits, the copper futures index began to stir once more. 1 point, 2 points, 3 points. Are they out of their minds? What are these traders trying to achieve? Hong Shan exclaimed as he watched copper futures soar like a rocket on the K-line chart. In a mere 30 minutes, the index surged dramatically, converting Lu Yang's earlier loss of over 500,000 into a floating profit exceeding 1 million. Lu Yang's total profit for the day was rapidly approaching 2 million. This wave should have peaked by now, Lu Yang mused internally. He recalled that after this surge, a 2 to 3 day pullback would follow, leading to another significant upward movement. With this in mind, Lu Yang decided against further hesitation and promptly executed a full liquidation. Observing Lu Yang's decisive action, Hong Shan, who had been lost in reverie over Lu Yang's recent expert maneuver, widened his eyes in disbelief. Each of Lu Yang's decisions defied his expectations. When he had suggested liquidating during the pullback, Lu Yang had instead increased his position. Now, as copper prices soared, Lu Yang opted to liquidate. Was this the essence of while others are greedy, I am fearful, and when others are fearful, I am greedy? Hong Shan recalled the words of the stock market sage. One cannot help but notice the significant disparity between myself and my junior in the realm of investment. Junior, do you not hold a pessimistic view regarding the future of copper futures? Hong Shan inquired, observing Lu Yang's actions. After all, Lu Yang is audacious enough to invest his entire portfolio over the weekend. The fact that he has now chosen to liquidate his holdings naturally signifies his lack of optimism for the market ahead. Actually, I have matters to attend to tomorrow. Hence I'm taking a brief respite, Lu Yang explained. Of course, this was merely a pretext. The underlying truth was that he was indeed skeptical about the market's prospects. Nevertheless, Lu Yang could not afford to appear overly astute, so he casually concocted this excuse. Is it the seminar on campus safety and responsibility? Shanshan suddenly recalled that Lu Yang had previously received an award for his bravery and remembered Lin Yu had mentioned this seminar to him. As the vice president of the student council, having chosen to focus on employment, he naturally would not invest much energy in student council matters. However, he remained fairly well informed about the recent activities of the council. Indeed, that is the case. President Lin Yu has invited me to speak. Lu Yang remarked upon hearing Shanshan mention the seminar. Senior, you're aware of this? I thought you were preoccupied with your internship and would not concern yourself with student council affairs. I know of it, though my understanding is limited. However, I am aware that the school's secretary will be attending. If you wish to pursue postgraduate studies or remain at school, this is a splendid opportunity. Shanshan instinctively replied, though considering the funds in Lu Yang's futures account, he added, for you, it is merely a casual affair. There is no need to be overly anxious. Chapter 19, Lin Yu. On Tuesday afternoon, the largest academic auditorium at Zhonghai University was bustling with activity. A prominent banner hung above the podium, reading, Campus Safety and Responsibility, Seminar on Acts of Bravery. Several distinguished figures, including the vice president responsible for student affairs and the university's president, had already taken their seats at the head table. The audience was filled with student representatives from various departments, counselors, and eager students who had come to hear the event, creating an atmosphere that was both solemn and fervent. The backstage air was thick with a palpable tension characteristic of pre-performance jitters. Lin Yu stood in a well-lit area near the stage entrance, resembling a tall poplar against the dark backdrop. As the host of the seminar, she wore a deep sapphire blue satin evening gown that elegantly accentuated her tall figure and graceful neckline. Her softly curled chestnut hair was meticulously styled into an updo, revealing her smooth, radiant forehead and a pair of exquisitely crafted pearl earrings. Her feet were adorned with a pair of minimalist yet elegant shimmering silver heels, enhancing her already statuesque presence. Lu Yang, in a well-tailored dark suit, exuded a poised and steady demeanor, wholly uncharacteristic of a freshman. Lin Yu was offering her final reminders. Lu Yang, relax. Just as we rehearsed, speak your truth. The secretary places great importance on this seminar. Lu Yang nodded, his gaze calm and unwavering. Lin Yu's eyes lingered on him for a brief moment, tinged with admiration. As the president of the student council, Lin Yu had encountered numerous freshmen, yet none possessed the remarkable composure that Lu Yang exhibited, transcending his years. Mu Zichen, as a staff member, was also backstage, coordinating the proceedings. She wore a simple yet impeccably tailored pearl gray knee-length dress, the soft fabric hugging her graceful curves, highlighting her slender waist and elegant neckline. Beneath the hem, her straight, proportionate calves glimmered in the dim backstage light, reminiscent of exquisite jade. Her foot injury had nearly healed, and she quietly stood in the corner, adjusting the microphone. Observing Lu Yang's composed demeanor, Mu Zichen's eyes flickered. This Lu Yang seemed capable of revealing strikingly different, yet perfectly fitting facets of himself in various contexts. Soon, the seminar commenced. Lin Yu delivered a captivating introduction, outlining the background and significance of the event. When she called out Lu Yang's name, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Despite the ongoing controversy surrounding the forum, Lu Yang's act of bravery remained an undeniable testament to heroism in the hearts of most students. Lu Yang ascended the podium with poise. Under the spotlight, he surveyed the audience, his age-defying composure instantly silencing the bustling auditorium. Esteemed leaders, teachers, and dear fellow students. Good day. I am Lu Yang, a first-year student from the School of Economics. His voice resonated clearly and powerfully through the microphone. He eschewed ornate language in favor of straightforward expressions, recounting the harrowing events of that fateful night. He spoke of his instinctive reaction upon hearing cries for help, the anxiety and fear faced in the presence of 3 assailants, the singular thought of preventing harm to another as he lunged forward, the excruciating pain and dizziness from the cold blade piercing his flesh, and the profound relief and trepidation upon being rescued by a classmate. Lu Yang's narrative did not seek to manipulate emotions, but was imbued with poignant authenticity. When he recounted awakening in the hospital and seeing his parents' red-rimmed eyes, along with the concerned inquiries of university officials, the genuine emotion reflected in his eyes profoundly moved everyone present. He placed particular emphasis on the concept of responsibility. In that moment, I had no time to weigh the pros and cons or contemplate the consequences. Ensuring the safety of my fellow student felt like an inherent duty, a responsibility that comes with being a student of Zhonghai University and a member of society. This sense of duty is not a fleeting impulse. It should be deeply rooted in each of our hearts. In conclusion, Lu Yang spoke of how this experience reshaped his values. This ordeal has imparted to me the invaluable lesson that life is precious and kindness and courage are equally rare. It has solidified my resolve to become a person of value to society, regardless of where I find myself in the future. This sense of responsibility and the courage to protect will serve as the foundation for my journey ahead. As his 20-minute discourse drew to a close, the auditorium erupted in thunderous applause that resonated for an extended period. Many female students were misty-eyed, while the male students clapped vigorously, expressing their heartfelt admiration. The university leaders nodded in approval, their faces alight with satisfaction. In this moment, Lu Yang's image shone resplendently. He embodied the paragon of virtue and accountability that the school aspired to promote. Lin Yu smiled as she prepared to take the stage for the next segment. Meanwhile, Mu Zichan backstage quietly exhaled. Lu Yang's performance had been nothing short of exemplary. After the speech concluded, Lu Yang took a deep breath. Although he had lived 2 lifetimes totaling 60 years, he had little experience with such events. However, fortunately, his speech had been a success. He had played the role of a courageous youth that the school needed. Certainly, the act in question had been committed by his former self. The current him no longer harbored such notions. Acts of bravery must always prioritize one's safety. He had been somewhat reckless at the time, yet fortunately, the outcome had not been too dire. Before long, the seminar concluded. Lu Yang, you performed wonderfully, Lin Yu remarked upon returning backstage and seeing Lu Yang resting nearby. Prior to the seminar, Lin Yu and Lu Yang had had little interaction. As a student council president already focused on postgraduate applications, Lin Yu primarily channeled her energy into her responsibilities within the council. However, through this presentation, the composed junior before her left a rather favorable impression. Thank you, Chairperson, Lu Yang said politely. According to Lu Yang's memories from his past life, Lin Yu, the student council president, was no ordinary individual. From what Lu Yang had gathered from his classmates, Lin Yu's father held a prominent leadership position in Zhonghai City. After completing her master's degree, Lin Yu pursued her doctorate at Zhonghai University and remained at the school's youth committee after graduation. Within just 2 to 3 years, she ascended to the role of secretary of the university's youth committee, a position equivalent to that of a department head. Before Lu Yang's reincarnation, Lin Yu had already become the deputy secretary of a provincial capital city, an esteemed position just shy of a full department-level rank. Call me chairperson? Just call me senior sister. I'm also a student of the School of Economics. Lin Yu feigned anger. The momentary display of her playful indignation caused Lu Yang to momentarily catch his breath. All right, senior sister. Naturally, Lu Yang would not refuse such a delightful arrangement. Chapter 20. Full investment on Thursday morning. Based on Lu Yang's recollections, copper futures were on the brink of a new upward surge. Hence, after attending his first class of the day, Lu Yang departed the campus early. He intended to arrive at the futures company in hopes of securing a favorable price. Why does Yangzi always dash off right after class? Chun Yibo inquired, observing Lu Yang's hasty exit alongside his 2 roommates. Did he not mention he opened an account at a futures company? Perhaps he is preoccupied with trading futures. That seems plausible. However, the risks associated with futures are rather significant. When Yangzi returns, we should advise him. He shouldn't focus solely on that, Qin Fei suggested. He held Lu Yang in high regard, but believed that students should refrain from engaging in such risky trading activities. That makes sense. Chun Yibo and Su Chu both concurred. In the East New District, within the Guitai Futures major account room, the prices of the main copper contracts fluctuated across the gigantic screens, the vivid green numbers appearing somewhat glaring. 31, 550, 31, 420, 31, 380. Compared to the peak Lu Yang had cleared it on Tuesday, the prices had retreated nearly 3. The atmosphere in the major account room was heavy, thick with smoke. The middle-aged man who had mocked Lu Yang as a fool just last week now wore a pale complexion, his gaze fixed intently on the screen as he muttered, "Damn it, wasn't it supposed to rise? Why is it falling again?" Clearly, he had either failed to exit in time or had done so too late, as the floating losses on his account caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. The balding man, meanwhile, donned an expression of knowing better, though a subtle regret lurked in his eyes. He stole a glance at Lu Yang's vacant seat, feeling a pang in his heart like a cat's claws. If his memory served him correctly, and he was certain it did, Lu Yang had decisively liquidated a position worth over 6 million when copper had surged to around 32. 350 on Monday. He had deftly evaded a nearly 3-point downturn over the past 2 days. This was no trifling sum. Had Lu Yang not escaped, he would now be facing close to 2 million in floating losses, a thought that made the balding man wince at the mere consideration. He instinctively adjusted his posture, pondering, when will this kid show up? If he does return, will he continue trading copper? If so, when will he choose to enter the market? This thought, once birthed, lingered persistently in his mind. After all, Lu Yang had already proven his prowess. Unbeknownst Lu Yang. The balding man's thoughts were far from his mind as he had just settled into a taxi. It would still take some time before he arrived at the major account room. Shanshan occupied Lu Yang's designated spot, his brow furrowed with concern. He observed the continuously declining trend on the trading screen and then glanced at Lu Yang's empty account holdings, his heart racing with anxiety. He sent a message to Lu Yang but received no response. This junior was truly remarkable. Not only had he boldly invested his entire capital when copper futures were on a rise, but he had also managed to clear his position just before the prices peaked. The finesse with which he grasped timing and risk seemed almost superhuman. He genuinely wished to pry open his junior's head to discover what lay within. Simultaneously, he wondered if Lu Yang would continue trading copper futures. If so, when would he choose to enter the market? Junior, what signal are you waiting for? Shanshan murmured to himself. At that moment, Lu Yang had just arrived at the Guitai Futures building in the East New District. The morning rush hour traffic was even more congested than he had anticipated. After paying the fare, he hurried into the building. Ignoring the curious glances from the front desk staff, he made a beeline for the elevator. What Lu Yang did not know was that he had already gained a modicum of fame here, which was why the front desk staff paid him attention upon his entry, a privilege that was not typically afforded to the average trader. Inside the major account room, the air was thick and stagnant. The price of copper hovered around the critical threshold of 31,600, with both bulls and bears seemingly deploying significant forces at this pivotal point. The balding man watched as the price repeatedly pierced 31,600 yet struggled to regain stability, his palms beginning to sweat. The disgruntled middle-aged man, losing money, angrily extinguished his cigarette. Suddenly, the door to the major account room swung open, and Lu Yang's figure appeared in the doorway. Dressed in simple casual attire, he exuded an air of calmness and composure, as if he had merely come in for a cup of coffee. His entrance instantly shattered the room's oppressive atmosphere, and all eyes, including those of the balding man and the disgruntled middle-aged trader, fixated on him. Boss Lu has arrived, someone whispered, their tone laden with complexity. Although Lu Yang had only recently opened his account, his audacious trading maneuvers and profits had left a lasting impression on everyone present in the major account room. Upon seeing Lu Yang, Shanshan sprang to his feet and hurried over, his voice a mix of urgency and restrained excitement. Junior, you finally arrived. Look at this market. Lu Yang nodded at him, speaking leisurely. No rush, senior brother. First pour me a cup of tea. Of course. Right away. Lu Yang was now Shanshan's most valued client, so there was no way he would be neglected. Subsequently, Lu Yang settled into his designated spot, logging into his account to observe the current copper price, which was still struggling around 31,600. Without hesitation, Lu Yang executed a full investment in copper futures. Just as Shanshan brought over a cup of hot tea, Lu Yang had converted all 5 million in his account into copper futures. Junior, you just went all in, not leaving any buffer? After handing the steaming tea to Lu Yang, Shanshan instinctively glanced at Lu Yang's account, unable to contain his astonishment. A total of 410 contracts of copper futures appeared in Lu Yang's account. Upon hearing Shanshan's words, the ears of the other traders in the room perked up, eager to discern what Lu Yang had just done. Another full investment? The balding man speculated based on Shanshan's comments. Yet would he dare to follow suit? Considering Lu Yang's audacious style, the balding man hesitated. The momentum of the pullback has nearly exhausted. The bears are losing steam. It's time for the next wave to commence. Lu Yang nodded slightly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the trading board, his tone as serene as if discussing the weather. Observing Lu Yang's tranquil demeanor, Shanshan felt a surge of admiration. A staggering 6 million, and yet this junior appeared utterly unfazed, as if the plummeting copper index posed no threat whatsoever. Such a mindset was inherently suited for futures trading. Chapter 21, Ascendancy. Lu Yang's words fell upon the ears of the bald man, who had been listening intently. His murky eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity, and he shot upright in his chair. The bears are losing steam? Is that something you, a mere youth, can assert? The bald man let out a short, derisive laugh, his face adorned with scorn and disdain. No sooner had he spoken than, as if to validate his claims, the price of the main copper futures contract on the screen plummeted. 31,400. The floating loss on Liu Yang's account flickered alarmingly, with a vivid red negative sign followed by a staggering figure, nearing 500,000. Seeing the copper index yielding such results, the bald man wore a triumphant expression. Youngster, what did I say? You are blissfully ignorant of the risks. Rash, this correction is merely the beginning. All technical indicators are languishing in the oversold zone. The bearish momentum has yet to be fully unleashed. And you choose to go all in now? Huh, prepare to be buried. The bald man's spittle flew as he animatedly pointed at Liu Yang's back, envisioning the demise of Liu Yang's 6 million. If you truly believe the copper futures will continue to decline, then short it. Mere words without action lack substance. Liu Yang cast a disdainful glance at the bald man. It was indeed a rare occurrence for someone to step forth for him to counter. The bald man's anger flared upon hearing Liu Yang's retort. Coupled with the Kappa's retreat bolstering his courage, he was convinced that Liu Yang would suffer a heavy loss today. In his view, if he were to trade oppositely to Liu Yang, he would surely reap substantial profits. Short it then. I am eager to see how much you will lose today. With that thought, the bald man wasted no time and opened a short position at 31,400, a full 300 contracts, totaling over 4 million. Old Li, have you entered the market? A middle-aged man in the large trader's room inquired upon hearing the bald man's words. The old Li he referred to was indeed the bald man. This middle-aged man, surnamed Wang, hailed from Shanshan and had been in the large trader's room for nearly a year, consistently trading copper futures but often incurring losses. On Monday, he had opened a long position, and now the copper futures had already dropped over 3 points, with his principal suffering a loss of nearly 30 points. Indeed, I just entered. I've opened a short position on copper futures. Old Li, the bald man, was rather familiar with this middle-aged man. Hence he did not conceal the information. Moreover, everyone in the large trader's room had just witnessed it. A short position. Old Li, do you think I should close my long position as well? I'm nearing a 30% loss. I can hardly bear it any longer. The middle-aged man implored Old Li. Absolutely. The bearish trend has only just begun. You might as well reverse and short it. It's only 31,400. I wouldn't be surprised if it fell to 30,000. Old Li advised. Upon hearing Old Li's words, Wang, like a gambler blinded by losses, resolutely sold all his long positions, plunging into short contracts with a fierce determination, executing a total of 250 contracts at approximately 31,400. A profound silence enveloped the large trader's room, as even those not trading copper futures diverted their attention to it. Hong Shan, holding a teapot, found his hand frozen, his complexion pale, lips moving soundlessly, overwhelmed with anxiety as he gazed at Liu Yang. Liu Yang remained unfazed, leisurely lifting the steaming cup of tea to his lips, gently blowing away the froth before taking a small sip. The rising steam obscured his tranquil visage, his demeanor so relaxed as if he were merely a bystander to an unrelated farce. As seconds stretched interminably, the copper price oscillated anxiously around 31,400, with Liu Yang's account floating loss fluctuating around 500,000. The bald man's mocking expression was on the verge of overflowing, while Wang clenched his fists tightly, fixated on the green numbers that represented his life savings, praying fervently for them to drop further. In the midst of this suffocating silence, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The copper price chart, which had been almost linear, suddenly surged upwards with a vertical spike. Simultaneously, the corresponding international LME copper electronic market also erupted. A robust red bar shot upwards. The air in the large trader's room felt as though it had been instantly siphoned away. What the hell? LME. LME is surging. A voice shrieked, breaking the sound barrier. Look, copper. Copper is following suit. 31,500. 31,600. 31,700. Another voice trembled with disbelief. On the screen, the numbers representing copper prices leaped like untamed stallions, wildly ascending. 31,500. 31,700. 31,900. The copper futures index, with a devastating momentum, instantly devoured all prior losses. The once dying green candle was forcefully transformed into a towering red pillar in mere minutes. The color drained from the bald man's face, leaving him as pale as a ghost. It was as if an invisible hammer had struck him squarely in the chest, causing him to lean back violently, collapsing into the wide leather chair. His eyes were glued to the loss displayed on his account. He had entered the market at 31,400, and now it was at 32,000, a rise of nearly 2 points, representing a staggering 17 to 18% loss in just half an hour. Meanwhile, Wang, who was clenching his fists, had become utterly dazed. His mouth hung open as he breathed rapidly, struggling for air. His corpulent body leaned forward involuntarily, his bleary eyes fixated on the screen, displaying the frenzied red bar. My money, Wang murmured repeatedly, his voice thick with emotion. Had he not closed his long positions to short, his overall loss might have been around 10%. Yet now, his losses had ballooned to nearly 40%, a figure far too burdensome to bear. As he witnessed the copper index soaring, Hongshan's teacup clattered to the thick carpet, scalding tea soaking a vast area. His gaze, however, was drawn to Liu Yang's account, where the profit figures ascended like a rocket. 100000, 200000, 700000. In just 5 or 6 minutes, Liu Yang's account had transformed from a 50,000 loss to a remarkable 70,000 profit. This is the allure of futures trading. Hongshan felt as though his heart was about to leap from his throat, observing the calm demeanor of his junior beside him. A surge of admiration welled up within him. I'm leaving, senior. I'm heading back to school now. As Liu Yang watched the copper futures rise, he recognized that lingering any longer would serve no purpose. Thus, amidst the gazes of the onlookers, he rose and departed from the trading room without a backward glance at the bald man who had just mocked him. It was as if that individual did not exist at all. Chapter 22. The Arrival of Finals Week. Is he really leaving? The bald man, old Li, stared at Liu Yang's receding figure at the doorway, his mouth agape, ultimately managing to utter just a dry remark. He felt as though he were pinned to his chair, discomfort radiating through him. Only moments ago, he had reveled in a sense of superiority, brazenly ridiculing Liu Yang as a naive youth. Yet now, the glaring upward trend of copper futures struck him like a resounding slap to the face, leaving him stinging with pain. He had anticipated that Liu Yang might turn back, even if only to cast him a disdainful glance or offer a victorious smile of concession. At the very least, it would have affirmed his presence in the young man's awareness. He had even rehearsed several responses to maintain his dignity in such a scenario. However, nothing of the sort occurred. The young man, whom he had deemed a mere novice, never so much as acknowledged him from the corner of his eye. It was as if his earlier grandiloquent declarations were nothing more than a speck of dust in the vast expanse of air. Old Li, a veteran who had navigated the futures market for over a decade, found himself rendered insignificant in the eyes of his counterpart, unworthy even of scorn. The sheer disregard he faced was more humiliating than any cutting remarks could have been. A tumultuous mix of shame, regret, and fierce indignation constricted in his chest, nearly suffocating him. He fixated on the stubbornly climbing candlestick on the screen. Its glaring red hue now seemed to mock his folly and arrogance. The numbers flashing across the screen pierced his heart like needles. What should have been his profit had now become irrefutable evidence of his misjudgment. Old Wang. Old Li suddenly turned, his gaze locking onto Old Wang, who appeared equally as pallid. The latter's face was even paler, his eyes more vacant. Old Wang had heeded his advice, not only closing his long position, but also reversing his stance to short, resulting in an even greater loss. Old Wang did not respond immediately. He seemed to have been drained of his very bones, sinking into the plush leather chair. His already somewhat plump face now bore a ghastly whiteness, beads of sweat glistening under the harsh lights. He stared blankly at the massive trading screen before him, his expression hollow, as if his soul had been siphoned away. The numbers on the screen struck him like a hammer to the chest. Having taken Old Li's experience to heart, he not only closed his already considerable losing long position, but foolishly doubled down on a short, hoping for a sharp drop in copper prices to yield him a windfall. Yet what was the outcome? The windfall was elusive, and he was on the verge of being trampled into a pancake by this rampaging bull market. Old Wang lifted his head, gazing at Old Li's nearly bald pate, originally intending to voice something. Yet, in the end, he remained silent. While he had indeed followed Old Li's advice to short the market, the decision had ultimately been his own. Being a seasoned player in the futures market, he understood the necessity of accountability for his choices. After a prolonged silence, Old Wang resumed managing his account, liquidating all his short positions. Soon, a glaring loss figure materialized before his eyes. Over 700,000, nearly a third of his total account. This was mitigated only by the fact that his leverage was significantly lower than Liu Yang's. Otherwise, his losses would have been even more severe. I've closed my positions. You'll have to manage on your own. After settling his account, Old Wang stood and made his way out of the trading room. He needed to take a few days off. His mindset had become too fraught of late. However, just before stepping out, he left Old Li with his parting remark. What do you call this situation? Watching Old Wang exit the trading room, Old Li began to speak. His voice tinged with tremor, as if questioning Old Wang, interrogating himself, and venting his pent-up frustration all at once. His losses had now approached 15%. I refuse to believe it. Copper prices must fall. Old Li glared at his account, muttering fiercely, as though bolstering his own resolve while engaging in a silent contest of wills with Lu Yang and Old Wan. He longed to prove to others that he was indeed right. The trading room fell into a profound silence. Lu Yang, huffing departed, remained oblivious to the turmoil that had transpired. In truth, even if he were aware, he would not have cared. There were far too many individuals like Old Li, and he had little inclination to engage with them. The futures market would impart its lessons in due time. It was an arena where a single thought could lead to either divine success or demonic failure. Without a sound mindset, the specter of liquidation was an inevitable fate. Yangzi. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lu Yang was greeted by the aroma of instant noodles. Chun Yi-Bao, with headphones on, was animatedly engrossed in a game, while Su Chu furrowed his brow at the computer screen, seemingly engrossed in deciphering some code. Qin Fei sat upright at his desk. A thick stack of professional texts laid out before him, alongside several obvious review materials. "Oh, look who is back." Chun Yi-Bao was the first to remove his headphones, exclaiming dramatically upon seeing Lu Yang. "What do you mean, look who is back? I'm here every day." Lu Yang chuckled, casually tossing his backpack onto his bed. "Yangzi, old Zhang just called roll in class, and it was Qin Fei who quickly covered for you." Nearly blowing your cover, Su Chu chimed in, concern evident in his eyes. "Lu Yang, it's perfect that you're back. We were just about to discuss something with you." Qin Fei adjusted his glasses, his tone calm, yet underscored by a hint of seriousness. "What's going on? Did some new joke emerge on the forum?" Lu Yang opened a chair to sit, sensing an unusual tension in the atmosphere. "Not that. The forum nonsense will blow over in a few days. This is more serious. Look, finals week has arrived. Starting next week, each subject will commence examinations." Chun Yi-Bao waved his hands dismissively, momentarily serious as he gestured toward the pile of books on Qin Fei's desk. "Lu Yang, we understand you've been a bit distracted lately." Qin Fei continued, his voice steady. "Indeed, Yangzi, in these 4 years of university, grades are paramount. This semester, due to your hospitalization and your romantic entanglements, you've already fallen behind. Now you're also skipping classes daily." Su Chu leaned in, sincerity in his tone. "What old Air said is true. If you fail multiple subjects in finals, the hassle of retakes aside, it will impact your scholarships, evaluations, and even graduation. You can't let the good impression you built last semester through your acts of valor go to waste." Chun Yi-Bao nodded emphatically, unusually in agreement with Su Chu. The trio's gazes converged on Lu Yang, brimming with concern and an unmistakable urge to persuade him. The dormitory was enveloped in the solitary hum of the computer fans. Lu Yang fell silent for a few moments, acutely aware of his roommate's sincere concern. "I know," he nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 23. The frantic escape of Mu Zichen. The morning sun, imbued with the crispness unique to early summer, pierced through the thin mist, casting its golden rays upon the expansive playground of Zhonghai University. The air was saturated with the scent of fresh grass and damp earth, mingled with the faint aroma of steamed buns wafting from the distant cafeteria. Lu Yang steadied his breathing, his footsteps rhythmically striking the synthetic track. Engaging in morning runs often cultivates a deep affection for the practice. As he rounded a bend, his gaze instinctively swept across the track ahead, and a familiar yet unexpected figure caught his eye. Mu Zichen. She was running not far ahead of him, her pace noticeably slow, likely a result of her recently healed ankle. Nevertheless, Mu Zichen remained clad in athletic where that accentuated her flawless curves, her lustrous black hair tied neatly into a ponytail that swayed gently with each stride. Her long legs gracefully traversed the synthetic surface, exuding an undeniable charm. A subtle smile tugged at Lu Yang's lips. He slowed his pace, maintaining a respectful distance, his eyes fixated on her retreating silhouette. "What are you looking at?" Suddenly, Mu Zichen turned her head to face him, a bright smile illuminating her features. Lu Yang did not falter in his stride. He merely shifted his gaze from her swaying ponytail to her turned face. In the morning light, Mu Zichen's fair cheeks bore a healthy blush from exertion, tiny beads of sweat glistening on her nose. Her typically aloof, striking eyes sparkled with mirth, locking onto his with a hint of mischief and unmistakable curiosity. This smile was a stark contrast to her usual frigid demeanor. "Yes," Lu Yang replied, a hint of amusement gracing his expression as his gaze brazenly drifted from Mu Zichen's face to her elongated legs. He could distinctly sense Mu Zichen's burgeoning curiosity about him. Perhaps it stemmed from that phone call in the student council office, or maybe it was his impressive performance during the presentation. Whatever the reason, this ambitious Mu Zichen, who typically set her sights on successful individuals, had turned her attention towards him. Yet, it seemed her interest was still tentative. Feeling the weight of Lu Yang's intense gaze, Mu Zichin found herself at a loss for words. A wave of warmth surged uncontrollably to her ears, transforming the healthy flush on her face into a deep crimson of embarrassment. "You," she stammered, her carefully rehearsed lines thrown into disarray. The teasing question she had meant to use to gain a psychological edge now backfired, leaving her momentarily speechless. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to suppress her discomfort, striving to maintain an outward facade of composure, though her running rhythm inevitably faltered. "Lu Yang, haven't there been enough rumors on the forum? Aren't you afraid of being labeled a scoundrel again?" Mu Zichin attempted to retaliate with the label of scoundrel, trying to regain some semblance of control, her tone laced with deliberate provocation. Her eyes bore into Lu Yang, seeking any sign of disarray or concern on his face. Yet, Lu Yang chucked softly, his laughter brief yet resonant, slicing through the cool morning air with clarity. "A label?" He tilted his head slightly, meeting Mu Zichin's eyes, which flickered with thinly veiled irritation. Those deep, penetrating eyes seemed to unravel her every thought. "Do you really think I care about such trivialities, Mu?" His retort was light, yet it carried the weight of conviction. The tumultuous discussions on the forum, the labels of scoundrel and fickle-heartedness, were mere dust in Lu Yang's eyes, insignificant. This nonchalance, this utter disregard for external judgment, rendered Mu Zichin momentarily speechless. Lu Yang's gaze once more subtly brushed over her long legs. The boldness of his stare made her acutely aware of her own vulnerabilities, as if her innermost thoughts were laid bare before him. A mixture of shame, embarrassment, and a tinge of being seen through surged within her, causing her fair cheeks to flush even deeper. Abruptly, she turned away, no longer able to meet Lu Yang's gaze, her pace quickening in an attempt to distance herself from the stifling atmosphere and his penetrating stare. "It seems your ankle has healed well, Mu. You're running quite swiftly." Lu Yang called out playfully to the retreating Mu Zichin, a teasing lilt in his voice. At his words, Mu Zichin faltered momentarily, nearly stumbling once again. "How's it going? Did you get the shots?" The chubby boy inquired of the tall, slender man beside him. They had been hiding in a corner of the playground, having arrived early enough to witness the exchange between Lu Yang and Mu Zichin. "All set. You can choose from the best later," the tall man replied, his tone laced with indifference. They had been coming early this week, but Mu Zichin had missed her runs due to her ankle injury, leaving them with no material to show for their early mornings. Thankfully, today proved fruitful, as Mu Zichin not only showed up, but also provided usable content. "What's your plan for the post today?" After stowing away the camera, the tall man queried his chubby companion. Through these recent events, he had noticed that while the chubby boy was keen on posting, his objectivity was questionable. His posts were always crafted to capture attention rather than convey truth, with the authenticity of the content barely reaching a score of 1 or 2. Who made the goddess blush? The secret of the goddess? What makes her turn crimson? The chubby boy tossed out several potential titles, though they all seemed rather frivolous. "Is this even permissible? Didn't Lu Yang warn you about this? You're not inviting trouble with this kind of posting?" the tall man remarked, recognizing the chubby boy's penchant for mischief. Yet, recalling the last encounter with Lu Yang on the playground left the tall man feeling anxious. It wasn't that he feared Lu Yang, rather, he believed their antics were somewhat inappropriate. Consequently, he felt embarrassed to confront the main character. "Lu Yang." The chubby boy recalled the warning from a few days prior, instinctively recoiling. "How about this? Let's keep Lu Yang out of the new post. That way, he can't object, right? Neither in the content nor in the photos should he appear." After pondering for a moment, the chubby boy reached this decision, knowing it was impossible to forego such a golden opportunity for a post. Around 9 in the morning, a post appeared on the Zhonghai University forum. Goddess Mu Zichin caught in a morning run with friends, blushing and fleeing. Chapter 24. Zhao Tiansheng currently. Mu Zichin was attending class, fully engaged as she aspired to become a successful individual. Naturally, she would not allow any blemishes to mar her academic record during her university years. Although she was not the top student in her class, she consistently hovered around the top 3, a grade sufficient for graduate school applications at Zhonghai University. It is evident that Mu Zichin has consistently maintained commendable academic performance. "Zichin, there has been another incident on the forum," whispered Su Qian, who was standing next to Mu Zichin. Just moments ago, Su Qian had stumbled upon a newly posted thread on the forum. The title read, "Goddess Mu caught in a private rendezvous during her morning jog, blushing and fleeing." Accompanying this title were several photos, meticulously selected by a chubby individual. One depicted Mu Zichin looking back with a radiant smile, another showcased a rosy blush gracing her cheeks, and a third captured her in a moment of flight. One cannot deny that the chubby individual's selection was indeed trustworthy. Those who viewed these images were easily led to perceive Mu Zichen as a young girl entangled in the throes of love. Consequently, within a mere 20 minutes of posting, the thread ascended to the pinnacle of the forum's trending topics. This exemplifies Mu Zichen's influence at Zhonghai University. A passerby left a comment, seemingly confirming the rumors, lamenting that this unattainable flower of Zhonghai University had indeed been plucked. "It's all fabricated, all lies," chimed in one of Mu Zichen's devoted admirers, although, to the onlookers, his response merely seemed a manifestation of impotent rage. "Who do you think the male counterpart could be?" someone queried in the comments. "Who else could it be but Liu Yang?" came the immediate reply, as numerous individuals had spotted Liu Yang and Mu Zichen frequenting the Retaining Time Cafe, as well as attending activities in the student union together. There were past sightings of Liu Yang and Mu Zichen as well, though those posts had not garnered much attention due to the absence of photographic evidence. Subsequently, Mu Zichen, utilizing Su Qian's phone, perused the heated thread that pertained to her. "Enough of this nonsense," she declared after examining several replies, turning to Su Qian. Mu Zichen had relinquished any aspirations of clarifying matters on the forum, having attempted it numerous times to no avail. She had even enlisted her devoted fan club to assist in removing the posts, but to no success. Moreover, as Mu Zichen had begun to develop a slightly different sentiment towards Liu Yang, she felt even less inclined to clarify the situation. Outside the lecture hall, a tall and poised young man leaned against a pillar. Despite the summer heat of June in Zhonghai, he was attired in a well-tailored dark gray suit, with a Patek Philippe watch adorning his wrist. In this era, such attire undoubtedly signified a man of considerable status. Should anyone from the Zhonghai real estate sector be present, they would recognize this man as Zhao Tiansheng, the second son of Zhao Long, the renowned head of Zhonghu Real Estate. It was said that Zhonghu Real Estate currently operated 2 prestigious developments, with total assets nearing 10 billion. Zhao Long's net worth was rumored to be approaching 1 billion. Suddenly, the class bell rang, and students poured out of the classroom. At the sound of the bell, Zhao Tiansheng, who had been idly standing, straightened his posture. He then directed his gaze towards the students exiting the classroom, knowing that Mu Zichen was among them. "Zichen, is the forum incident true?" Zhao Tiansheng approached Mu Zichen as she stepped out of the classroom, his tone imbued with concern. One must acknowledge that, in terms of personal attributes and family background, Zhao Tiansheng was indeed exceptional. Yet, as the second son of the Zhao family, this singular fact led Mu Zichen to dismiss him. Furthermore, there were whispers suggesting that Zhao Tiansheng was not born of Zhao Long's current wife, but rather the child of a mistress. Although Zhao Tiansheng had since been acknowledged by the family, the prospects of inheriting Zhao family wealth were nearly impossible. "Oh, Tiansheng, what brings you here?" Mu Zichen asked, her brow furrowing slightly at the unexpected appearance of Zhao Tiansheng, her voice laced with mild displeasure. She particularly disliked her admirers seeking her out in her academic environment. "I saw that people on the forum were slandering you, and I was quite upset, so I came over," Zhao Tiansheng explained, noticing the dissatisfaction etched on Mu Zichen's face. "Those forum posts are utter nonsense, don't you know? Didn't you say you would help me get them removed? Why haven't they been taken down yet?" Mu Zichen replied with a hint of impatience. She had always been averse to those who suddenly expressed concern for her. "Ah, I did contact the forum administrator," Zhao Tiansheng said hurriedly. However, he mentioned that the posts were made by the child of a school official, and he did not dare to delete them indiscriminately. "I plan to ask him to get in touch with that person and expedite the removal of those posts." Zhao Tiansheng was truthful in his account. He had indeed reached out to the student responsible for managing the forum, but the identity of the poster rendered the administrator hesitant to act. "Fine. Do it as soon as possible," Mu Zichen instructed. "And please refrain from coming to the classroom unless necessary. It's inappropriate for classmates to witness it. I've told you this numerous times." After uttering this, Mu Zichen attempted to pull Su Qian away. At that moment, Zhao Tiansheng hastily produced a gift he had prepared earlier. "Zichen, this is a present I had someone procure for you from Victoria Harbor. Please take a look and see if you like it." Zhao Tiansheng revealed a Van Cleef Arpels 4-leaf clover necklace, which appeared to be quite costly. One must admit that Zhao Tiansheng had put thought into this gift. Upon seeing the necklace, even Mu Zichen felt a fleeting moment of fondness. However, her expression quickly returned to neutrality. Despite her affection for the necklace, she would never accept gifts from outsiders. This principle was what had allowed her persona to remain intact throughout her previous life. "Zhao Tiansheng, we are merely friends. I cannot accept your gift," Mu Zichen stated firmly before taking Su Qian's hand and departing, leaving Zhao Tiansheng standing there in a daze. Chapter 25, A Message from Zhao Tiansheng. Zhonghai University. Luoyang's dormitory. Chen Yiba snapped his laptop shut with a resounding clap, his face reflecting a mix of shock, teasing, and a knowing expression as he turned abruptly towards Lu Yang, who had just emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand. Holy cow, Yangzi, something big has happened. Chen Yibao's voice soared an octave, instantly capturing the attention of Qin Fei, who had been coding intently, and Su Chu, who was engrossed in his studies. What now? Has the apocalypse arrived early? Qin Fei quipped, adjusting his glasses with a hint of sarcasm. This is serious. Chen Yibao exclaimed excitedly, slapping the table. The forum has erupted again, and the star of the show is none other than our Yangzi. Su Chu also set aside the book in his hands, casting a curious glance. What protagonist? Lu Yang, leisurely drying his hair, strolled to his desk, casually picked up a cup of water, and took a sip. His tone is calm, as if inquiring about the lunch menu at the cafeteria. You take a look. Chen Yibao reopened his laptop, the screen directly facing Lu Yang, prominently displaying the sensational headline. Goddess Mu catches up with friends during morning run, blushingly flees. Below, it were 3 captivating photographs, rich with narrative. Su Chu and Qin Fei immediately leaned in closer. Wow, Yangzi, this must be from the playground this morning, right? You really had a private meeting with Mu Zichin? Su Chu exclaimed as he recognized the images, his voice brimming with disbelief and intense curiosity. Lu Yang's gaze lingered on the screen for a few seconds, observing Mu Zichin's beaming smile, her flushed cheeks, and her hasty retreat in the photos. A playful smirk curved his lips. He set down his cup and, with a hint of languid teasing, remarked, not too shabby. Fatty's candid photography skills have greatly improved. He knows how to capture the essence. Come on, young Gu. Is that really the crux of the matter? Chen Yibao exclaimed, patting his thigh in impatience. The focus is the private meeting, the shyness, the fleeing. The forum is going wild. Everyone is guessing who this mysterious friend is. They might as well just publish your ID number. Some even claim to have seen you two studying together in the student union activity room. This rumor is practically confirmed. Rumor? Lu Yang chuckled lightly, returning to his chair and flipping through his international finance textbook as if discussing someone else's gossip. Fatty has learned his lesson this time. The title and photos don't mention my name. Let them speculate on the forum. After all, no names are mentioned. I can't just leap out to claim it because others think it's me. Can I? Pausing for a moment, Lu Yang glanced at his 3 roommates, his eyes carrying an insightful understanding. Moreover, Mu Zichin wouldn't care about such baseless rumors. Mu Zichin, isn't she usually the one most annoyed by this sort of gossip? In the past, if there was even a whiff of scandal, her protectors would have rushed in to delete the posts. This time, it seems peculiar that the thread is still alive and with such high engagement. Chen Yibao remarked, sensing the anomaly, because she realized that clarification is futile. As for deleting the post, it might not be so easily done. Unless that fatty, the poster, is amenable, the school's forum administrator won't arbitrarily delete his post. Lu Yang turned a page in his book, casually interjecting. Not long ago, I chatted with Shanshan in the futures trading room. He knows about my notoriety on the school forum. Furthermore, I learned from him about that fatty's connections. He has relatives in the school administration. With such relations, Fatty can pretty much do as he pleases on campus. Is that fatty really that formidable? Chen Yibao inquired, curiosity piqued. After all, in his eyes, Mu Zichin was already quite powerful, with admirers from every grade. If Fatty had family in leadership positions, then not being arrogant in the school was already a sign of his good upbringing. Students are, after all, just students. No matter how much support Mu Zichin has from her admirers, it pales in comparison to the backing of someone with school officials behind them. Lu Yang replied, nonchalantly. The school social circle has always been quite insular. Unsavory matters are certainly not absent. In my past life, various schools have been embroiled in scandals, most of which were handled internally. Therefore, to the school administration, a handful of students truly hold little significance. Chen Yibao and Su Chu were taken aback, finding it difficult to process. Wow, it turns out to be like this. Chen Yibao scratched his head, struggling to digest Lu Yang's words. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Yang's phone screen lit up. It was a new message from an unknown number. Classmate Lu Yang, this is Zhao Tiansheng. I would like to discuss some unfounded rumors regarding Zichin on the forum. If you have time, shall we meet at the Stay Time Cafe at 3 this afternoon? Lu Yang picked up his phone, observing the courteous yet condescending tone of the message, a deeper smirk gracing his lips. Look, he waved his phone screen at his 3 roommates, his tone laced with teasing. It seems Mu Zichin's admirers can't sit still. Zhao Tiansheng, how could it be him? Chen Yibao remarked upon seeing the name mentioned in the message. Do you know him? Su Chu turned towards Chen Yibao upon hearing his question. Lu Yang and Qin Fei also focused their attention on Chen Yibao, eager to learn about this Zhao Tiansheng. I've heard people say his father is the president of Zhonghu Real Estate in Zhonghai City. They have plenty of money and are quite arrogant at school. Compared to the other 3, Chun Yibo was more socially active, and thus privy to information that others might not know. Is he really that impressive? Su Chu frowned at Chun Yibo's words. Yangzi, should we accompany you? It feels like that person is not coming with good intentions. Su Chu pondered before being the first to speak, with Chun Yibo and Qin Fei nodding in agreement. No need. What can he do? It's merely to keep me away from Mu Zichen. The truth is, I wasn't even close to her. Lu Yang considered for a moment before responding. All right, enough gossip. It's time to review and code. This afternoon, I'll meet this young Master Zhao and see what he's truly after. Subsequently, Lu Yang set his phone down and picked up his finance textbook, as if the earlier message was merely a trivial matter. Chapter 26. Confrontation with Zhao Tianxing at 3 o'clock in the afternoon at the Staytime Cafe. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warm patches of light on the wooden floor. The air was filled with the aroma of roasted coffee beans and soft background music. At this hour, the cafe was sparsely populated, lending an air of tranquility. Zhao Tianxing occupied the best seat by the window, dressed in casual athletic attire, in stark contrast to his formal outfit from that morning when he met Mu Zichen. It seemed Zhao Tianxing was indeed attuned to the temperature. Had it not been for his meeting with Mu Zichen that morning, he likely wouldn't have donned such formal attire. This was something Mu Zichen's roommate had informed him. Apparently, she had a penchant for suits. Of course, Mu Zichen's roommate only observed the surface. Mu Zichen did not merely like suits, but rather successful individuals who wore them. Zhao Tianxing's posture appeared relaxed, yet his back was straight, chin slightly raised, his gaze scanning the entrance with a mix of scrutiny and impatience. Accompanying him were two trendily dressed young men, his lackeys, who were also glancing around. As Lu Yang entered wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans, carrying an old backpack, Zhao Tianxing's gaze instantly locked onto him. He frowned slightly, seemingly displeased with Lu Yang's overly humble attire. You are Lu Yang? Zhao Tianxing inquired, not bothering to rise, merely lifting his chin in a condescending confirmation. Without pausing, Lu Yang walked straight to the empty seat opposite him and casually placed his backpack on the chair beside him. He cast a glance at Zhao Tianxing and the two individuals beside him, his gaze calm and undisturbed, as if he were merely observing a few ordinary classmates. Are you Zhao Tianxing? Lu Yang retorted, his tone devoid of any inflection. Zhao Tianxing felt a pang of discomfort at Lu Yang's nonchalance, which seemingly disregarded his presence. One of his lackeys immediately piped up, infused with a hint of sycophancy. Hey, Brother Sheng is talking to you. You should show him some respect. Lu Yang apparaît oblivious, redirecting his attention to Zhao Tianxing. What do you need from me? Is it about the matter discussed in the forum? He cut straight to the chase, eschewing any pleasantries and showing no sign of being affected by the other's stature. Zhao Tianxing inhaled deeply, suppressing his irritation. He adjusted his posture, leaning slightly forward, his hands clasped on the table, adopting a demeanor of negotiation, though the superiority in his gaze remained unmistakable. Lu Yang, we are all reasonable individuals here, so I will be direct. Zhao Tianxing fixed his eyes on Lu Yang. Recently, there have been some unfounded rumors circulating about Zichen on the forum, creating quite a stir and negatively impacting her. As her friend, I wish to see her untroubled by these baseless allegations. Lu Yang took a sip of the lemonade on the table, awaiting Zhao Tianxing's continuation. I've heard that these rumors seem to involve you as well. There are whispers suggesting that you are currently in a relationship with Zichen. Such rumors are detrimental and have caused her considerable distress. Zhao Tianxing emphasized, his tone growing more fervent. Oh, do you, Zhao Tianxing, also believe in these fabrications? Lu Yang replied, setting down his cup with a slight, enigmatic smile. Zhao Tianxing momentarily faltered at the counter-question, before responding in a low tone, I naturally know you are not in a relationship with Zichen. However, the rumors are still troubling her greatly. You could. So what? Lu Yang interjected, a hint of amusement in his voice. This matter does not concern me. Does it? I am not the one spreading rumors on the forum. Zhao Tianxing found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated Lu Yang to be so composed and logically astute, entirely unlike an ordinary freshman. Initially, Zhao Tianxing intended to persuade Lu Yang to post on the forum, clarifying that he had no connection with Mu Zichen. But it appeared that Lu Yang was not someone inclined to heed his commands. I've heard you jog every morning on the playground. Zhao Tianxing shifted the topic from the forum to the running track. And so, Lu Yang leaned back slightly, adopting a relaxed posture. That is not the issue. I simply hope that during your morning runs, you would maintain your distance from Zichen. It would be better for everyone. Zhao Tianxing spoke coldly, his tone laced with an implicit threat. Since he could not persuade Lu Yang, he decided to abandon politeness. If I jog, and Mu Zichen happens to jog as well, and we exchange greetings, what's the problem? Is there a school regulation that forbids students from speaking on the playground? Or do you, Zhao Tiansheng, consider Mu Zichen to be your personal possession, such that no other male can converse with her? Lu Yang What do you mean? Zhao Tiansheng's expression darkened, his voice suddenly rising, drawing the attention of a few patrons in the cafe. His lackeys tensed up. My point is, if you want Mu Zichen to maintain distance from me, you should address that with her rather than with me, Lu Yang retorted, wearing a mocking smile. Zhao Tiansheng's face flushed with a mix of red and white. Lu Yang's words struck a nerve. Had he been able to convince Mu Zichen to stay away from Lu Yang, he wouldn't have sought out Lu Yang in the first place. His approach was motivated more by the sense of threat he felt emanating from Lu Yang, a sensation he had never experienced before. While Zichen had a legion of admirers, it seemed she had not displayed any special affection towards anyone in particular. However, her demeanor towards Lu Yang appeared markedly different. Lu Yang, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You're just an ordinary student. Do you truly believe you are worthy of Zichen? I advise you to heed my words, otherwise. Zhao Tiansheng suppressed his fury, his voice low and menacing. Prior to meeting with Lu Yang, he had gathered information about him. In Zhao Tiansheng's eyes, Lu Yang, a penniless individual from a small town, was utterly unworthy of approaching Mu Zichen. Otherwise what? Lu Yang's gaze turned icy, locking onto Zhao Tiansheng. For a moment, the air in the cafe seemed to freeze. Zhao Tiansheng, Mu Zichen is capable of making her own judgments. She does not require you or me to concern ourselves with her affairs. It would serve you well to tend to your own matters, Lu Yang replied, resuming his usual calm demeanor as if the earlier tension had been but an illusion. After speaking, Lu Yang averted his gaze from Zhao Tiansheng, stood, and picked up his old backpack. He departed from the cafe, leaving Zhao Tiansheng and his two bewildered lackeys frozen in place, akin to two soulless clay figures. Chapter 27. Zhao Tiansheng takes action. The student council investigates dormitories. Yangzi, how'd it go? What did Zhao Tiansheng say? As Lu Yang entered the dormitory, Chen Yibo was the first to leap up. While Su Chu and Qin Fei immediately set aside their tasks, three pairs of eyes fixated on Lu Yang. The trio was intensely curious about the outcome of Lu Yang's meeting with Zhao Tiansheng. Fully aware that he had just attended the wealthy heir's proverbial banquet, Lu Yang casually tossed his old backpack onto his chair, a playful smile gracing his lips. What could he possibly say? The same old routine, asking me to stay away from Mu Zichen. This guy truly views her as his possession, as if anyone else's glance is an affront to him. He moved to his desk and poured himself a glass of water. How arrogant. Who does he think he is? Is wealth everything? Chen Yibo slammed his hand on the table indignantly. And then? Yangzi, how did you respond? More concerned about Lu Yang's reaction, feeling certain he wouldn't simply acquiesce. I told him, Zhao Tiansheng, I understand your sentiments. However, discussing this with me is futile. Lu Yang took a sip of water, his tone as calm as if recounting a trivial affair. He paused, meeting the inquisitive gazes of his three roommates, the smile on his lips deepening with a hint of mockery and an air of control. As for that suggestion to keep distance, I think you should directly convey that to Mu Zichen. If you want her to stay away from me, that might yield better results. As for my end, there is no need for Zhao Tiansheng to worry. Lu Yang mimicked the cool, slightly sarcastic tone he had employed earlier. Chen Yibo could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Yangzi, that was brilliant. Your response was utterly devastating. Let him go talk to Mu Zichen? If he could do that, he would have sought you out. Su Chu chimed in, laughter easing the tension in the air. Yangzi, you're what must have driven Zhao Tiansheng mad. Mel? His expression was rather unpleasant. Lu Yang shrugged, setting down his cup. What else did he do? Did he threaten you? Silently adjusting his glasses, Qin Fei finally spoke up. According to Chen Yibo, Zhao Tiansheng was no formidable character. I chose to disregard him, suspecting he might harbor ulterior motives. Lu Yang nodded, his demeanor remaining serene, seemingly unfazed by Zhao Tiansheng's threats. To Lu Yang, Zhao Tiansheng was merely an immature child. Within the confines of Zhonghai University, he harbored no fear of anyone causing him trouble. It was Friday, knowing that the copper futures market was performing exceptionally well. Lu Yang refrained from visiting the futures company for transactions. Nevertheless, as soon as the afternoon session concluded, Shanshan promptly informed Lu Yang of the closing price for copper futures today, 32,540. The market had risen by another 8 points. Lu Yang's account had accrued nearly 2 million in profits today, bringing his total to 4 million. Remarkably, in just 10 days, Lu Yang's account had surged by 180. Such astonishing growth, even in a market rife with prodigies, could be deemed extraordinary. After all, Those who doubled their investments within days often operated with relatively small capital. Cases like Liu Yang's, where the account nearly doubled in a mere 10 days, were indeed rare. As Liu Yang was engrossed in his studies at the desk, a sudden knock resounded at the dormitory door. Since Chun Yiba's bed was closest to the entrance, he stood up to answer it. "Who is it?" he inquired as he opened the door, just a crack. "Student council. Routine dorm inspection," came a young man's voice from outside, tinged with an air of authority. As soon as the door was ajar, 3 figures squeezed inside. Leading them was a boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his hair slicked back, adorned with a student council discipline committee badge. 2 other staff members, equally serious and badge-clad, followed closely behind. The atmosphere in the dormitory instantly turned chilly. Su Chu and Qin Fei furrowed their brows, casting wary glances toward the entrance. Liu Yang set his book aside, calmly surveying the scene. "Fellow students, we are from the Student Council Discipline Committee, conducting a routine inspection." The bespectacled leader adjusted his glasses, his gaze methodically scanning the dormitory with an air of deliberate scrutiny. "This is dorm room 407, finance department, first year, correct?" he asked, feigning ignorance. "Yes, that's us. What are you inspecting? Haven't you already checked us at the beginning of the semester?" Chun Yiba interjected, blocking the doorway with a somewhat unfriendly tone. "The student council's duties require unannounced inspections to maintain campus order and dormitory safety. Please stand in line and cooperate with our examination," the bespectacled boy replied sternly, adopting a businesslike demeanor. His eyes briefly darted over Liu Yang, carrying a hint of subtle judgment and hostility. Liu Yang understood. This was likely Zhao Tianqing's retaliation, leveraging his connections within the student council to create trouble. The bespectacled boy, accompanied by the 2 staff members, began to meander through the dormitory, taking their time, their eyes scanning each corner like searchlights. "This power strip cannot be left on the bed. It poses a safety hazard," one staff member pointed out, indicating the power strip hanging by Chun Yiba's bedside. "The balcony is cluttered and needs tidying," remarked another, gesturing toward the pile of empty boxes in the corner. "The items on the desk are not arranged neatly, detracting from the overall aesthetic of the dormitory." The bespectacled boy approached Liu Yang's desk, his gaze scrutinizing the open finance textbooks, notebooks, and a pen, his tone laced with criticism. In truth, Liu Yang's desk was quite tidy, far surpassing the chaotic state of Chun Yiba's. Chun Yiba's face flushed with anger. This was clearly nitpicking. "Hey, you're being overly fastidious. The power strip is secured. Those boxes on the balcony are considered clutter. A few books on the desk are messy. Classmate, please assist us in our duties and refrain from disrupting the inspection." The bespectacled boy interrupted coldly. His gaze then landed on a corner of Liu Yang's desk. "What is this?" he inquired, pointing at a hot water dispenser. A hot water dispenser with a high-power appliance prohibited in dormitories. However, due to frequent issues with the school's provided water heaters, virtually every dorm room had one. Students still needed hot water. If the school's provisions fell short, they would naturally seek alternatives. Fortunately, the fire incident that had occurred in Liu Yang's previous life due to a hot water dispenser had not yet transpired, and the school tacitly accepted students using them. The bespectacled boy knew well what it was, but he sought to elicit a confession from Liu Yang. "It's a hot water dispenser," Liu Yang replied nonchalantly. Aware that the student council was merely looking for faults, he knew further discussion would be futile. The use of high-power appliances in the dormitory is prohibited. Was this device approved by the school? It poses safety risks. Confiscated. The bespectacled boy's voice grew suddenly stern, as if seizing upon evidence of wrongdoing. As he spoke, one of the staff members moved to retrieve the hot water dispenser. "Wait!" Chun Yiba suddenly interjected, his voice laced with anger, his fists clenched tightly. He had realized these individuals were instigating trouble and was furious at their intent to report these issues to the authorities. "Boss, let them take it," Liu Yang urged, restraining Chun Yiba, who was ready to confront them. "I will handle this matter later. For now, we need not engage with them." "Do you mean to obstruct the normal operations of the student council?" The bespectacled boy fanned the flames, eyeing Chun Yiba's fury. "No. Feel free to record your findings and take whatever you wish. However, since you are confiscating our belongings, you must provide your names," Liu Yang stated, his gaze piercing. He understood that if a scene were to erupt in the dormitory, the school would undoubtedly uphold the authority of the student council. Thus, it was unnecessary to create a ruckus at the moment. Dealing with the aftermath later would be more prudent. "Liming," the head of the student council discipline committee. The bespectacled boy's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Liu Yang's words. He hadn't anticipated such composure from him. This thwarted his intention to provoke conflict within the dormitory. For reasons unknown, upon meeting Liu Yang's sharp gaze, he felt a sense of unease. Yet, having initiated the confrontation, he could not retreat. Also, you need to sign this, he said, producing a document labeled Student Disciplinary Recommendation from his folder. He wrote the reasons for the punishment: dormitory hygiene inadequate, clutter on the balcony, garbage in the trash bin, disorganized books on the desk, and illegal use of high-power appliances. He then handed the student disciplinary recommendation to Lu Yang for his signature. Although Lu Yang was reluctant to sign, he understood that refusing would only prolong their presence. Thus, Lu Yang did not hesitate and promptly affixed his signature to the student disciplinary recommendation form. The bespectacled man cast a glance, and upon seeing Lu Yang's signature, gestured for his junior aides to swiftly stow away the document before preparing to depart. The subsequent punishment will be communicated to your supervising teachers through the student council. If you have any objections regarding the disciplinary action, feel free to approach me at the student council. With that remark, the bespectacled man led his two juniors away from Lu Yang's dormitory. Chapter 28. Obstacles in Resolution. Damn it. Yangzi, what should we do? As soon as the bespectacled man, Li Ming, and his entourage departed from Lu Yang's dormitory, Chen Yibo leaned closer to Lu Yang, his face etched with concern and indignation. This scoundrel was clearly sent by Zhao Tiansheng to stir up trouble. Which dormitory does not have a hot pot? Why must this warrant a serious warning? It's utterly outrageous. The student disciplinary recommendation form bears Lu Yang's signature, and should a punishment be imposed, it would also reflect on him. However, the entire dormitory would share the burden of this disciplinary action, potentially preventing all residents from receiving accolades or commendations. Chen Yibo himself was indifferent, as his family was well off, and obtaining a diploma sufficed for him. Yet, Su Chu and Qin Fei's expressions grew markedly solemn. Su Chu came from an average background and had always aspired to secure a good job through excellent grades and a commendable record. Qin Fei harbored ambitions of advancing in academia and certainly did not wish to be tainted by such a disciplinary mark. After all, such a sanction could blemish their future prospects for scholarships and job applications. Given Li Ming's vengeful demeanor, a heavy punishment seemed inevitable. The atmosphere in the dormitory was stifling. No worries, leave it to me. I will handle it. Lu Yang's voice shattered the silence, his calm tone instilling a sense of reassurance. He then picked up the Nokia phone resting on the table, his fingers deftly navigating the keypad. Yangzi, who are you planning to contact? Our homeroom teacher? Qin Fei promptly responded, his eyes brightening. No, I'm familiar with Hong Shan, the vice president of the student council. Though he is nearing graduation, he should still be able to assist us. Lu Yang shook his head, having located Hong Shan's number, and pressed the call button. He was confident that a head of the student council's disciplinary committee would not pose a challenge for Hong Shan. The phone rang a few times before being answered. Hello? Junior, what is on your mind? Hong Shan's voice resonated cheerfully from the other end, evidently in high spirits, especially since the copper market had surged that day. Senior, I apologize for the intrusion, but I might need your assistance with a matter, Lu Yang stated with a composed tone. He was aware that Hong Shan would not decline his request, for he was one of Hong Shan's significant clients. On son champ sécure de permanente position. His performance would heavily rely on Lu Yang's contributions. Oh, what is it? Just speak freely. There is no need for such formality between us. Hong Shan's voice carried a note of concern. He held a profound respect for his remarkable junior, as Lu Yang's prowess had truly manifested, nearly doubling an initial investment of 3 million within a mere 10 trading days. As an employee at a futures company, he would undoubtedly require Lu Yang's assistance in the future. Thus, having the opportunity to help Lu Yang was something he greatly valued. Lu Yang succinctly recounted the incident involving Li Ming, the head of the student council's disciplinary committee, who had come to inspect the dormitory and had intentionally made things difficult. He also mentioned that Li Ming had left with a student disciplinary recommendation form, which could potentially result in a severe warning. Irakal Li Ming. He tends to be a bit impulsive and overly ambitious. But how brazenly he has targeted you. What offense did you commit against him? Normally, first-year students like Lu Yang should not have crossed paths with Li Ming. I haven't offended Li Ming, but I have crossed Zhao Tiansheng. He is likely pulling the strings behind this, Lu Yang explained. I see. I'll speak with the teacher responsible for the student council. It should not lead to anything serious, Hong Shan offered, recalling the rumors circulating on the school forum regarding Mu Zichen and Lu Yang. As a former vice president of the student council, he was familiar with the teachers overseeing the council, which is why he felt assured in making this promise to Lu Yang. Thank you, senior. I truly appreciate it. Lu Yang beamed upon hearing Hong Shan's words. Although he had anticipated that such matters would be simple for Hong Shan, he felt relieved when Hong Shan assured him that everything would be fine. After all, the implications for his dorm mates' opportunities for recognition were not to be taken lightly. Moreover, for what I understand, Zhao Tiansheng is not a person to be trifled with. Exercise caution. He comes from wealth, possesses a cunning nature, and you must be wary of his schemes, Shanshan advised, recalling the campus gossip surrounding Zhao Tiansheng. His brow furrowing slightly. He was acquainted with Zhao Tiansheng but held a low opinion of him, viewing him merely as a privileged heir. Understood. Thank you, senior. I will remain vigilant, Lu Yang replied, placing his phone down as 3 pairs of eyes in the dormitory watched him with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. What did the vice president of the student council say? Chen Yibo asked eagerly. Lu Yang relayed Shanshan's words. That is fantastic. You're truly reliable, Yangzi. Chen Yibo exclaimed, raising his fist in excitement. Su Chu and Qin Fei visibly relaxed, with a flicker of admiration crossing Qin Fei's gaze. He had not anticipated that Lu Yang had such a close relationship with the vice president of the student council. After all, if Shanshan was willing to reach out to a teacher on Lu Yang's behalf, their relationship must be quite strong. Subsequently, Lu Yang and his dorm mates decided to go out for a meal, with Lu Yang declaring that he would treat them to a nice dinner outside. Just as the 4 of them reached the bottom of the dormitory, Lu Yang's phone rang again. It was a call from Shanshan. Lu Yang answered, hello, senior. A troubling piece of news came through on the other end. Junior, there is a bit of a complication regarding that matter. I just spoke with the teacher in charge of the student council. The teacher mentioned that since you've already signed the student disciplinary recommendation form, they cannot simply dismiss it. After all, the school's regulations must be adhered to. Shanshan's tone carried a hint of regret, feeling uncomfortable that he had not been able to resolve the issue for Lu Yang. Senior, is the teacher from the student council always this unyielding? Lu Yang asked, frowning at Shanshan's words. That is unusual. The student council teacher is typically quite accommodating. I suspect that Zhao Tiansheng may have intervened. It's unlikely that the teacher would take action solely on Li Ming's word. After all, it's not uncommon for someone from Zhao Tiansheng's affluent background to possess connections within the school, Shanshan elucidated, explaining the reasons for his failure to resolve the matter. Then, who else can we turn to at this point, senior? Should I perhaps approach the school leadership? Lu Yang inquired, contemplating the next steps. Last year, when Lu Yang exhibited courage and sustained injuries, many school leaders came to visit him and expressed their willingness to assist him if needed. Although this may have been merely a formality, it was believed that should Lu Yang indeed seek their help, they would be inclined to offer him some support, albeit limited. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Yang was determined not to let any punitive measures fall upon his entire dormitory, even if it meant bearing the consequences alone. School leaders? Given the courage he displayed last year, securing their assistance for his postgraduate applications should pose no issue. It seems a bit of a waste to use it here. Shanshan remarqued sincèrement. This was a testament to his genuine friendship with Lu Yang, as it is not a trivial matter to have school officials indebted to you. However, it was imperative that the repercussions did not truly materialize. I'm unconcerned for myself, but I cannot allow my dorm mates to suffer because of my actions. Lu Yang added, do you know Linyu? If she is willing to lend a hand, everything will be much easier. The teachers in the youth league may disregard my requests, but they will certainly accommodate her. Suddenly, Shanshan recalled the presentation event Lu Yang had attended a few days prior, which was indeed overseen by Linyu. Lu Yang must have had some interaction with her. Linyu? All right, I will give it a try. With that, Lu Yang hung up the phone. Chapter 29. Zhao Tiansheng's Subtle Maneuvers. Once Li Ming exited the dormitory building, he dispatched 2 followers to the student council's activity room. Subsequently, he sought a secluded corner, filled with a mix of eagerness and the desire for recognition, and dialed Zhao Tiansheng's number. Hello, young Master Sheng. It's all set. No matter how stubborn that kid is, I placed the disciplinary recommendation on the table, and he has signed it. It's in black and white. He cannot escape. Li Ming's tone was deliberately casual, laced with a hint of flattery. On the other end, Zhao Tiansheng emitted a satisfied chuckle. Good job, Mingzi. I knew you could do it. What was that kid's reaction? Was he left speechless? Initially, he was quite defiant, claiming it wasn't a high-power device, but I shot him down. In the end, his face turned pale. Li Ming embellished the story, striving to showcase the authority of his position as the head of the student council's disciplinary department. Young Master Shang, see? I handled this matter efficiently, despite the pressure. Li Ming emphasized the pressure and his tenacity, making his intentions unmistakably clear. It was time to fulfill promises. Rest assured, Mingzi, when have I, Zhao Tiansheng, ever shortchanged my brothers? I will treat you to a lavish meal at the Imperial Dynasty, and I'll also gift you that phone you like. How is that for generosity? Zhao Tiansheng's tone was imbued with a languid air of condescension. The Imperial Dynasty was an upscale restaurant outside the school, and the phone Li Ming desired cost around 5,000 yuan, no small sum in 2005. For a student from an ordinary family, this was a considerably generous reward. Thank you. Young Master Shang. How generous. It's truly rewarding to be associated with young Master Shang. His heart leapt with joy as he spoke. This was not Li Ming's first time aiding Zhao Tiansheng. Each time he assisted, he received his due recompense. Ingratiating wretch. After hanging up, Zhao Tiansheng muttered under his breath, clearly referring to Li Ming. After all, every time he enlisted Li Ming as help, Li Ming would emphasize his own difficulties, as if Zhao Tiansheng had ever been untrustworthy. Thus, despite Zhao Tiansheng's frequent need for Li Ming's assistance, he had never particularly liked him. After a while, Zhao Tiansheng's phone rang again. The caller ID revealed it was Li Ming. Hello, Mingzi, what is the matter? Zhao Tiansheng suppressed his aversion and feigned indifference as he asked. Young Master Shang, there has been a problem. I just received a call from the teacher in charge of the youth league. He said this matter should end here, and we should not pursue Liu Yang's responsibility any further. Li Ming spoke anxiously on the other end. He was not fearful of the matter falling through. Rather, he was reluctant to forego the promised rewards from Zhao Tiansheng. Do you know who intervened? Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Zhao Tiansheng understood that Liu Yang must have sought assistance. He needed to ascertain who Liu Yang had approached. Not everyone could compel him, the second son of the Zhao family in Zhonghai City, to bow down. I gathered from the youth league teacher that it seems Vice Chairman Hong Shan stepped in. It appears Liu Yang has a good relationship with him, Li Ming replied. As for Hong Shan, he was mentioned in the phone call from the youth league teacher. All right, I understand. This matter is far from over. With that parting remark, Zhao Tiansheng hung up. The teacher responsible for the student council in the youth league was surnamed Feng, and Zhao Tiansheng was actually acquainted with him. When he first entered university, Zhao Long had taken him to visit teacher Feng's home, ostensibly to facilitate Zhao Tiansheng's introduction to the teacher, ensuring he would have a connection when he needed assistance at school. It must be said that Zhao Long had invested considerable effort into grooming his second son. However, since Zhao Tiansheng arrived at the university, he had not engaged in any meaningful endeavors. Hello, is this teacher Feng? Zhao Tiansheng inquired respectfully once his call connected. Yes, this is Zhao Tiansheng, Zhao Long's son. We have met before. Ah, Tiansheng, what brings you to call? The person on the other end of the line spoke with an air of familiarity. Zhao Long was a well-known magnate in Zhonghai South real estate industry. Even though this teacher Feng held a respectable position at the school, he was willing to extend some courtesy to the Zhao family, as he could not predict when he might require their assistance in the future. It was prudent to maintain good relations. Teacher Feng, a freshman named Liu Yang, has been found using high-power electrical appliances in his dormitory. According to school regulations, he should receive a warning. Li Ming mentioned that you dismissed the case. Teacher Feng, shouldn't such incidents warrant strict punishment? Zhao Tiansheng articulated, making his intentions clear. Oh, you mean this matter? Since you brought it up, let us proceed, as you suggest. The school indeed needs to establish a precedent to remind students to adhere to the regulations. Zhao Tiansheng's intent was unmistakable. He merely wished to create trouble for the student named Liu Yang. In teacher Feng's view, a severe warning did not constitute a serious punishment. It merely meant the student would be ineligible for awards and honors. Typically, such penalties were rescinded upon graduation, which is why Feng agreed to Zhao Tiansheng's request. As for Hong Shan, he would naturally be disregarded. After all, one side was a student nearing graduation who was quite useful, while the other was a real estate magnate in Zhonghai City. The choice of allegiance was glaringly evident. Very well. Thank you, teacher Feng. When the opportunity arises, I will treat you to a meal. Zhao Tiansheng concluded the call with a broad smile. All settled. He then called Li Ming to inform him that everything had been resolved. This is, in fact, a demonstration of strength aimed at Li Ming, signaling to him that he is not alone within the school. He merely chooses not to leverage his connections. One should not come to him seeking accolades for trivial matters. In Chapter 30, Lin Yu takes action. After concluding a phone call with Hong Shan, Liu Yang retrieved Lin Yu's number, which he had saved just a few days prior, from his contacts. Without hesitation, he pressed the dial key for the newly stored number. In the student council activity room, Lin Yu stood before the whiteboard, methodically assigning tasks for the upcoming campus cultural and arts festival to several council members. Her speech was steady, her thoughts clear, exuding an aura of composure and competence. The room was filled only with the clarity of her voice and the soft scratching sound of the pen against the whiteboard. Suddenly, her phone on the adjacent table vibrated, illuminating the screen. Lin Yu was momentarily interrupted, her brow furrowing slightly as she glanced at the display. Liu Yang. The name rendered her momentarily speechless. Liu Yang? She had not anticipated receiving a call from him. A flicker of curiosity and confusion crossed her mind, recalling Liu Yang's remarkable composure exhibited during the presentation. She resolved to answer the call. She gestured for the student council members awaiting her instructions to hold on for a moment picked up her phone, moved to the window, and answered the call, her tone characterized by the customary politeness and distance of Lin Yu. Hello, is this Lu Yang? Chairperson Lin, greetings. I apologize for the disturbance, but I would like to trouble you with a matter, if it is convenient. Lu Yang's voice came through the receiver, calm and clear, imbued with a maturity beyond his years. Please go ahead, Lin Yu replied succinctly, leaning slightly forward. She was not one to casually agree to others' requests. Lu Yang then recounted the events that had transpired in the dormitory, including the refusal of assistance for the teacher after Shanshan had made a call on his behalf. I understand the situation. Although the school prohibits high-power appliances like the hot water dispensers, as a student, I comprehend the rationale behind their use. The school's hot water supply is indeed inadequate. I will communicate with the teacher regarding this matter. Rest assured, the school will not penalize you for this, Lin Yu stated, firmly standing by her fellow students as the president of the student council at Zhonghai University. Her favorable impression of Lu Yang had been reinforced by his bravery and the presentation he had given. Thank you, Chairperson Lin, Lu Yang expressed, a hint of relief brightening his expression upon hearing Lin Yu take charge. It is my duty as the student council president, she replied. However, I do have a question. Do you know why Li Ming seems to be targeting you? Lin Yu's tone turned serious. She was well acquainted with Li Ming and, through Lu Yang's account, understood that he was indeed the target of Li Ming's actions. Yet, she could not fathom the reasons behind Li Ming's animosity towards Lu Yang. Regardless, Li Ming's abuse of student council authority to retaliate against fellow students had crossed Lin Yu's line. She would not allow such behavior to go unpunished. It is precisely because rumors about my involvement with Mu Zikin have been circulating on the forum that Zhao Tiansheng, after failing to intimidate me, directed Li Ming to conduct an inspection of our dormitory, Lu Yang revealed, not attempting to shield Li Ming from blame. If Lin Yu was willing to take action against Li Ming, all the better. I see. It appears that beauty indeed brings trouble. Lin Yu chuckled softly upon hearing Lu Yang's explanation. She had certainly heard the uproar regarding the rumors about Lu Yang and Mu Zikin and was aware that Zhao Tiansheng was merely a wealthy scion. Very well. I will handle the remaining matters. Such petty vengeance from someone like Li Ming will no longer occur. With that, Lin Yu ended the call. Upon hearing Lin Yu's assurance, Lu Yang felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Yangzi, any progress? The three roommates of Lu Yang awaited his return from the call. As soon as he hung up, it should be fine now. Chairperson Lin said she would handle it. The final outcome depends on her, Lu Yang replied. However, I suspect that Li Ming won't take it well. From his recent conversation with Lin Yu, Lu Yang discerned her strong aversion to the misuse of student council power for personal vendettas. Therefore, he surmised that Lin Yu would not only revoke the punishment for the dormitory inspection, but would also address Li Ming's misconduct. Lu Yang had no doubts about Lin Yu's ability to succeed. After all, she was not an ordinary student from a third-tier city like Hongshan. In Zhonghai, there were few challenges that could thwart Lin Yu. Hello, teacher phone. This is Lin Yu. I understand that Li Ming submitted a student disciplinary recommendation regarding today's dormitory inspection. Is that correct? Lin Yu inquired while glancing at the apprehensive Li Ming standing beside her, as she dialed phone Kuin's number. Having already confirmed with Li Ming that the student disciplinary recommendation had indeed been submitted to teacher phone, Lin Yu proceeded with the call. Yes, that is the case. What can I do for you? Phone Kuin responded, slightly puzzled. Our student council believes that the issues discovered during the dormitory inspection were not handled with due diligence, and therefore we do not intend to impose any penalties on the student in question. I would like to retrieve that student disciplinary recommendation from your office. Are you there? Is it really that Lu Yang? Who is he that so many are interceding on his behalf? Phone Kuin could discern Lin Yu's intention behind the call. However, recalling Zhao Tianxing's earlier phone call, he was reluctant to relinquish the student disciplinary recommendation to Lin Yu. Student Lin, matters concerning student discipline are typically approached with great caution. I have already consulted Li Ming, and his actions were justified. That student should indeed face punishment. Phone Kuin replied after a moment of contemplation. Lin Yu's expression darkened upon hearing Phone Kuin's response. From Lu Yang's account, she had gathered that Phone Kuin had also been swayed by Zhao Tiansheng. After all, Phone Kuin had initially agreed to cancel the disciplinary action, only to later assert the need for punishment. It was evident that Zhao Tiansheng had intervened. However, she had not anticipated that even after the student council had made its position clear, Phone Kuin would still insist on penalizing Lu Yang. I believe our student council's reasoning is sound. If you, teacher Phone, have any objections, we could approach Secretary Wu together to discuss this matter. What do you think? Lin Yu stated coldly. Secretary Wu was the secretary of the Communist Youth League at Zhonghai University and was, in fact, Phone Kuin's superior. Moreover, Lin Yu was quite familiar with Secretary Wu. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Feng Kuan fell silent. After a brief pause of several seconds, Feng Kuan finally spoke again, saying, "Let us proceed as you suggested, Lin. I will be in my office, and you may come to collect this student disciplinary recommendation at your convenience." Feng Kuan chose to concede. Although he valued the friendship of the Zhao family, he understood that it was paramount not to offend his superior. He had no desire to provoke Secretary Wu over such a trivial matter. Chapter 31. Resolution in the Student Council Activity Room. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. After ending the call, Lin Yu turned her gaze toward Li Ming, who stood quietly nearby. He had overheard Lin's conversation with Feng Kuan. Previously, there had been whispers within the student council about Lin Yu's extraordinary background, which Li Ming had dismissed. However, after witnessing the exchange between Lin and Feng, he realized that her influence was far beyond ordinary. It was astonishingly formidable. She had directly confronted a supervising teacher who had backed down. Li Ming stood before Lin Yu, his face ashen, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He had thought he was merely assisting Zhao Tiansheng in making things difficult for a freshman, a task he had undertaken before. He had never anticipated that this time he would be brought before Lin Yu, the president of the student council. Seated behind a large desk, Lin lightly tapped her fingers on the surface, producing a rhythmic sound. Her expression was inscrutable, yet when her piercing gaze swept over Li Ming, it felt as though his skin were being pricked by needles. "Li Ming, explain why you conducted an unannounced inspection of Liu Yang's dormitory outside of the regular schedule. Who granted you the authority to disregard procedures and misuse your position within the student council's disciplinary department for targeted revenge?" Lin Yu's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. Targeted revenge. That was Lin Yu's conclusion regarding Li Ming's abrupt inspection of Liu Yang's dormitory. Upon hearing her words, Li Ming's complexion turned pale, and he stammered, "Chairman Lin, I did not seek revenge. I was merely enforcing regulations." His attempts at justification were feeble. The distinction between a routine inspection and personal vendetta was glaringly obvious. Li Ming's actions were so clumsily executed that he could not conjure a plausible explanation. "Enforcing regulations?" Lin Yu scoffed. "I also have an electric kettle in my dormitory. Why did you not enforce the regulations there? Do you have an electric kettle in your dormitory?" Lin's voice sharpened. As the president of the student council, Li Ming's conduct was a disgrace to the organization. Li Ming was rendered speechless, cold sweat trickling down his temples. In truth, he did have an electric kettle in his dormitory. For students at Zhonghai University, an electric kettle was an absolute necessity. It was nearly impossible to do without hot water for washing one's face or feet. The school's hot water was not only expensive, but also unreliable. And with only 2 heaters per dormitory, it was inadequate for the students' needs. "You were instructed by Zhao Tiansheng, weren't you? For the sake of some baseless gossip on the forum, to curry favor with a sophomore. You dared to exploit your position within the student council to frame a student who had just brought honor to the school through courageous deeds? Li Ming, you possess an audacity that is truly remarkable." Lin Yu stated bluntly. "Chairman Lin, I was wrong. I was momentarily confused. Li Ming was in a state of panic, incoherently admitting his fault. "Enough. Your actions represent a serious violation of student council discipline, an abuse of power, and personal vendetta with an extremely detrimental impact. Henceforth, you will no longer serve as the head of the disciplinary department, nor will you remain a member of the student council. I will contact the Youth League Committee to recommend disciplinary action against you, which will be recorded in your student file. Additionally, I will notify your counselor of this matter." Lin Yu interrupted him, her tone icy. "Are recorded? A serious demerit?" Li Ming felt as if struck by lightning, his face draining of color. He understood all too well the implications of such a punishment. Scholarships, evaluations, and even future opportunities for graduate studies and employment could be severely impacted. "Chairman, I beg you for another chance. I leave. Write a thorough self-reflection and submit it to me by tomorrow. Furthermore, regarding your abuse of power, the school reserves the right to pursue further investigations." Lin Yu dismissed him, returning her attention to the documents on her desk. Hearing her words, Li Ming dared not argue further. He left the activity room in a daze, his posture slumped, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. He realized that his future within the student council and the entire university had been irrevocably compromised. All of this, merely because he sought to please Zhao Tiansheng by making life difficult for Liu Yang, whom he had thought he could easily manipulate. Outside, a black Toyota Crown glided smoothly along the road. In the back seat, Zhao Tiansheng reclined comfortably, his eyes closed as he lightly tapped his fingers to the rock music emanating from the car's sound system. He was in good spirits, relishing the thought of Liu Yang soon bearing a disciplinary mark, forever tarnishing his record and potentially jeopardizing his graduation. A penniless student dared to compete with him for Musichin. Just then his phone rang. The caller ID displayed Li Ming's name. Hello, has everything been taken care of? Has the punishment been issued? Zhao Tiansheng answered lazily, his tone dripping with condescension. Young Master Sheng, it's all over. It's all over. Chairman Lin Yu, she intervened. Li Ming's voice trembled with despair. What Lin Yu? Zhao Tiansheng furrowed his brow, irritation creeping into his voice. Be clear, Lin Yu, the president of the student council. She somehow learned about Liu Yang's punishment and has completely dismissed me. She recorded a serious demerit. It's going to my file. That recommendation for punishment has also been retrieved from teacher phone. Liu Yang is in no trouble at all. Young Master Sheng, you must help me. I did this all for you. Li Ming's voice was filled with terror and pleading. What? Lin Yu, how could she concern herself with such trivial matters? What right does she have? Zhao Tiansheng sat up straight, the ease leaving his demeanor, replaced by incredulous rage. I don't know. She came to me directly and found out everything. Xiao, what am I to do? A serious demerit in my file will ruin my life. Li Ming continued to lament. Useless. You couldn't even handle this small matter. And now you've implicated me. Zhao Tiansheng's face turned a deep shade of anger as he roared into the phone. Get lost. Don't you dare bother me again. Clean up the mess you created yourself. He slammed the phone down, his chest heaving with fury. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. He struck his expensive leather seat with a fist, producing a dull thud. The driver, glancing nervously through the rearview mirror, quickly averted his gaze. Lin Yu. Zhao Tiansheng seethed, gnashing his teeth at the name, his eyes filled with fury and deep-seated apprehension. He was fully aware of who Lin Yu was and the formidable power she wielded. It was not merely Zhao Tiansheng who recognized her influence. Even his father would have to consider whether Lin Yu would grant him an audience. At the onset of his academic journey, his father had urged him to pursue Lin Yu. However, he quickly found himself rebuffed by her. Unlike Mu Zichen, Lin Yu had made her disdain for him abundantly clear, instilling in him a fear of further annoyance. Little did he expect that Lin Yu would take matters in her own hands for the sake of Liu Yang. This development had far exceeded his anticipations, plunging him into a realm of frustration. He yearned for retribution against Liu Yang, but instead of achieving his aim, he inadvertently embroiled himself in a conflict with Li Ming, potentially incurring Lin Yu's ire in the process. It was a classic case of losing the hen while trying to catch the fox. Liu Yang, what kind of ludicrous fortune have you stumbled upon? Zhao Tiansheng growled lowly, his gaze dark and menacing. Though he dared not confront Lin Yu directly, he could only channel his pent-up anger towards Liu Yang. His fist clenched tightly, nearly drawing blood from his nails. This grudge, he vowed to remember. At an outdoor barbecue stall, the atmosphere among Liu Yang and his companions was notably somber. Despite Liu Yang's attempt to reach Lin Yu, uncertainty loomed over the outcome, casting a shadow on everyone's spirits. Suddenly, Liu Yang's Nokia phone vibrated on the table, the screen illuminating with Lin Yu's name, drawing every eye to it. With an air of calm, Liu Yang picked up the phone. Hello, President Lin? On the other end, Lin Yu's voice resonated with clarity and composure. Liu Yang, the matter has been resolved. The disciplinary action has been revoked and will not be recorded. Li Ming, having abused his authority, has been dismissed from the student council and received a major demerit. The relevant details will be reported to the Youth League Committee and his advisor. He will no longer have the opportunity to trouble you. Understood. Thank you, President Lin. I appreciate your assistance, Liu Yang replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. No need for thanks. I owe you gratitude for helping to root out the malefactor within the student council, Lin Yu remarked. After hanging up, Liu Yang met the anxious and expectant gazes of his companions. So what's the verdict, Yangzi? What did President Lin say? Chun Yibo was the first to erupt with excitement. Liu Yang, donning a relaxed smile, reassured his roommates, all sorted. The disciplinary action has been revoked. It's a non-issue. That scoundrel Li Ming has lost his position and received a major demerit, which should suffice as a lesson. Wow, impressive, Yangzi, Chun Yibo exclaimed, slapping the table in exhilaration. His face flushed with excitement. President Lin is phenomenal. A major demerit. Ha ha ha, that rascal Li Ming deserves it. Let him wield his power elsewhere. Wonderful. Su Chu sighed in relief, a simple smile illuminating his face as his anxieties dissipated. Come, let us toast. We shall not leave until we are inebriated. Chun Yibo raised his cup gallantly, rallying everyone to join the toast. Chapter 32. The plan to establish the Zhonghai tutoring network. The following morning, just before 10 o'clock, Liu Yang finally awakened. Rubbing his throbbing temples, he sat up in bed, the dull ache from the hangover still resonating in his head. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, causing him to squint. The dormitory was remarkably quiet, save for Su Chu, who was quietly packing an old canvas bag with textbooks and printed exercises. Old Sue up so early? Off to self-study? Liu Yang's voice came out raspy from slumber. No, I have a tutoring session. I'm scheduled to arrive at the student's home by 10:30. Su Chu replied, startled by Liu Yang's sudden voice. Teaching? Liu Yang took a large gulp of water, the cold liquid rousing him slightly. Observing Su Chu's faded canvas bag and his weary yet earnest expression, he recalled that due to financial constraints, Su Chu had been tutoring to cover his living expenses throughout university. Is this a new gig? I don't recall seeing you go last weekend. Liu Yang inquired curiously. Yes, I found this through an agency. It's exceedingly difficult to secure work on my own. After a month of searching, I had no choice but to resort to an agency. I'll be tutoring a boy in the second year of middle school in math and physics. Sigh, the tutoring market is tough. The better opportunities are monopolized by large tutoring centers. For students like us to get jobs, we either rely on introductions from seniors or must go through agencies. They charge about $50 for their services. After 2 hours of hard work, I might end up giving half of my earnings to them, Su Chu lamented, a look of resignation on his face. That's harsh. How much do you earn per hour? Liu Yang couldn't help but ask, already aware of the agency's exploitative practices, but surprised by the severity. 25 yuan an hour. At least it's not a total loss. The agency likely charges the parents 50 yuan. Plus, every time I engage an agency for work, there's an additional 50 yuan fee. If the agencies weren't so unscrupulous, I wouldn't have waited over a month after finishing my last job to seek their help. It's disheartening to think that all my hard-earned money goes to them. I want to keep you. I need to catch the bus. I'll be late otherwise. With that, Su Chu slung the bag over his shoulder and dashed out of the dormitory. Old Su is off to tutor again. Chunny Ba, roused from slumber by the conversation, mumbled sleepily. Yes, he just left. Liu Yang replied somewhat dismissively, his mind already calculating the feasibility of launching a tutoring website. 2005. The Internet. Information asymmetry. This is a golden opportunity, Liu Yang thought, contemplating how it could also aid underprivileged students in balancing work and study. Old Su really has it tough, Chen Yiba remarked, unsteadily rising from his bed. In this dormitory, Chen Yiba was undoubtedly the most well-off, receiving a monthly allowance of 5 to 10,000 yuan. In this era, he could easily navigate the school. Following him was Qin Fei, a local from Zhonghai whose family was well-off, enjoying a comfortable income. As the only child, he was accustomed to financial comfort. Liu Yang was also in a relatively stable position, coming from a working-class family with a decent income. Meanwhile, Su Chu's situation was starkly different. Both his parents were farmers, and he had a younger sister, which placed significant pressure on him. Ignoring Chen Yiba's comments, Liu Yang grabbed a piece of paper and began sketching out ideas. He had decided to create a tutoring website. This venture would not only help Su Chu increase his income and expedite his dream of securing a spacious apartment, but also assist fellow students in need of part-time work. As he continued to jot down his thoughts, Liu Yang's vision became increasingly clear. He would name the website Zhonghai Tutoring Network. Throughout the entire Saturday, Liu Yang dedicated himself to designing the functionalities and developmental strategies for the Zhonghai Tutoring Network, filling several sheets of paper with ideas. The other two roommates assumed he was merely reviewing his studies and did not disturb him. I am exhausted. Suddenly, the dormitory door swung open, and Su Chu entered, his bag slung over his shoulder. Liu Yang instinctively glanced at the clock. It was nearly 6 o'clock. Su Chu, how many novel classes have you attended? Why have you only just returned? Liu Yang inquired, gazing at Su Chu, who had just come back from outside. It was noteworthy that Su Chu had been gone for nearly 7 or 8 hours. For hours of tutoring, not to mention the time spent commuting and visiting the agency. Otherwise, I would have returned much earlier, Su Chu replied as he tossed his backpack onto the table and collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted. This day had certainly worn him out far more than a typical school day. Besides the strenuous effort involved in tutoring, the commute was equally taxing. Both the agency's location and the students' addresses were situated quite a distance from the bus station, requiring Su Chu to walk for a considerable time. Here, take a look at this. Liu Yang then rose to hand Su Chu the paper he had written throughout the day. The paper read, Zhonghai Tutoring Network. 1. Platform positioning. Focused on local tutoring information matching, starting from the vicinity of Zhonghai University and radiating throughout the city. 2. Target users. Parents seeking tutors for their children and university students looking for part-time jobs, especially those from Zhonghai University. 3. Core functions. Initial phase tutor side. University students can register for free, providing detailed information, school, major year subjects they can teach, grades they can teach, available teaching times, hourly rate expectations, personal profile, contact information. Parent side, Parents can register for free and post their needs, child's grade, subjects requiring tutoring, target grades, preferred class times and locations, budget range, requirements for tutors. Information matching and search. Parents can search for tutors based on subjects, grades, regions, budgets, etc., while tutors can also view the needs posted by parents. The platform offers simple filtering and sorting features. Evaluation system. After the transaction is completed, both parties can evaluate each other, establishing a credit system. 4. Revenue model. Extremely low commission. This is our core advantage. The platform only charges a minimal commission, around 10, after a successful transaction. 5. Core competitiveness. Transparent pricing, extremely low commission, directly addressing the pain points of existing models. Centralized information, more choices. Parents need not visit multiple agencies, and students are spared from posting flyers everywhere. With Zhonghai University's endorsement, trust from parents can be quickly established. Chapter 33. The time required for website development. Yangzi, what are you planning? Su Chu asked, holding the concept for the Zhonghai tutoring network that Lu Yang had handed him, staring at it for a moment before speaking. Entrepreneurship. Establishing a tutoring website. What are your thoughts? Lu Yang asked, looking at Su Chu, knowing he had experience in tutoring and might offer some valuable insights. Tutoring could indeed be a lucrative venture, and the influence of Zhonghai University students in Zhonghai City was undeniable. But the investment seems substantial. Where will the funds come from? Establishing a website, renting, or purchasing servers, along with marketing, poses significant risks. Su Chu recognized the potential of Lu Yang's idea for the Zhonghai tutoring network. Yet he was aware that Lu Yang was still a student, and uncertainties loomed over the feasibility of the project. Su Chu's voice reflected a hint of apprehension. He feared that Lu Yang was merely caught up in a fleeting enthusiasm. If the endeavor flounders and results in financial loss, that would be quite disheartening. Money isn't an issue. If this platform succeeds, it will not only benefit us, but also assist many hardworking students. This endeavor carries great significance. If it can be expanded citywide, it would be an immeasurable contribution, Lu Yang expressed with enthusiasm. For him, this represented his first foray into entrepreneurship across 2 lifetimes, and he was understandably excited. Observing the clear concept on the paper and the spark in Lu Yang's eyes, Su Chu's initial doubts were replaced by immense hope. He had personally experienced the exploitation of agencies, acutely aware of this pain point. Yangzi, if you truly wish to pursue this website, do not hesitate to call upon me for assistance, wherever I can be of help. Although Su Chu was uncertain about Lu Yang's intentions, he was nonetheless willing to support him. Not just yet. I need to finalize the website specifics first. Once the development is complete, I will require your help to onboard students who wish to tutor. How well do you know our classmates engaged in part-time work outside the school? Lu Yang pondered briefly before asking. Very well. We have a group comprising students seeking part-time work, covering a wide array of jobs, Su Chu replied. This group often shared various odd jobs like distributing flyers, though tutoring opportunities were rare. On occasions when tutoring work proved elusive, Su Chu would resort to distributing flyers. The primary challenge now lies in establishing the website. Fortunately, the required functionalities are minimal, so it should be built relatively quickly, Lu Yang contemplated. At that moment, Qin Fei and Chun Yibo, who had gone out to study, returned to the dormitory. What are you two up to? What do you have in hand? Could it be the final exam questions? Chun Yibo was the first to enter the dormitory, and, upon noticing the papers in Lu Yang and Su Chu's hands, inquired with curiosity. Where did you get these exam questions? What good fortune are you contemplating? Upon hearing Chun Yibo's words, Lu Yang couldn't help but chuckle. He then handed over the concept regarding the Zhonghai tutoring network to Chun Yibo. Since he intended to pursue this website, he naturally could not keep it a secret from his dorm mates. Moreover, he hoped to delegate certain tasks to them. As the most crucial matter for Lu Yang at present remained the copper futures market. I must see what this intriguing idea entails. Chun Yibo exclaimed as he accepted the paper from Lu Yang. Yangzi, you are venturing into entrepreneurship? He inquired, glancing over the contents of the paper. Indeed, I'm attempting to create a tutoring website. In truth, beyond the tutoring network, Lu Yang harbored aspirations of establishing a real estate agency website. However, the timing wasn't right for that yet. For now, he would first test the waters with the tutoring website while simultaneously honing his skills. Impressive. Truly worthy of my brother Yang. Chun Yibo praised, then passed the paper to Qin Fei behind him. Naturally, Qin Fei had overheard the conversation between Chun Yibo and Lu Yang. Particularly, when he caught wind of the tutoring network, his ears perked up with interest. Among the 4 in their dormitory, Qin Fei was the one most passionate about internet technology. During his spare time, he diligently studied programming, reportedly with remarkable aptitude. It's no surprise, as even Chun Yiba had ranked among the top 1 or 200 in the province during the college entrance examination. Such individuals cannot be lacking in intelligence, and they grasp concepts with remarkable speed. Brother Yang, are you truly serious about creating this website? Qin Fei inquired earnestly after observing the paper for a moment, and then approached Lu Yang. Absolutely. I plan to get started right away. How about it, Feezy? Would you like to lend a hand? We are in need of someone to manage the website's development. Upon hearing Qin Fei's words, Lu Yang inquired. He had intended to involve several individuals from the dormitory in the creation of the online tutoring platform. By engaging them in the construction of this enterprise, he believed that their futures would greatly surpass those of their previous lives. After all, if this website were to succeed, achieving financial independence for them would be a mere formality. Brother Yang, I am naturally willing to help. However, I lack experience in web development, and I fear I might hinder your endeavors, Lu Yang expressed. Upon hearing Lu Yang's concerns, Qin Fei's eyes brightened, but he quickly offered clarification. He was genuinely eager to assist Lu Yang with the website, viewing it as an excellent opportunity to practice his web development skills. Not to worry. Please estimate the workload for me first. I plan to enlist a few senior students from the computer science department to assist with the website, and you can supervise the process given your technical understanding. This had been Lu Yang's plan for the day. Although Qin Fei possessed some knowledge of web development, relying solely on him would be inadequate. Lu Yang was keen to expedite the completion of the website. All right, that's feasible. I will calculate the workload now and see what we're looking at. Qin Fei affirmed with a nod, taking on the task. Qin Fei worked swiftly. Just over an hour later, he had estimated the approximate workload. Brother Yang, the requirements for this website are minimal. If you manage to find 3 or 4 computer science seniors to develop it, I believe we could wrap it up in about a week. Of course, this estimation does not include UI design, focusing solely on functional implementation. If there are UI requirements, the timeline could become uncertain. We can address the UI aspects later. Let's prioritize completing the core functionalities first, Lu Yang responded, nodding in agreement with Qin Fei's assessment. He found the timeline entirely acceptable. Chapter 34. Software outsourcing. Developing a website is a complex endeavor. Although Qin Fei was technically adept, establishing a stable and operational platform necessitated both experience and time, particularly as he wished to expedite the process. Lu Yang rapidly filtered through his acquaintances in his mind. Lin Yu? Their relationship had not yet reached that level, and it felt peculiar to seek technical outsourcing through the student council president. Shanshan? He was entrenched in the finance sector, far removed from computer science, and was currently preoccupied with monitoring copper futures. Disappointingly, Lu Yang realized his social circle was rather narrow. Yang Zi, is there anything I can assist with? Suddenly, Chun Yiba, who had been lounging in bed, poked his head out and addressed Lu Yang. Chun Yiba was not particularly interested in the tutoring website itself. His affluent background led him to doubt the profitability of such a venture. However, observing the other 3 in the dormitory uniting to embark on a significant project while he was being excluded left him feeling marginalized. After all, he was the dorm leader. How could such a collective endeavor proceed without him? Regardless of the task, he decided to involve himself. Upon hearing his voice, Lu Yang abruptly looked up at Chun Yiba's upper bunk, his eyes alight with realization. How could he have overlooked this social powerhouse? Boss, there's indeed a pivotal task that only you can undertake, Lu Yang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Oh, do tell. Chun Yiba perked up, nimbly climbing down from the upper bunk and shuffling over in his slippers, exuding an air of confidence. We urgently need to find technically proficient seniors from the computer science department, preferably juniors or seniors with practical project experience who can swiftly take on outsourcing work. Boss, with your expansive network, do you know any such experts at our school? Lu Yang spoke rapidly, his gaze fixed intently on Chun Yiba. Computer science? Junior? Senior? Outsourcing? Chun Yiba stroked his chin, his eyes darting as he mentally sifted through his acquaintances. Moments later, he smacked his thigh, a triumphant smile breaking across his face. Aha, you've come to the right person. There are indeed individuals. Who? Are they reliable? Su Chu and Qin Fei leaned in, filled with anticipation. Zhang Jiaming, Li Feng. They are juniors in the computer science department, residing in Building 3 of the West District. We met in the school's esports club while playing CS. These 2 are exceptionally skilled, though they are a bit tight on funds and usually take on small gigs. Developing the tutoring website you designed should pose no issue. Chun Yiba elaborated animatedly. Esports club? CS? How does that relate to website development? Trust me, they're absolutely reliable. Chun Yiba patted his chest in assurance. Boss, can you contact them immediately? Just mention there's a legitimate project with lucrative compensation, and that we wish to discuss it in person. Lu Yang urget. Absolutely. I'll call them right away, Chen Yibo declared decisively, grabbing his latest model Nokia to make the call. The other end of the line seemed agreeable, and they arranged to meet in half an hour at the time-honored cafe on campus. Half an hour later, in a corner of the cafe, Chen Yibo, Lu Yang, and Qin Fei met with Zhang Jiaming and Li Feng. Zhang Jiaming was of modest height, wearing black-rimmed glasses and a plaid shirt, his eyes reflecting the shrewdness of a tech enthusiast. Li Feng appeared more composed, speaking little and holding a notebook. After few pleasantries, Chen Yibo got straight to the point. Wei Gu, Feng Gu, this is my brother Lu Yang. He wants to establish a website and needs the support of technical experts. Yang Zi, please elaborate on the specific requirements to these two experts. Ilu, Senor. Our project is a tutoring website. The core requirements are threefold. 1. Students and parents must be able to register and post information. 2. There should be a method for searching and matching based on subject, grade, and region. 3. A simple internal messaging system or contact information display. Our goal is to launch quickly, prioritizing practical functionality and a clean interface, Lu Yang stated concisely, presenting a prepared rough sketch and a brief requirements document to the two seniors. Zhang Jiaming quickly skimmed through the requirements. They were not overly complex. It was essentially an information publishing and retrieval platform. Modifying an existing open-source framework and adding some business logic should not be too troublesome. After a moment, Zhang Jiaming looked up, adjusting his glasses as he spoke. User data tables, requirement tables, teacher information tables, and relational structures are all clear. Implementation should not be difficult. The initial user volume and concurrent access will likely be low, so a modest server should suffice. Li Feng added, technically, I have faith in both of your capabilities. I hope to initiate this project promptly, aiming to produce a usable version within a week. Is that feasible? Lu Yang nodded, directly expressing his expectations. Zhang Jiaming and Li Feng exchanged glances. They usually handle minor tasks, repairing computers, and creating small web pages, with earnings rarely exceeding a few hundred. Constructing a fully functional website from scratch was a first for them. A week was indeed a tight timeline. They likely could not manage it alone and would need to recruit additional help. That sounds reasonable, Zhang Jiaming replied after some contemplation. We can make it work. How about this? I will directly hand this project package over to you, senior. It's due next weekend. What would you consider a reasonable price? Upon hearing Zhang Jiaming's words, Lu Yang promptly inquired, knowing that time was of the essence. If the timeline was manageable, the other matters should be straightforward. Zhang Jiaming exchanged a glance with Li Feng upon hearing Lu Yang's question, and then Li Feng gestured for Zhang Jiaming to respond. Given the workload, design, front-end, back-end, database, testing, completing it within a week would likely require 3 or 4 additional personnel. Would 5,000 yuan be acceptable? Zhang Jiaming pondered momentarily, then exchanged a look with Li Feng before tentatively proposing this figure. It was his first time taking on such a task, and he hoped not to scare off this junior by quoting an exorbitant price. He was also apprehensive about deterring Lu Yang. No problem. Lu Yang, upon hearing Zhang Jiaming's quote, reflected briefly and sensed that the price was not unreasonable. Thus he readily agreed. Perhaps he could negotiate for a reduction of 1,000 or 800, but he found it unnecessary. After all, they were classmates, and earning money was not easy for anyone. Shall we finalize this arrangement, then? Zhang Jiaming inquired, seeing that Lu Yang had no objections to the price. All right. I appreciate your help, senior. As for the payment, I will have Yibo deliver 2,000 yuan to you tomorrow as a deposit. The remaining amount can be settled upon delivery of the software. How's that sound? Lu Yang contemplated briefly before speaking. That works. Zhang Jiaming had initially thought Lu Yang would wait until the software was completed to make payment. He was pleasantly surprised by the advance deposit. Excellent. Then we will coordinate further with you, senior. Lu Yang then gestured towards Qin Fei, saying this was something we had discussed before coming out. Since Qin Fei is quite interested in website-related matters, I will delegate all things concerning the website to him. Understood. Subsequently, Lu Yang and his companions exited the cafe together. Chapter 35, A Conversation with Mu Zhichen. As they stepped out of the cafe, a gentle, cool evening breeze swept through, tempering Chen Yibo's initial excitement. Yangzi, don't you think this is a bit too hasty? Chen Yibo observed Lu Yang's rapid progression from conception in the morning to design at noon, decision-making by afternoon, and financial commitment by evening, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. This is not merely a purchase of clothing. This is entrepreneurship. He quickened his pace to catch up with Lu Yang, resting his arm on Lu Yang's shoulder, his tone laced with concern and subtle skepticism. No worries. If it doesn't work out, it's just an experience gained. It won't cost much either. Lu Yang continued his stride, wearing a calm smile that suggested confidence, patting Chen Yibo's hand resting on his shoulder. His demeanor towards the website remained tranquil, After all, this was his first venture into entrepreneurship, and accumulating experience was paramount. Everything else could wait. True, it's not a significant amount. Chun Ibon nodded in agreement. Fizi, you'll handle the technical aspects entirely. Just liaise directly with Zhang Jiaming if any issues arise, Lu Yang instructed, glancing at Qin Fei beside him. Rest assured, I will ensure everything is executed flawlessly. Qin Fei replied with conviction. Lu Yang had always held great trust in Qin Fei, who had consistently demonstrated reliability and diligence. Upon returning to their dormitory, Su Chu approached them eagerly. How'd it go? Having spent the day busy and fatigued, he hadn't joined them, but had remained deeply concerned about the matter. He understood well the challenges faced by students seeking work-study opportunities as tutors. The existence of such a website would be immensely beneficial for them. It's all set. We will see the website next weekend, Lu Yang responded. So soon? You finalized everything? Su Chu had assumed they were merely discussing details and was astonished to learn that they had already secured the deal. Yes, finalized at 5,000 yuan. With delivery next weekend, Lu Yang confirmed. Second brother, you need to move on. In the coming days, reach out to those willing to take on tutoring jobs. Once our website launches, we need tutoring information immediately, or else we won't be able to promote it. Lu Yang outlined the subsequent tasks for Su Chu. No problem. Leave it to me. Finding students for tutoring in our school is quite straightforward, Su Chu assured them. Securing some students to list on the website would indeed be a simple matter. Good, then I'll rest easy. Lu Yang was relieved to know that the source of tutors would be resolved. Yangzi, is there anything for me? Chunyi Ba. Noticing that Su Chu and Qin Fei had been assigned tasks by Lu Yang, felt a pang of restlessness. Actually, there's a matter I need to discuss with you. I'm not sure if you're willing to take it on, Lu Yang replied, aware of Chun Iba's desire for involvement. Do tell. When the website launches, we will need individuals for offline promotion. Would you be interested in this, Chun Laoda? Lu Yang said with a cheerful smile. While promoting could be labor-intensive, Chun Iba would only need to coordinate others to carry it out. Thus it wouldn't be overly burdensome. Offline promotion? You mean handing out flyers, right? Sounds good. I'd like to experience what it's like to lead a team in distributing them. Chun Iba immediately thought of flyer distribution upon hearing the term. Precisely. That will be the primary focus. We can explore additional promotional strategies as the situation unfolds. Lu Yang had a few ideas in mind, but would assess their necessity later. All right, once it's confirmed, just let me know. Chun Iba accepted the task. The following day, Lu Yang woke early once more. Free from the lingering effects of the previous day's revelry, he resolved to continue his morning jog on the playground. Would he encounter Mu Zhichen today? Suddenly, he recalled those long, delicate legs. With that thought, Lu Yang hastened his morning routine. The playground in the early morning was shrouded in mist, still carrying a hint of chill. As it was Sunday, there were noticeably more joggers than usual, moving in small groups, each at their own pace. After completing 2 laps, Lu Yang was adjusting his breathing when his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure, characterized by a unique rhythm, entering the track. It was indeed Mu Zhichen. She was still clad in her simple athletic attire, which perfectly accentuated her tall and proportionate figure. Her long, straight legs moved gracefully in the morning light, exuding both strength and beauty. However, today, her gaze seemed to lack the usual aloofness, and when it brushed past Lu Yang, it carried a hint of subtle curiosity. A flicker of emotion stirred within Lu Yang, prompting him to instinctively adjust his course and position himself in front of Mu Zhichen, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. He was intrigued to discover what thoughts occupied her mind. I heard that Zhao Tiansheng caused some trouble at your dormitory on Friday night. After running a short distance behind Lu Yang, Mu Zhichen suddenly accelerated to catch up. Her tone was surprisingly flat, reminiscent of someone casually inquiring about the weather. Indeed, there were few secrets within the school, especially concerning a celebrity like Zhao Tiansheng and the minor conflict that had transpired on Friday. You're quite well informed, Mu. Did Zhao Tiansheng personally report his achievements to you? Lu Yang's tone carried a hint of teasing, yet was devoid of malice. Mu Zhichen frowned slightly, seemingly displeased with Lu Yang's flippant attitude. However, she refrained from retorting and merely replied, he doesn't need to. The matter of Li Ming being dismissed from the student council is not a secret within the organization. A little inquiry into the background makes it easy to guess that it was instigated by Zhao Tiansheng, aimed squarely at you. Zhao Tiansheng is the type to bear grudges, and he is quite petty. After suffering a setback at your hands, he certainly will not let it rest. You should be cautious. She paused for a moment, her stride remaining steady, but her voice lowered slightly, tinged with an undertone of warning. Lu Yang felt a flicker of surprise at her almost protective admonition. This high-minded flower was actually expressing concern for his safety? Thank you for your concern. However, I believe in facing challenges head-on. If Zhao Tiansheng wishes to play games, I can only oblige him. If he only dares to hide in the shadows and engage in petty antics, he won't stir up much trouble. He smiled, his tone reverting to its usual calmness. His words radiated a formidable confidence and composure, as if Zhao Tiansheng were merely a trivial annoyance. This demeanor caused Mu Zichen to glance at him with renewed interest. The morning light outlined Liu Yang's sharply defined profile, sweat trickling down his brow. Yet his gaze remained sharp and tranquil, devoid of any sign of panic. However, isn't Zhao Tiansheng's relentless pursuit closely tied to you? Liu Yang pivoted the conversation, his expression playful as he regarded Mu Zichen. His words were half teasing, half exploratory. Boring. His actions have nothing to do with me. Mind your own business. Mu Zichen's expression instantly turned icy, her pace quickening as if she sought to distance herself from Liu Yang. With that, she ceased her glances in his direction and sped ahead, her dark ponytail slicing through the morning light in a neat arc observing Mu Zichen's retreating figure. Tinged with a trace of anger, Liu Yang chose not to pursue her, maintaining his original speed, with a deeper smile lingering on his lips. Chapter 36. Renting a Server. In the morning, Zhao Tiansheng, just awakened, received news from his underlings. This morning, Liu Yang had gone jogging on the playground and seemed to be enjoying a conversation with Mu Zichen. Ever since Zhao Tiansheng's failed attempt to deal with Liu Yang on Friday, he had tasked a subordinate to keep watch over Liu Yang every morning to ascertain the nature of his relationship with Mu Zichen. Damn, Zhao Tiansheng exclaimed, reading the message from his subordinate. He had developed a deep-seated animosity not only towards Liu Yang, but also towards Mu Zichen. Previously, he paid little mind to Mu Zichen's attitude towards other boys, as she treated them all equally. However, witnessing her special treatment of Liu Yang was intolerable for him. You two wait for me, Zhao Tiansheng silently vowed. Meanwhile, Liu Yang, engaged in discussions about website design with Qin Fei, remained blissfully unaware that he had once again caught Zhao Tiansheng's attention. Even if he were aware, he would remain unconcerned. At Zhonghai University, Liu Yang still felt a strong sense of security. Yang, I'll proceed with this version of the plan to communicate with Zhang Jiaming and the others. After a morning of discussions, Liu Yang and Qin Fei finally clarified the points that had been ambiguous on Liu Yang's initial draft. This would facilitate the development process for Zhang Jiaming and his team. All right, let's leave it at that for now. If any issues arise, feel free to reach out to me. After giving Qin Fei a few instructions, Liu Yang began to pack his belongings in preparation to head out. The establishment of the website had progressed well, but one crucial element remained unaddressed: the server and domain name. In this era, domain names were still of great significance. After all, one needed a domain name to access a website, unlike in later times when standalone websites became rare and most services were offered through apps. Thus, Liu Yang decided to visit a local business office in the city to inquire about server rental prices. An hour later, Liu Yang found himself standing in a somewhat noisy telecommunications office. The enormous blue wall prominently displayed the China Telecom logo alongside slogans like Broadband China and Information Harbor. A queue formed at the counter for landline and broadband services, and the air buzzed with chatter. In a corner of the hall, several computers sat lonely, accompanied by an inconspicuous sign reading Internet Business Consultation. Liu Yang walked straight to that corner. The person in charge of this section was a man in his 30s, dressed in a telecommunications uniform, who was idly flipping through a newspaper. Upon noticing Liu Yang, who appeared to be a student, he lazily raised his eyelids, his tone dripping with routine indifference. What service do you need? Installing broadband? No, I wish to register a domain name and rent a server, Liu Yang stated directly, his voice clear. The clerk looked momentarily taken aback, evaluating Liu Yang anew. In 2005, it was quite rare for a university student to express interest in registering a domain and renting a host compared to the usual broadband installations. Oh, starting a website? Are we? A student entrepreneur? His tone now held a hint of curiosity, yet it was still rather casual. Yes, just trying out a small website. Liu Yang preferred brevity and immediately inquired, what is the process for registering a domain name? How much does it cost? The clerk set down the newspaper and retrieved a slightly dog-eared brochure marked with Wanwang Agent from his drawer. He skillfully flipped to the domain registration page. For international domain registration, the first year's fee is 100 yuan and subsequent annual renewals are 60 yuan. What name do you wish to register? We need to check if it's already taken. Liu Yang had come prepared, pulling out a note with the domain name Jiayuwei. This was a domain name he particularly favored. The previous night, he had checked online and found that it was currently unregistered. He was uncertain if anyone had claimed it since then. If it were taken, he would be willing to spend some money to acquire it, understanding the significant impact a memorable domain name could have on future promotions. The clerk slowly typed the domain name Liu Yang provided into a sluggish computer. Yes, it's available, he confirmed after a brief search. Then let us proceed with the registration. Lu Yang decisively made his decision. He had not anticipated that this domain name would remain unregistered. It seemed that fortune was on his side today. All right, please fill out a form with your name, ID number, contact details, and email address. The domain registration information must reflect your true identity. An employee handed over a registration form. Lu Yang swiftly completed it and paid 220 yuan in cash, covering the website's usage fee for 3 years. The domain was secured, and it would take approximately 24 to 48 hours to become globally effective. The employee collected the form and payment. Now, let's discuss the server. How large do you require it to be? He inquired. It will primarily host a website for information dissemination and inquiries, and the initial user base will be modest. Lu Yang explained his needs. The employee then flipped to the server section of the brochure and pointed at several packages. Currently, we have 2 server configurations. Please choose one. Configuration 1. P430 GHz, 512 MB RAM, 80 GB HDD, with a bandwidth type of 100 M shared, priced at 800 yuan per month. Configuration 2. P430 GHz, 1 GB RAM, 160 GB HDD, also with a bandwidth type of 100 M shared, priced at 1,200 yuan per month. Lu Yang glanced at the configurations in the brochure, contemplating that configuration 1 should suffice. After all, the target audience for a tutoring website was relatively small, and traffic should not be excessive. I'll go with configuration 1. Lu Yang decided once more with conviction. What he needed was a swift launch and validation of the model. As long as the server was operational, that would suffice. If additional capacity were required, he could always upgrade later. All right, please fill out another hosting application form. Again, ensure your information is clear. Once the hosting is activated, we will send you the FTP upload address, account credentials, and database information to the email you provide. You can arrange for someone to upload the website files. The employee handed over another form. Lu Yang filled it out, counted out 2,400 yuan, and handed it over. The shortest rental period here was 3 months. All set. Keep an eye on your email for notifications regarding the domain activation and hosting setup in the next couple of days. Do you have any further questions? The employee's demeanor had warmed slightly compared to the beginning, appreciative of Lu Yang's efficient handling of matters and prompt payment. No, thank you. Lu Yang tucked the receipt away and turned to leave the service hall. Chapter 37. Conflict with Old Li on Tuesday afternoon. Lu Yang arrived early at the trading room of Guotai Futures Company in the East District. This was a meeting he had arranged with Shanshan yesterday. The previous day's copper futures had performed reasonably well, slightly positive at around 0.5. This translated to a profit of nearly 400,000 in Lu Yang's account. After the market closed yesterday, Lu Yang's account balance had climbed to 8 million. However, today, the copper futures were not faring as well, having dropped nearly a full point. Naturally, Lu Yang's account would reflect a loss, amounting to approximately 800,000. As Lu Yang stepped into the trading room, Shanshan approached him. Junior, you finally made it. Today's copper futures aren't looking too good. He dropped nearly a point. Do you want to make a move? As Shanshan spoke, he guided Lu Yang to a computer, and several individuals in the trading room turned their attention to Lu Yang. Some recognized him, aware of his recent success in trading copper futures, while others were seeing him for the first time. It was indeed rare to see someone so young in the trading room. The balding man, Old Li, had fixated his gaze on Lu Yang the moment he entered. The previous incident of being ignored by Lu Yang still lingered in his mind. Subsequently, Shanshan took it upon himself to pour tea for Lu Yang, a customary service in the trading room. Lu Yang logged into his account and noticed there was still a balance remaining from his last increase in position. After all, since his last investment, copper prices had risen nearly 3 points. There was still 1.5 million in unrealized gains in his account. Seeing this, Lu Yang wasted no time and opted to go all in on copper futures once again. Shanshan, returning with tea, was not surprised by this move. Although Lu Yang's actions were remarkable, Shanshan had gradually grown accustomed to them. Junior, are you that confident in copper futures? Shanshan couldn't help but ask, noticing Lu Yang's bold decision. As copper prices fell today, several traders in the room had voiced their opinions that copper had peaked, especially Old Li, who had shorted copper since Lu Yang's last all-in purchase. He had suffered significant losses over the past few days, with his losses peaking at nearly 35. Yet surprisingly, Old Li had not closed his position, stubbornly holding on. Today, however, he had finally managed to recover some losses, though he was still down about 25, a considerable figure. Having initially shorted with over 4 million, he was now facing losses exceeding 1 million. I'll look who's back. What brings you here this time? Plan to short with me? Old Li suddenly sauntered over to Lu Yang, mockingly, a smile plastered on his face. The previous encounter had dealt him a significant blow, and this time he sought retribution. Simultaneously, Oldly harbored the intention of provoking Lu Yong. Despite today's drop in copper, the price was still far from where he had shorted. Lu Yong had entered the market around the same time, but he had taken a long position, implying that Lu Yong still had substantial unrealized profits. This irked Oldly. I'm losing money while you're making it. Doesn't that imply I'm inferior to you? As a seasoned player in the futures market, Oldly possessed his own sense of pride. Hence, he approached Lu Yong to taunt him, hoping to entice Lu Yong to continue buying long. In Oldly's view, Lu Yong would inevitably lose his profits and even face a margin call if he persisted. Lu Yong glanced at the suddenly appearing bald man and recalled last week's events. Short? Only a fool would short. Shorting is a dead end. Lu Yong regarded Oldly, curling his lip. He couldn't fathom where this man derived his confidence to act so pretentiously before him. Was it merely due to today's single-point drop in copper? Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, Oldly's previously cheerful demeanor darkened. He anticipated such rudeness from Lu Yong. In the trading world, one must maintain a semblance of dignity. Lu Yong's blatant disregard was intolerable. Young man, I'm merely advising you to close your position since copper is on the decline. What's with your attitude? If you're so capable, hold on to your long position through the new year. I'd like to see how long you can maintain that bravado. Oldly retorted with a sarcastic tone. In his mind, he believed that Lu Yong, provoked by his remarks, might persist with his long position. From then on, he would have quite a spectacle to observe. Upon hearing Lao Li's words, Lu Yong could not help but cast a serious glance at the elder standing nearby. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Lu Yong was certainly no impetuous youth. Thus, he was able to discern the ulterior motives behind Lao Li's remarks. The intention was to encourage him to maintain his long positions until they culminated in a catastrophic loss. However, there was a prerequisite for this. Copper prices on the Shanghai market needed to continue their downward trajectory. It was baffling where Lao Li derived his confidence that copper would indeed plummet further. Contemplating this, a peculiar smile crept across Lu Yang's face. Unlike Lao Li, Lu Yong possessed a clear understanding of the future trends of copper prices. There was no need to wait long. Starting tomorrow, the market would witness another surge in copper prices. If the elderly Lao Li dared to cling to his short positions, he might not even have the opportunity to witness the next bearish candle. As for whether my long positions in copper futures could last until the new year, I was uncertain. Yet, one thing was abundantly clear. Lao Li's short positions would not survive even the current month, let alone the festive season. Lu Yong regarded Lao Li with a disdainful smile, eager to see whether the elder would still be able to smile in a few days. Let us wait and see who falters first. Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, Lao Li's anger flared, prompting him to retort. After uttering a singular remark, Lao Li prepared to return to his station. However, at that moment, a fellow trader in the large account room, who had also taken short positions on copper, exclaimed upon witnessing the sudden plummet in the copper price chart. It's falling. It's falling. Copper prices have dropped again. We're nearing a 2-point decline today. Hearing the commotion, Lao Li turned his gaze towards the large screen. Upon observing the significant drop in copper prices within those mere minutes, even a smile graced Lao Li's face. He then strode purposefully back to his position, as if envisioning his imminent victory. Chapter 38. Progress on the Tutoring Network. Observing the precipitous decline in the copper futures index, Lu Yang reminded Unfazet. Today, copper would only experience a slight pullback, but would rebound swiftly the following day. Moreover, the upcoming days were predicted to be prosperous for copper futures. He was keen to see whether the balding Lao Li could endure this period. If he could hold on, it would be beneficial. After this wave of growth, copper futures would undergo a phase of correction. If Lao Li managed to persist until then, he might still profitably exit the market. Conversely, should the balding Lao Li falter in these few days, he would face not just a financial blow, but an even greater shock upon liquidating his positions. Watching the plummeting copper futures index afterward, if it didn't make him feel faint, it would be a testament to his temperament. Junior, are you really not going to close your positions? Shanshan inquired, observing Lu Yang's composed demeanor. While he understood that Lu Yang would likely disregard his advice, he couldn't help but attempt to persuade him. Perhaps this was the distinction between them. Those who could amass significant wealth in the futures market possessed an intrinsic quality, unwavering confidence. Only such individuals could remain unaffected by the actions of others. Nothing to worry about. Just wait and see, Lu Yang replied, casting a sidelong glance at Lao Li. The recently plummeting copper futures index began to ascend once more. Regardless of how far the index might dip today, it was indisputable that it would close with merely a 1-point decline. I heard that Chairperson Lin has intervened on your behalf. Enchanté remarked, shifting the topic away from copper futures, having conveyed all necessary counsel. Indeed, had it not been for Chairperson Lin, I might have faced disciplinary action myself. Lu Yang responded. Zhao Qianxing's tactics were indeed more formidable than he had anticipated, managing to persuade the teachers in the Youth League Committee on his behalf. It seemed his family had exerted considerable influence. Not likely. As a model of bravery at the school, even if the Youth League Committee proposed a sanction, it would never pass through the higher-ups. After all, the committee has reported on your act of valor several times, Shanshan explained. However, Feng Kuan has just returned from studying abroad for a few months and is not well acquainted with your circumstances. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to impose any punishment. Upon hearing Hong Shan's words, Lu Yang finally grasped why Feng Kuan had been so relentless in his pursuit. He had thought his commendable act of bravery had been forgotten, only to realize it was due to Feng Kuan's absence that he was unaware of it. Ah, I see. I had assumed the school had abandoned me. Your explanation brings me much relief, Lu Yang replied. Although studying was no longer of paramount importance to Lu Yang, the thought of his selfless act being overlooked by the school would have disheartened him. Not at all. Many leaders within the school still hold you in high regard, Hong Shan assured him, having gleaned this from his previous interactions with school officials. Good, that brings me joy. Senior, I shall take my leave now. I will contact you when I need to come by, Lu Yang said as he bid farewell to Hong Shan and exited the large account room. As for the balding Lao Li, he was merely a source of amusement for Lu Yang during his idle moments. In the following days, apart from discussing website design with Qin Fei, Lu Yang and his peers began their examinations. Although he was indifferent to the significance of a degree, Lu Yang still devoted a few days to studying. Fortunately, his expectations were modest. Passing marks would suffice. Thus, even with only a few days of study, he was confident of achieving a passing score. After all, Lu Yang was genuinely academically inclined and possessed remarkable learning capabilities. In contrast to Lu Yang's steady approach, Mu Zichen found herself entangled in troubles lately. After failing to deal with Lu Yang, Zhao Tiansheng turned his attention towards Mu Zichen. Previously, he had adopted a gentlemanly demeanor in his pursuit of her, but now his true nature was laid bare. He resorted to relentless persistence, accompanying Mu Zichen to classes daily and tagging along wherever she went. Consequently, she had ceased her morning runs in recent days. Naturally, Lu Yang was unaware of Mu Zichen's current predicament. Even if he were, he would not be concerned. Having been granted a second chance at life did not imply he harbored infatuation for Mu Zichen. He merely acknowledged that many other attractive girls existed at Zhonghai University. In Mu Zichen's absence, there would still be others like Li Zichen and Zhang Zichen. As for Zhao Tiansheng, Lu Yang was eager to find an opportunity to confront him decisively. However, the right moment had yet to present itself. Lu Yang's primary focus was on forging his golden physique. Once he achieved that, his future endeavors would undoubtedly become significantly more convenient. In other words, the website will be operational by Saturday afternoon, correct? Lu Yang, having just received this news from Qin Fei, could not help but inquire. Although he had allotted Zhang Jiaming a week's time, it was rather unexpected for Zhang to accomplish it without any shortcomings. In his previous life, Lu Yang had known some individuals in the software industry, and according to them, it was quite commonplace for software development timelines to be extended. Indeed, I just came from Zhang Jiaming and his team. Their progress is swift. It is evident that Zhang has been putting in considerable overtime lately. Qin Fei relayed the news to Lu Yang upon returning from Zhang's dormitory. With the website nearing completion, several activities were set to commence. Chun Laoda, Su Chu, it's time to get to work, Lu Yang called out, directing his gaze towards Chun Yibo and Su Chu, who were lounging on the bed. Once the website is operational, the primary focus will shift to securing tutoring jobs both on campus and externally. Su Chu, responding to Lu Yang's summons, quickly got off the bed. Yangzi, I've already contacted over 20 classmates. Once your website goes live, they will register. This was the fruit of Su Chu's labor over the past few days, having gathered acquaintances with whom he was well acquainted. Is that all? The number of tutors you've managed to recruit seems rather limited, Lu Yang commented, finding the figures somewhat disappointing. Although their Zhonghai tutoring network had just launched, he aspired to establish a strong reputation from the outset. Thus, 20 tutors did not quite satisfy his ambitions. Chapter 39, Dining with Linyu. Yangzi Laoda, Fizi. I've reached out to every classmate I could contact over the past few days, even posted in the part-time jobs group. I've nearly worn my voice out trying to persuade them. Yet, including myself, only about 20 have agreed to register immediately. And they're all either very close friends or those whom I've helped in times of need. He sighed, pushing his notebook forward. The others either doubt the reliability of a website run by a freshman, how long can it last, or find it bothersome, preferring to go through intermediaries or acquaintances for jobs, even if the pay is lesser but less hassle. A few even asked directly, is your website affiliated with the school? Is there any teacher or student union backing? If we get scammed, who do we turn to? I've tried my best, Su Chu rubbed his temples, his tone tinged with helplessness. The fundamental issue remained one of trust. Lu Yong had been listening quietly, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. Su Chu's observations were entirely in line with his expectations. In 2005, internet entrepreneurship was still a novel concept, lacking authoritative endorsements and successful case studies, leading the average person to be inherently skeptical. Particularly when it involved personal information and income sources, the barriers of trust were higher than anticipated. Old Su, you've worked hard. This is not your fault. Lu Yang's voice was steady, imbued with a reassuring quality. You have done well. Over 20 users already attest to your capabilities. The obstacles you face are indeed the greatest barriers to our initial promotion, namely, the lack of trust. His gaze swept across the dormitory's occupants. Relying solely on us freshmen for promotion lacks sufficient persuasive power. We need a more credible guarantor or tangible examples. What shall we do then? We can't just forge a school stamp, can we? Chun Yi-Ba, having groggily risen from his bed and rubbing his eyes, caught the tail end of the conversation. He tousled his messy hair, his sleepiness giving way to a languid excitement. Is it my turn to step in? Yangzi Lauda. I've been waiting impatiently. Well, let us discuss your role. I already have a method to bolster trust, and I will attempt it promptly. As for Lauda, your tasks will need preparation as well. Lu Yang observed Chun Yi-Ba's eager demeanor, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Go on, what is your plan? Yangzi, if you say east, I shall not venture west. Chun Yi-Ba perked up, his drowsiness vanishing, standing tall. He spoke with exaggerated enthusiasm, eliciting laughter from Su Chu and lightening the atmosphere. I intend to conduct offline promotions this Saturday and Sunday, distributing flyers. The key is that all those distributing flyers must be students from Zhonghai University. Only then will the parents of students receiving the flyers believe that our tutors are all from Zhonghai University. Old Lauda, you'll need to arrange for the flyer distributors. As for the flyer content, you can discuss it with Su Chu. Lu Yang proceeded to delegate tasks to Chun Yi-Ba. Sure, I can handle that. But what about the compensation? Yangzi, if we have our classmates distribute the flyers, the cost will be significantly higher than hiring outsiders. Chun Yi-Ba did not dispute Lu Yang's point, but expressed concerns about the expenses. After all, hiring outsiders for a day's flyer distribution might only cost around 40 to 50 yuan. However, employing Zhonghai University students would be different, especially since Lu Yang intended to hire many. Managing costs would be more challenging. Money is not an issue. I've inquired about it. The going rate for outside flyer distribution is around 30 to 40 yuan per day. We will distribute for 2 days in total. And I believe we can secure enough students for around 70 to 80 yuan a day. Lu Yang replied, having already considered this price point. He was unconcerned about whether it seemed a bit extravagant. It was merely assistance for students working their way through school. All right, this price will definitely attract participants. Yangzi, just wait for my results. Chun Yi-Ba grinned, surprised by Lu Yang's audacity to offer double the usual rate to recruit students for flyer distribution. Such a favorable offer was bound to be irresistible to those eager to earn. I calculated that hiring around 50 students should suffice. Any more would be unnecessary. Our primary focus is distributing flyers in the residential areas adjacent to the school, making it convenient for our tutors to reach students' homes. Lu Yang explained it. While he envisioned making Zhonghai Tutoring Network a dominant presence throughout Zhonghai, he recognized the need to take one step at a time. His current objective was to establish a foothold in the neighborhoods surrounding the school. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. Chun Yi-Ba wholeheartedly agreed with Lu Yang's plan. It seemed that at some point, Lu Yang had grown significantly. Subsequently, Lu Yang turned his attention to another matter, seeking endorsements within the school. The first person he targeted was Lin Yu. As the president of the student union, she would likely have an interest in the tutoring network project. Ultimately, the primary objective of the tutoring network is to assist diligent students in earning a higher income through part-time work. In the girls' dormitory, Lin Yu gazed at the incoming call notification on her vibrating phone, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. She had not anticipated that Lu Yang would reach out to her. What did he possibly want? After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Yu decided to answer the call. Hello, Chairman Lin. This is Lu Yang, came his voice on the other end. Ah yes, what can I do for you? Lin Yu replied, her melodious voice resonating through the line. I primarily wish to express my gratitude for your assistance during our last encounter. It was invaluable. You need to thank me. It was merely a consequence of the mismanagement on our student council's part, Lin Yu responded. I ought to be thanking you for helping us identify a problematic element within our ranks. Seeing that Lu Yang did not pursue the topic further, she continued, now, please share your proposition regarding how to enhance the income of students engaged in part-time work. In a quaint, relatively tranquil private room of a home-style restaurant outside Zhonghai University, Lu Yang had arrived early, selecting a window-side seat that allowed him to observe the somewhat worn streets and the hurried pedestrians passing by. He absent-mindedly traced the rim of his teacup, mentally rehearsing the key points for their forthcoming discussion. Convincing Lin Yu was pivotal to securing the support of the student council for the Zhonghai tutoring network. The door to the private room creaked open, and Lin Yu stepped inside, clad in a simple beige knit sweater and jeans, her long hair casually tied back. Although weariness lingered in her expression from a day's work, her eyes retained a sharp brilliance. Upon noticing Lu Yang's presence, she offered a slight nod. "I apologize for the delay. I just concluded a departmental meeting. I hope I'm not late." "Not at all, Chairman Lin. Please take a seat." "I've only just arrived," Lu Yang replied courteously. "I must thank you for advocating on behalf of our dormitory during the last incident. Otherwise, we would have faced severe repercussions," he added, expressing gratitude for Lin Yu's intervention regarding Li Ming's situation. "That was no trouble at all. It was a consequence of our student council's oversight that caused you any trouble. If anything, I owe you gratitude for helping us expose a flaw in our system," Lin Yu remarked earnestly. As Lu Yang noted the sincerity in her demeanor, he shifted the conversation. "Now, Chairman Lin, let us discuss your ideas for improving the income of students engaged in part-time work." Lin Yu set down her chopsticks, her gaze steady as she regarded him with the keen insight characteristic of a student council president. "Lu Yang, as you know, our students at Zhonghai University excel academically. However, many come from financially constrained backgrounds, necessitating part-time work while pursuing their studies. A significant number opt for tutoring, as it generally offers better pay and working conditions compared to other part-time positions." Lin Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that several of her classmates frequently took on tutoring jobs, thus validating Lu Yang's assertions. Tutoring remained one of the most respectable and mainstream options for part-time employment. However, Lu Yang's tone shifted, imbued with gravity as he continued. "Yet, this seemingly respectable avenue is fraught with numerous challenges that severely undermine our students' interests." Lu Yang enumerated his points with clarity. First, there exists an extreme asymmetry of information, leading to exorbitant commission deductions. Most tutoring opportunities are controlled by agencies or a handful of information brokers, who charge parents steep fees while allocating only a fraction to the students. Consequently, a significant portion of a student's earnings evaporates into the pockets of intermediaries. Second, safety is a major concern. Students often engage with unfamiliar families through unofficial channels, exposing themselves to risks such as personal safety threats and wage disputes. When issues arise, avenues for redress are often non-existent. Third, the matching process is inefficient. Students struggle to find suitable tutoring opportunities, and parents are unable to locate genuinely qualified tutors. Relying on word-of-mouth limits the reach significantly. Fourth, there's a lack of an evaluation system. Competent tutors do not receive the recognition or remuneration they deserve, while unqualified individuals may exploit the situation. Observing Lin Yu's increasingly serious expression, Lu Yang pressed on, "Chairman Lin, our student council has always advocated for serving our peers and safeguarding their rights. However, in this realm that directly affects the livelihoods of numerous students, our council's ability to offer support is relatively limited. Wouldn't you agree? At best, we might post a few scattered notices on the bulletin board, which is merely a drop in the ocean." Lin Yu did not refute his statement. She lifted her teacup for a sip, signaling him to proceed. It dawned on her that Lu Yang had pinpointed a critical blind spot in the services provided for students pursuing part-time work. "Therefore, we intend to establish a tutoring website to address these issues. Our goal is clear: to create a platform that is completely student-led, transparent, efficient, and secure, ensuring that tutors receive fair compensation and that parents can find reliable educators." Subsequently, Lu Yang elaborated on the design philosophy of the tutoring network. "Firstly, we aim to eliminate intermediaries and keep commissions to an absolute minimum. The platform will only charge a nominal service fee, perhaps 5 or 10, to maintain basic operations, allowing the vast majority of tutoring fees to go directly to the students. This could potentially increase their earnings by 30, 50, or even more compared to traditional agency routes. Secondly, we will ensure transparency and mutual selection. Students can clearly showcase their specialties, subjects they can teach, availability, and expected remuneration, while parents can articulate their needs, their children's situations, and their budget. This will allow for straightforward communication and precise matching. Thirdly, safety mechanisms will be in place, requiring both parties to undergo real name verification. Students will bind their student IDs for validation, and we will also document parents' personal information to safeguard students. We are currently developing an online contract feature to clarify session details. fees, and payment methods, alongside establishing channels for feedback and complaints to uphold the platform's integrity and safety. Lastly, we will institute a rating system, enabling both parties to provide mutual evaluations after each successful tutoring session, thereby accumulating credibility scores. Students with higher ratings will attract more interest from parents and can adjust their fees accordingly, while reputable parents will also draw in more talented tutors, fostering a positive feedback loop. Liu Yang's gaze was intense, imbued with the fervor and sense of purpose characteristic of an entrepreneur. Liu Yang, your vision is commendable. Please, tell me how the student council can assist you. We will do our utmost to support your initiative. Upon hearing Liu Yang's proposal, Lin Yu contemplated briefly and recognized the merit in his idea. While the feasibility of implementation would depend on various factors, as the president of the student council, she was inclined to support Liu Yang's endeavor. After all, should Liu Yang succeed, it would indeed enhance both the income and security of students engaged in tutoring at Zhonghai University. This would also be advantageous for her as the student union president. Lin Yu has already determined her trajectory. She is pursuing her graduate studies at Zhonghai University while simultaneously engaging in student affairs. If she can achieve some notable accomplishments in her role, it would significantly benefit her future prospects. After all, she does not wish to be perceived as someone who relies solely on her family's support. She aspires to make her own mark. Chapitre 41, Promotion commence. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Liu Yang felt assured that he could meet his objectives for the day. The development of the website was nearing completion, and it will be ready to launch within the next couple of days. However, we encountered numerous challenges in recruiting students for tutoring. The primary obstacle was our youth. As first-year students, it was difficult to gain the trust of potential tutors within the university. Therefore, I hope the student union can assist us in persuading students who are willing to tutor to register on our tutoring platform. This is precisely why I requested this meeting with you. Liu Yang gazed earnestly at Lin Yu, articulating his request. Lin Yu listened intently, her fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. The scenarios Liu Yang painted and the core issues he addressed truly resonated with her. I can arrange for members of the Student Union's publicity department to collaborate with you on promoting the tutoring website. With the Student Union's endorsement, most students should be inclined to trust you. However, you must ensure that payments to tutors are made promptly. Otherwise, the Student Union reserves the right to impose penalties on you. Lin Yu asserted, recalling instances from previous years where students, under the guise of offering part-time job opportunities, had misappropriated their peers' earnings, resulting in adverse effects within the university. Rest assured, President Lin, our intentions in this endeavor are sincere. We genuinely wish to address practical concerns for our fellow students and enhance the efficiency and profitability of their work-study endeavors, rather than pursuing personal gain. Issues such as delayed payments will absolutely not occur on our tutoring platform. Should any problems arise, I will accept full responsibility. Liu Yang concluded with unwavering resolve in his gaze. After all, he had no intention of profiting significantly from the tutoring website, and the issue of unpaid wages was out of the question. Lin Yu's efficiency was commendable. Under her guidance, by Friday, Liu Yang and Su Chu had successfully coordinated with the Student Union's publicity department regarding promotional strategies. With the collaboration of the publicity department, Liu Yang and Su Chu affixed well-designed and high-quality promotional posters at key locations, including the entrances of various academic buildings, the library lobby, the bulletin boards in the main cafeteria, and dormitory halls. Additionally, during lunch and dinner hours, the publicity department dispatched personnel to assist Liu Yang and his team with their promotional efforts. Upon witnessing the student union's involvement, many students already engaged in tutoring began reaching out to Su Chu. He collected their information, and once the tutoring website was launched, he would register them on the platform. Concurrently, Liu Yang's promotional campaign attracted numerous students who had previously wished to engage in work-study as tutors but lacked the necessary resources. Soon, the number of individuals contacting Su Chu had surpassed 300, including several top scores for various counties and cities in the college entrance examinations. With such individuals on board, the tutoring website would have enhanced credibility when introducing it to parents seeking tutors for their children. Yangzi, you truly are remarkable, Su Chu remarked as he surveyed the information he had gathered regarding those interested in becoming tutors. He had spent nearly a week securing around 20 individuals, but under Liu Yang's guidance, the number had swiftly exceeded 300. This has little to do with me. It primarily stems from the cooperation of the student union. Otherwise, my words alone would have achieved little. Liu Yang modestly replied, attributing the success to the collective effort. Brother Chun, I must trouble you in the coming days. The members of the student union's publicity department will also be involved in our outreach to parents, Lin Yu remarked, indicating that these individuals were merely there to assist and would not be compensated suggesting a nice meal as a gesture of gratitude afterwards. Lu Yang addressed Chen Yibo, who was diligently working at the table, as he was stimulated by the recent fervor surrounding the promotion of the tutoring website. Chen Yibo was refining his own promotional plan, determined not to be the weak link in this collective effort. Not a problem. Is it just about taking them out for a meal? That's my forte. Chen Yibo replied, his enthusiasm palpable. Initially, he had viewed this as mere leisure with Lu Yang and others, but he now recognized the potential significance of the endeavor. Great. I have high hopes for you, Brother Chen. Lu Yang exclaimed, Amuset by Chen Yibo s nuun deditatian. However, he felt a tinge of disappointment at the absence of Mu Zichen among the student union's helpers that day. He hadn't seen her during morning runs lately either, leaving him curious about her activities. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Tiansheng had intensified his pursuit of Mu Zichen due to Lu Yang's presence, causing her to retreat into her dormitory, avoiding unnecessary encounters. Later that evening, Lu Yang was pulled into discussions regarding Chen Yibo's ground promotion strategy. Since high school students did not have classes over the weekend, Chen Yibo decided to focus their promotional efforts at the entrances of several well-regarded nearby residential communities. Given that tutoring services tend to be more expensive, families with modest financial means were less likely to seek them out, often opting for more affordable tutoring classes instead. Your idea is commendable, Lu Yang praised as he reviewed Chen Yibo's proposal. Perhaps due to his family's business background, Chen Yibo had crafted a promotion plan that was highly practical, targeting families with disposable income. I believe we can only achieve so much this weekend. We should continue our ground promotion next week when students are back in class. This way, we can directly engage with students as well as their parents who come to pick them up. This dual approach will yield better results. As our current scattered promotional efforts present considerable challenges, Chen Yibo suggested. Agreed. Lu Yang nodded in affirmation. Chen Yibo's reasoning was sound. Weekend promotions might not yield significant outcomes. Chapter 42. Ground promotion begins. Under Lu Yang's urging, Zhang Jiaming and his group organized an all-nighter on Friday evening. By Saturday morning, the Zhonghai Tutoring Network officially launched. Lu Yang, battling drowsiness, returned to his dormitory and encountered Chen Yibo, who was preparing to set off. Brother Chen, I entrust the promotion to you today. I'm utterly exhausted and must catch up on my sleep, Lu Yang said, stifling yawns. He had spent the previous night assisting Zhang Jiaming's group with testing and offering suggestions, concerned that the tight timeline might result in numerous bugs that could hinder user experience. Fortunately, Zhang Jiaming and his companions demonstrated commendable capabilities, and Lu Yang only identified a few minor bugs, which they promptly resolved. All right, Brother Yang, leave it all to me. You can rest assured. Perhaps due to Lu Yang's recent transformation, even Chen Yibo, who often considered himself the dormitory leader, began to occasionally refer to him as brother. Although Lu Yang found this somewhat peculiar, he chose not to comment further. Promotion was a meticulous task, but one that rarely led to significant blunders. So he felt entirely at ease, leaving it in Chen Yibo's capable hands. After a light breakfast, Lu Yang lay down to recuperate. Qin Fei had also endured the all-nighter alongside Lu Yang, as he was nominally the head of the website development and could not afford to be absent during such a crucial moment. Fortunately, there were no pressing matters from Su Chu's end. Given the substantial number of tutoring registrations at the school, Lu Yang and his team decided against further promotions on campus, as it remained uncertain how many users they could attract. If the influx of users turned out to be minimal, the multitude of tutors would be rendered unnecessary. Thus, the focus now rested on how many users this ground promotion would generate for the tutoring network. Subsequently, Su Chu and Chen Yibo ventured out, accompanied by a group of diligent students he had previously recruited for work-study programs, along with 10 members from the Student Council's publicity department. After deliberation, Chen Yibo and Lu Yang agreed to offer these work-study students a daily wage of 80 yuan, a notably high remuneration in this era. These students found it exceedingly difficult to secure such well-paying part-time jobs outside of tutoring. Consequently, when this opportunity emerged in the part-time job group, it was snatched up within mere minutes. Those who reacted more slowly were left empty-handed, with some students approaching Chen Yibo to request additional spots. After conferring with Lu Yang, Chen Yibo added 10 more individuals. Hence, the total number of participants for this ground promotion comprised Chen Yibo, Su Chu, 60 part-time workers, and 10 student council members, culminating in a robust team of 72. Under Chen Yibo's meticulous organization, the group was divided into 6 teams, each assigned to target a different upscale neighborhood near the school. Clad in matching cultural shirts emblazoned with the Zhonghai University insignia, these spirited student teams flowed like a gentle stream towards their designated residential areas. At 10:30 a.m. on Saturday, In the small garden of the Shanshan UN community, Chun Yiba personally oversaw a consultation point where posters had been erected, and a thick stack of promotional flyers and small gifts adorned the table. Two team members, also dressed in Zhonghai University shirts, eagerly engaged passersby in conversation. As sunlight filtered through the leaves, the atmosphere remained congenial. At that moment, a lady in her 40s, dressed in smart casual attire and wearing a slight frown, approached while holding the hand of a 10-year-old boy carrying an artboard. Her gaze traversed the posters at the booth featuring the Zhonghai Tutoring Network, which advertised a tutoring platform exclusively for students from Zhonghai University, assuring that each tutor was a current student. She hesitated for a moment before finally stopping at the consultation table. "What is this all about?" she inquired, her tone tinged with curiosity and a subtle hint of wariness as she instinctively drew her child closer. "Hello, ma'am," responded a second-year student named Sun Xiaoyan, who was in charge of this point, her face brightening with a warm and sincere smile. "We are students from Zhonghai University, and this is a tutoring information platform recommended by our student council called Zhonghai Tutoring Network. We specialize in connecting parents with reliable university student tutors." "A tutoring platform? Aren't there plenty of those online? Intermediaries keep calling, which is quite bothersome. What sets yours apart?" The lady's furrowed brow remained, as she quickly scanned a promotional flyer on the table. Her sharp gaze scrutinized Sun Xiaoyan's school badge and work ID, seemingly validating her identity. "You are absolutely right, ma'am. Traditional intermediaries are fraught with issues. Not only are their fees exorbitant, but their information is also opaque, and you have no way of knowing the teacher's qualifications. If something goes awry, finding someone to take responsibility is nearly impossible." Sun Xiaoyan nodded empathetically, seizing the opportunity to elaborate, her speech steady and coherent. "So, what distinguishes our platform?" The lady pressed, evidently struck by a sensitive point. "Our core principles are threefold: reliability and transparency," Sun Xiaoyan declared, extending 3 fingers with conviction. "Firstly, reliability. Every tutor on our platform is a current student of Zhonghai University, authenticated through their student ID. Moreover, the platform is subject to oversight from our student council. If you encounter any issues, apart from contacting our customer service, you can also provide feedback through the student council. It's a double guarantee." Sun Xiaoyan emphasized her point, indicating the small print at the bottom of the poster. "Secondly, transparency. As you can see, all tutor information is publicly available. Their majors, grades, subjects they can teach, tutoring experience, availability, expected hourly pay, and reviews from previous parents. You can compare and select the most suitable one for your child, just like choosing a product without being swayed by intermediaries." She handed the lady a prepared list of tutoring information. Being from the same institution, the tutoring network had an unparalleled advantage in verifying personal information compared to regular intermediaries, resulting in comprehensive tutor profiles. As the lady listened, her tightly knitted brows gradually relaxed, and her initial wariness transformed into keen interest. She examined the tutoring information list Sun Xiaoyan had provided and scrutinized the student council's endorsement on the flyer. "It does sound somewhat superior to those intermediaries. My son is in 5th grade and struggling with math, especially word problems. I'm looking for a patient tutor who can explain things clearly, preferably someone majoring in math. Are there many such tutors available?" She softened her tone, a hint of eagerness evident as she gestured toward her son's artboard. "Ma'am, 5th grade math is quite straightforward for our students. Moreover, if you wish to find a tutor majoring in math, it's very feasible. We have a significant number of students majoring in mathematics registered on our platform. You should know that our mathematics program at Zhonghai University ranks among the top 3 in the country, ensuring a high level of expertise. How does that sound? Please provide your child's grade, areas of weakness, preferred class times, for instance, Saturday mornings from a specific hour to another, and your mobile number. Our platform has dedicated customer service representatives who will reach out to you today, meticulously selecting a few suitable teachers based on your requirements and presenting their detailed profiles to you. Should you find any of them suitable, you are welcome to place an order directly on our website." Sun Xiaoyan promptly responded, picking up the registration form on the table. As she spoke, she handed over a pen emblazoned with the platform's logo and a small gift, a notepad similarly marked with the website's address. "Please keep this notepad. It contains the website, allowing you to check it at your convenience." The lady accepted the pen and notepad, observing the clearly printed URL and glancing at her son, who was listening attentively beside her, finally resolute in her decision. "All right, I will register now. It seems like you have a student council overseeing this, which feels more legitimate. I truly hope to find a good teacher." She bent down, diligently filling out the registration form. Sun Xiaoyan's face radiated genuine joy. "Thank you for your trust, ma'am. Rest assured, our customer service will contact you promptly." Chapter 43, Registering the Company. That evening, in Liu Yang's dormitory. Yangzi, here are today's results. Chun Yiba's voice was somewhat hoarse, tinged with a hint of dejection. He handed Liu Yang the details of parents who were willing to leave their personal information in search of tutoring. There were only 23 entries. He was uncertain about the significance of such results, but felt they were lacking. He felt somewhat guilty towards Liu Yang for having messed things up. Liu Yang glanced at the data, noting it was recorded clearly and comprehensively. Is this the data of parents seeking tutors? Liu Yang inquired, his tone reflecting surprise. Contrary to Chun Yiba's expectations, Liu Yang was quite appreciative of their efforts. Chun Yiba, this is merely the data of parents who left their information. However, I have just received data from Qin Fei regarding parents who registered on the website today. There are a total of 279. This is already an excellent figure. Yes, these individuals have expressed their needs. As long as we can meet their requirements, the subsequent matters should proceed smoothly. Chun Yiba pondered before speaking. Not bad at all. Boss, you've done well. Liu Yang patted Chun Yiba on the back, expressing his delight. The 23 individuals combined with the 279 registered users had already surpassed 300. Moreover, the value of these 23 individuals was the highest. They had directly expressed their needs and were ready to have tutors dispatched. In contrast, the other 279 had merely registered, and it remained uncertain whether they would place an order. Are you saying this data is good? Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Chun Yiba's eyes brightened. Not just good, it's simply exceptional. Liu Yang, examining the data, could hardly contain his excitement. Boss, your community outreach has been executed beautifully. This is genuine user data, and it's from users who are on the verge of placing orders. It's known that the customer acquisition cost for those e-commerce platforms is around $200 to $300 per person, not to mention tutoring websites, where a real user is definitely valued at over $1,000. Today's expenses, including salaries and dining, totaled just over $6,000. To acquire so many users has truly exceeded Liu Yang's expectations. Really? That startled me. I thought the data was poor. Chun Yiba relaxed upon hearing Liu Yang's words. After a long day and thinking the results were dismal, he was unsure how to report to Liu Yang. Hearing Liu Yang's remarks, he felt a wave of happiness. Primarily, with the support of the student council, most parents, upon learning we are from Zhonghai University, along with the backing of the student council, have placed their trust in us. Many parents seeking tutors directly left their information with us to assist in matching them with suitable tutors, Chun Yiba explained. By the way, Yangzi, how should we handle this information? We told these parents that we would contact them as soon as possible. Chun Yiba pondered before asking. Having focused solely on attracting individuals during the day, without considering how to manage the leads afterward. Don't worry, just leave it to Su Chu. He will be responsible for the website's operations moving forward. Liu Yang stated, having contemplated this plan for some time. His original intention in establishing the tutoring website was to help Su Chu earn money while simultaneously creating a reputable image for himself. Naturally, he could not devote himself entirely to the website's operations, so entrusting Su Chu with this responsibility was a foregone conclusion. Is that all right with you, Su Chu? Liu Yang turned to Su Chu, who had just settled down. Can I manage it? Su Chu hesitated, aware he had never undertaken similar responsibilities before. Believe in yourself. You can do it. Liu Yang's tone was resolute. Everyone has a first time for these things. If you don't try, you'll never know if you can succeed. All right, I'll give it a shot. Su Chu seemed to be inspired by Liu Yang's confidence, responding affirmatively. The following day, Chun Yiba set out early with the promotional team, while Su Chu took on the task of matching the tutors for the parents who had left their information the previous day. He utilized the registered student information on the website to pair these parents with what he deemed the most suitable tutors. As for Liu Yang, he leisurely departed around 10 o'clock, intending to handle a matter he had long postponed, registering the company. While the current makeshift operation of the tutoring website could suffice, it was not entirely compliant. Should someone with ulterior motives seize upon their vulnerabilities, they would find themselves in trouble. Liu Yang had initially planned to go the day before, but after a late night, he collapsed in a bed upon returning to the dormitory and only awoke around 3 in the afternoon, leaving him no time to go out. The afternoon sun streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of a building in Zhonghai City, casting diamond-shaped patches of light on the ground. Liu Yang stood before the gleaming glass doors of Chuangfu Enterprise Service Company, taking a deep breath. This was introduced to him by Manager Yang from the Guotai Futures branch in the East New District, and he presumed it to be quite reliable. Subsequently, Liu Yang pushed open the glass door, greeted by the scent of copier toner. The receptionist, impeccably made up and sporting a standard smile, could not help but display a hint of surprise upon seeing Liu Yang, as individuals registering companies were seldom of his age. Hello, do you have an appointment? The receptionist inquired as she approached him, recovering from her astonishment. I have an appointment with manager Wang Shanhu. This so-called manager Wang was the individual recommended to Liu Yang by manager Yang from the Futures Company. Liu Yang was then led into a spacious conference room. The walls of the room were adorned with various banners proclaiming integrity and gold star service, lending an air of intimidation. Manager Wang soon made his appearance. A man in his 40s with slick-back hair, adorned in a well-tailored suit. His smile radiated the same warmth as during their phone conversation, imbued with a deliberate familiarity. Liu, welcome, welcome, Manager Wang exclaimed, extending a handshake with such vigor that it left Liu Yang feeling somewhat uncomfortable. As Liu Yang was introduced by Manager Yang, Wang Shanhu was acutely aware of the importance of maintaining integrity. After all, he knew that anyone capable of prompting a direct call from the esteemed Manager Yang was no ordinary individual. Those in their line of work often navigated the gray areas of business, making it imperative to avoid offending prominent figures, especially someone of Manager Yang's stature. Liu Yang articulated his purpose. Manager Wang, we wish to register a technology company to operate a tutoring information platform. Understood. No problem at all. Wang Shanhu responded immediately upon hearing Liu Yang's intentions. Registering a company was a routine affair for intermediaries such as themselves. We provide a comprehensive service. All you need to do is sign and provide basic information. You needn't worry about anything else. As for the cost, since Manager Yang has made the introduction, let us set it at 5,000 yuan. What do you think? After a moment's contemplation, Wang Shanhu continued. In this era, registering a company was indeed more cumbersome than in subsequent years. Thus, the price was not insignificant. However, with Manager Yang's endorsement, Wang Shanhu graciously offered a discount. As their standard fee was 800 yuan, 5,000 yuan works for me. But do we need to provide an office space? Also, what is the estimated time frame for this process? Liu Yang pondered a moment, deeming the price acceptable, and then posed his additional inquiries. We can assist you with the location. You can update it later when you have a permanent site. The time frame is 3 days. Today is Sunday, so you can come by on Wednesday to collect everything. It seemed that all of Liu Yang's questions were anticipated by Manager Wang, who answered without hesitation. Following the signing, payment, and submission of identity copies and shareholder information, the entire process unfolded seamlessly. As Liu Yang departed, Manager Wang personally escorted him to the door, saying, Liu, await good news. 3 days. At most 3 days. If you have any questions in the meantime, feel free to call me. Chapter 44, Payment Issues. The day had progressed smoothly, and upon returning to the dormitory, it was only just 3 in the afternoon. Yang, you're back. As Liu Yang entered the room, Qin Fei approached him eagerly. As the website manager, he had opted to remain behind today, monitoring the site's backend to address any potential issues promptly, particularly during this crucial promotional period. Any disruptions to the website could jeopardize the efforts of Chun Yibo, who was out in the field promoting. How did it go today? Fei, what is the registration count? Liu Yang inquired, noticing Qin Fei's enthusiasm. Quite well. It's significantly better than yesterday. Some of those promoted yesterday have registered today. By noon, the registration numbers had already surpassed yesterday's total. Currently, we're nearing 500 registrations, and by evening, we might exceed 600. Qin Fei replied with evident delight. He had not anticipated that Liu Yang's fleeting idea could yield such impressive results. Excellent work. Liu Yang felt a weight lift from his heart. Although yesterday's figures had been commendable, they still paled in comparison to the vast tutoring demographic at Zhonghai University. However, with the addition of today's new registrants and Qin Yibo's forthcoming promotional activities at high schools next week, Liu Yang mused that his concerns might soon shift from the number of parents to the number of tutors. Soon after, Su Chilu approached. Young, I've contacted the parents from the list our boss provided yesterday. 20 of them confirmed a tutor, while 3 declined. Su Chilu reported on his productive day. One could not help but admire Su Chilu's high efficiency. That's great. 20 out of 23 is a remarkable conversion rate, Liu Yang responded, momentarily taken aback before fully grasping the significance of the achievement. Could this be the influence of a top-tier university? However, a troublesome issue arose. I've encountered a challenge in practice, Su Chilu stated. Currently, our payment method is quite cumbersome. We must collect fees from parents only after the tutoring sessions are completed, and our service fees can only be extracted from the students who conducted the tutoring. This is not only inconvenient, but also prone to complications. Su Chilu frowned as he spoke. Indeed, I find the term commission rather unappealing, so I've rebranded it as a service fee. This practice is not uncommon in later years. While Alipay had already emerged in 2005, its current iteration is ill-suited for personal use. I have no intention of being a pioneer in promoting Alipay either. Moreover, developing a payment system for the website is quite intricate and often problematic. Hence, this version lacks payment functionality. Initially, Lu Yang had envisioned allowing parents to transfer funds to the tutoring website through bank transactions, which would then enable them to purchase tutoring services. Ultimately, the website would disburse payments to the students who provided the tutoring. However, due to the absence of a payment feature, they were left with no option but to collect fees from the students, which, while feasible, risked complications, as students could bypass them entirely and establish direct communication with parents. Such a scenario would pose a significant setback for Zhonghai Tutoring Network. I'm aware of the issue you mentioned. I've already instructed Zhang Jiaming and his team to begin developing a wallet function and payment capabilities. Once these features are operational, all transactions must transition online, resolving this dilemma. For now, we must manage as best we can, Lu Yang replied with a hint of resignation. The website's launch had indeed been somewhat rushed. However, Zhang Jiaming indicated that the wallet and payment features should be ready by Wednesday. Just hold on for a couple more days. By the way, Lu Yang added, if any student refuses to pay the service fee after a tutoring session, their account will be blacklisted. While the establishment of this website was intended to assist students who work their way through school, Lu Yang found it absolutely intolerable to accept those who receive services yet fail to compensate. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Su Chu replied upon hearing Lu Yang's words. No one would harbor any fondness for such individuals. Chapter 45. Distribution of shares in the evening. Chun Yiba returned, reeking of alcohol, having just dined with members of the student union's publicity department. If Chun Yiba was merely average in other endeavors, he was undoubtedly a master at the banquet table. Several members of the publicity department were nearly ready to swear fealty to him after his exuberant toasting. Boss, you're back, Lu Yang remarked, slightly furrowing his brow at the scent of alcohol emanating from Chun Yiba. He had intended to discuss something that evening, but now hesitated, unsure if it was the right moment. Second brother, this is for you, Chun Yiba said, producing a notebook from his pocket and handing it to Su Chu. Today, I recorded the parents who expressed interest in hiring tutors. There are a total of 40 entries. Boss, you're not too drunk, are you? Lu Yang observed that Chun Yiba appeared relatively sober. Of course not. Those kids from the student union couldn't possibly get me drunk. Chun Yiba scoffed. Having often accompanied his father to meals since childhood, he had cultivated a strong tolerance for alcohol. To him, the members of the publicity department seemed like mere children, incapable of inebriating him. Not drunk is good. I have something I'd like to discuss with everyone, Lu Yang said, noticing that Chun Yiba seemed unaffected. He prepared to share the news about registering their company. Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, Qin Fei, who had been focused on the website's back end, turned to give Lu Yang his full attention, eager to hear what he had to say. Meanwhile, Su Chu placed the notebook he had just received from Chun Yiba on his desk and pulled up a chair. I registered the company today, Lu Yang announced, observing the trio's focused gaze upon him. The group remained relatively unresponsive. They understood that for Zhonghai Tutoring Network to become legitimate, registering as a company was an essential step. I also wish to discuss the matter of share distribution, Lu Yang stated seriously. A popular saying goes, even brothers must keep accounts clear, and he was acutely aware that their bond as mere roommates could easily fray if financial matters were not addressed transparently. He had always believed in assuming the worst of others. Hence, as soon as the Zhonghai Tutoring Network showed signs of growth, he deemed it necessary to allocate shares. Shares? What do they have to do with us? We haven't invested any money. Su Chu was the first to speak up. He recognized that Lu Yang had conceived the idea for Zhonghai Tutoring Network on a whim, without much forethought. However, one thing was clear, every penny invested thus far had come from Lu Yang. For this reason, Su Chu felt he had no claim to shares, having contributed merely some labor for a limited time. As a roommate, how could he justify receiving shares from Lu Yang? Exactly. Yanggu, the tutoring network is yours. We haven't invested any money or effort, so how could we take anything from you? Qin Fei chimed in. Though he had taken on many responsibilities during the website's construction, he viewed it as a learning experience rather than an opportunity to gain from Lu Yang. Yangzi, this is trivial. What is there to calculate? Just keep it all, Chun Yiba proclaimed, buoyed by the effects of alcohol, his tone quite grand. Even though he was aware of the potential success of Zhonghai Tutoring Network, he had yet to grasp the economic implications it entailed. Thus, as the wealthiest among the four, he did not concern himself with the profits generated by the tutoring network. His involvement in ground promotions was merely out of curiosity, as he relished trying new experiences. Lu Yang felt a wave of gratitude swell within him as he observed the trio's complete lack of self-interest regarding Zhonghai Tutoring Network. Perhaps such genuine camaraderie could only be found in a campus setting. In the outside world, conflicts over trivial amounts of money were all too common. Enough chatter. I've already made up my mind. Second brother, Are you willing to take on the operational responsibilities of Zhonghai Tutoring Network? Lu Yang turned his gaze towards Su Chu. After all, in his previous life, Su Chu had been his closest ally, and he felt the greatest sense of indebtedness toward him. Of course, Su Chu replied, unsure of Lu Yang's intentions. However, participating in the work of Zhonghai Tutoring Network over the past few days had provided him with a wealth of experiences distinct from his classroom learning. He realized he was quite fond of the operational aspects of the tutoring network. Fizi, can I entrust the website issues to you from now on? Lu Yang then directed his attention to Qin Fei. Sure. Qin Fei nodded enthusiastically. He had always had an interest in programming, and now with an actual website to work on, he felt quite pleased. Boss, Chen Yibo interrupted before Lu Yang could finish his thought. If you two are doing this, how could I possibly sit idly by? Yangzi, if you have something to say, just say it outright. Chen Yibo waved his hand, cutting off Lu Yang. All right, then I shall be direct. Since the ongoing work of Zhonghai Tutoring Network relies on all of you, it is only fair that you receive shares in the company. After all, there is no such thing as working for free without compensation. Here, as my proposal, boss, second brother, and fourth brother. Each of you will receive 15% of the shares, while the remaining 55% will be mine. What do you think? After laying out his thoughts, Lu Yang looked at the other three. He believed his share distribution was quite fair and hoped nothing untoward would arise at this juncture. Isn't that a bit too generous for us? Su Chu Wen. Based on his calculations, Lu Yang had invested at least 30,000 into Zhonghai Tutoring Network, while he himself had only dedicated a small amount of spare time. Lu Yang's shares far exceeded his own, and he certainly did not consider his limited time worth 10,000. Even if he had devoted that time to tutoring, he would likely only earn a few hundred at most. Are you planning to continue with the tutoring network? If you insist on this, I might have to look for others. Lu Yang feigned anger. Observing Lu Yang's rising frustration, the others felt a twinge of guilt in accepting the shares he offered. Certainly, they remain unaware of the substantial gift that Lu Yang has bestowed upon them. Chapter 46. The night before dawn, Oldly liquidates his holdings. Monday. Due to the impending examinations, Lu Yang and his companions had no choice but to prioritize their studies. However, according to Qin Fei, by this morning, the number of registrations from parents on the Zhonghai Tutoring Network had surpassed 1,000. It is undeniable that the rapid growth of the Zhonghai Tutoring Network is remarkable. The prospect of having 1,000 parents in Zhonghai seeking tutoring services is a resource that the other residents in the dormitory likely do not yet comprehend. Yet, Lu Yang is acutely aware. It is estimated that even the largest tutoring agency in Zhonghai does not possess a parent database approaching 1,000. To put it bluntly, the Zhonghai Tutoring Network has already established itself as the largest tutoring institution in Zhonghai. Were it not for Lu Yang's intention to refrain from profiting excessively from the tutoring network, he could have easily raised the service fee to 30%. Even so, Lu Yang is confident that a substantial number of students would still seek tutoring opportunities through the Zhonghai Tutoring Network. After all, even a 30% service fee is considerably more favorable than that of other agencies. Furthermore, Lu Yang has set the tutoring rate at 40 yuan per hour, with a minimum booking of 2 hours, which is somewhat higher than the prices offered by most tutoring institutions. Of course, Lu Yang has no intention of increasing the service fee of the Zhonghai Tutoring Network. This decision is influenced not only by his own beliefs, but also by his commitments to the student unions Lin Yu and the brothers in the dormitory. There exists a significant distinction between university students still enrolled in school and those who have entered the workforce. The most notable difference is that those still in university possess a profound sense of empathy. However, this compassion tends to dissipate rapidly once they graduate and confront the realities of society, where they will encounter numerous challenges. In the morning, after completing the exam, Lu Yang found his phone inundated with calls and messages from Shanshan. He was well aware that today was a day of significant gains for the Copper Futures Index. The messages from Shanshan corroborated this information. The increase had already reached 2.5%, marking a welcome return of bullish momentum. However, following today, the copper futures market would likely experience a period of correction. Thus, Lu Yang resolved to visit the trading room after lunch to liquidate his long positions and transition to short positions in copper futures, aiming to profit from both ends. This strategy is perilous in the realm of futures trading, yet Lu Yang's memories from his previous life render even the most dangerous maneuvers manageable for him. He pondered whether that bald man had liquidated his positions. As Lu Yang dined, he recalled his previous altercation with the bald Oldly in the trading room, who had dared to oppose him. It was beyond him how that man was still in the game. However, if Oldly had not yet closed his positions, he might indeed find himself in a precarious situation, as the copper futures market was on the verge of a significant correction after today. Having just finished lunch, Liu Yang departed for the commodity trading company in the East New District. In addition to managing his positions, he felt it necessary to express his gratitude to Manager Yang of the trading company, who had assisted him in acquiring the company's business license the previous day. Meanwhile, Chunyi Bao, after lunch, reached out to several classmates who would accompany him to promote at local junior and senior high schools. After consulting with Liu Yang, Chunyi Bao planned to conduct promotions at the school entrance every afternoon that week. If all went as expected, this would be the final promotion for the Zhonghai tutoring network around Zhonghai University, as they had nearly exhausted their reach in the vicinity. As for venturing further afield, it would be inconvenient for the students engaged in tutoring to travel back and forth, which Liu Yang did not particularly endorse, understanding that greater distances often lead to complications. At noon, in the trading room of the East New District, the atmosphere was taut like a drawn bowstring, so intense that one could hear the heartbeat of the traders. The enormous electronic screen displayed a multitude of candlestick charts resembling agitated veins, with one particular line representing the copper futures index appearing as if it were about to bleed. Upon entering, Liu Yang was nearly overwhelmed by the acrid smell of smoke. The trading room was sparsely populated, yet each individual wore an expression akin to a frozen statue. Their gazes fixated on the screen. In the oppressive silence, the only sounds were the rapid tapping of keyboards and the occasional heavy sighs. As soon as Liu Yang stepped into the trading room, Shanshan approached him immediately. "What is going on?" Liu Yang inquired softly, noting the unusually grave atmosphere that enveloped the space. It was not his first visit to the trading room, but this was undoubtedly the most somber ambience he had encountered. "Do you remember Old Li, the one you had a conflict with?" Shanshan spoke in a hushed tone. "Yes, I remember. Is he involved in this?" Liu Yang asked, puzzled by Shan's somber demeanor, as many in the room appeared to be in distress. "It is indeed connected." Shan nodded, continuing, "Wasn't he your adversary? You held long positions in copper, while he took short positions. During the latter part of last week, the copper index continued to rise. Old Li had some standing in the trading room, and many, eager to follow his lead, entered short positions on copper. However, they have now found themselves in a precarious situation. Since their entry, they have suffered losses of 2 points last week. Moreover, today, the copper futures index has surged over 3 points. In just a few short days, those who followed Old Li's lead have lost nearly 30 to 40% of their capital. How could they not be distressed?" Shan quietly explained the sequence of events to Liu Yang. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang nodded in understanding. He had initially thought Old Li was invincible, only to discover that there were many capable individuals within the trading room. Quite impressive indeed. Subsequently, Shan guided Liu Yang to his station. The moment Liu Yang entered, many turned their attention to him, only to quickly redirect their focus back to the candlestick charts, hoping for a shift in the market's direction. As for Old Li, his losses had exceeded 80%. Were it not for his having supplemented his account with an additional 1 million yuan, he likely would have faced liquidation. He silently resolved that if no significant changes occurred today, he would prepare to close his positions. After all, should another bullish candlestick emerge tomorrow, even with the added margin, he still risked liquidation. Many in the trading room shared Old Li's sentiments. The rapid surge in copper futures was overwhelming, leaving them unable to concentrate on their strategies. Liu Yang, however, remained oblivious to their thoughts. He directed his gaze to his own account. Following his last increase in holdings, Liu Yang's position had swelled to 8 million. With the copper futures index experiencing a continuous rise over the past few days, his unrealized gains had surpassed 450,000 yuan. At present, Liu Yang's account boasts a sum exceeding 12 million. Since his initial foray into the market, his funds have more than tripled. The total amount, however, has not surpassed Liu Yang's expectations. After briefly scrutinizing the K-line chart of the Shanghai Copper Futures Index, he promptly closed out his long positions in copper futures. "Gulme, junior brother, have some tea." Shan offered the freshly brewed tea to Liu Yang. Since Liu Yang's arrival, Shan's performance at the company had surged to the forefront. Thus, he felt a profound sense of gratitude towards his junior brother. "Thank you." Liu Yang accepted the cup of tea and took a sip before converting his account funds into short positions in copper futures. He was resolute in not relinquishing this opportunity for substantial profit during the impending correction. Of course, Liu Yang had also retained over 100,000 in his account. After several significant expenditures recently, his various rewards from acts of bravery had nearly been exhausted. Therefore, he planned to transfer the remaining funds to his personal account soon, as personal expenses required assurance. However, once the operations of the Zhonghai tutoring network stabilized, Liu Yang anticipated that he would no longer need to draw funds from elsewhere. "Junior brother, you've actually reversed your position," Shan exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Liu Yang's maneuver. Liu Yang was renowned as one of the strongest and most enduring bulls in the copper futures market. The fact that even he had turned bearish raised doubts in Hong Shan's mind. Just that morning, he had believed in the unstoppable rise of copper futures. But upon seeing Liu Yang's shift, his thoughts naturally followed suit. Oh, it seems that copper futures may have reached a short-term peak. A correction is imminent, Liu Yang murmured. After converting his long positions to shorts, he began to observe the other traders in the room, the first of whom was Old Li. Currently, Old Li slouched in a spacious leather armchair, his posture reminiscent of a desiccated tree, drained of vitality. The usual air of authority and disdain for newcomers had vanished. The ashtray before him resembled a miniature mountain, and he clutched a cigarette down to its filter, ash cascading onto his expensive trousers, utterly oblivious. The glaring red light from the screen illuminated his pallid face, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead as his vacant gaze fixated on the incessantly fluctuating numbers. 324. Observing Old Li's condition, Liu Yang surmised that Old Li's short positions had yet to be closed. As for what choice Old Li would ultimately make, Liu Yang could not predict. He understood that Old Li was now ensnared in profound turmoil. On the screen, copper prices continued to oscillate vigorously at elevated levels. Each miner dipped, mocking the mountain of stop-loss orders below. Watching the fluctuating K-lines, Old Li's bloodshot eyes were glued to the trading interface, his finger hovering over the mouse. Trembling violently, the floating loss figures on the screen incessantly refreshed, searing into his nerves. Such immense losses were overwhelming even for someone like Old Li, who had navigated the futures market for years. As seconds ticked by, the only sounds in the room were the rhythmic beeping of fluctuating prices and Old Li's labored breaths. Copper prices had remained stagnant at a high level for nearly half an hour, with each slight movement tugging at Old Li's taut nerves. Suddenly, without warning, a K-line for copper futures surged upward. This minor fluctuation, in Old Li's already frayed state of mind, signaled an impending avalanche. I can't take it anymore. I can't hold on. Old Li nearly shrieked, fear consuming his last vestiges of rationality and hope. He seized the mouse with fervor and decisively closed his positions. It's done. Old Li's voice bore the weight of both relief and indescribable anguish. On the screen, his position section was instantly cleared, and the floating losses transformed into stark, cold figures. What should have been over 5 million in his account had dwindled to just over 90,000, all within a span of fewer than 10 days. Old Li appeared as though his very spine had been extracted, collapsing limply into his chair, hands covering his face, shoulders heaving with suppressed, beast-like sobs. The ashtray toppled from his grasp, ash scattering across the floor, a scene of utter disarray. The room fell into a heavy silence. Others averted their gazes. The somber atmosphere thick with the shared sorrow of witnessing such brutality in the futures market. Chapter 47. The first income from the tutoring network. Liu Yang cast a glance at Old Li, whose face was ashen, slumped in his chair as if robbed of his spirit, and chose not to utter another word. He had no desire to provoke someone teetering on the brink of ruin. Liu Yang had come primarily to liquidate his long positions and transition to shorts. With his task accomplished, there was no need for further delay. The oppressive air in the room was thick with a mingling sense of tobacco, sweat, and despair. Aside from the occasional clatter of keyboards, only heavy sighs remained. Those who had clamored to capitalize on Old Li's misfortune now resembled wilted plants, their expressions not much brighter than his. Naturally, Liu Yang, having profited handsomely, had no intention of lingering in this dismal atmosphere. He rose, nodded subtly to Hong Shan, who also bore a serious expression yet seemed to be deep in thought, and swiftly departed the stifling environment. As he pushed open the door, the sun had descended partially, alleviating the midday heat. The outdoor sunlight and the gently warm air of early summer rushed into Liu Yang's lungs, prompting a long, refreshing exhale. Hailing a taxi, he returned to campus. Just after disembarking, he encountered Chun Yibo, who had just returned from a promotional outing. "Brother Chun, how did it go today?" Liu Yang inquired. Observing Chun Yibo, who was accompanied by over 10 students engaged in the tutoring network's promotion. Today, there were no members from the Student Union's publicity department to assist, as they had already contributed for 2 days, a task arranged by Lin Yu. Otherwise, they would likely be reluctant to spend their days promoting. It went quite well. The overall number should be comparable to yesterday's. However, we only needed about 10 today compared to the 60 or 70 from yesterday. Plus, we spent less time. Chun Yibo responded with palpable excitement. Having proposed continuing the promotional efforts on Monday, he was pleased with the day's results, suggesting he might possess a certain aptitude for this endeavor. Good. It seems that once the promotions are completed this week, the Zhonghai tutoring network will be firmly established. We won't need to worry too much about subsequent matters. Lu Yang nodded in agreement upon hearing Chun Yiba's remarks. Subsequently, Lu Yang returned to the dormitory alongside Chun Yiba. As they stepped through the doorway, they beheld Su Chu diligently bent over his desk, engrossed in a myriad of spreadsheets on his computer. Here, the contact details of the parents from today, Chun Yiba announced, approaching Su Chu and handing him the notebook in his possession. Today, the notebook contained 28 entries, surpassing yesterday's tally. These individuals required prompt contact. Understood, Su Chu replied, receiving the notebook from Chun Yiba. He had grown accustomed to this task, and with the shares allocated to them by Lu Yang yesterday, he was brimming with enthusiasm. After placing the newly acquired notebook aside, he retrieved a box from the table. Yang, this is the service fee we received today. Our first official income from Zhonghai Tutoring Network. Today, 22 students completed tutoring services, and according to the agreed ratio, the platform received an intermediary fee of 176 yuan, all contained within this box. Su Chu's voice resonated with an indescribable excitement and a sense of ceremony. The box held an assortment of coins, predominantly 5 and 10 yuan pieces, along with some 1 and 2 yuan coins. From today onward, students from Zhonghai University had begun venturing out to provide tutoring services, marking the culmination of their endeavors after returning from their tutoring appointments. Wow, we've officially launched. Chun Yiba, who had just taken a seat, leaped up, bounding over to Su Chu's side. His eyes sparkling as he gazed at the box as if it contained not mere currency, but shimmering medals of honor. Old Su, this is fantastic. Real money. The thrill of this surpasses even receiving a scholarship. We must celebrate. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to skewers, he exclaimed, enthusiastically patting Su Chu on the shoulder. Even Xin Fei, who was busy fine-tuning the website, couldn't help but stand up and glance over. While they all understood that Zhonghai Tutoring Network was indeed profitable, witnessing the arrival of their first earnings was still exhilarating. For both Chun Yiba and Xin Fei, who came from well-off families and did not require part-time jobs like Su Chu, this moment held significant weight. Lu Yang regarded the box that Su Chu had produced, a smile spreading across his face. Although the sum of over 100 yuan seemed trivial to him in the grand scheme, it represented the inaugural earnings of Zhonghai Tutoring Network, imbued with special significance. All right, old Two, let us secure the money for now. Once the company registration is complete, we can deposit it into the company account, Lu Yang instructed. Understood. Su Chu nodded in agreement upon hearing Lu Yang's words. Young Gu, shouldn't we consider hiring an accountant? While I can manage the funds, I'm uncertain about the tax implications. Moreover, handling finances is rather fragmented, and I might not have sufficient time. Today, we had 22 students engaged in tutoring, and tomorrow that number will exceed 40. If this continues, I'll be overwhelmed. Su Chu furrowed his brow, articulating his thoughts. Although he was expected to assume operational responsibilities for Zhonghai Tutoring Network as per Lu Yang's directive, the intricacies of financial management were beyond the capabilities of someone like him. He certainly did not wish to create chaos due to mismanagement of finances. Upon hearing Su Chu's concerns, both Chun Yiba and Xin Fei turned their gazes toward Lu Yang. As the founder and major shareholder of Zhonghai Tutoring Network, such decisions ultimately rested with him. Old Two, your reasoning is sound. You can manage for a few days. Once the company is registered, we will hire an accountant to handle the financial matters, Lu Yang pondered before responding. Also, since we've earned our first income today, we certainly must celebrate. Boss, don't you dare steal my thunder. I'm treating everyone tonight. Chapter 48, A Call from Lin Yu. Due to Lu Yang's conversion of his long position in copper futures to a short position, and with the anticipated correction in copper futures expected to last for 2 weeks, he no longer needed to visit the futures company. On Wednesday, Lu Yang successfully obtained the company registration documents from Wang Shanhu. Upon his return to the dormitory with the registration papers in hand, Lu Yang's phone rang. To his surprise, he saw an unexpected name on the caller ID, Lin Yu. Ever since Lu Yang and Lin Yu had finalized the student union's endorsement of Zhonghai Tutoring Network, their interactions had ceased, with subsequent communications primarily handled by Chun Yiba and the head of the publicity department. Hello, Chairperson Lin, what can I do for you? Lu Yang answered the call, maintaining a calm tone laced with a touch of polite formality. He was somewhat taken aback by Lin Yu's direct outreach, as the specifics of their collaboration had been managed by Chun Yiba. On the other end of the line, Lin Yu's voice emerged, no longer the cold, bureaucratic tone from before, but rather imbued with an imperceptible warmth and perhaps admiration. Lu Yang, I hope I'm not disturbing you. I call to express that your team has been doing exceptionally well with Zhonghai Tutoring Network. Upon hearing Lin Yu's commendation, Lu Yang was momentarily taken aback. He knew her to be someone who seldom offered praise. Thank you for your recognition, Chairperson Lin. We are just in the initial stages and still finding our way. Lu Yang replied courteously. No need for formalities. I've reviewed the data and feedback compiled by the publicity department over the past few days. Especially today. The publicity minister specifically reported to me on the efficiency and outcomes of your offline promotions. In just a few days, the number of registered student tutors and parent inquiries has surged impressively, far exceeding our student union's expectations for this project. Lin Yu's tone was earnest. Furthermore, I've heard from the students who found tutoring jobs through the platform that many have already begun teaching. A number of students expressed that tutoring is far preferable to distributing flyers off campus. It offers flexible hours and allows them to balance their studies. Lu Yang, your platform is genuinely making a significant impact on students who need to work while studying. Lin Yu's voice resonated with admiration. For her, this was the first encounter with a project like Lu Yang's. She had encountered numerous entrepreneurial ventures initiated by ordinary university students, but most were solely profit-driven. It wasn't that earning money was inherently bad. Rather, the foundational motives of such projects set them apart from Lu Yang's endeavor, which centered on aiding underprivileged students while simultaneously generating income. Lu Yang listened attentively. Lin Yu's words undoubtedly conveyed high praise, affirming the societal value of Zhonghai Tutoring Network. This recognition was precisely what Lu Yang had aspired to achieve through the establishment of Zhonghai Tutoring Network. Chairperson Lin, you flatter us. Being able to assist fellow students is, in fact, the very essence of our project. Lu Yang responded sincerely. The initial intention was commendable, and the outcomes are even more remarkable. After I reported this matter to Secretary Wu of the Youth League Committee, he expressed great optimism regarding your project. Lin Yu remarked. The Youth League Committee's Secretary Wu? Lu Yang's heart raced slightly. The Student Union is a self-governing organization for students, while the Youth League Committee is a significant department within the school that oversees student affairs, wielding greater influence. Indeed, Lin Yu's voice carried a hint of amusement. Secretary Wu believes that exceptional student entrepreneurial projects, such as yours, which possess potential and societal benefits, should receive a degree of attention and support from the Youth League Committee. He asked me to communicate with you first, to see if your team has time in the near future to bring your project materials and operational data to discuss with him in detail at the Youth League Committee office. They may offer assistance regarding venue resources, promotional channels, and even potential incubation support in the future. She lowered her voice slightly, revealing a more crucial piece of information. This news, akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirred immense ripples within Lu Yang's heart. The proactive interest and intention of support from the Youth League Committee were undoubtedly a delightful surprise for Lu Yang. It signified that Zhonghai Tutoring Network was beginning to enter the official purview of the school, gaining preliminary recognition at a higher level. A hint of joy spread across Lu Yang's face. He had initially contemplated renting a space for the Zhonghai Tutoring Network's office, but now it appeared that such arrangements might not be necessary. Thank you, Chairperson Lin. Indeed, we do have areas where we require assistance from the Student Union and the Youth League Committee. Whenever Secretary Wu is available, we can visit at any time. Faced with this unexpected opportunity, Lu Yang naturally had no reason to decline. No need to be modest. This is the result of your own hard work. Very well. I will confirm Secretary Wu's specific schedule for tomorrow and message you later. In the meantime, please prepare your materials today, clearly outlining the platform's advantages, current achievements, future plans, and especially specific cases and data demonstrating how you have assisted your fellow students. Lin Yu spoke with a smile. Should the Zhonghai Tutoring Network succeed, she would undoubtedly share in that accomplishment, and thus, she felt quite pleased. Absolutely. Chairperson Lin, rest assured, we will prepare diligently. Lu Yang promptly assured her. All right, let's leave it at that for now. Wait for my message. Thank you, Chairperson Lin. After hanging up, Lu Yang held his phone, taking a deep breath, his face bright with joy. Brother Yang, what's going on? What did Chairperson Lin say? You look so happy. Chun Yiba eagerly inquired, while Su Chu watched him with a blend of anxiety and anticipation. Lu Yang surveyed his two roommates and glanced at Qin Fei, who had just removed his headphones and was clearly drawn by the commotion. His voice, exhilarated, rose slightly. Brothers, I bear good news. Chairperson Lin said that Secretary Wu from the Youth League Committee has taken notice of us. He believes our project is commendable and genuinely aids students engaged in work study. Secretary Wu wishes to discuss with us how to support our efforts. No way. The Youth League Committee. Is this for real? The official school is going to support us? Chen Yiba sprang up from his chair, his eyes wide with disbelief. Support from the Youth League Committee? Does that mean we can apply for an office? Su Chu's face flushed with excitement, his hands instinctively clenching into fists. However, we need to organize some materials. including the number of students and parents registered on the Zhonghai Tutoring Network, the number of tutoring sessions facilitated by the website, and the future direction of the tutoring network. Highlighting the maximum number of students we could potentially assist, Lu Yang gathered his thoughts and spoke. Chapter 49. Support from Secretary Wu. Thursday, Zhonghai University. Lu Yang and Lin Yu arranged to meet at 10 o'clock in one of the university's teaching buildings. This building not only housed Lu Yang's classrooms, but also many teachers' offices. Hello, Chairperson Lin. Lu Yang arrived promptly at 9:50, only to find that Lin Yu had come even earlier than he. Greetings. Lin Yu smiled at Lu Yang. Initially, when Lu Yang persuaded her to involve the student union's publicity department in the outreach efforts, she merely agreed to support an entrepreneurial junior. However, she had not anticipated that Lu Yang would deliver such a significant surprise. Over 100 students engaged in work-study within the university had secured tutoring jobs through Lu Yang's arrangements. This achievement warranted a prominent highlight in the Youth League Committee's year-end report. This was precisely why Secretary Wu sought to contact Lu Yang upon learning of this matter, eager to extend her support. After all, the more support they provided Lu Yang, the more it would reflect their involvement in the Zhonghai Tutoring Network, directly impacting their accomplishments. Come, let us meet Secretary Wu. She is in her office. Lin Yu then led Lu Yang to Secretary Wu's office. Due to a previous act of bravery, Lu Yang had interacted with Secretary Wu before, but this was his first visit to her office. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking echoed in the hallway. Please enter. A warm yet authoritative female voice responded. Lin Yu opened the door, ushering Lu Yang inside. A woman in her 40s with short hair sat behind the desk. She was Wu Lu, the secretary of the Youth League at Zhonghai University. Secretary Wu's office was spacious and well-lit, decorated with a few calligraphic works and photos from school events. Behind her desk, Secretary Wu set down her documents, lifted her head, and greeted them with a warm smile. Clearly recognizing Lu Yang. Young Lu, please take a seat. Lin Yu also sat down. Secretary Wu rose, warmly welcoming them and personally pouring water for both. The school has yet to properly commend you for your previous act of bravery, and now you've stirred such a considerable commotion with the Zhonghai Tutoring Network. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Her words conveyed the warmth of a mentor and the admiration of a leader. You flatter me, Secretary Wu. The previous incident was merely coincidental. The tutoring network is a collaborative effort among several of us students, and any achievements we've made are largely thanks to Chairperson Lin and the Student Union's robust support. Lu Yang quickly interjected, appropriately sharing the credit with Lin Yu and the Student Union. Please have a seat. Lin Yu has provided me with a detailed report on your platform situation, and the data is quite impressive. More importantly, I have heard numerous positive feedbacks. I understand you have already assisted over 100 students in finding stable tutoring jobs. Secretary Wu gestured for them to relax. Yes, Secretary Wu. Lu Yang straightened his back, his gaze bright and confident, aware that this was a pivotal moment to showcase the project's core value. He retrieved several printed documents from his folder and handed them to Secretary Wu and Lin Yu. Secretary Wu, Chairperson Lin, here are some fundamental details and preliminary achievements regarding our Zhonghai Tutoring Network platform. Lu Yang's voice was clear and steady, imbued with a maturity and persuasiveness that belied his youth. The platform's original intention is quite simple: to leverage the information and talent advantages we possess within the university to establish a secure, efficient, and transparent bridge connecting families in need of tutoring services with our school's exceptional students who possess knowledge, time, and seek work-study opportunities. Lu Yang pointed to the data charts on the document. From the moment the platform officially launched last Saturday until today, Thursday, in a mere 5 days, the number of registered and verified student tutors has reached 676. Secretary Wu perused the materials, nodding slightly. This figure is indeed remarkable for a student initiative that has only been in operation for a few days. On the parental side, there are 682 effectively registered parent users who have posted 173 tutoring requests. As of last night, 103 tutoring service orders have been successfully matched and completed through the platform. What brings our team the greatest solace is not merely these numbers themselves, but the feedback we have received. For instance, Zhang Wei from the mathematics department comes from a challenging background and previously could only take on sporadic jobs with unstable hours and low income. Through the platform, he earned his first income from tutoring yesterday and excitedly messaged us to express his gratitude, stating that this opportunity holds significant meaning for him. Similarly, Li Mei from the Foreign Languages College, who excels in piano, found a suitable long-term student through the platform, allowing her to utilize her talents while supplementing her living expenses. Lu Yang continued, aware that for Secretary Wu, what truly matters is not the revenue the platform can generate for them, but the tangible assistance it provides to the work-study students at Zhonghai University. He refrained from embellishing his words with ornate language, instead opting to communicate through concrete data and vivid examples, thereby grounding the core value of aiding work-study students in reality. He finally pointed to a line of small text and an image specifically marked on the document. This is the first service fee income our platform received, totaling 176 yuan. Though modest, this sum carries profound significance for our team. It not only validates the feasibility of our business model, but also symbolizes the trust parents and students place in us. Secretary Wu listened intently, her smile deepening as she observed the detailed data and student case studies presented in the materials. Xiao Lu, your project is not only solidly executed, but also immensely meaningful. The data is clear, the objectives are well-defined, and most importantly, it genuinely addresses the practical difficulties faced by some of our students, alleviating their financial burdens and enabling them to focus more on their studies. This aligns perfectly with the direction our Youth League Committee has always advocated and strived for, serving the growth and development of students. She set down the materials, her gaze toward Lu Yang brimming with admiration. Lin Yu, the student council has collaborated exceptionally well this time, and your foresight is commendable. Lin Yu nodded with a smile. Secretary Wu then turned her attention back to Lu Yang, her tone becoming more earnest. Xiao Lu, the Youth League Committee holds great optimism for the development potential and social value of your project. The purpose of today's meeting is to hear about your upcoming plans and to explore how the committee can support you in furthering the platform's development to benefit more students. For instance, regarding space, there are several vacant offices in a building near the school gymnasium. If you need a fixed place for office work and discussions, you can apply for that. As for promotional resources, we can assist in connecting you with local newspapers and news outlets in Zhonghai if needed. If you encounter difficulties in technology, operations, or resource connections, the committee can also facilitate introductions to relevant guiding teachers or external partners. The olive branch extended by Secretary Wu was substantial, encompassing the most urgently needed resources for a nascent team. Please elaborate on your thoughts and needs. Do not hesitate, as the school's support for your commendable efforts is only fitting. She looked at Lu Yang, her eyes filled with encouragement. Chapter 50, The Office Secured. Lu Yang took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. Although he had anticipated that Zhonghai Tutoring Network would garner the school's attention, Secretary Wu's recognition surpassed his expectations. This was an unexpected windfall, and Lu Yang was determined not to let it slip away. He had to seize this opportunity and articulate his request precisely to maximize the impact of the school's support. Thank you very much for your trust and support, Secretary Wu. Lu Yang spoke sincerely, his gaze sharp and focused. Receiving the recognition and assistance from the Youth League Committee is a tremendous encouragement for our team. Regarding the next steps for the platform's development, we do have some ideas and pressing pain points that we hope to address with your guidance and support. Subsequently, Lu Yang began to outline his requests. Secretary Wu, Chair Lin, the greatest impediment to the platform's development is not the number of users, but a deeper-rooted issue of trust. Lu Yang stated directly, for parents, when selecting collegiate tutors, their primary concerns extend beyond cost-effectiveness and professional competence. They are most apprehensive about safety and reliability. Although we have student ID verification, the personal guarantee remains somewhat tenuous. Therefore, would it be possible for the Youth League Committee or relevant school departments to issue an official letter of cooperation for our platform? Lu Yang gazed intently at Secretary Wu. If the university recognizes Zhonghai Tutoring Network as one of the official recommended channels for on-campus work-study tutoring positions and acknowledges our efforts in screening student qualifications and ensuring transaction safety, it would serve as the most potent instrument to dismantle parental trust barriers and enhance the platform's credibility. Upon hearing Lu Yang's proposal, Secretary Wu pondered for a moment. As the Youth League Secretary, Wu Lu was indeed very willing to accommodate Lu Yang's request. However, she recognized that his request exceeded her authority. Providing a private enterprise, even one founded by students of Zhonghai University, with an endorsement from the Youth League Committee or the school was not a straightforward matter. I will report this matter to the school leadership. I will do my utmost to persuade them, but I cannot guarantee the final outcome, Secretary Wu replied sincerely. She had not anticipated that the first request Lu Yang would make would exceed her jurisdiction, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lu Yang understood and nodded. He was aware that seeking comprehensive endorsement from the university for a privately operated platform indeed surpassed the usual authority of a Youth League secretary. Ironically, Secretary Wu's candor surprised him. I completely understand, Secretary Wu. Lu Yang quickly took the opportunity to respond, his tone devoid of disappointment. The opportunity for you to personally report and advocate for us is already a tremendous support. MHM, is there anything else the Youth League Committee can assist with? Secretary Wu inquired further. It was imperative for Lu Yang to receive tangible assistance from committee, as that would enable Secretary Wu to present Zhonghai Tutoring Network as part of her achievements. Thus, she was eager to provide support in various ways. Additionally, regarding promotional efforts, Lu Yang continued, Secretary Wu, you mentioned earlier that you could connect us with newspaper and media resources in Zhonghai. This would significantly aid in promoting Zhonghai Tutoring Network. We genuinely require broader promotional channels. All right, I can agree to that. I will assist Zhonghai Tutoring Network in reaching out to newspapers and media resources, Secretary Wu promptly affirmed. She had already resolved that, even if it required leveraging personal connections, she would secure a prominent media outlet to effectively promote Zhonghai Tutoring Network. Furthermore, once the promotion of the Zhonghai Tutoring Network commences, it will inadvertently serve to promote Zhonghai University as well. Although Zhonghai University may not place great importance on such publicity, the organization's secretary, as the head of the Youth League, certainly requires these accomplishments. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Upon hearing Secretary Wu's agreement, Lu Yang couldn't help but silently rejoice. Currently, the effects of news and newspaper promotions are quite remarkable, albeit costly. If Zhonghai Tutoring Network were to reach out to the media independently, the expenses would be exorbitant. However, with the school's intervention, Zhonghai Tutoring Network is essentially required to contribute nothing. This is undoubtedly excellent news for Lu Yang. If there are any additional requests, feel free to voice them. I shall do my utmost to assist you. Secretary Wu glanced at the time and realized it was getting late, prompting her to speak. Additionally, there's the matter of the company's premises. Secretary Wu, you mentioned earlier that there are several offices available at the stadium for our use. Lu Yang recalled Secretary Wu's previous remarks and inquired. Initially, Lu Yang had only intended to secure a single office from the school. However, based on Secretary Wu's indication, it seemed that there might be an abundance of offices available. Indeed, there are indeed a few offices vacant over there. You can discuss the details with Shaolin later. They were originally allocated for the Youth League and the Student Council, but currently they are not in use. Secretary Wu replied, subsequently directing her gaze towards Lin Yu, who was seated nearby. Let us go take a look together shortly. Upon hearing Secretary Wu's words, Lin Yu chimed in. Great. Thank you, Secretary Wu. Lu Yang expressed his gratitude. Little Lu, go ahead and take action. The Youth League is your backing. Make good use of these resources to transform Zhonghai Tutoring Network into a hallmark of student entrepreneurship at Zhonghai University. At the year-end evaluations, I shall recommend your team for an award. Secretary Wu stood up and firmly patted Lu Yang on the shoulder. I have another meeting to attend, so I'll take my leave now. Discuss the remaining matters with Lin Yu. Should you have any questions, you may relay them through Lin Yu. With that, Secretary Wu exited the office. After she departed, Lu Yang and Lin Yu exchanged glances, then rose together to leave the office. As they stepped outside, the warm sunlight bathed them, and Lu Yang felt a newfound lightness in his steps. Lin, chairperson, shall we head over to the offices by the stadium? Lu Yang suggested to Lin Yu beside him. Absolutely, let us proceed together. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Chapter 51, Financial Personnel. With Lin Yu's strong support, they successfully acquired 3 offices near the stadium for Zhonghai Tutoring Network. Although the location is not central, it is tranquil and independent, and each office spans over 40 square meters, providing ample space for the current scale of Zhonghai Tutoring Network. Standing in the vacant yet promising room, Lu Yang imagined the bustling figures of their future team within. After pacing around the room a few times, he returned to the dormitory with a sense of solid assurance. Inside the dorm, Chun Yibo was animatedly shouting at his computer screen while playing a game. Su Chu was furrowing his brow as he scribbled calculations on paper, and Qin Fei was engrossed in coding. However, when the door creaked open and Lu Yang appeared, it was as though someone had pressed the pause button. Yangzi, you finally returned. Chun Yibo dashed over, nearly toppling his chair, grabbing Lu Yang's arm with excitement, his voice slightly cracking. What's the situation? Hurry and tell us. What did Secretary Wu say? Did we secure the office? Su Chu also stood up, and though he remained silent, his tightly clenched fists and eager gaze revealed his impatience. Qin Fei adjusted his glasses, his focused expression mirroring that of his companions. Lu Yang looked at his 3 comrades, who had fought alongside him, and smiled. We got it, Lu Yang announced. Quick, tell us. What did Secretary Wu say? Chun Yibo eagerly prompted. Though Zhonghai Tutoring Network was established by Lu Yang, each of them had contributed significantly to its efforts. Their hard work being recognized by the Secretary of the Youth League was naturally exhilarating. Compared to Chun Yibo, Lu Yang's other 2 roommates were somewhat more reserved. Nevertheless, they too fixed their gazes upon Lu Yang, eager to learn what Secretary Wu had conveyed. 3 points to report. Firstly, Secretary Wu allocated several offices near the stadium to us. This means Zhonghai Tutoring Network officially has a dedicated office space. Secondly, she will assist us in contacting various media outlets to promote Zhonghai Tutoring Network, which will greatly benefit our development. Thirdly, she will report to the school leadership, striving to secure the university's endorsement for us. If the school indeed steps forward, the advantages are self-evident. As Lu Yang concluded, the three occupants of the dormitory stared wide-eyed at him, mouths agape in disbelief. Initially, they had merely hoped to secure one office from the Youth League, never expecting Lu Yang to acquire multiple offices and perhaps even gain the school's recognition. For most university students, having access to the highest-ranking leaders typically occurs only during their time at the university, and for ordinary students, obtaining the school's endorsement seems like an unattainable dream. Yet now, it appeared they had achieved it. Of course, all of this was under Lu Yang's leadership. As for the media resources, they had not given them much thought. Incredible. Yang Chen Yiba was the first to rush towards Lu Yang. Soon after, Su Chu and Qin Fei joined in the excitement, surrounding Lu Yang in a flurry of jubilation. After a brief commotion, they finally settled down. In Zhonghai City, East New District, Lu Yang arrived beneath a 35-story office building. He then took the elevator to the 20th floor. Upon exiting the elevator, a front desk staff member approached him. "Hello, do you have an appointment?" "I have an appointment with Manager Wang from your company." Upon hearing the front desk's inquiry, Lu Yang replied, "The rapid development of Zhonghai Tutoring Network required immediate attention to the recruitment of financial personnel, as Su Chu was struggling under the weight of managing the service fees. Therefore, Lu Yang arranged a meeting with Wang Luo, a talent specialist from Zhonghai City Dazhong Enterprise Management Consulting Company. Although the name of the company is lengthy, in essence, it is merely a headhunting firm. Lu Yang intended to delegate the task of finding financial personnel to their company, while Lu Yang could undertake the recruitment himself. The current channels for hiring are not as accessible as they will be in the future, and he preferred to avoid the hassle. If a problem can be solved with money, there is no need to expend excessive effort. Upon hearing Lu Yang's response, the front desk led him to the door of an office and knocked. Soon after, a voice from the office beckoned, "Please come in." The receptionist ushered Lu Yang into the office before turning to leave. "Are you Mr. Lu?" A man in his 30s approached Lu Yang, his face revealing a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that the person who contacted him the previous day would be so young. "Yes, I am Lu Yang." Lu Yang nodded in affirmation. "Please take a seat." The man then led Lu Yang to a conference room. "Mr. Lu, would you prefer coffee or tea?" he inquired. "There's no need for such formality. Let's get straight to the point," Lu Yang responded. Acknowledging Lu Yang's words, the man nodded and seated himself. "Mr. Lu, you mentioned you are seeking a financial staff member, correct?" the man asked, recalling Lu Yang's statement from their phone conversation the previous day. "Indeed. Our company requires a financial professional to handle accounting," Lu Yang confirmed with a nod. "Mr. Lu, I have already gathered some basic information about your company from our discussion yesterday. To be frank, while your company may be small, its growth prospects are quite promising. Are you certain that you only need an ordinary financial worker? Our firm has connections with many major companies and possesses information on numerous senior financial professionals. Should your company require it, we can readily recommend suitable candidates," the middle-aged man responded earnestly. However, Lu Yang was not interested in such propositions. Regardless of the scale of Zhonghai Tutoring Network, the qualifications for financial personnel did not require high standards, as the tasks were merely to manage incoming and outgoing accounts. Since Lu Yang had no intention of engaging in tax evasion, there was no need for a senior financial expert. "Please proceed, as per my request from yesterday. Simply assist me in contacting suitable candidates," Lu Yang stated, disregarding Wang Luo's sales pitch. "Very well. Should you need anything further, do not hesitate to reach out," Wang Luo remarked, sensing that Lu Yang was unresponsive to his suggestions. "Our fee is 20% of the candidate's annual salary, and if you are not satisfied later, we can provide you with other candidates. However, a deposit of 3,000 yuan is required before we officially recommend anyone. That is acceptable. However, I would appreciate a prompt recommendation," Lu Yang replied. After paying the deposit, Lu Yang departed from the recruitment agency. Wang manager assured Lu Yang that they would arrange for 3 candidates to interview with him the following day. Chapter 52. The newly established YouTube on Friday. Lu Yang successfully met the 3 candidates recommended by Wang Luo at a cafe near Zhonghai University, 2 women and 1 man. In a short span, Lu Yang selected one woman in her 40s to serve as the financial officer for Zhonghai University Tutoring Network. "Sister Lu, I look forward to working with you," he said after sending the other 2 candidates away. "Manager Lu, I hope for your guidance," Lu Shuang responded, gazing at Lu Yang with a sense of astonishment. Although she had been taken aback once already, she was still struck by Liu Yang's youthfulness. If you have no other matters to attend to, we can proceed to our office now. You will officially start work tomorrow, Liu Yang informed Lu Shuang. The reason for selecting Lu Shuang was simple. She was the oldest and most stable candidate. Given the complexities of Zhonghai Tutoring Network's operations, a meticulous financial professional was essential. All right, Manager Liu. I have no other engagements at the moment, Lu Shuang replied. Although she had gathered some information about Zhonghai Tutoring Network from Liu Yang, she still felt somewhat unclear about certain aspects. Liu Yang then escorted Lu Shuang to the office they had secured the previous day. The office had undergone a thorough cleaning organized by Su Chu, and the furniture was already in place, eliminating the need for further purchases. This was why the offices were ready for immediate use. Su Chu, I found a financial officer you were looking for. The rest is up to you, Liu Yang announced as he entered the office and noticed Su Chu collecting service fees from tutoring students. Su Chu looked up upon hearing Liu Yang's words. All right, just give me a moment. After collecting the remaining service fees, Su Chu joined Liu Yang. Is this the financial officer you found? Su Chu inquired, glancing at Lu Shuang, standing behind Liu Yang. Indeed, her future duties will be arranged by you, Liu Yang replied, introducing Su Chu to Lu Shuang. When establishing Zhonghai Tutoring Network, Liu Yang had never intended to be deeply involved in its management, as such tasks were overly cumbersome. This was why he had delegated responsibilities to his fellow roommates. All right, Brother Yang, leave it to me. Su Chu was highly motivated by the potential growth of Zhonghai Tutoring Network. Thus, he had no reservations about accepting the responsibilities assigned to him by Liu Yang. That's good. You two can discuss the remaining details, Liu Yang said, leaving Lu Shuang in Su Chu's capable hands before exiting the office. He was confident that Su Chu would manage the affairs of Zhonghai Tutoring Network effectively. Upon returning to the dormitory, Liu Yang was pleasantly surprised to find it empty. Reflecting on the office arrangements made the previous day, he understood why. During their discussions, the 3 offices at the stadium had been allocated to Su Chu, Chun Yibo, and Qin Fei. Su Chu was responsible for website operations and finances, Chun Yibo for marketing and customer service, and Qin Fei for web development. Each of them had their own office for their respective responsibilities. And what will you be doing? Chun Yibo asked Liu Yang after he outlined their work arrangements. Me? I shall govern from a lofty position. Liu Yang replied fully. With numerous aspirations, Liu Yang knew he could not devote excessive energy to Zhonghai Tutoring Network. This was why he had allocated a portion of the equity to others. If Zhonghai Tutoring Network were limited to students from Zhonghai University, its growth potential would be severely restricted. After all, the number of students willing to engage in tutoring was quite small. Even if all of them were to work as tutors through Zhonghai Tutoring Network, the resultant income would be minimal. If Zhonghai Tutoring Network could facilitate 500 tutoring sessions in a day, it would generate merely 4,000 yuan in service fees. In a month, that would amount to just over 100,000 yuan. In 2005, this was indeed a considerable sum. However, for Liu Yang, a person reborn, it was hardly worth his concern. After all, compared to his earnings from copper futures in Shanghai, the income from Zhonghai Tutoring Network was indeed insignificant. Opening his laptop, Liu Yang accessed a website, YouTube. This platform would later gain immense fame. However, at present, YouTube was merely a nascent video sharing site, having been established only 4 months prior. Liu Yang had been reminded of YouTube after observing Chun Yibo logging into the site a few days earlier. According to Liu Yang's recollection, YouTube had yet to secure an investment from Sequoia Capital. Did this mean he also had the opportunity to invest in YouTube? It was noteworthy that, as per Liu Yang's memory, YouTube would receive a 3.5 million Series A investment from Sequoia Capital in September and would subsequently be acquired by Google for 16.5 billion in November 2006. Within just over a year, Sequoia Capital's investment would yield returns exceeding 100-fold. This return on investment was far more staggering than Liu Yang's own gains from copper futures. Such an opportunity was undoubtedly exceptional for Liu Yang. Yet, how could he participate? Contacting the founders of YouTube was relatively feasible, as the site was still a small entity, having just been created. Liu Yang could easily reach out to the founders via email. However, investing in YouTube posed a more significant challenge. The restrictions on capital outflow in China were notoriously stringent. It would not be easy for Liu Yang to convert his funds into dollars. Moreover, he had a mere month to act. Since Sequoia Capital was set to sign with YouTube in September, Liu Yang needed to finalize his involvement by August at the latest. Otherwise, he would lack the standing to compete with Sequoia Capital. Once Sequoia's attention turned to YouTube, Liu Yang would lose his chance to hitch a ride on this auspicious venture. Such a splendid opportunity was not one Liu Yang wished to miss. Furthermore, successfully investing in YouTube would greatly facilitate his future endeavors in investing in renowned internet companies in America. Chapter 53. An email from Chad Hurley. After perusing YouTube, Lu Yang found little of interest. For someone like him, bombarded with videos in later years, the current iteration of YouTube hardly sparked his curiosity. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to send an email to the site's creators. The content was straightforward, expressing admiration for YouTube, alongside some constructive suggestions. As someone well-versed in the trajectory of internet development over the decades, Lu Yang's recommendations were notably astute. He believed the founders would not overlook his email. After sending it, Lu Yang departed from his dormitory. With most of the final exams concluded, he encountered numerous students leaving campus with their luggage during a stroll. In San Bruno, California, at YouTube's office, Chad Hurley massaged his weary temples while sifting through a mountain of emails. Server costs, bandwidth expenses, and employee salaries were weighing heavily on him. Just 4 months into YouTube's inception, Chad was nearing the depletion of his modest savings. If this continued, he would soon have to resort to credit cards. Suddenly, an email from Lu Yang caught his attention. As he opened the email, his astonishment grew with every line. This unfamiliar Chinese individual possessed an understanding of YouTube that exceeded his expectations. Furthermore, the suggestions Lu Yang offered were exceptionally reasonable. "Jod, Steve, you need to come and see this." Hurley called for his fellow founders, Jod Karim and Steve Chun, pointing to the screen. "This is from a Chinese individual, and he has made some compelling suggestions." The three gathered around the computer to discuss Lu Yang's insights. Undoubtedly, the recommendations from Lu Yang, who hailed from the future, garnered unanimous approval among YouTube's founders. "Chad, implementing the suggestions in this email will significantly increase our workload. Just the two of us cannot handle it," Steve Chun inquired. Looking at Chad, currently, the website's development was solely managed by Steve and Jod, and their workloads were already overwhelming. Even if they wished to incorporate Lu Yang's suggestions, it would take many days. "I will do my utmost. You both know the site's financial situation is dire. We can hardly afford to pay full-time developers. We must secure investors, or we won't last much longer," Chad explained in response to Steve's concerns. In truth, YouTube had been progressing swiftly. Yet, its establishment was still in its infancy, having only been operational for 4 months, with less than 2 months since the first video was uploaded. Attracting investors proved challenging for YouTube at this stage. "All right," Steve let out a resigned sigh upon hearing Chad's words. It seemed that to expedite the website's updates, they would have to put in more overtime. Subsequently, Chad replied to Lu Yang's email, expressing gratitude for his suggestions and explaining that due to staffing limitations, the pace of updates might be slow. By the time Lu Yang read Chad's response, it was already Saturday afternoon. On Friday, he had visited the trading room to increase his short position. Lu Yang was confident that copper prices would continue to decline the following week, and the extent would be even greater than this week. This was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Whether for subsequent real estate investments or YouTube, Lu Yang would require substantial cash. Currently, his only reliable source was his earnings from the futures market. A smile crept on Lu Yang's face as he read Chad's reply. According to Chad's message, YouTube had yet to attract any investors. This was a most fortuitous opportunity. Thus, Lu Yang promptly stated in his email that if YouTube needed investors, he would be more than willing to invest. The matter of converting his funds into dollars could not be delayed, Lu Yang thought as he continued crafting his reply to Chad. For a nascent enterprise, the earlier one engages, the more bountiful the rewards. This is the very allure of investment. Although July and August herald the summer holiday, they also represent the peak period for tutoring services. In a society where competition is deeply ingrained, parents are willing to go to great lengths for their children's academic success. With a long break at hand, it is only natural to arrange tutoring sessions. Indeed, multiple arrangements are often made. Consequently, with the arrival of summer vacation, the order volume for Zhonghai Tutoring Network has surged rapidly. Some students from economically disadvantaged backgrounds have resolved to forego returning home for the summer in order to continue their tutoring jobs. After all, with an hourly rate of 36 yuan, securing several tutoring assignments can yield a substantial income over the summer, often surpassing that of many young teachers at Zhonghai University. To ensure the smooth progression of Zhonghai Tutoring Network throughout the summer, Lu Yang and his 3 dormitory mates have also chosen to remain on campus. Particularly, Su Chu has made the decision not to return home this summer. As the individual responsible for the operations of Zhonghai Tutoring Network, he simply cannot afford to leave. Chun Yibo and Qin Fei, on the other hand, have jobs that do not require their constant presence. They can afford to stay a little longer at school and return home once their tasks are organized. As for Lu Yang, should he be able to exchange for US dollars, he plans to make a swift visit to the United States to finalize the investment in YouTube. After all, time waits for no one. Once YouTube attracts the attention of other investors, Lu Yang's opportunity to acquire a stake in the company will become exceedingly challenging. Yet, Even Lu Yang is uncertain about his ability to secure US dollars at this moment. He can only endeavor to try. Reflecting on this, Lu Yang recalls the manager of the futures company where he opened his account, Manager Yang. Chapter 54, Yang Jinshan, Zhonghai City, East New District, Office of the Manager of Guotai Futures Company. Behind the desk sits Manager Yang Jinshan, engrossed in a document, occasionally revealing a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. The document in his possession contains all the operation records since Lu Yang opened his account. It has only been just over 20 days since Lu Yang entered the market. Yet his account has more than quadrupled in value. The profit curve ascends steadily with minimal retracement, having occupied the position of manager at the futures company for 5 years. Yang Jinshan has witnessed many individuals achieve extraordinary returns, including those who have earned over 1,000% in a month. However, with one significant caveat, Lu Yang stands out as the sole exception. His principal investment exceeds 1 million. The individuals Yang Jinshan has previously encountered who achieved such remarkable gains in a month typically began with a mere few thousand yuan. These traders often took on high risks, leveraging their profits to increase their positions, with some executing dozens of trades in a day to realize double returns. Nevertheless, few of these individuals have managed to sustain long-term success. Most win by leveraging their entire capital, but ultimately lose it all. While Lu Yang is also bold enough to leverage fully, his profit curve is astonishingly stable. Yang Jinshan recalls how Shanshan made a special trip to seek his assistance when opening Lu Yang's account, securing for him a zero-margin account. Should he meet Lu Yang? Yang Jinshan muses. His curiosity about Lu Yang is growing by the day. On Monday, as of last night, Zhonghai Tutoring Network had successfully completed over 600 tutoring services. Given that the platform has been operational for just over a week, such an achievement is indeed remarkable. Furthermore, Zhonghai Tutoring Network boasts a significant backlog of pre-orders. Since July, the daily pre-orders have consistently surpassed 300, and this may merely be the beginning. As the reputation of Zhonghai Tutoring Network continues to spread, the volume of orders is expected to experience a substantial increase, potentially exceeding the number of available tutors. After all, the number of Zhonghai University students choosing to remain on campus during the summer is relatively small. Most will opt to return home if their financial circumstances allow. Yesterday, Lu Yang communicated extensively with Chad Hurley, the founder of YouTube, via email. Chad warmly invited Lu Yang to visit their company in San Bruno, California, and expressed a willingness to offer a portion of the company's shares should Lu Yang be interested in investing. For Chad Hurley, the urgency to find an investor, regardless of their origin, is paramount. Moreover, Lu Yang's demonstrated understanding of the internet has led Chad to believe that his involvement could expedite YouTube's growth. Unbeknownst to Lu Yang, Chad has intentions of bringing him on board, but even if he were aware, he would not acquiesce. After all, YouTube is destined to be under Google's domain, and Lu Yang currently lacks the means to wrest it from their grasp. The inevitable legal battles over copyright infringement that would ensue as YouTube expands are burdens Lu Yang simply does not have time to undertake. Today, Lu Yang intends to visit manager Yang Jinshan at Guotai Futures Company in the East New District. He had arranged for Shanshan to set up an appointment with manager Yang yesterday. As soon as Lu Yang steps out of the taxi, Shanshan approaches him. Junior, manager Yang is currently in his office. Shall I escort you? Shanshan quiet. Although he is unaware of Lu Yang's reasons for wanting to meet manager Yang, he had received manager Yang's immediate consent when discussing the matter. This is why Shanshan has been waiting at the entrance for Lu Yang's arrival. All right, I appreciate your help, senior, Lu Yang responds. Manager Yang Jinshan is the most likely individual among Lu Yang's acquaintances to possess knowledge about obtaining US dollars. Therefore, Lu Yang is determined to make an attempt, regardless of the outcome. Shortly, Shanshan leads Lu Yang to the office door. Knock, knock. After a brief moment, a voice from within calls out, "Come in." After entering the office, Shanshan greets manager Yang before departing. "You must be General Manager Lu. Truly a remarkable young man. Please, have a seat," manager Yang Jinshan exclaims, rising to greet Lu Yang as he enters alongside Shanshan. Although he was already aware of Lu Yang's youth, he is still taken aback by the reality of Lu Yang's age. "Your compliments are too generous, Manager Yang," Lu Yang replies modestly. As Yang Jinshan invites him to sit on the sofa, he inquires, "I understand you have matters to discuss with me, General Manager Lu. What brings you here?" He is eager to learn what this young man, who has consistently triumphed in copper futures trading, wishes to discuss. "Have I properly expressed my gratitude to Manager Yang for the last company registration?" Lu Yang begun, recalling that the intermediary he engaged for the company registration was introduced to him by Manager Yang through Shanshan. "Such trivial matters are of no concern. You are indeed one of our esteemed clients," and we always prioritize the needs of our valued clients. Manager Yang Jinshan replied courteously, a faint smile gracing his face as he recognized that Liu Yang had come to him with a specific purpose. However, whether he could fulfill Liu Yang's request remained to be seen once Liu Yang articulated his needs. I wish to exchange some US dollars. Might you have any channels for that, Manager Yang? Liu Yang inquired directly after a moment's contemplation. US dollars? Yang Jinshan paused, taken aback. He understood that Liu Yang's needs were unlikely to be as simple as a few $1,000s. After all, if that were the case, Liu Yang could easily utilize conventional channels for the exchange. May I inquire how much you wish to exchange, General Liu? Yang Jinshan asked thoughtfully. With his extensive experience in the financial sector, he had access to avenues for currency exchange, but he needed to ascertain the amount Liu Yang intended to convert. If the sum were not excessively large, he could indeed assist Liu Yang. $3 million. Would that be feasible, Manager Yang? Liu Yang responded confidently, having calculated this figure in advance. Chapter 55, Finalizing the Amount. Upon hearing Liu Yang's request, Yang Jinshan fell into contemplation. Of course, I shall ensure that all necessary fees are paid in full, Liu Yang added, clarifying his intent. It was undeniable that Liu Yang's request hovered at the edge of Yang Jinshan's capabilities. Had Liu Yang sought $5 million or $10 million, Yang Jinshan could have easily declined. Conversely, if Liu Yang requested less than $1 million, Yang Jinshan would have readily acquiesced, as it posed no significant challenge. However, the $3 million Liu Yang desired fell within the realm of possibility for Yang Jinshan, leaving him to ponder whether Liu Yang was worth such assistance. Reflecting on Liu Yang's youthful visage, Yang Jinshan silently resolved to aid him. Better to favor the young than to take advantage of the elderly. Yang Jinshan ultimately decided to extend his support to Liu Yang, believing that Liu Yang's future held far more promise than his current circumstances suggested. $3 million. Based on the official exchange rate, with a service fee of 5%. When will you require it? Yang Jinshan calculated and stated. Notably, the entirety of the fee would be directed to others. Yang Jinshan himself would not take a cent. It was clear that he held a favorable view of Liu Yang, for he could have easily charged an additional 2 to 3% service fee. 5% for the fee is agreeable. Liu Yang responded, recognizing that this rate was significantly more favorable than the black market. What do you need it? Yang Jinshan inquired, a smile creeping onto his face as Liu Yang accepted the terms without quibbling over the fees. Had Liu Yang been overly concerned about the charges, Yang Jinshan would have reconsidered whether Liu Yang merited such assistance. How does July 8th sound? Liu Yang suggested after a moment of calculation. July 8th, falling on Friday, would allow his account to accumulate sufficient funds for the exchange of $3 million while still leaving a substantial amount for continued participation in the copper futures market. Though investing in Yuhub presented a remarkable opportunity, the ongoing bullish trend in copper futures required Liu Yang to retain capital for further operations. July 8th? That works. Today is June 27th, giving us ample time to facilitate this transaction. Yang Jinshan agreed. However, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Why had Liu Yang chosen July 8th? The reason eluded him for the moment. Thank you for your assistance, Manager Yang, Liu Yang said, his face lighting up with gratitude upon hearing Yang Jinshan's agreement. Just be polite. Come to my office on July 8th. And do prepare your bank account in advance, Yang Jinshan advised as Liu Yang prepared to leave his office. As Liu Yang departed, Yang Jinshan began to reflect on their earlier conversation. July 8th. Did Liu Yang believe that by then, his account would possess enough funds to exchange for $3 million? Suddenly, the implications of Liu Yang's plan dawned on Yang Jinshan. He recalled having seen Liu Yang's account balance, which was approximately $14 million. Now, upon checking the copper futures index, he noted a significant drop of 2.3. Given that Liu Yang had taken a full short position, his earnings for the day would likely be over $300,000. With the current exchange rate hovering around 82.765, if Liu Yang intended to exchange $3 million by July 10th, he would need about 26 million yuan. This meant that Liu Yang would need to secure at least a 50% gain within the next few weeks to amass sufficient funds for the currency exchange. Could Liu Yang accomplish this? Yang Jinshan felt a twinge of doubt. Yet, recalling Liu Yang's impressive track record of consistent gains and the confidence he recently displayed, Yang Jinshan found himself beginning to believe in Liu Yang's potential. Meanwhile, Liu Yang was oblivious to Yang Jinshan's musings. However, Yang Jinshan's deductions were indeed quite accurate. Liu Yang was indeed planning to generate enough funds for the currency exchange through his activities in the futures market over the coming weeks. Beyond securing adequate dollars, Liu Yang was determined not to miss out on the lucrative copper market trend. Thus, his objective was to at least double his available capital before July 8th. "Come, Junior, let us enjoy some tea," Shanshan said as he welcomed Lu Yang into the trading room after his meeting with Yang Jinshan. Once Lu Yang was seated, Shanshan hurried to pour him tea. Having transitioned from an intern to a full-time employee at Guitai Future's Dongxin district branch, Shanshan was keenly aware that his prospects for promotion and salary increases hinged on his performance with his most significant client, Lu Yang. Upon settling down, Lu Yang opened his trading account. Today, his account reflected a floating profit of 330,000, combined with last week's earnings, bringing his total to 17 million. Without hesitation, Lu Yang decided to reinvest all of his floating profits to short the copper futures index further. He was confident that there was still about 5% left for a potential decline before reaching the lowest point of this correction. Moreover, with the inherent leverage of futures, it implies that as long as Lu Yang successfully capitalizes on this 5% decline, he will amass the requisite funds to exchange for $3 million. Subsequently, he can reverse his position and go long, retaining a portion of capital in the Shanghai copper futures market. Today, it seems the large trader room is rather sparsely populated. Is there an event of significance? Lu Yang's gaze swept across the room, noting its stark emptiness compared to his previous visits. He then inquired of Shanshan, "Is it still about Oldley?" Oldley has been a long-standing figure in the large trader room. It was unexpected that he would suddenly incur such substantial losses, causing many to hesitate in their operations recently. Since last week, the number of individuals in the large trader room has considerably dwindled. In response to Lu Yang's question, Shanshan elaborated further. He had also heard from some veteran employees that if the numbers remain this low next month, their bonuses could be adversely affected. After all, the revenue of a futures company heavily relies on these major clients. Once they take a step back, the company's performance is bound to suffer significantly. "I see," Lu Yang acknowledged with a hint of resignation, realizing the profound influence that the balding Oldley wielded. Chapter 56, To America. In the ensuing days, Lu Yang found himself increasingly occupied. The Shanghai tutoring network experienced rapid growth during the summer break. Recently, the daily tutoring orders had surged to nearly 700. This explosive demand not only compelled numerous university students to forego their summer returns home, but also attracted a significant number of graduate students who remained on campus. After all, the hourly rate of 36 yuan represents a substantial income for most graduate students. Some with impressive academic backgrounds even raised their prices, with the highest charging over 50 yuan per hour. Besides occasionally guiding Su Chu in resolving operational challenges faced by the Shanghai tutoring network, Lu Yang maintained correspondence with Chad Hurley. After several days of dialogue, Chad expressed a keen willingness to accept Lu Yang's investment. They arranged for Lu Yang to visit California in July to discuss matters pertaining to YouTube investment, to ensure he could travel to California promptly upon securing the dollars. Lu Yang needed to obtain a visa. Thanks to the support of Yang Jinshan and the asset documentation Lu Yang provided, he managed to condense the visa processing time to just 1 week. Otherwise, he would have faced delays. Simultaneously, to establish a dollar account, Lu Yang made a special trip to a port city. In the port city, he had prearranged a meeting with a lawyer. Once Lu Yang had everything in order, the lawyer would accompany him to California to address the investment concerns regarding YouTube. Of course, Lu Yang remained primarily focused on the profits from Shanghai copper futures. By July 4th, the correction in copper futures concluded, and, as anticipated, Lu Yang's account balance exceeded 26 million by the afternoon's close. Concurrently, he converted his short positions in copper futures to long positions. Before Lu Yang exchanged dollars on July 8th, the long positions he held were poised to yield a significant profit, forming the capital for his endeavors in the latter half of the year domestically. He truly achieved it. On the evening of July 4th, Yang Jinshan received an update on Lu Yang's account. Upon reviewing the impressive rate of return, even Yang Jinshan, who had mentally prepared himself, was taken aback. Merely a week had passed since their last discussion, 5 trading days, and Lu Yang's account had garnered a remarkable 50% return. It is noteworthy that this pertained to an account exceeding 10 million. Such reckless maneuvers, holding positions over the weekend, fully investing, are typically not actions one would expect from a prudent futures trader. Yet, Lu Yang's returns far surpassed those of his peers. Contemplating this, Yang Jinshan couldn't help but grow intrigued by Lu Yang's future. Could such audacious tactics lead Lu Yang to ultimate success? Even Yang Jinshan, who harbored immense confidence in Lu Yang, found himself harboring doubts. On July 8th, at the Guitai Futures Company in the East New District of Shanghai City, Lu Yang liquidated all his long positions in futures the previous day. Since July 5th, Shanghai copper futures had surged for 3 consecutive days, accumulating a total increase of 3.5%. For Liu Yang's account, this translated to almost 9 million in unrealized profits. However, due to his impending trip abroad, Liu Yang chose not to maintain his positions any longer. After liquidating all his long positions, he withdrew 26,500,000. Junior, over here. Upon entering the futures company, Liu Yang was promptly spotted by Hong Shan, who had been waiting for him. Hong Shan then escorted Liu Yang to Yang Jingshan's office. Mr. Liu, please have a seat, Yang Jingshan greeted as Liu Yang entered. It was then that Liu Yang noticed a young man dressed in an impeccably tailored dark gray suit seated across from him, who appeared to have been there for some time. Mr. Liu, this is Su Shi, a specialist in foreign exchange. Your $3 million will be sourced from him. Yang Jingshan introduced, gesturing towards the young man. Hello, Mr. Liu. Su Shi, sensing Liu Yang's gaze, rose and extended his hand. Pleased to meet you, Liu Yang replied, shaking his hand politely. Have both of you prepare the funds? Yang Jingshan wasted no time and directly posed the question once they were seated. $3 million is readily available. Based on the current exchange rate, plus a 5% fee, the total should amount to 26,070,000. Mr. Liu, you can simply provide 26 million, Su Shi stated, retrieving a notebook from his pocket. Understood, Liu Yang responded. Subsequently, he and Su Shi proceeded to the bank for the transfer. As for the dollars, Su Shi had arranged for an overseas transfer. After confirming the funds had been successfully transferred, Liu Yang bid farewell to Su Shi. This is my business card. Should you require any foreign exchange services in the future, feel free to reach out. Su Shi offered as he handed Liu Yang a card featuring only his name and a string of phone numbers. Glancing at it, Liu Yang accepted it, even though he believed he might not need it. However, it's always prudent to prepare for contingencies. It would not do to trouble Yang Jingshan every time. On a July evening in California, the sun still radiated with oppressive heat. The air dry and infused with the scent of asphalt and unique flora. Liu Yang merged with the throngs exiting the Los Angeles International Airport terminal. The fatigue from his long flight subdued by a surge of exhilaration and a hint of nervousness. Accompanying him was a man in his early 30s, clad in a well-tailored dark gray suit. The man stood tall, walked with a steady gait, carried an elegant leather briefcase, and wore gold-rimmed glasses, his sharp and composed gaze peering through the lenses. He is Liu Yang, who recently made significant gains during his trip to Hong Kong, having hired the esteemed lawyer Zhou Zhengxian at a considerable daily rate. The hotel's vehicle should have arrived by now. Let us first proceed to the hotel for a brief respite. Our appointment with Mr. Hurley is scheduled for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning at their office in San Bruno. Zhou Zhengxian spoke in fluent Mandarin with a slight Hong Kong accent, his voice steady and professional. Very well. I will leave the subsequent matters to you, Lawyer Zhou. Liu Yang nodded, taking a deep breath of the somewhat stifling air. Zhou Zhengxian, a graduate of Yale Law School, holds practicing qualifications in the United States, Hong Kong, and China, with nearly a decade of legal experience, particularly in venture capital. To secure Zhou Zhengxian for this deal, Liu Yang invested $20,000, a sum he deemed insignificant in light of the prospect of acquiring a stake in Youhub. Chapter 57, The Valuation of Youhub. The following morning, in front of the YouTube office in San Bruno, Liu Yang arrived punctually as agreed. Zhou Zhengxian stood half a step behind him, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, his briefcase meticulously tucked under his arm. The Youhub office was even more modest than Liu Yang had envisioned, suggesting that the company's financial state was worse than he had anticipated. A dilapidated building, devoid of any prominent signage, revealed glimpses of piled servers and bustling young figures within. Liu Yang raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. It swung open to reveal Chad Hurley himself, appearing younger and more fatigued than in the blurry online photos Liu Yang had seen. Yet his eyes sparkled with recognition upon seeing Liu Yang and the impeccably professional Zhou Zhengxian. Liu Yang, welcome to YouTube. You are even younger than I imagined. Chad Hurley greeted with an enthusiastic smile, extending his hand towards Liu Yang. Mr. Hurley, it is a pleasure to meet you. Liu Yang grasped the offered hand firmly, his smile composed and assured. This is my legal advisor, Lawyer Zhou Zhengxian. Good to meet you, Lawyer Zhou, Chad said, shaking hands with Zhou. Sensing the distinct professionalism emanating from Zhou Zhengxian, Chad Hurley felt a sense of anticipation for their meeting. After all, Liu Yang had brought along legal counsel, a clear indication of his seriousness. Chad Hurley subsequently led Liu Yang and Zhou Zhengxian into the Youhub office, which appeared even more cramped and frenetic on the inside. The hum of server fans filled the air. Chun Shijun and Jade Kalin came over to greet Liu Yang, curiosity evident in their expressions. After all, Liu Yang had proposed numerous suggestions for Youhub during his discussions with Chad Hurley. In their eyes, Liu Yang seemed like a seasoned veteran in the internet industry. However, They were taken aback to learn that he was, in fact, a Chinese university student. The notion of a Chinese university student venturing to America to invest in an American internet enterprise was astonishing to them. After exchanging pleasantries, Chad Hurley led the pair to a relatively quiet table in the corner. Lou, the questions you raise in your email are immensely beneficial to our website. However, when you mention investing in us, have you truly considered it? Chad asked directly. Mr. Hurley, I hold YouTube in high regard. The demand for video sharing is evident, and thus I believe YouTube has the potential for growth. That is precisely why I traveled all the way from China to California. Moreover, I have even secured legal representation. My sole inquiry now pertains to your valuation of YouTube. Lu Yang smiled as he straightforwardly posed his question. Valuation? Chad Hurley hesitated momentarily, then regained his composure. He had not anticipated Lu Yang's forthrightness. Before discussing valuation, shouldn't we examine the website's data and address the site's issues? In preparation for Lu Yang's arrival, they had compiled a data report on the website. Lu, here are our latest user statistics. Feel free to take a look, Chad said, producing a document for Lu Yang. Lu Yang accepted the document, casually flipping through it. He was not particularly concerned with YouTube's current user data, as he deemed it inconsequential. Even from this report, it was evident that YouTube's user base had seen a remarkable increase. Mr. Hurley, this is indeed impressive data. However, it does not signify much. YouTube's user base is still too small, and the growth rate alone does not convey the full picture. Mr. Hurley, I urge you to share your valuation of YouTube. Lu Yang set the document aside and spoke. After discussions with Chun Shijun and Jade Kalin yesterday, we believe that $15 million is a reasonable figure. Chad Hurley stated after a moment's contemplation. In fact, their bottom line had been an $8 million valuation, willing to part with 20% of the shares. $15 million. Upon hearing Chad's words, Lu Yang mentally calculated the figure. This price seemed comparable to the investment made by Sequoia Capital in his past life. However, Lu Yang was aware that Shanshan had only invested in YouTube in September. For a nascent entity like YouTube, 2 months could bring about substantial changes. Mr. Hurley, your asking price is rather inflated. Presently, YouTube is merely a fledgling website that has been established for less than 5 months. Its value does not approach $15 million. You should provide us with a fair price, should you not? A subtle glimmer of delight crossed Chad Hurley's face upon hearing Lu Yang's words. The fact that Lu Yang had not walked out indicated that Chad's price was not entirely outrageous. It was merely a question of how much concession they were willing to make. $12 million. We are willing to part with 20% of the shares. Chad Hurley stated after a brief mental calculation. I believe $8 million is a fair price, Lu Yang replied, presenting the figure he had calculated in his mind. He was confident that this number was close to Chad's bottom line. $10 million. YouTube is a website with tremendous potential. This is our final offer, Chad Hurley declared with conviction. Mr. Hurley, how much of YouTube's shares are you prepared to relinquish? Lu Yang understood that the current price held some extraneous value. Yet what mattered more to him was how much of YouTube's equity he could acquire. This directly influenced the profits he could realize the following year. 20%. Chad Hurley possesses a considerable understanding of entrepreneurial knowledge. He is aware that relinquishing too much equity during the initial financing can significantly impact subsequent fundraising efforts. Let us proceed this way, Mr. Hurley. I am willing to accept a valuation of $10 million, but I require a 30% stake in YouTube. In essence, I am prepared to invest $3 million into YouTube, Lu Yang stated directly after a brief pause. Compared to the $2 million discrepancy in valuation, Lu Yang preferred to secure an additional 10 of equity. I need to consult with others regarding this. Chad Hurley pondered for a moment before responding. He perceived Lu Yang's offer as quite reasonable, considering that YouTube indeed requires financial support at this juncture. Very well. I shall await your return. Lu Yang nodded in agreement. Chapter 58. Return home. Subsequently, Chad Hurley rose and made his way to the opposite side of the office. Before making a decision, he needed to garner the support of Chun Shijun and Jad Karimi, both co-founders and pivotal figures within YouTube. After a brief interval, Chad Hurley returned. Lu, we have accepted your offer. $3 million for a 30% stake in YouTube, he announced as he took a seat. He had conferred with the other 2 individuals, and they determined that the current YouTube indeed needed financial backing. Excellent. Mr. Hurley, I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. A smile illuminated Lu Yang's face upon hearing Chad Hurley's words. It is worth noting that this represents a 30% stake in YouTube, which could potentially escalate to nearly $500 million within a year. In just over a year, Lu Yang could reap returns exceeding 100-fold. Turning his head, Lu Yang glanced at Zhou Zhongxian, who promptly understood and retrieved several neatly bound documents from his briefcase, gently pushing them towards Chad. Mr. Hurley, this is an investment agreement. You may wish to have a lawyer review it. And if there are no issues, we can proceed to sign, Zhou Zhengxian informed Chad Hurley. Given Zhou Zhengxian's extensive experience with angel investment agreements, drafting one was a trivial task for him. All right, I will contact a lawyer immediately, Chad Hurley replied. It must be said that Liu Yang's efficiency far exceeded Chad Hurley's expectations. Shortly thereafter, once the lawyer Chad had summoned confirmed the contract, Liu Yang proceeded to finalize the signing with Chad Hurley. Chad Hurley made several attempts to persuade Liu Yang to remain in the United States for a few more days to provide further insights for Yuhub's development. However, Liu Yang politely. For him, Yuhub was merely a short-term financial investment. Having secured his equity, he felt no need to squander additional time on it. When Liu Yang returned to Zhonghai, it was already July 14th. As he disembarked from the plane, a wave of humid, stifling air enveloped him, instantly making him feel sticky. The lengthy journey of over 10 hours left Liu Yang somewhat fatigued. Fortunately, being a vigorous 19-year-old, he still had ample energy. After stifling a large yawn and resisting the drowsiness creeping into his mind, Liu Yang hailed a taxi at the airport. Upon arriving at his dormitory, he found it empty. During the summer vacation, Zhonghai Tutoring Network had no promotional plans, so Qin Fei and Chun Yibo must have returned home. As for Su Chu, he was likely in the office at the stadium. The operation of Zhonghai Tutoring Network is reliant on personnel, leaving Su Chu with a considerable workload. Initially, Liu Yang intended to visit the office of the stadium, but fatigue overwhelmed him, and after a quick wash, he fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Liu Yang conversed with Su Chu regarding the recent developments at Zhonghai Tutoring Network. The number of registered parents had surpassed 5,000, with daily orders stabilizing around 800. Although the website now supported a recharge function, the majority of parents still preferred using cash, rendering Su Chu's collaboration with the finance department rather labor-intensive. Liu Yang understood that altering people's lifestyles is no simple endeavor, thus he did not dwell on these matters. In the afternoon, Liu Yang visited the futures company. Prior to his trip to the United States, he had liquidated all his holdings in copper futures. This time, he had come to increase his position. With the copper futures index at 200 points, Liu Yang decided to go all in on a long position. His senior, Shanshan, was unperturbed by Liu Yang's audacity. He had long held profound admiration for his junior, who had multiplied his initial capital more than tenfold within just over a month. Without a doubt, Liu Yang had become a legend at the Guitai East New District Futures Company. Senior, I need to return home soon. If anything urgent arises, please call me directly, Liu Yang advised Shanshan as he departed the futures company. Liu Yang was well aware that in the coming days, copper futures would continue to rise without significant retracement. Understood, I will call you if anything comes up, Shanshan replied. Already aware of Liu Yang's plans to return home for the summer vacation and displaying no signs of surprise. Unfortunately, he had already graduated and would no longer experience summer breaks. Due to the absence of an airport in Liu Yang's hometown, he had to take a flight from Zhonghai to the provincial capital, followed by a train ride to his home in Lusher. On the green train, Liu Yang frowned as he gazed out the window, watching the verdant landscape slip away. For someone accustomed to high-speed trains, riding on a slow green train felt like enduring a trial. Fortunately, the journey was not lengthy, lasting just over 3 hours. Liu Yang recalled in his previous life, the trips home from school would take more than 10 hours on such a train. At that time, his family was relatively well off. But flying was still a luxury he could not afford, especially during holidays when ticket prices soared with no discounts. The cost was beyond Liu Yang's means, sufficient instead for a week or two of lavish dining. Upon arrival at the station, Liu Yang joined the throng exiting the train station. Not far away, a middle-aged man in his 40s, of average height, approached him with purposeful strides upon spotting Liu Yang. In his previous life, even after turning 30, Liu Yang's father would always arrive at the train station ahead of time to greet him. Like many ordinary fathers in the country, Liu Yang's father was not one for many words. The nearly 30-minute journey from the train station to their home was a rare opportunity for the father and son to spend time together. While Liu Yang was studying, his father would inquire about his academic progress and classmates. After graduation, their conversations shifted to discussions about work, colleagues, and superiors. In his previous life, Liu Yang was the first child of his entire family to gain admission to Zhonghai University with outstanding grades, making his father immensely proud. However, following his graduation, he faced unemployment, failed investments in real estate, and entered his 30s without having married. The halo of success he carried from school had long since faded. Liu Yang's father took hold of the suitcase from him, and together they departed the train station. Under the dim yellow lights, the familiar front door finally came into view. Liu Yang quickened his pace, stepping forward to knock, only for the door to swing open from the inside. "Oh, at last, you're back," You must be exhausted from the journey. Come in, come in. His mother, wearing an apron, displayed an unmistakable joy and concern on her face. As Lu Yang stepped inside, the familiar scent of home enveloped him, a blend of the lingering aroma of cooked meals and the distinctive essence of aged furniture. You haven't eaten yet, have you? You look a bit thinner, and your complexion isn't great, his mother observed, her brow furrowing as she scrutinized her son. It was already past 8 in the evening, and both his parents had already dined. I haven't eaten, Lu Yang replied honestly, aside from the tasteless meal served on the plane. He had not consumed anything else that day. He knew his mother must have saved a warm meal for him, a long-standing habit of hers. Then hurry and wash your hands to eat, she urged with a smile. Typically, Lu Yang's meals were quite simple, especially when it wasn't a holiday. However, knowing he would return today, his mother had prepared 2 of his favorite dishes. Why is your school so late with the holidays? I saw Chunyunchi yesterday, and she mentioned they've been on break for nearly 2 weeks. As Lu Yang washed his hands and began to eat, his mother inquired. At the mention of that name, Lu Yang's hand hesitated momentarily before resuming its task. He had not disclosed his trip to America to his family, nor had he mentioned earning a substantial profit from trading futures with the $3 million he received as a breakup settlement. He merely told them he was starting a business with classmates and had made a decent amount of money, thus no longer requiring their financial support. I'm not starting a business with my classmates. That's why I stayed at school a bit longer after the break. It's not that our school has a late holiday. We simply had unfinished matters, Lu Yang explained. As he dined, his mother engaged him in small talk about family matters. After finishing his meal, Lu Yang retreated to his room. In the following days, aside from spending time with his parents, Lu Yang occasionally ventured out. As for the futures market, Shanshan sent him multiple updates daily. The copper futures index continued to rise as Lu Yang had anticipated, requiring no additional concern from him. Yangzi, Zhao Long, and Zhao Hu were here to see you. One day, just as Lu Yang was about to take a nap after lunch, his mother's voice called from outside. Stepping out, he saw 2 imposing figures standing at his doorstep, both towering over 185 meters with robust physiques. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. Xiao Long, Xiao Hu, you 2 have come. Lu Yang greeted at Zhao Long and Zhao Hu were twins, childhood friends and classmates of Lu Yang. However, they had not pursued higher education and had instead become apprentices at a nearby machinery factory after graduating from high school. Yangji, you're finally back. We came looking for you a few days ago, but you weren't home, Zhao Hu exclaimed, a hint of joy on his face. Yes, young Ge. We thought you wouldn't return for the summer, Zhao Long added. Mom, I'm going out to play for a bit, Lu Yang said, bidding farewell to his mother before leaving with the twins. Due to Lu Yang's academic prowess, Zhao Long and Zhao Hu's parents often encouraged them to study with him. Although their own studies did not flourish, they developed a solid camaraderie with Lu Yang. The July heat was intense, and the trio sought a shaded spot to sit. Throughout their walk, Zhao Hu shared stories of his experiences as an apprentice at the machinery factory. From Zhao Hu, Lu Yang learned that being an apprentice was arduous and poorly compensated. Yangji, the reason we came to find you is that we need your advice on something. Zhao Long began. Like many twins, they often debated who should take the lead. In their youth, Zhao Hu had the upper hand, as he was physically stronger. However, as they matured, Zhao Long began to exhibit a steadiness that eventually led to Zhao Hu accepting his position as the younger brother. Xiao Long, you go ahead, Lu Yang encouraged. We're currently apprentices at the machinery factory, but it's quite taxing. The hard work isn't the issue. Rather, the low pay and the disrespect from the older workers are what trouble us. Xiao Hu and I discussed it and decided it's not sustainable. We plan to venture out and do something on our own. I'm thinking of getting a truck driving license to enter the transportation business, while Xiao Hu wants to open an internet cafe. Yangji, which do you think is better? Zhao Long laid out their plans before Lu Yang. Lu Yang had always admired Zhao Long, given his own success in gaining admission to the prestigious Zhonghai University. Thus, when conflicts arose between him and his younger brother, Zhao Long sought Lu Yang's insights. Upon hearing Zhao Long's proposition, Lu Yang felt a sense of confusion. He recalled that in his previous life, this scenario had not transpired. He remembered that Zhao Long and Zhao Hu did indeed pursue truck driving for freight transport, which had contributed to their infrequent encounters thereafter. However, their fortunes did not last long, as they reportedly faced an accident that incurred significant losses. Eventually, the brothers sought work elsewhere, and at that time, Lu Yang himself was struggling and had not paid much attention to their situation. By the way, Lu Yang suddenly recalled, at this time in my previous life, I hadn't yet broken up with Susan. That summer, we traveled together for quite some time, and when I returned home, the vacation was nearly over. By then, Zhao Long and Zhao Hu must have already started learning to drive trucks. Perhaps, feeling abandoned by me, Zhao Long eventually convinced Zhao Hu to pursue that path. Can you obtain the Internet Culture Business License for opening an internet cafe? Isn't there considerable risk without it? Luoyang pondered aloud. From his memory, it seemed that licenses for internet cafes had ceased to be issued long ago. The Internet Culture Business License can now be obtained. We have an uncle working at the Cultural Bureau who said that the state has relaxed the approval process today, and they can issue the license now. Upon hearing Lu Yang's inquiry, Zhao responded. Chapter 60, Opening an Internet Cafe. Unbeknownst to Lu Yang, the Internet Culture Business License had ceased approval since 2002. However, in 2005, the government issued a notice to relax the approval process in certain regions. That reprieve, unfortunately, was short-lived, as by 2007, the scrutiny had tightened once more. It must be said that Zhao Hu's timing for entering the market was remarkably fortuitous. If we can secure the Internet Culture Business License, I would recommend opening an internet cafe, Lu Yang suggested. In his previous life, Zhao Long and Zhao Hu had encountered an accident, and Lu Yang was determined to prevent them from treading that perilous path again. Brother, I told you that opening an internet cafe is a lucrative venture, yet you remained skeptical. Now, with Brother Yang endorsing the idea, you must be convinced, Zhao Hu exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy at Lu Yang's support for his vision rather than his brother's. Naturally, Zhao Hu felt elated. Brother Yang, do you truly believe that an internet cafe can be profitable? Zhao Long, ignoring Zhao Hu, turned his attention to Lu Yang. After all, the investment required to open an internet cafe was not insignificant, despite the backing they received from their parents. A loss would mean a severe depletion of their family savings. As for the suggestion of driving a large truck that had come from an uncle of Zhao Long, whose family situation was well known to them, ever since he began driving, they not only built a house in the village, but also purchased an apartment in the city. It will definitely be profitable. Brother, you've been to an internet cafe before. It was bustling with people. How could it possibly not be profitable? Before Lu Yang could respond, Zhao Hu interjected. It was evident that Zhao Hu possessed unwavering confidence in the prospect of opening an internet cafe, and one could only wonder how he had been persuaded by Zhao Long to pursue truck driving in the first place. Zhao Hu is correct, currently. Opening an internet cafe is indeed a promising business. Moreover, it does not entail the grueling lifestyle of driving a truck, braving the elements day in and day out. Away from home for extended periods, Lu Yang mused. Driving a large truck is a laborious endeavor, both now and in the years to come. Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, Zhao Long gradually resolved his uncertainty. All right, since Brother Yang has said so, I will trust you. Zhao Hu, let us discuss this with our parents when we return today. Zhao Long was a person of strong resolve. Once he made up his mind, he would not waver. Very well, you both should confer on this matter. When you are ready to purchase computers, I will assist you in making recommendations, Lu Yang stated after consideration. The present circumstances were not akin to the future, where one could conveniently purchase computers online. Without the option of online shopping, the only recourse was to visit a computer market. The computer market was a veritable labyrinth, where even those with some expertise could find themselves at a disadvantage. It was a place where one could easily be taken advantage of without the necessary acumen. All right, we will come to you when the time comes. Zhao Long nodded in agreement. Lu Yang's willingness to assist brought him great joy, and he was eager to accept the offer. Subsequently, the trio continued to discuss their high school experiences. By the way, Brother Yang, I ran into Wei a few days ago. He mentioned organizing a gathering soon and asked me to inform you. Are you going? Zhao Hu suddenly inquired. Wei was their class monitor from high school, often orchestrating gatherings. Just before Lu Yang's rebirth, Wei had still occasionally organized such events. However, during that time, Lu Yang had felt rather disheartened and had refrained from attending. Hearing Zhao Hu's words brought to mind the girl with the high ponytail. With that thought, Lu Yang inexplicably agreed to join. Chun Yunqi, Lu Yang's high school classmate and childhood friend, had always excelled academically. Throughout high school, Lu Yang consistently performed well, securing a stable position as the perennial second-best student, while Chun Yunqi was the undisputed top student. After the college entrance examinations, Lu Yang enrolled in Zhonghai University, while Chun Yunqi, having achieved the status of city champion, gained admission to Capital University. In his previous life, after graduating from high school, Lu Yang had not seen Chun Yunqi again until his untimely death. Initially, it was merely a matter of circumstance, but later, Lu Yang felt too embarrassed to reconnect, believing himself to be a failure. For instance, during this period in his previous life, Lu Yang had been engrossed in a romantic relationship with Susan and had skipped this particular class reunion. By the time a new year arrived, he had already broken up with Susan and was in a state of despondency, further avoiding gatherings with classmates. After graduating, Lu Yang transformed from self-proclaimed prodigy into a real estate agent, becoming even more reluctant to meet his long-lost childhood friend. He could only glean snippets of Chun Yunqi's current situation through his mother and classmates. Updates about her pursuing a master's degree, then a doctorate, and ultimately teaching at a university in the capital. Chun Yunqi had always been exceptional, while Lu Yang had faced numerous hardships in life. He occasionally thought of her high ponytail, but had difficulty recalling her face. On the afternoon of the gathering, Zhao Long and Zhao Hu arrived at Lu Yang's home. "Brother Yang, let us go," Zhao Hu called out excitedly. Thereafter, Lu Yang left with the two brothers from the Zhao family. On their way, Zhao Long mentioned that they had spoken to their parents, who had consented to provide financial support for their internet cafe venture. They had also confirmed with their uncle that the internet culture business license could be approved now. What remained was to secure a storefront and computers. They had already scouted a few potential locations, intending to seek Lu Yang's advice. As for the computers, Zhao Long and Zhao, who had visited the computer market, but had left feeling bewildered, unable to discern which products were good or bad, and unsure which were suitable for an internet cafe. "How about this? Tomorrow, I will accompany you both to the market," Lu Yang proposed. Having promised to assist the brothers with the computer selection, he intended to keep his word. In recent days, he had also inquired about the current market for computers with Qin Fei, who had helped him compile a configuration list, detailing various components and their prices. With this list in hand, they could simply find a shop in the computer market that offered reasonable prices. After all, having a configuration list and price estimates would discourage any unscrupulous behavior from the vendors. "Brother Yang, we've arrived." Zhao Long and Zhao Hu led Lu Yang to a small restaurant. This was the venue Wei had mentioned. The students from Lu Yang's class were of average means, so it was only fitting that their gathering would not be held in an upscale establishment. As for the trope of a villainous classmate treating everyone, Lu Yang had never encountered such a scenario. Chapter 61, The Computer Market. Lu Yang entered the private room reserved by Wei alongside Zhao Long and Zhao Hu. 6 or 7 individuals were already present. After exchanging greetings, they each took their seats. In truth, the number of students in each class at Lu Yang's high school was not insignificant. However, after graduation, most individuals gradually lost contact with one another. Ultimately, only a handful remained. If it weren't for the desire to catch a glimpse of a person from his memories, Lu Yang might not have attended the gathering this time. After all, considering his past life, Lu Yang was nearly 60 years old. What common language could he share with a bunch of freshly adult children? "Yang Ge, Chun Yunqi has arrived." Suddenly, Zhao Hu, sitting beside Lu Yang, tapped him and spoke up. Upon hearing Zhao Hu's words, Lu Yang instinctively glanced towards the entrance. The first thing that caught his eye was a familiar high ponytail. Chun Yunqi was quite tall, around 1.7 meters, with fair skin. But what stood out most was that high ponytail. As she entered the private room, her gaze instinctively swept around, and when she spotted Lu Yang, a fleeting smile graced her face. Yang, you reheretu. I ran into Auntie a few days ago, and she mentioned you hadn't started your vacation yet. I thought I wouldn't see you at this gathering." Chun Yunqi approached Lu Yang and said. Previously, Lu Yang's mother used to call him this way, and upon learning it, Chun Yunqi adopted the same manner of address. As Chun Yunqi approached, Zhao Hu, with great tact, stood up and vacated a seat. Having grown up together and being longtime classmates, Chun Yunqi and Lu Yang were quite familiar with each other, with their parents having known one another for many years as well. Had it not been for Lu Yang's unexpected encounter with Susan during university, perhaps they would have ended up together. "I just returned a few days ago," Lu Yang replied. Subsequently, Chun Yunqi began to quietly recount some happenings from school, classes, studies, exams, and participation in campus activities. One by one, her stories flowed with a hint of joy. Watching Chun Yunqi beside him, Lu Yang was reminded of Susan, realizing how a single misstep could lead to a lifetime of regret. He pondered whether his fate would have been different had he not crossed paths with Susan in his past life. Yet, he chose not to dwell on such thoughts any longer, as they were mere remnants of the past. Before long, the gathering was drawing to a close. Classmates began to rise in small groups, preparing to leave. Those whose homes were nearby paired up to head back together. As for our class representative Chun, let Yang see her home. As everyone prepared to depart, Wei stood up and said. Those who attended the gathering were mostly from nearby, so safety during the journey was not a concern. Nonetheless, Wei still offered a word of caution. Upon hearing his words, the classmates exchanged knowing smiles. Regarding the academic prowess of Chun Yunqi and Lu Yang, everyone held them in high regard. It was precisely for this reason that they seized the rare opportunity to tease the duo. Alas, my lost love. A male classmate stood up, mockingly clutching his heart. You love? Aren't you the one most enamored with CS? A friend of his chimed in, delivering a playful jab. Thus, amidst laughter and jest, they exited the hotel. After confirming plans with Lu Yang for a trip to the computer city the next day, Zhao Long and Zhao Hu discreetly took their leave. Lu Yang and Chun Yunxi lived not far apart, and they strolled together at a leisurely pace. Yang, any mention that you were in a relationship during university? Chun Yunxi suddenly inquired. How did you know? Lu Yang was caught off guard, stumbling through his words. After a moment, he realized it must have been his mother who mentioned it. I broke up, he quickly added, not waiting for Chun Yunxi to respond. A fleeting smile crossed Chun Yunxi's face at Lu Yang's words, though he, walking beside her, was oblivious to it. All right, you should head back. Lu Yang escorted Chun Yunxi to the entrance of her building. Goodbye, she waved as she reached the door. Watching her figure gradually fade from view, Lu Yang turned to make his way home. The following morning, Zhao Long and Zhao Hu sought out Lu Yang. The computer city in the city was quite a distance from where they were, necessitating an early start. Yang, we appreciate your help today, Zhao Long said to Lu Yang. Unlike the boisterous Zhao Hu, Zhao Long, though robust, possessed a more meticulous nature. Don't mention it. I'd just be sitting idly at home anyway, Lu Yang casually replied. After more than an hour, the three arrived at the computer city. Even at just 10 o'clock, the bustling crowd was already gathering beneath the enormous sign of the computer city. Despite the knowledge that this place often overcharged, it was a necessity to come without the option of online shopping. How many setups are you planning to configure? Lu Yang asked as they entered the computer city together. In this era, computer prices were not inexpensive relative to people's income. We have a budget of 150,000. Yang, you decide how to configure it. We trust your expertise, Zhao Long responded. The funds for this internet cafe were saved by their family for their marriages, yet at Zhao Long and Zhao Hu's earnest insistence, their parents ultimately relented. After deducting expenses for rent and renovation, this was all they had left to work with. All right, this is the configuration list I had someone prepare. Take a look. If there are no objections, we'll proceed with this, Lu Yang said. No worries, Yang. We will follow your lead, Zhao Hu replied nonchalantly, seemingly unconcerned about their investment. Observing the Zhao brothers, Lu Yang questioned whether it was wise to pursue this venture. After all, if it failed, it would be their savings at stake. Even though Lu Yang understood the likelihood of losses was minimal, he couldn't shake the concern. Yang, rest assured. Even if we incur losses, it won't be on you. This is our choice. Don't feel burdened, Zhao Long remarked, seemingly sensing Lu Yang's apprehension. It's all right. There won't be any losses, Lu Yang reassured them. If one could still suffer losses in this era by opening an internet cafe, it would indeed be a rare talent. Lu Yang mused that the Zhao brothers likely did not possess such a talent, though Zhao Hu could be somewhat reckless. With Zhao Long's presence, things should be manageable. Chapter 62, Purchasing Computers. Let's first assess the market, Lu Yang said, leading the way into the computer city. Inside, the atmosphere was electric with the sounds of bustling crowds, promotional announcements, and clearance sales echoing throughout. The air was imbued with the sense of new plastic, electronic components, and dust. The Zhao brothers were left in a daze by the dazzling array of offerings, ignoring the eager salespeople at the entrance. Lu Yang guided the two brothers on a tour around the computer city. Subsequently, Lu Yang directed his gaze towards several larger, more popular stores. He approached an establishment adorned with the sign of high-phone electronic wholesale, which appeared quite reputable. Following closely behind him were Zhao Long and Zhao Hu, their imposing figures resembling that of two bodyguards. As Lu Yang stepped through the entrance, a middle-aged man clad in a shirt, evidently the proprietor, promptly approached him. Do you offer machine configurations? Lu Yang inquired succinctly, handing over a prepared specification sheet. The owner, donning a slightly apprehensive smile, felt a surge of tension upon encountering the formidable Zhao brothers, despite his experience dealing with a myriad of personalities in his line of work. Observing the owner's demeanor, Lu Yang understood the source of his unease. However, he chose not to address it directly. Please take a look at this configuration. How much would it cost for one unit? He continued, presenting the specification list. Specifications: CPU, AMD Sempron 2800 socket 754. Motherboard, Enforce 4 for X. K8T800 chipset for AMD platform. Memory, DDR 400 512 megabytes, single module. Graphics card, NVIDIA GeForce 6200 128-bit 128 megabytes DDR. Hard drive, 80 gigabytes IDE PATA 7200. Monitor, 17-inch CRT flat display. Models such as Samsung 793DF, Philips 107S6, LG T711S, etc. Case power supply. Standard ATX case with 300W brand power supply from brands like Hanja or Great Wall. Keyboard and mouse set. Standard PS2 waterproof keyboard and optical mouse from brands like A4Tech or Multicolor. Headphones. Standard stereo headphones with a microphone. Restoration card. Essential hard disk protection card. We are operating an internet cafe and require numerous units. Please provide a genuine price, without any subterfuge. Liu Yang added after handing over the specification sheet. Rest assured, the price I quote is indeed genuine. The owner responded, while scrutinizing Liu Yang's list. After a flurry of calculations with his calculator, the owner quoted a price of 6,200. However, if I were to reduce my margin, I could offer you a single unit for 6,000. This is the absolute lowest wholesale price. Upon hearing the owner's words, Liu Yang remained silent and turned to leave. Qin Fei had previously mentioned that such a setup would cost around 4,700 if sourced in Zhonghai. Liu Yang was aware that prices would be somewhat higher in his hometown. Yet even so, the quoted price greatly exceeded his expectations, extinguishing any desire to negotiate. The Zhao brothers, observing Liu Yang's actions, followed suit without further inquiry. Wait, we can still discuss this. The owner called out as Liu Yang headed towards the exit. However, Liu Yang disregarded him. Given the quoted price, there was limited room for negotiation. He needed to explore additional options. Throughout the morning, Liu Yang visited 4 or 5 stores, with the lowest quote being 5,600. Zhao Long and Zhao, who had previously inquired about prices in this area, and remembered that they had been quoted figures ranging from 8,000 to 9,000. Thus, they were quite pleased with the prices Liu Yang had discovered. During lunchtime, Zhao Long found a noodle shop near the computer market. The three of them ordered 5 bowls of noodles along with several dishes. Liu Yang observed the Zhao brothers devouring their meals and reflected on the effort Zhao's father must have invested in raising these two over the years. Brother Yang, shall we return to the store with the lowest price in the afternoon to continue our search? Zhao Long suggested after finishing their meal. Although he was already satisfied with the price they had received, he felt compelled to heed Liu Yang's guidance, knowing that without him, they might have been forced to purchase computers at the exorbitant price of 8,000 or 9,000 each. Let's keep looking, Liu Yang replied thoughtfully. In the afternoon, Liu Yang expanded his search beyond the larger stores, beginning to inquire at smaller shops with his configuration list. Greetings, I have a configuration sheet. We are operating an internet cafe. Could you provide a favorable price? Liu Yang led the Zhao brothers into a disheveled shop tucked away in a corner of the market, where a young proprietor was engrossed in a video game until Liu Yang's voice snapped him back to reality. All right, let me take a look, the young owner said, eagerly accepting the specification sheet. After a series of calculations on his calculator, he announced a price of 5,280. Thus, I can offer you a unit for 5,250. He proclaimed confidently, believing that no other shop in the computer market could match his price. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Liu Yang's eyes. This was the lowest price he had encountered that day. Could you offer a discount? We are looking to purchase 30 units at once, and if all goes well, we will require many more in the future, Liu Yang countered. This is my rock-bottom price. If you find a better offer elsewhere, then by all means go ahead, the young man replied, his tone brimming with self-assurance, well aware of the prices other vendors could offer. Listen, we just returned from the provincial capital, where prices are considerably lower than yours. If we didn't believe that purchasing locally would ensure better support, we wouldn't be here. Please give us your best price. Otherwise, we will head back to the provincial capital, Liu Yang asserted. Although he had not personally visited the computer market in the provincial capital, he was confident that prices there would be significantly lower. All right, I'll give you a unit for 5,000. That's my final offer. If that doesn't work for you, then you're free to go to the provincial capital, the young man replied after a moment's contemplation. His shop, being situated in the far corner of the computer market, had seen little business, which explained why he was willing to offer such a competitive price. If he didn't secure orders soon, he would be in dire straits. Understanding that this was likely the young man's bottom line, Liu Yang turned to the Zhao brothers to gauge their reactions. Brother Yang, we will defer to your judgment. Zhao Long was the first to speak up. Very well, we will proceed with this price, Liu Yang affirmed, nodding in acknowledgement of Zhao Long. Please confirm the warranty terms with the owner and draft a letter of intent. We need to establish a timeline for delivery, as I suspect the owner may not have sufficient stock on hand and will need to arrange for additional supplies. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Zhao Long immediately approached his boss to discuss the details. Chapter 63. The internet cafe opens and the crowd is overflowing. In the sweltering heat of July, the afternoon air in the small county town felt thick and oppressive, as if a mere spark could ignite it. However, beneath the newly erected blue and white sign of the Tunglong Internet Cafe, the surging heat was not a result of the weather, but rather stemmed from the unrestrained excitement and yearning reflected on numerous youthful faces. Form a line. Everyone, please line up. No shoving. Identification cards. Minors without ID are not allowed entry. Zhao Hu's voice had grown hoarse from shouting, beads of sweat rolling down his sun-darkened neck, dampening the collar of his brand-new, inexpensive t-shirt. He felt akin to an overworked machine, receiving payments, registering guests, distributing boarding passes, and maintaining order, his hands and feet working in tandem. Wishing he could grow an extra pair of hands. 30 brand new computers, their bulky CRT monitors flickering with a ghostly light, were fully occupied at this moment. In the narrow space, the sound of keyboards clattering fell like rain, the cacophony of game sound effects intermingling with the excited or frustrated cries of players, and the roars of those directing their teammates, coalescing into a wave of primal vitality and youthful exuberance. Outside, a serpentine line of over 20 people formed, predominantly students enjoying their summer vacation, their anxious gazes fixated on the entrance. Each time someone finished their session and stood up, a ripple of commotion and whispers of anticipation would ensue. Heavens! Zhao Long stood behind the makeshift cashier's counter, clutching a thick wad of cash, mostly 10 and 20 yuan notes, interspersed with numerous 50-cent and 1 yuan coins, feeling the weight of it all. His rough fingers trembled slightly. In his lifetime, including all the meager savings accumulated during his apprenticeship at the machinery factory, he had never seen as much money come in as he had today. The pricing was set at 3 yuan per hour during the day and 15 yuan for an overnight session, a rate firmly established by Lu Yang. 5 yuan lower than the 20 they had initially considered. At the time, Zhao Hu had some reservations, feeling it was a loss. Yet Lu Yang had insisted. 15 yuan for an overnight stay is a price students can manage to bear. A strategy of low margins, but high volume, is key to attracting customers. Once they're inside, purchases of drinks, instant noodles, and sausages will yield substantial profits. In retrospect, Lu Yang had once again accurately tapped into their sentiments. On the very first day of opening, over a dozen had already reserved overnight sessions. The long line at the entrance was the best testament to that. Huzi, the freezer is nearly empty. Quick, restock the cola and Sprite. The instant noodles and sausages are also running low. Zhao Long efficiently returned change to an impatient young man who had thrust 20 yuan at him while shouting towards his brother. As Lu Yang had predicted, those immersed in the gaming universe, the young patrons, were virtually defenseless against the overpriced snacks and beverages. A bottle of cola that cost 1 yuan and 50 cents was sold here for 3 yuan, and they bought it without batting an eye. The instant noodles and sausages were essential rations for their all-night gaming marathons. A week into its opening, the Tunglong internet cafe's popularity showed no signs of waning. The 30 machines remained perpetually occupied during peak afternoon and evening hours, with queues often forming outside. The overnight zone was filled to capacity each night, the 15 yuan price tag becoming the most cost-effective option for students seeking to game through the night. The cash drawer at the register was stuffed full every day, requiring multiple counts throughout the day. On a weekend evening, after sending off the last wave of overnight guests and tidying up the chaotic battlefield, the Zhao brothers locked the shop and, under the dim light, began meticulously calculating the accounts for the first week of business. When Zhao Long totaled the revenue from the 7 days, deducting costs for electricity, internet, rent, snack supplies, and the cleaning lady's wages, the final sum made both brothers' hearts race. Brother, Zhao Hu licked his dry lips, his voice trembling with excitement, after deducting all expenses. The net profit for this week is over 11,800 yuan. This figure, for the brothers who had just emerged from the machinery factory, earning a mere few hundred yuan a month, was nothing short of astronomical. In 1 week, it was nearly equivalent to their combined earnings from the past half year. Zhao Long took a deep breath, striving to quell the tumult of emotions within him. He opened the bottom drawer of the cash register and retrieved a thick brown paper envelope containing the day's earnings. He counted out 3,000 yuan and placed it into another envelope. He approached Lu Yang, who was casually browsing the news at a machine in the corner. Yang, Zhao Long's tone was unusually solemn, imbued with an undeniable gravity as he extended the envelope towards Lu Yang. This money is for you. Without you, Lu Yang, there would be no Tunglong, and neither would there be a today for me and Huzi. This is the rule. It is also the sentiment of us brothers. Zhao Hu nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with gratitude. Yang, please accept it. This is your rightful share. We brothers are well aware of it. Lu Yang's gaze shifted from the computer screen to the heavy envelope in Zhao Long's hands, then slowly lifted to meet the sincere, eager, and slightly apprehensive eyes of the Zhao brothers. A gentle smile graced his lips, yet he did not reach for the envelope. Instead, he raised his hand and gently but firmly pushed the envelope back towards Zhao Long's chest. Zhao Long, Zhao Hu, Lu Yang's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the now quiet cafe, imbued with a steady strength. I appreciate your sentiment, but I cannot accept this money. Yang, how can that be? Zhao Long exclaimed, his face turning crimson. Without you, we would still be swinging hammers in the factory. This money. Lu Yang raised his hand again, gently interrupting him. Let me finish. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over the somewhat chaotic yet vibrant cafe space before finally resting back on Zhao Long and Zhao Hu, his eyes becoming deep and piercing. Xiao Long, Huzi, do you think that merely managing these 30 machines, working tirelessly while watching the long line of people outside, feeling anxious as you see the machines idling in the morning, is the career you desire? The brothers were momentarily taken aback by the question. Lu Yang walked behind the cashier and picked up the occupancy record book that Zhao Long had maintained. Let's look at the data. In the afternoons and evenings, it's bustling with queues, excellent. But what about from 9 to 12 in the morning? It's sparse, with occupancy barely reaching 30%. The machines are idle, and the bills for electricity, internet, and rent still pile up, which means we're essentially burning money every morning. He picked up a pen from the table and tapped it on a blank page of the ledger. In response to the morning hours, we must immediately launch a special pricing strategy. From 9 to 12 in the morning, online access will be 2 yuan per hour. Moreover, for those who enter before 9, the first hour will only cost 1 yuan. We need to attract those early risers or students who want to play but are reluctant to spend. Zhao Long's eyes lit up. Yang, that is a brilliant idea. If the morning is quiet, even collecting 1 yuan is better than nothing. Little by little, it adds up. Zhao Hu nodded in agreement. Though he felt the price was low, he trusted Lu Yang. Lu Yang continued, his tone becoming more serious. 30 machines are simply insufficient. Look at the long line outside. How many customers are we losing daily? How much reputation are we foregoing? We must expand immediately. Capitalize on our current popularity and good reputation. And expand now. Add as many machines as we can. We must completely resolve the queue issue. The newly added machines, coupled with the morning-s low-price strategy, can boost morning occupancy to over 60 or 70%, creating new revenue streams. He pointed at the seemingly endless line outside and the packed interior. Xiao Long, Huzi, think long-term. If you only stick to these 30 machines, you'll forever remain just overworked internet cafe owners. To expand the scale and establish the brand is the essence of a true enterprise. This Tenglong should serve as the starting point of your careers, not as the culmination. Zhao Long gazed at Lu Yang, then glanced at the anxious crowd outside and the bustling scene within, recalling the idle machinery from the morning. Lu Yang's words struck him like a clarion call, instantly awakening him to a profound realization. Indeed, being content with these 30 machines is akin to clinging to a golden bowl while begging for alms. We must increase. Zhao Long emphatically pounded his thigh, his gaze transforming into one of unwavering determination. Brother Yang, I shall heed your counsel. Tomorrow, I will reach out to acquire more machines. He glanced at the envelope in his hand. We shall utilize this week's earnings, and if that proves insufficient, we still have savings. Tiger, make arrangements first thing tomorrow. Witnessing the fire of ambition and decisiveness ignite in Zhao Long's eyes, Lu Yang smiled with satisfaction. Brother Yang. At this moment, Zhao Hu stepped forward, his tone urgent yet sincere. Although you do not accept this money, my brother and I are well aware of your contributions. This internet cafe owes its current success entirely to you. Henceforth, Tenglong will forever allocate 2 shares to you, Brother Yang. This is set in stone, regardless of profits. You shall receive your due. This is a rule my brother and I have firmly established. Zhao Long nodded vigorously, his expression earnest. Observing Zhao Hu's heartfelt demeanor and Zhao Long's resolute gaze, Lu Yang comprehended fully. He no longer resisted this sentiment, merely smiled and patted Zhao Hu's shoulder. Very well, I shall remember your intentions. Xiao Long, Tiger, remember, safety, service, and environment are paramount. The acquisition of machines must be expedited, and the price reduction from this morning must be implemented thoroughly. We must proceed steadily. This is merely the beginning. Chapter 64. Surge in Capital. The sky of August 4th was devoid of any impurities, a brilliant blue, while the scorching sun blazed down upon the earth. Lu Yang endured the rhythmic swaying of the green train, permeated with the sense of sweat, instant noodles, and smoke for the better part of the day, until he finally arrived at the provincial capital. Without pausing, he transferred to the airport shuttle, squeezing into the more modern, yet equally crowded waiting hall. The civil aviation of 2005 was far from the convenience of later years, yet it was a leap compared to the lengthy train journey. As the airplane roared through the clouds, leaving behind the clamor of the small county and the energetic figures of the Zhao brothers, Lu Yang leaned against the window, closing his eyes to rest. Yet, his mind vividly replayed the Copper Futures Index chart he had seen in his previous life. In recent days, the Copper Futures Index was expected to experience significant fluctuations, which was precisely why Lu Yang had hurried back to Zhonghai. By seizing this period of volatility, he could greatly augment the capital at his disposal. By the time he arrived at Zhonghai International Airport, it was already afternoon. The August heat, mingling with the unique clamor of the metropolis, struck him head-on. Liu Yang did not alert anyone, hailing a taxi that sped towards Zhonghai University. Upon pushing open the familiar dormitory door, he was met with a wave of mixed scents, sweat, instant noodles, and the heat emanating from computer towers. It was summer vacation, and the dormitory building was sparsely populated, lending an air of desolation. Brother Yang! A surprised exclamation rang out from a desk by the window. Suchu, buried under a pile of forms and documents, abruptly lifted his head, his face marked by heavy dark circles and unmistakable fatigue. Yet, upon seeing Liu Yang, his eyes brightened, as if he had spotted a savior. Old Su, you've worked hard. Liu Yang set down his modest luggage, surveying the somewhat disheveled dormitory, his gaze falling upon the mountain of documents on Su Chu's desk. It seems you've been quite busy. Oh, Brother Yang, you've finally returned. Su Chu et Galim, as if shedding a tremendous burden, quickly rising to pour Liu Yang a glass of water. I've been utterly exhausted by Liu Shuang's demands lately. Liu Shuang? What is going on? Liu Yang accepted the glass and sat on the bed opposite Su Chu. Su Chu wore a pained expression. The sister you introduced, Brother Yang, is incredibly formidable. She is so meticulous. Every single entry and exit must align perfectly. Not a single penny can be off. He grumbled, yet admiration shone in his eyes. However, with her around, the accounts are indeed much clearer than before. The muddled records I kept previously would never withstand her scrutiny. Liu Yang smiled. Liu Shuang was a financial expert he had sourced through a headhunter. Professional, meticulous, and even somewhat rigid, precisely the anchor that the nascent education platform needed. Entrusting professional matters to specialists ensures clarity in accounts, which is foundational. Now, let us discuss the situation. How are things overall? Upon mentioning business, Su Chu's spirit lifted. Fatigue dissipating, replaced by excitement. Good. Very good. Brother Yang, during your absence, the order volume has steadily increased. Coupled with the effects of our grassroots promotions and student union publicity, we are now consistently averaging over 800 orders daily. He handed Liu Yang a printed report. Here, this is the summary of the past week's transactions, just organized by Sister Liu Shuang. Liu Yang quickly skimmed the key figures on the report, nodding slightly. The data was impressive. Steady growth with commendable cost control. Liu Shuang's efforts were clearly yielding results. Though Su Chu had been burdened by the financial processes, he evidently managed to uphold operations effectively. Well done, old Su. Liu Yang set down the report, genuinely praising him. To manage such a considerable volume so swiftly is no small feat. Su Chu blushed at the compliment, scratching his head. I'm merely following the framework you established. Brother Yang, with Qin Fei's technical support and Yi Bo's grassroots efforts also keeping pace. However, it's just been so busy. It feels like there's never enough time. Sleeping has become a luxury. He gestured to his prominent dark circles. It's normal to burn the midnight oil in the early stages of entrepreneurship. Once the system is more refined and the process is smoother, things will improve. Liu Yang reassured him. As for Liu Shuang, cooperate closely. Financial protocols are the cornerstone of long-term development. It may be troublesome now, but it will save us considerable trouble in the future. Understood. Suchu notet vigo dusin. The two continued discussing recent developments before eventually retiring to rest. At 9 a.m. on August 5th, in the Guitai Futures Company of Zhonghai's East New District, the air was thick with tension and an intangible scent of gunpowder. A massive electronic screen dominated one wall, displaying a cacophony of red and green numbers and curves, silently indicating the fierce battle between bulls and bears. Liu Yang sat calmly at his designated computer. Shanshan stood behind him, astonished. Liu Yang had been in the market for 2 months now, and this was his first time arriving at the trading room so early. Junior, is there a significant movement in copper? Shanshan inquired, approaching with curiosity. If there weren't, how could a futures expert like you be here at this hour? Not really. The copper market has been fluctuating up and down lately. There shouldn't be any major changes, Liu Yang replied, glancing at Shanshan. Copper had been in a prolonged bullish phase for nearly a year, but the daily fluctuations were insignificant compared to other futures categories. And you? Shanshan asked, intrigued. I was just bored during summer vacation, so I can play, Liu Yang casually remarked, as if he were manipulating mere numbers rather than real capital. All right then. Observing Liu Yang's nonchalant demeanor, Shanshan couldn't help but feel a surge of respect. Subsequently, Shanshan went to pour tea for Liu Yang, while Liu Yang focused his attention on the K-line chart of the Copper Futures Index. The Shanghai Copper Futures Index experienced a swift upward pull, and taking advantage of this fleeting moment, Liu Yang swiftly closed his long position. when Liu Yang had initially opened his long position a few days prior. The price stood at 33,200, whereas the closing price now soared to 34,400. Liu Yang thus reaped a remarkable gain of 3.6 in the Shanghai copper futures, translating into over 30 points on his principal. His capital once again crossed the 10 million mark, reaching a substantial 12.5 million. Liu Yang's liquidation did not significantly impact the copper futures index, which, after a brief pause, resumed its ascent. Seizing this opportunity, Liu Yang executed a full short position at 34,450. Following this maneuver, he relaxed, leaning back in his chair. Junior, Shanshan said, presenting a freshly brewed cup to Liu Yang. Liu Yang was aware that today the copper futures index would see a slight dip, while tomorrow it would plunge significantly. The day after would witness a robust recovery. Eager not to miss out on such market fluctuations, Liu Yang hurried back to Zhonghai. Knowing that no major movements were anticipated today, he bid farewell to Shanshan and departed. The following day, Shanshan remarked, Junior, last night, the LME, London Metal Exchange, copper prices fluctuated widely, initially spiking on news of a potential strike by the workers at the Escondida copper mine in Chile, only to sharply retreat amid concerns of tightening macroeconomic policies in China that could suppress demand. The fluctuations exceeded 3. Today, the Shanghai copper opened with a gap down of 15, and it continues to decline. His voice trembled slightly as he pointed to the rapidly descending green line on the screen. Liu Yang had just shifted from a long to a short position yesterday, and today the copper price was plummeting. If there were truly extraordinary individuals in this world, surely it would be the junior before him. The cumulative decline from yesterday and today had already resulted in a 2 drop on Liu Yang's short position, yielding him another 2.5 million in profit. Other regulars in the trading room were engaged in hushed discussions, the atmosphere tense. The balding oldly reappeared in the trading room, staring at the screen in silence. The painful lesson from his previous short position that had resulted in a catastrophic loss was still fresh in his mind. This time, he had learned his lesson, remaining on the sidelines, watching the markets decline with mixed feelings of relief and restlessness. Liu Yang's gaze was sharp as an eagle, intently fixed on the minute chart, candlestick chart, and the rapidly scrolling changes in trading volume and open interest of the Shanghai copper futures. The market opened low, dipping further, with increasing volume suggesting a fierce bearish momentum. Yet, a subtle smile played at the corners of Liu Yang's mouth. Soon, he closed his position at 33,760 and then executed a full long position again at the same price. Done. Manual, Liu Yang thought, knowing that tomorrow awaited him with a promising uptrend. Without lingering, Liu Yang left the trading room after switching to a long position. As he exited, the room erupted in chatter. Those unfamiliar with Liu Yang began to inquire among their acquaintances about the young man who only spent a little over 10 minutes trading each day. What? He asked the one who turned 3 million into over 20 million in just over a month. Liu Yang's exploits were recounted by those in the know to the newcomers. And the trading room buzzed with excitement. On August 9th, Shanshan had grown accustomed to seeing Liu Yang arrive early at the trading room. He came in early and left early. If not for Liu Yang's account balance continuing to soar, Shanshan might have thought he was merely wandering about. Liu Yang liquidated his long position at 34,300, and his account balance had now surged to 17 million. After once again going all in on a short position, Liu Yang's funds reverted to a short position. The Shanghai Copper Futures Index was set to decline by over 2 points the following day, and at that time, Liu Yang's account funds would once again breach the 20 million threshold. Brother Yang, where do you go so early every day? Su Zhu, who had been observing Liu Yang's movements for a few days, couldn't he help but ask. To the futures company, then a stroll around the city, Liu Yang replied. His preparations were nearly complete, as he was ready to embark on his journey to become Zhonghai's largest landlord. For Liu Yang, becoming the largest landlord in Zhonghai might merely be the beginning. With memories from his past life, he knew that even becoming the largest landlord in the nation would not pose a challenge. Current housing prices had yet to reach their lowest point this year. Initially, the housing market in Zhonghai was thriving, but it had been drastically impacted by several policies in the first half of the year. Properties that once cost nearly 10,000 per square meter had dropped by 20%. Liu Yang understood that this was only the beginning, as further declines were anticipated. By October and November, many real estate companies would face funding shortages, presenting Liu Yang with the perfect opportunity to act. At that point, he could acquire properties at significantly lower prices than market value and negotiate many favorable policies with real estate companies. Becoming a substantial landlord had been Liu Yang's dream in his previous life, and he was now closer to realizing that dream. Chapter 65. Harvesting in Shanghai Copper Futures. On August 10th, The Shanghai Copper Futures Index fell as expected, and Lu Yong accurately closed his short position at 33,800. On the computer screen in the trading room, the number representing Lu Yang's account balance, cold and clear, blinked and froze at 20,300,000. 20,300,000. Hong Shan swallowed hard, feeling his lips dry. He picked up the premium Longjing tea he had just brewed but hadn't yet sipped, his hands trembling as he offered it to Lu Yong. "Junior, have some tea," he said, his voice raspy as if sandpaper were rubbing against it. "You're simply turning stone into gold. It's almost magical." He racked his brain, unable to find more suitable words to describe the financial miracle that had unfolded in just over a month. This was no mere doubling. It was an extraordinary leap akin to a miracle of compound interest. Lu Yong accepted the warm teacup, feeling the delicate warmth of the porcelain against his fingertips. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the screen where the downward trend was beginning to slow, the green line wavering slightly. "Luck accounts for a large part of it," he remarked, taking a sip of the fragrant tea, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. "The emotional outpouring has subsided. The next few days will likely see oscillations and narrow fluctuations, with little significant profit." Hong Shan felt a chill run through him. Lu Yang's nonchalance sounded like an unassailable truth to him. He immediately focused, nodding vigorously, "Understood. Junior, your vision is sharp. What is your next move?" "I'll take a few days off," Lu Yong replied, setting down the teacup and standing up decisively. There was nothing more to glean here. Under the watchful eyes of Hong Shan and the other regulars, which were a mixture of admiration, jealousy, curiosity, and confusion in the face of an unknown power, Lu Yong departed. Lu Yong departed from the merciless arena of financial combat with an unruffled demeanor. The staggering wealth exceeding 20 million stirred not a ripple within him. His extraordinary composure and detachment, akin to the frigid tide, silently washed over everyone's nerves, leaving behind a weighty sense of oppression. Yet for Lu Yong, rest was not synonymous with idleness. From August 11th until the month's end, he became the most punctual employee in the Guitai futures trading room. He continued to arrive early and depart early, but each seemingly brief stay was meticulously woven into the pulsating rhythm of the volatile copper futures market. The anticipated market fluctuations materialized, but the amplitude exceeded the expectations of Hong Shan and his associates. A fierce tug-of-war ensued between bulls and bears in a relatively high-price zone, compounded by an atmosphere thick with foreboding. On August 15th, the LME, London Metal Exchange, copper inventory report revealed an unexpected substantial increase, triggering concerns over supply glut, leading to a lower open for Shanghai copper, which plummeted nearly 2% at one point during the trading session. Gasps filled the trading room, and many retail investors who had chased the upward trend appeared pallid. However, at the low point of the morning session, Lu Yong calmly entered a long position with his entire capital. In the afternoon, unverified rumors of a possible minor stockpiling by the State Reserve Bureau circulated quietly, coupled with short sellers closing their positions, causing a V-shaped reversal in copper prices, which surprisingly closed in the green. Lu Yong, at the peak of the rebound, deftly liquidated his long position, quietly augmenting his account by several million. On August 20th, the National Bureau of Statistics released macroeconomic data for July, revealing CPI, Consumer Price Index, growth that exceeded expectations, igniting fresh concerns regarding potential interest rate hikes by the central bank. As metals, being sensitive to interest rates, were directly impacted, Shanghai Copper's main contract opened with a gap down of 1.8, and panic permeated the market. Hong Shan, observing the dreadful green on his screen, felt a bead of sweat form on his palm and instinctively glanced at Lu Yong. With an inscrutable expression, Lu Yong's fingers continued to tap steadily on the keyboard. As prices broke through critical support levels triggering technical sell-offs, at the peak of market panic, he once again seized the moment to plunge into long positions. This time, he accurately anticipated a technical rebound following an excessive release of panic. That very day, Shanghai Copper indeed found support after probing new lows in the afternoon, buoyed by a surge of bottom fishing orders, narrowing its decline to less than 1%. Lu Yong, amidst a slight rebound at the close, exited his position, pocketing yet another substantial profit. On August 25th, labor negotiations at the Escondida copper mine in Chile collapsed, with the union announcing a 24-hour warning strike. The news detonated in the market like a bomb. Overnight, LME copper prices skyrocketed by 3%. The next day, Shanghai copper opened significantly higher by nearly 2%, and the trading room erupted in excitement, with many proclaiming that a bull market had returned. The sentiment to chase the rally was palpable. Yet, as prices surged higher and trading volume rapidly expanded, Lu Yong, without a hint of hesitation, established a massive short position the moment the market showed signs of stagnation. His rationale was chillingly pragmatic. The actual impact of the warning strike would be limited, and the prior gains had already partially priced in expectations, making a high open followed by a decline a highly probable occurrence. As anticipated, Shanghai copper swiftly retraced after peaking, nearly relinquishing all its gains, ultimately closing with a slight uptick of just 0.3. Liu Yang deftly liquidated his short positions in batches during the decline, executing a splendid countertrend harvest. Shanshan was left utterly numb. He watched as Liu Yang moved with the precision of a finely tuned Swiss watch, expertly navigating the immense and chaotic roller coaster of Shanghai copper, finding each plunging and rising point with remarkable ease. The rapid transitions between bulls and bears, the accuracy of his timing, and the steadiness of his demeanor surpassed anything Shanshan could comprehend. The figures in Liu Yang's account swelled, expanding like a rolling snowball amidst the heart-pounding volatility he had so masterfully orchestrated. Discussions about the young prodigy in the trading room never ceased and only intensified. New clients were often discreetly informed by seasoned investors about the legend seated in the corner. Odd glances became the norm, with some even attempting to glean insights from Liu Yang's operations, hoping to catch a glimpse of the secrets to wealth, only to find themselves helplessly staring at the ever-fluctuating red and green curves on their screens, sinking deeper into confusion. Time flew by amidst the dancing candlesticks. On August 31st, at 2:40 p.m., after a morning of narrow fluctuations, the main contract for Shanghai copper suddenly plummeted without warning due to a large sell order, with prices instantaneously dropping nearly 1%. Low gasps of surprise echoed in the trading room. Shanshan's heart raced as he instinctively glanced at Liu Yang, whose gaze was as sharp as lightning, fingers striking the keyboard with the fury of a tempest. He had been waiting for this abrupt, irrational plunge. It was a common false breakout towards the end of volatility, the final washout of the bulls, and the last trap for the bears. Without hesitation, he placed all his margin on the line, establishing a substantial long position at the nadir of the precipitous drop. The moment his order was executed, it felt as if an invisible hand had steadied the market. The torrent of selling abruptly halted, followed by an influx of larger buy orders that surged forth, swiftly lifting prices, not only reclaiming lost ground, but also turning green and continuing to ascend within a mere 10 minutes. Panic transformed instantly into regret for missing the opportunity. Liu Yang did not cling to the subsequent gains. Once prices stabilized and volume steadied, he decisively clicked to close all positions. The trading room fell into a profound silence. Only the sound of keyboard strokes and the hum of machine fans could be heard. Liu Yang leaned back slightly in his comfortable chair, exhaling a long, silent breath. After 20 days of high-intensity, high-precision hunting, with his mind finely tuned, he could finally afford a moment of relaxation. Shanshan held his breath, his gaze fixed on the recently refreshed overview page of Liu Yang's account. In the balance column, a string of cold, colossal, suffocating numbers lay there. 6, 0, 15, 873, 241. 61 million. Shanshan felt his mind go blank, a buzzing in his ears, as if all sounds had receded into the distance. He gazed at the number, then at Liu Yang, who sat nearby with his eyes closed, a hint of barely perceptible fatigue on his face. An indescribable chill mixed with boundless awe surged from his feet to the crown of his head. 20 days. From 20 million to 61 million. In a market where everyone believed only minor fluctuations were possible, this young man, with his devilish insight and superhuman execution, had seized a threefold profit. Liu Yang slowly opened his eyes, his profound gaze sweeping over the astonishing figure representing immense wealth on the screen. Within the depths of his eyes, there was no ecstasy, only a tranquil abyss and a hint of cold finality. August had come to a close, the battleground of Shanghai copper now devoid of smoke and turmoil. Liu Yang, with his substantial spoils capable of drawing the market's attention, temporarily sheathed his blade. Chapter 66. The Troubles Encountered by Mu Zichin. On a late August afternoon, the sun, infused with the languor of early autumn, streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the Green Vine Gallery, casting mottled shadows upon the polished wooden floor. The air was imbued with a faint scent of turpentine, mingling with the unique aroma of linen and coffee. A small contemporary photography exhibition was underway, showcasing avant-garde works that pulsated with intense emotional tension amid the interplay of light and shadow. Mu Zichin stood before a piece titled Prison, her brow slightly furrowed. As the school year approaches, she has only just arrived at the campus a couple of days ago. The photograph captures a corner of the city through a rusted iron fence, twisted and oppressive. She is adorned in a simple off-white linen dress. Her long hair loosely pinned up, revealing her slender neck, embodying the quiet grace of a daffodil, standing in stark contrast to the brightly dressed, boisterous art enthusiasts surrounding her. She was coerced into attending by a well-off classmate from her department, who claimed it would broaden her artistic horizons, yet she feels suffocated by the atmosphere here, far less comfortable than the serene solitude of reading in the library. Ah, is that not our classmate Muzichin? A somewhat frivolous voice calls out from behind her. Muzichin's body tensed imperceptibly, yet she did not turn around. She recognized that voice all too well. Ever since Zhao Tiansheng had been humiliated by Lu Yang, his true self had been laid bare. Far from the cultured facade he maintained, he now resembled a debauched scion. Before the holidays, he had caused her a great deal of trouble in various ways. Dressed in an expensive casual outfit, a flashy watch adorning his wrist, he approached Muzichin, blocking her view of the artwork, wearing a self-satisfied grin. Are you interested in this avant-garde photography, Zichin? What a coincidence. I am quite familiar with the curator. Would you like me to introduce you? He leaned in a little closer, and the overpowering scent of his cologne instinctively made Muzichin take a step back. Thank you, Zhao, but I'd prefer to look around by myself, she replied, her voice cool and distant, her gaze attempting to bypass him and return to the oppressive painting titled Prison, as if that artwork were her sole salvation in this moment. The smile on Zhao Tianxing's face faded slightly, a flicker of malice glinting in his eyes. He rarely encountered a woman as impervious to his advances as Muzichin. Soft tactics were futile? A sardonic smile curled at the corners of his lips. Just then, a young man sporting a flamboyant shirt and bleached blonde hair gingerly passed by Muzichin and Zhao Tiansheng, carefully cradling an enormous, seemingly professional camera bag as he made his way toward an empty exhibition area. His movements appeared somewhat awkward and deliberate, as if he feared others would not recognize the value of the precious item he possessed. The incident transpired in an instant. As the blonde man brushed past Muzichin, he stumbled over an inconspicuous power cord on the floor, lurching forward unexpectedly. The camera bag slipped from his grasp and, without deviation, crashed heavily onto a temporary metal tripod set up to display photographic albums beside Muzichin. The clang of metal against metal reverberated through the relatively quiet gallery. The tripod toppled over. To make matters worse, it seemed the zipper of the camera bag had not been fully secured, and under the force of the impact, it burst open. A retro-style camera, entirely black metal with an oversized viewfinder and a long lens, cushioned by thick foam padding, tumbled out, crashing onto the cold, hard marble floor. Time seemed to freeze for a second. Everyone was startled by the sudden cacophony, their gazes converging in unison. The blonde man exclaimed dramatically, lunging toward the fallen camera, his voice cracking in despair. My Hasselblad, my precious 503 CW, and the CF80 lens. It's ruined. Trembling, he picked up the camera to reveal a distinct crack along the edge of the prism viewfinder. The once glossy metal body now bore an unsightly dent, but most alarmingly, the large lens was shattered, spiderweb-like cracks radiating across its surface. Muzichin's complexion turned ghostly pale in an instant. She instinctively covered her mouth and stepped back, her eyes filled with shock and helplessness. She scarcely comprehended what had occurred. It felt as if the camera bag had a mind of its own, colliding with the tripod, sending its contents crashing to the ground. A phone! What have you done? Zhao Tiansheng stepped forward, chastising the blonde man sternly, then pivoted to Muzichin, donning a mask of heartfelt concern mixed with regret. Zichin, are you all right? Did that scare you? It's all of Feng's clumsiness. While appearing to reprimand his companion, his sharp gaze scrutinized Muzichin's ashen face. But it's not all my fault. The blonde man, a phone, lamented, cradling the damaged camera, his voice rising in feigned indignation. That classmate of yours just happened to step back and bumped into my elbow, causing me to lose my balance. He pointed an accusing finger at the still-shocked Muzichin. I didn't tea. Muzichin exclaimed, her voice trembling with a mixture of shock and anger. She had merely stepped back to avoid Zhao Tiansheng, maintaining a significant distance from the blonde man. How could she have possibly bumped into him? A phone! Don't speak carelessly, Zhao Tiansheng interjected, his expression stern yet suggestive. I'm not speaking carelessly. Everyone saw it. A phone seemed emboldened, surveying the crowd that had gathered at his outburst. This classmate, this is a Hasselblad 503 CW, a classic film camera. It's no longer in production. And this Zeiss CF80 prime lens. They are both collectible items. Do you have any idea how much this set is worth? His tone was aggressive as he showcased the damaged camera and shattered lens to the onlookers, inciting a murmur of low exclamations and gasps. Indeed, this old Hasselblad is quite valuable if well preserved. And the lens is shattered? Goodness, the repair costs. The whispers of the uninformed crowd pricked at Mu Zichin like 1,000 needles. She stood there, feeling utterly isolated. The chill of the gallery's air conditioning slicing through her skin. Coming from a modest background, with both her parents working as laborers in a small town, their sacrifices to support her education were already immense. The price of such a camera was, to her, an astronomical figure. Enough of foam. Stop making a scene. Zhao Tiansheng interjected at the opportune moment, adopting a conciliatory demeanor. He turned to Mu Zichin, his tone sincere, yet laden with difficulty. Zichin, look at the commotion this has caused. A phone can be rather rash with his words. Please don't take it to heart. However, this camera is indeed his prized possession, his livelihood. Thus, the repair costs or compensation will likely amount to no less than 50 or 60,000. He paused deliberately, observing the blood drain from Mu Zichin's face, a cold smirk forming in his heart. His voice softened, yet remained insistent. I understand this may pose a challenge for you. How about this? I will front the 60,000 for you, provided you accompany me to Hainan for 2 weeks, just to unwind and enjoy the sea. Consider it a favor between friends, shall we? I promise, it will only be 2 weeks, and nothing untoward will occur. Upon your return, this matter will be erased. His words slithered into Mu Zichin's psyche like a venomous snake, ensnaring her senses. Accompanying him to Hainan for 2 weeks? What could possibly occur? Mu Zichin felt an icy chill surge from her feet to the crown of her head, her stomach roiling tumultuously. She abruptly lifted her gaze, colliding with Zhao Tiansheng's eyes, seemingly gentle, yet brimming with a desire for control and avarice. The blatant intentions reflected in his gaze sent shivers coursing through her body. A trap. This had been a despicable scheme aimed solely at her from the very beginning. No, Mu Zichin's voice trembled uncontrollably, laced with despairing defiance. I want to go. I'll find a way to repay the money away. The gentle facade on Zhao Tiansheng's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a cruel smirk as his voice turned frigid, laced with unabashed menace. Mu Zichin, 60,000, not 600. As a mere student, how can you possibly repay that? Do you expect your parents in that small county to sell everything just to cover it? He slightly shifted, blocking part of the surrounding view, his gaze piercing and predatory. My patience is limited. Either you come with me to Hainan, or you can await a lawyer's letter. Damaging valuable property will be more than enough to keep you occupied. By then, 60,000 won even begin to suffice. Think wisely. A wave of profound humiliation and dread engulfed Mu Zichin like a chilling tide. She stared at Zhao Tianxing's face, so close yet radiating an aura of inevitable triumph. While around her, eyes filled with curiosity, indifference, or schadenfreude scrutinized her. She caught sight of a phone, the golden-haired classmate, holding a battered camera that felt like a harbinger of doom. Her body trembled uncontrollably, her lips drained of color. Her eyes quickly reddening as a veil of despair clouded her vision. The suffocating sense of isolation constricted her throat, rendering her nearly breathless. What did she do? Here's the deal. You write an IOU, and if you repay us within a week, we hold you accountable. Zhao Tiansheng, noting the growing crowd, was keen to avoid escalating the situation. After all, he knew precisely whether Mu Zichin had any involvement with the phone. Subsequently, under Zhao Tianxing's compelling pressure, Mu Zichin reluctantly signed a promissory note for 60,000. The classmates who had initially brought her to the exhibition had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 67, Mu Zichin's Choice. The stifling air in the gallery seemed to stir slightly after Mu Zichin shakily signed the promissory note, marked with a vivid crimson fingerprint. As the onlookers witnessed the resolution of the matter, they gradually dispersed, their murmurs tinged with satisfaction or regret, leaving behind only the acrid scent of turpentine mingling with a lingering sense of humiliation. Zhao Tiansheng, satisfied, meticulously folded the seemingly weightless yet burdensome paper and tucked it into the elegant compartment of his wallet, his demeanor exuding the calmness of a victor. He donned that insincere, gentle smile once more, tinged with a hint of condescension. Zichin, don't wear such a troubled expression. A week is neither too long nor too short. Think it over. I await your response. His gaze lingered on Mu Zichin's face, pale as paper, and within his eyes lay an unmistakable glint of determination and the playful malice of a cat toying with its prey. With that, he signaled to a phone, and the two sauntered away, vanishing around the corner of the gallery. Only when a nauseating scent of cologne dissipated did Mu Zichin's taut body shudder violently, nearly losing her balance. She leaned against the cold wall, the frigid sensation spreading through her limbs. The once elegant artworks around her now twisted into mocking symbols. She scanned the area, finding her friend who had brought her long gone. Overwhelmed by profound solitude and icy despair, she felt submerged. 60,000 a week. Where could she possibly procure such an astronomical sum? Her parents' meager salaries, their frugal savings, she couldn't even bear to contemplate the devastating blow this news would deliver to them back in that distant little town. The gallery echoed only with the faint footsteps of staff, an oppressive silence enveloping her. Mu Zichin, dazed and disoriented, stepped through the enormous glass doors. The afternoon sun still radiating a languid warmth, yet failing to penetrate her icy heart. She wandered aimlessly along the tree-lined paths of the campus, the dappled shadows and cacophonous cicadas casting a grim filter over the once familiar scenery. That promissory note felt like a searing brand, searing into the depths of her soul. Zhao Tiansheng's last words echoed in her ears like an incantation. I await your response. She understood the implications all too well. What could she do? Fleeting, indistinct thoughts raced through her chaotic mind, only to be shattered by the harshness of reality. Borrow money? Who could lend her 60,000? Relatives? Friends? In a small town? Such an amount was nearly unimaginable. Working? Earning 60,000 in a week. Utterly preposterous. Just as the icy grip of despair threatened to freeze her thoughts entirely, a figure unexpectedly crashed in her mind. Lu Yang. He was always so composed, his gaze calm, yet unsettling, imbued with a peculiar power that seemed to pierce through the fog. Especially that snippet she had inadvertently overheard outside the student council office. Millions, futures, trivial matters. Those scattered words had once rendered him mysterious and distant, but now they flickered like a firefly in the darkness, igniting a desperate temptation. Was he truly wealthy? Could he assist her? Once this thought took root, it wrapped around her fraying nerves like a vine, as if she were a drowning person desperately clutching at a potential lifeline, even one that might be thorny. The early autumn sunlight, tinged with a hint of chill, filtered through the leaves in front of the dormitory, casting mottled shadows on the concrete ground. The air was filled with the sounds of morning routines, laughter, and the aroma of breakfast, the unique vibrancy of campus life stirring to life. Lu Yang, shouldering a single strap bag, had just stepped out of the dormitory when he was intercepted by a slender figure. It was Mu Zichin. She had evidently put in considerable effort into her appearance. Beneath a cream-colored cardigan lay a delicate floral dress that accentuated her slender waist. Her long hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and a light touch of makeup concealed the fatigue and subtle tension in her eyes, yet highlighted her exquisite features. She stood there like a lily, dewy in the morning, exuding purity while intentionally portraying a sense of vulnerability, instantly attracting the curious or awestruck gazes of nearby male students heading to class. Lu Yang Baoset, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. He perceived the forced calmness in her eyes, as well as the underlying desperation. Lu Yang, Mu Zichin began, her voice deliberately softened, imbued with a touch of tremulous appeal. She did not grant him a moment to respond. As the attention of the nearby male students shifted toward them, she reached out, her icy fingers gripping Lu Yang's wrist with a hint of urgency. Come with me. I urgently need to talk to you. Her voice, though not loud, was clear enough for the eavesdropping boys to hear, imbued with an undeniable intimacy and a trace of pleading. Lu Yang remained still, merely glancing down at her hand grasping his wrist, then meeting her eyes, which strived to maintain an air of innocence while concealing a deeper calculation. A faint smile seemed to flicker across his lips. Mu Zichin felt a flutter of trepidation under his gaze, but the arrow was nocked, and she had no choice but to release it. She tugged forcefully, drawing Lu Yang toward a secluded corner beside the dormitory building, where several clusters of dense wintergreen bushes provided cover. This spot avoided the main thoroughfare, with only the gentle rustle of the morning breeze through the leaves to accompany them. The moment they entered this relatively hidden space, Mu Zichin's previously maintained delicate demeanor withdrew slightly. She released his hand, leaning against the cold wall, taking a deep breath as if to bolster her resolve, although her slightly trembling fingertips betrayed her true emotions. Lu Yang, she lifted her gaze to meet his, striving to keep her voice calm, yet an imperceptible urgency lingered. I am in trouble. It's urgent, and I need 60,000 yuan. She did not mince words, directly presenting her core demand. Lu Yang's expression remained devoid of surprise, as if he had already anticipated this turn of events. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he appeared relaxed, even somewhat indifferent. Oh, what trouble? His curiosity piqued as he observed Mu Zichin's anxious demeanor. Did such incidents occur in his past life as well? Mu Zichin felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny, instinctively averting her gaze, her speech quickening, laden with feigned grievance. Zhao Tiansheng set me up. He ruined his friend's camera and pinned it on me, forcing me to sign an IOU, demanding repayment within a week. I didn't do anything. She endeavored to evoke Liu Yang's sympathy or indignation. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of curiosity arose within Liu Yang. He was unsure how this matter pertained to him. Then he inquired, the money I can lend, but how do you plan to repay it? A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Initially, he had contemplated how to win Mu Zichen's affections, never anticipating that Zhao Tiansheng would inadvertently assist him. The last vestige of color drained from Mu Zichen's face, replaced by a pale resolve as if she were clinging to a final lifeline, her last bargaining chip being her unwavering confidence in her appearance. She lifted her chin, deliberately unfurling a provocative smile that bore a hint of challenge on her innocent yet alluring face, her voice laced with an intentional ambiguity. How about repayment? A physical compensation? Perhaps? She took a small step closer, gazing up at Liu Yang, exhaling softly. Her eyes shimmered with a desperate allure, infused with a certainty that suggested he could not refuse her. Haven't you always harbored thoughts about me? Once? Or perhaps several times? The choice is yours, as long as the money is in place. Her bold and explicit words sought to reclaim a semblance of control in this transaction, as if she were the one wielding the leverage. She expected to see a spark of desire igniting in Liu Yang's eyes, or at least a flicker of hesitation. Her self-assuredness in her allure bordered on blind confidence. Yet, Liu Yang did not spare her the slightest glance at her deliberately showcased charm. The moment her words fell, he moved, without forewarning or unnecessary dialogue. He abruptly reached out, not to embrace her, but to seize Mu Zichen's delicate wrist with a grip as unyielding as a vice. The pain was immediate, causing her to furrow her brow, her gasp caught in her throat. All right, Liu Yang's voice was low and firm, sealing the deal. He then led Mu Zichen away from the school to a nearby bank. Before long, he emerged from the counter with 60,000 yuan in hand. Let's go, Liu Yang instructed, addressing Mu Zichen, who awaited him. As she caught sight of the money, a glimmer of light flickered in her eyes, and she instinctively followed him. However, she was unprepared for the fact that their destination was a hotel, a luxurious 5-star establishment. Upon reaching the entrance, Liu Yang turned his gaze toward Mu Zichen, an inquisitive look in his eyes. You still have a choice, he spoke gently, considering the 60,000 yuan owed to Zhao Tiansheng. Mu Zichen gritted her teeth and stepped into the hotel lobby first. The bright lights of the lobby left her feeling even more disoriented. She lowered her head in a panic, wishing to find a crack in the floor to disappear into. A luxurious king-sized room. Please, one that is quiet. Liu Yang approached the front desk, his voice steady and devoid of any inflection, as if merely stating the most mundane of requests. His other hand remained on Mu Zichen's wrist. The receptionist, trained and professional, glanced swiftly between Liu Yang's austere features and the pale, disheveled Mu Zichen, her expression briefly revealing an understanding and detached professionalism as she processed their request, swiftly handing over the room key. Liu Yang accepted the key, leading Mu Zichen toward the elevator. Inside, the mirror-like walls reflected their distorted silhouettes. Mu Zichen observed her own disheveled appearance in the mirror, then looked to Liu Yang's gentle visage. She yearned to muster the courage to speak, yet ultimately remained silent. Others' money was not easily acquired. Chapter 68, Repayment. The hotel curtains were heavy, blocking out the morning light. Mu Zichen awoke to a deep, aching pain coursing through her body, reminiscent of being crushed by heavy machinery. The moment her consciousness returned, memories of the previous night flooded her mind, each sensory fragment searing into her hazy nerves like a red-hot iron. She jolted her eyes open, her heart racing within her chest, nearly bursting forth. It was not a dream. The unfamiliar hotel room held an air tainted with antiseptic and an indescribable scent that belonged to Liu Yang, mingled with sweat and a chilling aura. She stiffly turned her head. Liu Yang lay on the adjacent bed, covered by a thin blanket, seemingly still asleep. The morning light, filtered through the curtains, cast a dim gray hue, outlining the hard lines of his profile. Mu Zichen dared not move. Every joint and muscle in her body silently screamed in protest, aching with a searing pain that spread from deep within to her limbs. The back and waist that had been roughly pressed against the cold tile floor the previous night now throbbed, as if struck repeatedly with a heavy hammer. Even the slightest touch sent waves of agony coursing through her. Awake? A deep, gravelly voice suddenly broke the silence. Liu Yang had opened his eyes at some point and was now regarding her. Mu Zichen's body tensed at the sound, instinctively clutching the thin blanket covering her. Her fingertips icy. She dared not meet his gaze, nodding hurriedly, her throat too parched to articulate words. Liu Yang sat up, the blanket slipping away to reveal his chiseled torso, the muscles of his back and shoulders defined, exuding a primal strength. He tossed the blanket aside and stepped out of bed, his movements betraying an unmasked weariness, as if the exertion of the previous night had drained him as well. He padded barefoot across the carpet toward the window, swiftly drawing open the heavy curtains. Blinding morning light flooded the room, unrelentingly piercing Mu Zichen's face, forcing her to squint uncomfortably. Lu Yang stood silhouetted against the light, his towering figure resembling a silent mountain. "Can you walk?" he inquired, still facing away from her, his tone gentle yet devoid of discernible emotion. Mu Zichen gritted her teeth, enduring the excruciating ache that threatened to dismantle her. She braced herself against the edge of the bed, attempting to sit up. Merely performing this action caused cold sweat to bead on her forehead, and she drew in a sharp breath. The sharp pain from deep within reminded her vividly of the events of the previous night. Hearing the commotion, Lu Yang turned around. His gaze fell upon her shoulders, trembling slightly from the pain she valiantly suppressed, and her pallid face, lingering there for a few seconds. "Then let's take a moment to rest," Lu Yang remarqued, observing Mu Zichen's condition. In the afternoon, Mu Zichen emerged from the elevator, her complexion still as pale as parchment, her steps unsteady. Lu Yang awaited her in the lobby, carrying a bulging canvas bag. He had donned a clean black casual outfit, though the gloom and fatigue etched on his brow remained unmitigated. Upon seeing Mu Zichen, he cast a glance over her, offering no comment, merely uttering two succinct words, "Let's go." Hailing a taxi, Lu Yang and Mu Zichen returned directly to the school. "Do you want me to accompany you to repay the debt?" Lu Yang inquired, regarding Mu Zichen's ashen countenance. She nodded. She had already entrusted her most precious possession to Lu Yang, and thus, she felt no need to be overly courteous with him. Subsequently, Lu Yang led her to the base of the boys' dormitory. If he was not mistaken, Zhao Tiansheng resided within that very building. Soon, Zhao Tiansheng, having received word, arrived at the dormitory's entrance. He looked at Mu Zichen, her face still pale, and for some inexplicable reason, he felt as though he had missed something significant. Especially upon noticing Lu Yang, who loomed beside Mu Zichen like a shadow. Zhao Tiansheng's smile abruptly faltered, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his features, swiftly replaced by a brooding darkness. "What do you want?" Zhao Tiansheng addressed Lu Yang, his tone icy. "Produce the IOU." Lu Yang replied, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhao Tiansheng had inadvertently provided him with an assist. "So, Mu Zichen, did some benefactor cover this debt for you?" Zhao Tiansheng's words were laden with insinuation. Upon hearing Zhao Tiansheng's remark, Mu Zichen trembled slightly, her fingers clutching the hem of her clothing, her head bowed in shame, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Zhao Tiansheng's scrutiny and taunts pierced her like a multitude of needles. Lu Yang appeared unaffected by Zhao Tiansheng's provocation, completely disregarding the curious glances of onlookers gathered at the dormitory's entrance. He strode directly to Zhao Tiansheng, unzipping his canvas bag and reaching inside. Zhao Tiansheng wore an expression of amusement, anticipating the emergence of cash. Bundles of neatly wrapped 100 yuan bills, secured with bank seals, were retrieved from the bag and tossed at Zhao Tiansheng's feet. The IOU, Lu Yang's voice, though not raised, carried an icy clarity that resonated in Zhao Tiansheng's ears. There were no superfluous words, no inquiries, no negotiations. Zhao Tiansheng's smile evaporated completely as he stared at the stack of money before him, then raised his gaze to meet Lu Yang's inscrutable eyes, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. An invisible pressure suddenly descended. Lu Yang's calm demeanor exerted a more profound sense of oppression than any furious outburst could. He was not adhering to the script Zhao Tiansheng had anticipated. Zhao Tiansheng suppressed an inexplicable irritation, letting out a derisive laugh, attempting to regain his composure. "Lu Yang, who do you think you are? Standing up for her? What gives you the right to pay for her?" He deliberately raised his voice, casting a challenging glance at Lu Yang and then sweeping his gaze over the pale, wavering Mu Zichen. "I'll say it once more. The IO." Lu Yang's calm gaze fixed on Zhao Tiansheng, his tone chilling. The last two words, spoken lightly, carried a disquieting chill. There was no hint of a threat, yet it was more alarming than any threat could be. An invisible, frigid aura emanated from Lu Yang, enveloping the area. Zhao Tiansheng's muscles twitched involuntarily. He glanced at the 6 bundles of crisp bills at his feet, then back to Lu Yang's fathomless eyes, devoid of any human emotion, and finally at Mu Zichen, who remained bowed, her body trembling slightly. His meticulously crafted trap, the control and humiliation he had anticipated, had been shattered by Lu Yang. A tumult of suffocating rage and an indescribable dread intertwined within him. He fixed a fierce glare at Lu Yang, his fists clenched beneath the table, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh. After a few seconds of suffocating silence, Zhao Tianxing retrieved the signed IOU from his wallet, carelessly tossing it aside. He then picked up the cash at his feet, preparing to leave. Wait, Lu Yang called out to Zhao Tianxing. Take a look. Lu Yang's gaze shifted to Mu Zichen. She picked up the IOU, glancing at it. No problem. She sighed in relief upon seeing the document she had signed just days prior returned to her hands. Then, that IOU transformed into mere fragments of paper in Mu Zichen's grasp. With a flick of her wrist, the white shards cascaded down like filthy snowflakes, fluttering to the ground. All debt settled. Zhao Tianxing's voice dripped with suppressed malice as he shot Lu Yang a venomous glare, then cast a resentful glance at Mu Zichen. Lu Yang appeared oblivious to Zhao Tianxing's outburst, ignoring the scraps of paper strewn about. He ushered Mu Zichen away from the scene. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was likely just the beginning. Zhao Tianxing would not relent easily. On the morning of September 1st, a day that should have been tranquil, the server of the Zhonghai University campus network endured an unprecedented surge of traffic. A newly posted thread on the forum detonated like water droplets in hot oil, igniting a frenzy. Explosive evidence. Goddess Mu Zichen did not return last night, accompanied by him, with photos to prove it. The main post contained but a single sentence. According to informed sources, Mu Zichen did not return her dormitory last night, nor did Lu Yang. Accompanying this was a snapshot taken with an old digital camera, grainy yet capturing the crucial moment clearly. A photograph of Mu Zichen reaching for Lu Yang's hand that morning. The photographer, evidently at a distance, had captured the moment from an awkward angle. In an instant, the thread exploded with reactions. What the hell am I seeing? This is too explosive for the early morning. Mu Zichen, Lu Yang, not returning at night. My CPU is overheating from this information overload. Need we ask? It's obvious. The incident at Qingtung Gallery has spread. Mu Zichen damaged a top-end Hasselblad belonging to Zhao's friend, incurring a debt of 60,000. The comment above is spot on. I said Mu Zichen looked lost yesterday. Turns out she was cornered by a massive debt. Who would have thought? Is Lu Yang here to rescue the damsel? Or is he taking advantage of her misfortune? Oh my, Senior Mu, this cannot be true. She is not that kind of person. Am I the only one questioning this? Can Lu Yang even come up with 60,000? Latest news. The most popular tutoring service at school, Zhonghai Tutoring Network, is run by Lu Yang. 60,000 is a trifling sum for him. Does Lu Yang need to explain himself to you? How much he earns is none of your business. He can help whomever he wishes. You're just jealous. Mu Zichen was coerced by that scoundrel Zhao. So why is it wrong for Lu Yang to step in? Lu Yang, look at me. I need help too. I can be more useful than Mu Zichen. The thread was refreshingly updated at a breathtaking pace, with posts appearing at a rate of dozens per second. Speculation, vitriol, defense, envy, disdain, curiosity, an array of emotions surged forth like boiling magma, erupting freely within the virtual realm of online forums. The name of Mu Zichen became inextricably linked with terms such as financial support, debt, and transactions, incessantly chewed over and reinterpreted. The carefully maintained image of the aloof and refined woman crumbled overnight, replaced by a vulgar portrayal of a woman who submits for money and clings to her benefactor, as vividly depicted in forum discussions. Chapter 69. Su Jiajun takes action. As night deepened, the campus forum of Zhonghai University buzzed with greater fervor than the day. Server administrator Old Wang fixed his gaze on the soaring graphs and incessantly flashing red alerts on the monitor, taking a long drag from a cigarette. The post titled Explosive Evidence. Goddess Mu Zichen did not return last night. And who was with her? Garnered increasing traffic, almost overwhelming the server. The photo on the post's front page, depicting Lu Yang and Mu Zichen entangled beneath the boys' dormitory, struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly generating ripples of outrage. The malicious comments in the section flooded in like a torrent unleashed. TSK, TSK, the unattainable flower of Zhonghai University? ID wager, she's price to sell. Remarked a user under the alias of the first henchman of Sheng Yi on the trending post titled In-Depth Analysis of Mu Zichen, from pure campus beauty to a woman for sale. The content of the post was rife with slander, portraying Mu Zichen as a scheming woman who actively seduces for wealth. Shortly thereafter, the righteous hammer of justice chimed in. Lu Yang paid 60,000 for a night. This goddess is indeed quite valuable. Such derogatory comments were relentlessly pushed to the forefront by a slew of active alt accounts, their fervor escalating at an alarming pace. It was Zhao Tianxing, humiliated by Lu Yang during the day and unsettled by the posts on the school forum, who incited his minions to publicly shame Mu Zichen online. Since he could not have Mu Zichen for himself, he resolved to tarnish her reputation. Perhaps there would be future opportunities. Meanwhile, in an upscale Western restaurant on the Bund, soft candlelight illuminated the exquisite plates, and the soothing strains of the violin wafted through the air. Su Jiejun attentively cut steak for the woman seated across from him, Susan, in an attempt to cultivate a romantic atmosphere. However, Susan's phone, resting on the table, suddenly illuminated with a flurry of messages from her roommate, Zhou Xiaowen, swiftly followed by a forum link and a string of exclamation marks. Susan, quick, check the forum. Something big has happened. Lu Yang and Mu Zichen. Susan, perplexed, clicked the link. Upon seeing the glaring photograph and the disgraceful headline, her complexion drained of color, her fingers gripping the knife and fork turning pale from the pressure. The image of Lu Yang holding hands with Mu Zichen pierced her heart like a red-hot needle. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and with a crash, she accidentally knocked over her glass of water, the sparkling shards and liquid swiftly spreading across the pristine tablecloth. Susan? Su Jiejun rose with concern. Yes, I'm sorry. Susan replied, her voice quivering uncontrollably. She abruptly pushed back her chair, scarcely sparing Su Jiejun a glance, and stumbled towards the elevator exit, as if fleeing a plague. Watching Susan's panicked retreat behind the elevator doors, Su Jiejun's expression darkened, his face clouded with fury. He entered the restroom, cold water rushing over his hands, yet failing to quench the flames of indignation and the humiliation that simmered within him. He pulled out his phone and called Zhou Xiaowen, his voice suppressing his rage. Hello? Xiaowen, what did you say to Susan? Why did she suddenly leave? What else could it be? It's about Susan's ex-boyfriend, Lu Yang. Zhou Xiaowen explained. Lu Yang is dating someone else, so Susan might be feeling a bit down. Lu Yang? Was he Susan's boyfriend? Su Jiejun was unaware of Susan's past. On the other end, Zhou Xiaowen's voice brimmed with gossip and indignation on Susan's behalf. Of course it was him. I'll tell you. That Lu guy is nothing but trouble. Susan's mother saw through his greedy nature and threw a 3 million yuan check at him to get rid of him. He accepted the money without hesitation, and now he is pretending to be all heartfelt while cozying up to Mu Zichen. What a way to humiliate our Susan. The news of Lu Yang taking money had slipped out during one of Susan's moments of anger. 3 million. Su Jiejun's pupils constricted sharply, his voice rising. He recalled his mother's disdainful reminder over the phone the night before. That girl from the Su family was once deceived by a poor boy, leading to quite an unpleasant situation, and it was only after Su, i.e., spent a sum of money that it was settled. Jiejun, do keep this in mind. He had initially brushed it off, but now it struck him like a thunderclap. He immediately called his mother to verify. Mom, when you mentioned Susan's ex-boyfriend last night, did the Su family really give that boy 3 million? From the phone came his mother's certain and scornful laughter. Absolutely true. Your Aunt Su told me herself. That boy's name is Lu Yang, a shameless gold digger. Such a spineless lowlife. How could Susan be so foolish as to fall for him? He deserves to be ruined, so he doesn't harm anyone else. Her words ignited a conflagration of jealousy and vengeful desire within Su Jiejun's heart. Lu Yang, a scoundrel who profits from selling emotions. How dare he remain unforgettable to Susan? He resolved to make Lu Yang's life miserable, to tear off his hypocritical mask. Across the city, in a raucous VIP room, Zhao Tiansheng reveled in the malicious posts about Mu Zichen on his phone, particularly the venomous comments surging beneath the trending post-in-depth analysis of Mu Zichen, which he had instructed Li Ming to promote. He guffawed with delight, downing a glass of wine, crimson liquid spilling down the corners of his mouth, oblivious to the fact that he had splashed half a glass onto the expensive dress of a nearby female companion. His fingers danced swiftly across the screen, enthusiastically liking the most savage attacks on Mu Zichen. He grinned malevolently, feeling that it still wasn't tea enough. He wanted to fan the flames further, to completely scorch Lu Yang. A more sinister plan began to take shape in his mind. In the girls' dormitory, room 308, Susan curled up in the corner of her bed, burying her face deep into her pillow, her muffled sobs echoing clearly in the stillness of the night. Although she had parted ways with Lu Yang for some time, the sight of that post today had reignited her heartbreak. She could not fathom what she had done wrong for Lu Yang to abandon her for 3 million. On her windowsill, a plant once gifted to her by Lu Yang lay dead, its withered petals curled in the dim moonlight, mirroring her shattered emotions. Susan, don't cry. He is not worth it, Zhou Xiaowen said, standing beside her bed with a bowl of instant noodles, feeling helpless. Why do you have to do this? Susan lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes glistening, her voice hoarse. Why do you have to humiliate me in this way? She gazed at the photo of Lu Yang and Mu Zichen on the website, feeling an overwhelming sense of irony. Lu Yang's departure with the money was the first dagger thrust into her heart, and now his scandalous affair with Mu Zichen, along with the ensuing tumult, twisted that blade repeatedly. As the evening drew to a close, the campus forum's server briefly stuttered before erupting once more with a bombshell post. The title was shocking. Heavy Hammer. The full account of Lu Yang abandoning Susan for 3 million. The poster, under the ID Truth Emperor, recounted the saga of Lu Yang and Susan, emphasizing that Lu Yang had only ended his relationship with Susan after receiving 3 million from her mother. The accompanying text was rife with inflammatory rhetoric. Miss Goddess Mu Zichin, open your eyes. This seemingly affectionate Lu classmate is the kind of person who would unhesitatingly discard his ex-girlfriend for 3 million. After perusing the forum all night, Mu Zichin's expression turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Although her dorm mates wished to console her, they were at a loss for words. As her roommates, they were aware that Mu Zichin had indeed not returned the previous night. The information in the post appeared credible. The post, titled Heavy Hammer, the full account of Lu Yang abandoning Susan for 3 million, was like a boulder thrown into a boiling pot of oil, instantly dragging Lu Yang, Mu Zichin, and Susan into the eye of an even more ferocious storm of public opinion. The entire online community of Zhonghai University was in an uproar. Chapter 70, Lu Yang's Actions. The students, who had been fervently debating the affair between Mu Zichin and Lu Yang, found themselves invigorated upon seeing the post titled Heavy Hammer, the full account of Lu Yang abandoning Susan for 3 million. In Mu Zichin's dorm, she sat at the table with her back to everyone, her shoulders taut with tension. Before her, the computer screen displayed the glaring title of the aforementioned post, and the malicious commentary felt like poisoned needles piercing her heart. Was Lu Yang's wealth truly acquired in such a manner? The thought flickered through Mu Zichin's mind after reading the post. She could not ascertain the post's authenticity. It was merely a fleeting notion. Yet, her roommates, who were online defending Mu Zichin, also encountered the post. Zichin, one of her roommates, cautiously placed a cup of warm water beside her, speaking softly as if afraid to disturb something. Is this post true? Her roommate was genuinely curious about the situation with Lu Yang and could not help but inquire. I don't know, Mu Zichin replied helplessly. At this moment, she felt as though she was irrevocably tied to Lu Yang, yet her understanding of him was woefully insufficient. In Susan's dorm, the air was thick with sorrow and the scent of instant noodles. Susan curled up on her bed, a thin blanket failing to quell her shivering. Muffled sobs intermittently escaped from her pillow. Zhou Xiaowen sat in her chair, her instant noodles long since gone cold and congealed into a lump. Frustrated, she scrolled through the forum, where the Heavy Hammer post reigned supreme. Look, Susan, I told you Lu Yang was no good. Now the whole school knows. He is nothing more than a scoundrel who would sell out anyone for money. She pointed at the computer screen, her tone laced with indignation, as if to validate her foresight while hoping to ignite Susan's resentment towards Lu Yang, hoping it would cease her tears. Why? Why did he have to do this to me? Susan suddenly lifted her head, her face streaked with tears, her eyes swollen like ripe peaches. He took the money and left. Why is he still with Mu Zichin? Why let everyone know? Was he exacting revenge on me? Revenge for my mother, giving him money? Or was it revenge for me not persisting in our relationship? Her reasoning became a chaotic jumble under the weight of her overwhelming emotions. Conflating Lu Yang with Mu Zichin's photos, the malice of the forum, and the post detailing Lu Yang's 3 million severance fee into a personal, vicious humiliation. The pot of once vibrant plants on the windowsill, now withered and dead, stood as a mockery of a gravestone. It had been a gift from Lu Yang long ago, a promise of resilience. Now, it lay lifeless, much like the last remnants of her feelings for him, which were utterly obliterated in the tempest of that night. Her heart brimmed with the agony of betrayal and an overwhelming sense of shame. The entire world was watching her as a spectacle, observing how she was toyed with by a man driven by ulterior motives. The atmosphere in Lu Yang's dorm was equally tense. Chen Zibo, Su Zhu, and Xin Fei each sat at their desks, fixated on the post. Each screen displayed the Heavy Hammer forum page, and below, some had begun to direct their ire towards Lu Yang. Brother Yang, what should we do? If this continues, your reputation at school will be severely tarnished. Su Chu remarked after a period of silence, unable to contain himself. He could not discern the truth behind the post, but it was undeniable that it adversely affected Lu Yang's standing. Damn it, don't let me find out who posted that. Chen Yibo seethed, his anger escalating as he read through the forum. Let me think for a moment. Lu Yang had only just learned of the post from Su Chu. Undoubtedly, the poster was targeting him. However, only Susan's mother and he were privy to this matter, since there had been no leaks from his side. It was evident that the information had come from Susan's mother. Do they think this will tarnish my reputation? Lu Yang muttered to himself while gazing at the post. After pondering for a moment, he took out his phone, located Lin Yu's number, and dialed her. Hello, President Lin. Upon the call connecting, Lin Yu's voice emerged from Liu Yang's phone. What is up? Are you calling about the post? Should I contact the forum admin to have it removed? Lin Yu had only just been informed by classmates about the uproar on the school forum. While she was unaware of the specifics regarding Mu Zichen, she believed Liu Yang was not that kind of person, thus perceiving the 3 million post as a smear against him. Therefore, she generously offered to assist in removing the post. Delete the post? Liu Yang was taken aback by Lin Yu's response. He had not anticipated her willingness to help. Unbeknownst to him, the Zhonghai Tutoring Network had, over the course of 2 months summer, assisted nearly 1,000 students from Zhonghai University in finding part-time jobs. Liu Yang's tutoring network was regarded as a monumental contribution to Zhonghai University, earning commendations from school leadership for the student council and committee. This is why Lin Yu was so accommodating. Chapter 71, Donations. If it's possible to delete the post, please remove any references to Mu Zichen from it. Liu Yang's tone was steady, yet imbued with undeniable resolve. The comment from his classmates had been too harsh. Lin Yu on the other end paused, taken aback. She had assumed Liu Yang was reaching out to urgently address the humiliating post that had placed him in a predicament. She had already devised several contingency plans, contacting the administrators to cool down the situation, guiding public opinion, or directly leveraging her authority to suppress it. However, to her utter astonishment, the very first thing Liu Yang requested was the deletion of posts targeting Mu Zichen. What about your own post? Are you not going to delete it? Lin Yu couldn't help but press, her tone laced with evident confusion. She even thought Liu Yang was oblivious to the situation. No need to delete it, Liu Yang replied decisively, his words crisp and clear. That incident is indeed true. Having decided to make this call to Lin Yu, Liu Yang had no intention of concealing the truth from her. Is it really true? Lin Yu's voice shot up, filled with incredulity. She had always believed that the posts circulating online was mere fabrications, malicious slander. After all, a breakup fee of 3 million was an amount so staggering and shocking in nature. She never expected Liu Yang would openly admit it. Chairman Lin, I have another matter to discuss. As if he hadn't heard Lin Yu's shock, Liu Yang continued. Go ahead. Lin Yu took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. Liu Yang's reaction was far too unusual, unnervingly calm. I wish to donate this 3 million, Liu Yang articulated clearly, each word resonating with conviction, to establish a scholarship for students at the school. This was a decision he had just made. For him now, with tens of millions in cash lying in his futures account and a tutoring website continuously generating profits, 3 million was no longer the life-altering sum it once was. It had fulfilled its purpose as his initial capital, and there was no need to clutch it tightly, merely to add a distasteful label of having made a fortune from a woman's breakup fee, rather than allowing it to become a stain. It was better to utilize it for greater good, and thus completely eradicate that stigma. Are you serious? Lin Yu's tone shifted again, this time purely astonished. That was 3 million. In this era, for the vast majority, it was an astronomical figure. Liu Yang was casually deciding to donate it all? This audacity, or perhaps this ruthlessness, left her momentarily speechless. Yes, I've made up my mind. Liu Yang's tone remained unwavering. Chairman Lin, do you know the necessary procedures for this? This matter is too significant. Lin Yu quickly regained her composure, realizing this was no trivial matter. I will report to Secretary Wu immediately. Once I have confirmation on the specific procedures from him, I will call you back. Does that sound acceptable? She needed to ensure the legitimacy of the process and official endorsement. All right, I appreciate your assistance, Chairman Lin. Liu Yang concluded the conversation succinctly before hanging up. As he set down his phone, he was met with 3 pairs of eyes in the dormitory, all filled with shock, bewilderment, and even a hint of sympathy. Yangzi. Chun Yibo was the first to leap up, his voice pitched higher. Are you really, truly planning to donate that 3 million? That was 3 million. Even as a second-generation minor, with strict family oversight, he had never possessed such a sum in cash at once. Li, Yang Gu, Su Ju Ti Met In. His face scrunched in concern. You need to think this through. That's 3 million. He was acutely aware of the weight of that number. In this era, it was enough to buy several properties in prime locations. In a decade or so, that would translate to tens of millions in assets. Liu Yang was casually deciding to donate it. Though Qin Fei remained silent, his furrowed brow and worried gaze conveyed the same sentiment. Liu Yang looked at his 3 friends, who genuinely cared for him, feeling a warmth in his heart, yet his gaze remained resolute. I've made my decision. You needn't persuade me further. I know what I'm doing. The purpose of this money had been fulfilled, and its original sin must be stripped away. Exchanging 3 million for a chance at complete redemption and official endorsement was absolutely worthwhile for his future endeavors. His ultimate goal was to become a true magnate, one who would not and should not be shackled by this trifling sum of 3 million. The next morning, Lin Yu knocked on Secretary Wu's office door. bearing the explosive news. Secretary Wu, there's an urgent matter I need to report regarding student Lu Yang. Lin Yu is succinct. Lu Yang, what happened? Is there an issue with the tutoring site? Secretary Wu set down his documents, puzzled. He had a strong impression of this entrepreneurial student. It's not about the tutoring site. Lin Yu paused to organize her thoughts. Student Lu Yang wishes to donate 3 million RMB to establish a scholarship for students at the school. What? Secretary Wu abruptly raised his head, his glasses nearly slipping down his nose, his face a canvas of disbelief. 3 million? Is Lu Yang that wealthy? His initial reaction was astonishment at the student's financial capacity. The source of these funds is somewhat unusual. Lin Yu offered a wry smile, recounting the explosive online post about the breakup fee and Lu Yang's candid acknowledgement of its authenticity. As she narrated, Secretary Wu's expression transitioned from shock to bewilderment, ultimately settling into a resigned acceptance. He rubbed his temples. What a convoluted affair. Emotional entanglements, financial transactions, and online harassment culminating in a hefty donation? The plot development is exceedingly dramatic. Secretary Wu, what do you think about this? Lin Yu inquired cautiously. Secretary Wu pondered for a moment, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. The source of the funds was indeed somewhat hot to handle. Yet fundamentally, it was Lu Yang's personal lawful earnings. And his voluntary donation to the school for the purpose of establishing a scholarship was undoubtedly a benevolent act for both the institution and its students. Particularly in alleviating the financial burdens of underprivileged students, it bore significant implications. The school had no grounds to refuse such a generous gift, even if it was tainted with a hint of scandal. Secretary Wu deliberated. The school can, in principle, accept this donation. It reflects Lu Yang's gratitude towards his alma mater and supports education, serving as a positive response to the previous public scrutiny for students genuinely in need of assistance. This is indeed a timely boon. He reached a decision. I will promptly report this to the principal. Lin Yu, you can now inform Lu Yang that the school appreciates his generous donation and agrees to accept it. The subsequent details regarding the donation agreement, fund reception, scholarship naming, and management protocols will be formulated by the relevant departments, which will liaise with him directly. Understood, Secretary Wu. Lin Yu responded promptly, a sense of determination swelling within her. She immediately conveyed Secretary Wu's decision to Lu Yang. This outcome was anticipated by Lu Yang. The school had no rationale to refuse such a substantial donation that could enhance its social reputation, especially in this era of limited educational funding. Soon, the school dispatched specialized foundation staff and legal advisors to formally engage with Lu Yang. Under a rigorous and efficient process, the donation agreement was swiftly drafted and signed. The 3 million in Lu Yang's account was officially transferred to the dedicated account of the Zhonghai University Education Development Foundation via bank transfer. With signatures, transfers, and commemorative photographs completed, the matter was settled. Secretary Wu gazed at the copy of the donation agreement stamped with a red seal and the confirmation of the funds deposit, instructing Lin Yu, please publish an official announcement regarding this matter on the school forum under the name of the Student Council. The announcement must prominently highlight the commendable act of student Lu Yang donating 3 million to establish a scholarship, emphasizing that these funds will be allocated to support academically outstanding yet financially disadvantaged students. The wording should be formal, clear, and accentuate Lu Yang's commitment to giving back to his alma mater and supporting education, portraying a positive image. This serves not only to vindicate Lu Yang, but also to promote the esteemed reputation of our institution. Understood, Secretary Wu. Lin Yu grasped the essence. Chapter 72, Real Estate Agency. Lin Yu, utilizing the official Student Council account, released the announcement, which reverberated like thunder across the campus forum, still reeling from recent tumultuous events. The title of the announcement was succinct yet impactful. Announcement regarding student Lu Yang's donation of 3 million to establish a dedicated scholarship. The content was crystal clear. 1. Confirmation of donation. Lu Yang from the School of Economics voluntarily donates a total of 3 million RMB to the Zhonghai University Education Development Foundation. 2. Purpose statement. This donation will be specifically allocated to establish the Lu Yang Scholarship for outstanding students at Zhonghai University, aimed at rewarding academically excellent students, particularly those from economically disadvantaged backgrounds. 3. School's attitude. The university expresses profound appreciation and heartfelt gratitude towards Lu Yang for his altruistic gesture in supporting education and caring for his alma mater. The specific evaluation criteria for the scholarship will be promptly formulated and published by the Student Affairs Office and Academic Affairs Office in collaboration with the Foundation. 4. Official endorsement. The announcement bore the vivid red seal of the Zhonghai University Student Council. This official announcement instantly ignited a response far more intense than any previous gossip threads. Countless students who had furiously attacked and vilified Lu Yang under the earlier post about the 3 million breakup fee were now left with expressions of sheer astonishment. Their fingers seemed paralyzed by an unseen force, their outrage and disdain obliterated by this sudden official revelation. My goodness, he donated all 3 million to establish a scholarship for the school. Am I seeing this correctly? An official student council announcement with a seal. It can't be false. Just moments ago, I was calling him a gold-digging scoundrel. After the initial shock came a complex swirl of emotions, swiftly transforming into exhilaration and admiration. This money directly impacted them. It signified that in the coming years, every student at Zhonghai University, especially those diligent yet financially struggling classmates, might receive a tangible scholarship funded by Lu Yang. This directly touched their vested interests. The tide of public opinion underwent a dramatic 180-degree shift at an astonishing pace. Did you think he broke up with you for 3 million? That's a narrow-minded view. He simply found you unworthy. Exactly. Did you think he wouldn't break up without that 3 million? Naive. Lu Yang has demonstrated through his actions that money is not an issue for him. Taking a breakup fee is a blemish? He turned that blemish into a beacon illuminating the entire school. This maneuver is commendable. Those who had previously hurled insults now emerged to apologize. Does it hurt to face the truth? Lu Yang is magnanimous. This is what a real man looks like. A scholarship. Thank you, Senior Lu. Even if I may not qualify, there's now hope. The forum buzzed with admiration, reverence, and even idolization for Lu Yang. All previous slanders and doubts had now become mere backdrops, accentuating his noble character and grand vision. Lu Yang's reputation on the school forum not only experienced a complete turnaround, but was elevated to an unprecedented height. In the girls' dormitory, Susan stared at the announcement adorned with a red seal, her complexion pale and her mind blank. Why on earth is this happening? She murmured, her voice quivering with confusion. She had stubbornly believed that Lu Yang's decision to break up with her was solely for that 3 million. It was the deepest thorn in her heart, the root of her anger and desire for revenge. She had even secretly relished the idea of Su Jiejun exposing this matter, wishing to ruin Lu Yang's reputation and make him taste the bitterness of being labeled by money. Yet she never anticipated that Lu Yang's counterattack would be so decisive, so fierce, so astonishing. He actually donated the very 3 million she viewed as a prize for betrayal, without a moment's hesitation, to establish a scholarship for the school. This stark contrast shattered her meticulously constructed narrative of victimhood in an instant. An indescribable sense of loss and deeper humiliation washed over her. Could it be that he truly despised me so much? Despised me to the extent that he would rather throw away 3 million than retain any trace of our association? This thought gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. In another corner of the boys' dormitory, Zhao Tiansheng and Su Jiejun, who were also closely following the forum updates, wore equally expressive faces. Zhao Tiansheng gazed at the announcement, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, his eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of suppressed apprehension. Although he bore the title of the second son of a real estate tycoon, with his family's net worth possibly reaching hundreds of millions, he was still only the second son without core inheritance rights. While he enjoyed a generous allowance, producing 3 million in cash at once was no trivial feat for him. This amount was certainly not a sum his family could squander without care. Lu Yang's audacity left him feeling cornered. Meanwhile, Su Jiejun, upon viewing Lin Yu's official announcement, wore a countenance akin to someone who had swallowed a fly. He had initially thought of Lu Yang as a mere bumpkin who had stumbled upon fortune, someone whose life peaked at receiving a 3 million breakup fee. His intention in exposing this matter was to witness Lu Yang being overwhelmed by this sudden windfall, to see him flounder amidst the whirlpool of public opinion. Ah, this guy from small place turns out to be quite the character. Leaning back in his chair, Su Jiejun's gaze turned sinister, and he ultimately scoffed. Fine, you win this round. Next time, I'll find an opportunity to settle the score. His pursuit of Susan was largely fueled by his desire for the summer business, and his animosity towards Lu Yang stemmed from Lu Yang's unwanted identity as her ex-boyfriend and a disdainful view of a nouveau riche. In light of Lu Yang's almost self-sacrificial maneuver, he momentarily lost interest in expending energy to step on him further. Brother Yang, impressive. As soon as Lu Yang returned to his dormitory, Chen Yibao dashed forward, excitedly slapping his shoulder with a broad smile. The atmosphere on the forum has completely shifted. Those who insulted you now dare not utter a word, all shouting 666. It's so gratifying. As close roommates, they had absolute trust in Lu Yang's character and abilities. Although they've been indignant at the unspeakable slanders on the forum, they firmly believed in Lu Yang. Now, witnessing him resolve the crisis with such a masterstroke, transforming all insults into a surge of respect and reputation, they felt even more elated than if they had struck gold. It's a pity about the 3 million, though. Su Chu murmured quietly, his expression betraying a hint of heartache. He was a pragmatic individual, always feeling that donating such a large sum was indeed painful. Lu Yang merely smiled serenely, patting Su Chu on the shoulder. Money is a tool. It should be used when necessary. 3 million? To him, it had long ceased to hold significant value. A slight fluctuation in copper futures could yield profits far exceeding that amount. His focus now shifted to another battlefield, the dynamics of the Shanghai real estate market. The decline in housing prices was nearing its end, signaling that the most intense, yet opportunity-laden moments were about to arrive. Lu Yang knew he had to accelerate his actions. His initial plan was quite straightforward: to be reborn, amass a sum of startup capital, acquire several properties in prime locations, and patiently await their appreciation. However, now wielding tens of millions in cash flow, his ambitions have expanded exponentially. Simply stockpiling a few properties can no longer satiate his desires. He intends to seize the opportunity presented by the current significant downturn in housing prices. His core strategy revolves around leveraging rental income to service his debts, thereby facilitating expansive growth through leverage. He aims to make substantial purchases of high-quality real estate using cash, then mortgage these properties to financial institutions to secure substantial loans. With the capital obtained, he will continue to acquire additional properties, repeatedly mortgaging the newly purchased assets in a cyclical manner, utilizing financial leverage to amplify his holdings far beyond his cash flow capabilities. All acquired properties will be leased, with rental income covering the monthly mortgage payments and associated holding costs. Lu Yang vividly recalls that within less than a year, Shanghai's housing prices are poised to nearly double from their current lows. As long as he can endure this brief period of servicing his debts, the value of his assets is destined for explosive growth. Simultaneously, Lu Yang plans to establish a real estate agency. This venture will not only allow him to manage his extensive portfolio of properties, providing professional leasing and maintenance services to ensure stable rental income, but also enable him to offer services externally, partaking in the forthcoming real estate boom. It is worth noting that in the future, the market value of Beek once soared to an astounding 300 billion renminbi.